In a world where power, commerce, and corruption intertwine, what drives individuals to the brink of madness? Enough is enough. At 30, a man must confront the brutal reality of being ousted from his position through a cunning conspiracy. The betrayal of a fiancée of 7 years who is now pregnant. The ruthless oppression from a beautiful superior and the weight of a terminal illness, all while facing relentless ostracism and humiliation. No more when he discovers that his fiancée is about to indulge in an affair with her idealized love. Sheng unexpectedly seizes the moment to conquer and embrace his alluring superior, riding forth to embrace a turning tide, transforming his dire circumstances, and soaring to heights they could never hope to reach again as a prominent figure of power. Chapter 1. The Frenzy. The Female Superior. Enough. I have had it. You twisted individuals. Why do you conspire so mercilessly, forcing me to the brink? I yearn to eradicate you all. As Sheng approaches his 30th year, he had envisioned a flourishing career ahead. However, last year he found himself besieged by the arrival of the beguiling Lin Meiying, who ruthlessly orchestrated his demotion, followed by the grim news of a devastating cancer diagnosis. To add to his despair, his pregnant fiancée, Du Shimi, has announced her desire to part ways, choosing instead to pursue her ideal man. This revelation struck like a thunderbolt. A web of intricate conspiracies and betrayals ensnared him. Overwhelmed by despair, he felt an insatiable urge for a cathartic reckoning and violent retribution. In a moment of hesitation, the painful memory of his confrontation with Du Shimi resurfaced. Speak. With which man are you entangled? Whose child is it that you carry? How could you betray me like this? In that hotel room, Sheng found himself lunging at his stunning fiancée, gripping her neck as he unleashed his anguish and fury. He even questioned whether the child she bore was truly his. What are you doing? Du Shimi struggled in vain, her hair cascading wildly as Sheng's rage threatened to consume him. Sheng, I have not wronged you. Please let go. I swear, I have not been with another man. The child is yours. Yet, I fear I must part ways with you. Du Shimi spoke with sincerity, but dared not meet the murderous glare in Sheng's eyes. Sheng, I know you are tormented and helpless, but you have lost your position, and with only 3 months left to live, even if I stayed, it would be futile. Now, Jia Zhiqiao has returned from abroad. He comes from a prestigious family and will serve as the special assistant to the general manager of our city's engineering department, a position second to none. He said that if I do not respond tonight, he will marry his fiancée tomorrow without a second thought. If I break up with you to pursue him, he will ensure your reinstatement. Even if you were to pass in 3 months, you would still leave behind a substantial severance for your parents and sister and the child. Jia Zhiqiao was her ideal man, a prominent figure in their region, who had persistently pursued her. It seemed she had succumbed to his charms, forced to make a choice. Cursed be this heartless woman. For 7 years, I cherished her, risking everything to maintain our home, even neglecting my own health for her sake. How could she utter such callous words in my time of despair? To even consider leaving while pregnant. It is utterly perverse. In that moment, Sheng's fury ignited, and he lost all reason, seizing her hair and delivering slap after slap across her beautiful face. Damn it, Du Shimi. You know Jia Zhiqiao is not a good man. Since university, he has toyed with countless women, and you wish to fall into his trap? Mark my words, if you dare to be with that scoundrel, I will ensure you both pay. Just then, Du Shimi's phone rang, the name Jia Zhiqiao glaring at him like a beacon of betrayal. Hello, Shimi darling, have you made your decision? I await you at Longfeng Mountain. Jia Zhiqiao's flippant voice echoed from the receiver. Jia Zhiqiao, I will make you pay. Sheng's blood boiled as he seized the phone and smashed it against the ground, shards scattering. Du Shimi, you will regret this. I'm going to confront that bastard right now, he shouted, disregarding her pleas as he bolted into the night, intent on reckoning with Jia Zhiqiao. Yet to his dismay, as he searched frantically throughout the hotel and attempted to contact Jia Zhiqiao, the man was nowhere to be found. Had it not been for the thought of his aging parents and his younger sister in their final year of university, he might have stormed the Jia residence with a knife in hand. Is this how fate intends to extinguish me? Sheng? He cried out in anguish. This mountain, Longfeng Mountain, was a sacred place. It was here that he and Du Shimi first shared their intimacy. They had hoped to rekindle their passion one last time, dreaming of a miracle. But where was that miracle now? Frustrated, he grabbed a bottle of strong liquor from a corner table and began to drink recklessly. In that moment, he longed for the guidance of his former enchanting professor, who had the power to navigate him through any obstacle. Alas, she had vanished years ago, and finding her now seemed an impossible task. Wait, I should confront Lin Meiying, that wretched superior of mine. Had she not interfered, I would not have fallen into this dire predicament. This is undeniably a treacherous plot. If she is the root of all this, I shall hold her accountable and demand my rightful position back. Perhaps only then can I regain some semblance of dignity before Du Shimi and Jia Zhiqiao. With newfound resolve, he focused on this plan, consuming more alcohol, preparing to act recklessly in his intoxicated state. Before long, he was beyond inebriated, collapsing to the floor. At that moment, Du Shimi, who had just endured a beating, staggered gracefully out of the room. Witnessing Yi Sheng's frenzied consumption of alcohol filled her with a profound resentment, compelling her to head towards him with determination. Eye in her eyes, it seemed that Yi Sheng was utterly beyond redemption. She felt an urgent need to seek out Jia Zhiqiao. However, she had no inkling that Jia Zhiqiao was already lurking in a shadowy corner, wielding a hefty iron rod, poised to seize the opportunity to strike at Yi Sheng. "Damn it! You dare to compete with me for women?" he growled. "Tonight, you shall learn the extent of my power." With a fierce shout, he lunged forward, raising the iron rod to bring it crashing down upon Yi Sheng. But before he could close the distance, a flurry of strikingly beautiful women surged forth from beside Yi Sheng, each one graceful and fierce, effortlessly toppling Jia Zhiqiao to the ground. "Dare you harm him, you scoundrel?" one of them exclaimed. "Are you seeking your own demise?" Another added, "With us here, he is your king. Do you understand? Begone." The sudden outcry terrified Jia Zhiqiao, causing him to flee in panic, convinced he had encountered a formidable specter, while he plotted to find another chance to eliminate Yi Sheng. Yet, the captivating women paid him no mind, instantly turning their attention to Yi Sheng, eager to embrace him and whisk him away to safety. Thunder rumbled ominously, and suddenly, torrential rain began to pour. What?" Yi Sheng gasped in astonishment, feeling a tightening in his chest. In an instant, he was overwhelmed by a surge of fiery energy coursing through him. Strangely, he began to hear a peculiar voice. "Congratulations. You have acquired the 30 and standing inheritance token. In the days to come, adversity shall be averted, challenges shall be resolved, your power shall flourish, and beautiful women shall abound, leading you to soaring heights and a promising future. What on earth is happening?" As he rubbed his eyes in confusion, he suddenly realized he was lying on a pristine white mattress. To his astonishment, under the dim light, a stunningly beautiful figure lay beside him, reminiscent of an octopus in its relaxed disposition. "A woman," he exclaimed. "This cannot possibly be my fiancée. Who could she be?" As he turned to glimpse her, he beheld an extraordinarily beautiful woman, her alluring curves accentuated by her disheveled hair, which partially obscured her striking features, and elegant nose and luscious red lips that rendered her breathtakingly exquisite. Good heavens! Could it be that I was abducted by her last night? He pondered. I've heard of fortunes falling from the sky, but never of beauties descending upon one. In awe, he held his breath and cautiously extended a trembling hand to part her tousled hair, desperate to uncover the identity of the woman who had unexpectedly shared the night with him. But upon seeing her face, he was taken aback. The woman nestled in his arms was none other than his formidable superior, Director Lin Meiying, who had ruthlessly usurped his position. Since her arrival at the company, she had been unanimously deemed the most captivating woman by the male employees, and merely catching a glimpse of her could leave one spellbound. Now, he found himself in such an intimate situation with her. Good heavens, I was just contemplating how to confront you, and here you are, delivering yourself to me. This is beyond satisfying, he thought, filled with an exhilarating sense of triumph. Yes, I shall seize this opportunity to interrogate her about her treacherous machinations that cost me my position. Was she complicit in this scheme? I will demand she restore my status at once. Otherwise, I shall ensure she remains in this bed for an entire day and night. Chapter 2. A frantic encounter in bed. Oh my goodness. A scoundrel. Suddenly, at that moment, the stunning superior Lin Meiying opened her eyes wide, emitting a terrified scream. "Who are you? How did you end up on my bed? I will kill you," she thought to herself, having resolutely rejected her fiancé's request to share the bed last night, resulting in a quarrel that left her alone and intoxicated. She had not stepped out at all. So how could someone have climbed into her bed without her knowledge? In her fury, before she could even wrap herself in the sheets, she kicked fiercely at Yi Sheng. "What? Why are you asking me? Who should I ask?" He was still in a daze, and upon receiving such a fierce kick, He instinctively grabbed her delicate foot and retorted coldly, "Goodness, you are utterly shameless." "Oh, so was you scoundrel. Do you have any idea that my fiancé is in the next room?" At that moment, Lin Meiying finally recognized that the man with whom she had shared a wild night was none other than Sheng, the lowly employee she had always looked down upon. She felt as if she could die from humiliation. Not only did she have a fiancé, but the suitors pursuing her were all wealthy and prominent figures, with young heirs lining up for her attention. Moreover, her fiancé was right next door, and this brat Sheng had dared to take advantage of her. Overwhelmed with rage, she roared, "Sheng, you scoundrel, you actually took advantage of me? I'm calling the police. I will see you imprisoned until you rot." "Oh," Sheng scoffed at her words. "Call the police? In 3 months, I'll be meeting my end anyway. So who is afraid of whom? Besides, I had originally intended to take revenge on this wretched superior and unravel the conspiracy to reclaim my position. Now it seems that justice is indeed served. I must conquer her completely." With that, he suddenly shed all semblance of panic and fear, lunging at her once more, exclaiming, "Humph, let's do it again. If you dare to make a scene, I will call your fiancé from next door to come and have a look." "What? Scoundrel!" Lin Meiying's eyes widened in disbelief. She had intended to intimidate him, only to find herself threatened in return, sending her into a frenzy. "What do you want from me? I will fight you." In a sudden burst of fury, she opened her mouth, revealing her white teeth and red lips, and lunged at Sheng to bite him. Sheng quickly dodged, but alas, he was too slow. She managed to sink her teeth into his lips. "Ah, what are you, a little she-dog?" Sheng exclaimed, hastily wiping his mouth. Suddenly, he discovered his palms were drenched in blood. "What? How ruthless! I shall make you pay dearly." Yelling, Sheng transformed into a furious, ravenous wolf, determined to retaliate. "Oof! You bastard! Come at me! You're doomed!" Enraged, Lin Meiying swiftly seized an ashtray from the table, hurling it mercilessly at Sheng's head. Crash! Bang! In an instant, blood streamed from Sheng's head, compelling him to clutch it tightly. Yet, amidst the pain, he felt an inexplicable surge of power coursing through him, as if his entire being was being reshaped, intensifying his fury. "Damn it, you wretched woman! How dare you strike me? I shall take you down with me." Faced with the prospect of his imminent demise, he cared little for the consequences and prepared to confront her defiantly. "Ah, please don't." Perhaps Sheng's expression was too terrifying, or perhaps Lin Meiying genuinely feared she had inadvertently harmed him, prompting her to instinctively step back. However, she quickly regained her composure, her gaze fierce and unwavering. "Do you even know who I am? How dare you lay a hand on me?" At this juncture, she revealed her trump card. "Humph. Who are you?" "Lin Meiying, aren't you merely the clandestine lover of the esteemed Jean Li Wei, the city company president, and the formidable Lu Bao, the chief of the Comprehensive Supervisory Office?" Ever since Lin Meiying had unexpectedly ascended to the position of head of their department, rumors had circulated among colleagues regarding her entanglement with the two high-ranking officials. Consequently, Sheng boldly articulated the truth. "Boom! What? How dare you slander me?" Lin Meiying, who had felt a twinge of guilt for injuring him, was now incensed by Sheng's accusation. "Do you realize that Lu Bao is my future father-in-law? If he discovers you have wronged me, you will find no refuge. Moreover, not even her fiancé dared to lay a finger on her. Yet you audaciously took advantage of me? You should kneel and beg for mercy." After all, Lu Bao not only oversaw the supervisory work of the city company, but also wielded considerable influence in Hailing, mercilessly protecting his illustrious future daughter-in-law. If she invoked his name now, Sheng would surely be terrified into submission. However, Sheng remained undaunted, nimbly overpowering her, pinning her down onto the bed. "Humph! You think you can eliminate me? It won't be that easy. Yet, you may not realize that your sudden arrival has not only oppressed me, but has also led to the loss of my position and my fiancé. In this present moment, nearly 3 months remain before my demise. Am I to fear you or the so-called Lu Bao? I fear no one. In fact, I believe this to be a cruel conspiracy." Boom! Upon hearing these words, Lin Meiying, who was about to resist with all her might, suddenly froze in disbelief. What? Provocation? Conspiracy? You are to perish in 3 months? She could scarcely believe her ears, convinced that this was merely a ploy by that scoundrel Sheng to elicit her sympathy and secure his own reprieve. "Huh! If you doubt me, I shall present you with my medical report." With that exclamation, Sheng revealed his intention to lay bare the truth. Retrieving a diagnosis from his bag, and handing it to her without hesitation. Huh? Lin Meiying, skeptical yet curious, promptly accepted the diagnosis and opened it with haste. To her astonishment, it boldly declared, "Advanced pancreatic cancer." Good heavens, this is the king of cancers. In that instant, as she contemplated the years of purity she had painstakingly preserved, now threatened by this rogue before her hands began to tremble ever so slightly. The thought of her innocence being tarnished by him ignited a desire for vengeance within her. Yet, upon glimpsing the diagnosis, a whirlwind of emotions surged within her, leaving her at a loss for words. Nervously, she brushed her hair back and inquired, "Are you certain this diagnosis is the result of your own examination? Furthermore, you have always suspected it was my scheme. Why did you not consider it might be your fiancé Yi's doing?" At this, Sheng was taken aback. The last time he was hospitalized due to his affliction, it was indeed his fiancée, Du Shimi, who had handed him the diagnosis directly. Lin Ming's question seemed to awaken a realization within him. Could it be that you doubt its authenticity? Given his fiancée Yi's recent peculiar behavior, he began to suspect that she might be using this diagnosis to coerce him into ending their engagement, paving the way for her to unite with her beloved Jia Zhitong. Goodness, if that were the case, how cunning and despicable his fiancée Yi must be. Perhaps even her claims of pregnancy were fabricated, merely a ruse to secure her freedom. As this thought crossed his mind, he became acutely aware of the situation. He quickly donned his clothes and resolved to confront his fiancée, Du Shimi, armed with the diagnosis. However, when he returned to the room he had shared with her the previous night, it was already vacant, devoid of any trace of her presence. In a rush, he dialed her number, only to find her phone switched off. Sheng, it seems you have come to vent your frustrations upon me, because your fiancé Yi has run off. At that moment, Lin Meiying, having evaded her fiancé's room, hastily followed and seized Sheng's arm, fearful that he might slip away. "I must inform you that I must take you to the hospital for another diagnosis. If it turns out that you are not afflicted with a terminal illness, I shall promptly report you. How reckless of you to take no safety precautions last night." Boom. What? At this moment, Sheng felt a sudden heaviness in his heart, which was swiftly replaced by an exhilarating warmth. He exclaimed, "Goodness, could it be that I might soon become a father? I finally have a legacy. If the hospital confirms I am cancer-free, I shall immediately take you as my wife. What say you?" Chapter 3. Temptation. A fierce contest. At that moment, his fiancée, Du Shimi, was already breathless and disheveled, slumped in Jia Zhitong's room, her heart racing with anxiety. She recalled how Jia Zhitong had lunged at her last night, unable to voice her pregnancy. After a fierce standoff, she questioned the validity of her choices. Was she truly prepared to surrender herself to him? Meanwhile, Jia Zhitong, seething with anger from last night's humiliation, was nursing his swollen wounds while glaring at Sheng's departing figure. To his dismay, he spotted Sheng walking with Lin Meiying, his long-admired goddess, under an umbrella, which only fueled his rage. "Damn it, it was sheer luck that I didn't end you last night. Just as I had finally secured your fiancé, you dare to be seen with Lin Meiying, a woman even more stunning? Are you deliberately trying to infuriate me? Wait, last night, Lin Ming's wealthy fiancé was indeed in the adjacent room. Goodness, could it be that Sheng has the audacity to act so brazenly before her fiancé? Very well. If that is the case, I shall instruct my men to hasten their efforts to deal with you, Sheng, and seize the exquisite Lin Meiying for myself. After all, my purpose for being here tonight, aside from winning over Sheng's fiancé, was to eliminate the mysterious man and 2 women aboard that vessel. Such actions would surely elevate my standing in both political and business realms. Now I am resolute. I must conceal the truth from Du Shimi and expedite my plans to ensure Sheng's downfall." Suddenly, the sky darkened, crackling with thunder and lightning, as torrential rain poured down. It was merely 6 or 7 in the morning, yet it resembled the depths of night. Aren't you afraid your fiancé might see us now? The way you cling to me truly makes it seem as though you are my wife. Downstairs, witnessing his usually proud and queen-like superior so closely grasping his arm to drag him to the hospital, Sheng couldn't help but feel a swell of pride, especially as they now walked side by side under a single umbrella. One might mistakenly believe they were a couple. Don't be ridiculous. Are you seeking your own demise? Who said anything about becoming your wife and bearing your children? How absurd. As she scoffed, Lin Meiying fiercely lifted her long, fair leg clad in stockings, intending to strike Yi Sheng's ankle with the pointed tip of her high heel. However, Yi Sheng swiftly dodged. Lin Ming's foot met only air, causing her to stumble precariously, on the verge of falling. Yi Sheng, unfazed, caught her exquisite and voluptuous figure in his embrace, remarking, "Had I not been quick to catch you, you would have certainly taken a nasty spill." Boom! What? Suddenly provoked by his teasing, Lin Ming's ire intensified. "You scoundrel! After all this, you still dare to be insolent? Just wait until I have you examined. I shall not let you off lightly." Shouting, she hastily freed herself from Yi Sheng's grasp. After all, in all her years, no man had ever embraced her so intimately. "Very well, I shall be waiting," Yi Sheng replied nonchalantly, further inflaming Lin Ming's anger. "Where do you think you're going? My car is over there." Yet, just as she was about to pull Yi Sheng towards the hillside, a shocking scene unfolded before them. Help! Help! Someone please!" In an instant, they beheld a sizable wooden boat bobbing violently on the turbulent waters of the reservoir ahead. This vessel, typically a sightseeing boat equipped with a canopy and sofas for tourist comfort, was now quaking in distress, accompanied by cries for help. Without a doubt, the occupants were in peril. Is it a woman's voice calling for help? No, it sounds like two women. Wait, it seems to be a man and two women in distress. Uncertain of the circumstances, Lin Ming recalled recently acquiring a 30-year legacy symbol. And after being struck on the head by her with an ashtray, her hearing and perception, even her abilities, seemed to have transcended her previous limits. Indeed, at that moment, they suddenly spotted two stunning women, both around 27 or 28, struggling against several burly men clad in black, who were evidently intent on committing unspeakable acts. Help! Please! Someone help us! The two exquisite women cried out in desperation, fighting fiercely against their captors. Accompanying them was a man, seemingly in his 50s, who raised an oar defiantly against the formidable black-clad thugs. Yet, he ultimately fell short compared to the several burly men clad in black, who swiftly brought him down to the ground. Yi Sheng, let us leave quickly. Why are you meddling in this?" Lin Ming was naturally reluctant for Yi Sheng to interfere any further. After all, her primary concern was whether this scoundrel, Yi Sheng, was truly afflicted with a terminal illness, so she could determine her next course of action. How cold-hearted you are! Did you not see that those two beautiful women are on the verge of losing their dignity? In a moment of frustration, Yi Sheng let out a cold snort at her, then shook off her delicate hand that clutched his arm and dashed forward through the rain. This was his customary approach ever since he ardently followed his stunning master to delve into martial arts. Whenever he witnessed a beauty in distress, regardless of the perilous circumstances, he felt compelled to draw his sword in their defense. It also provided an opportunity to test the peculiar 30-year legacy he had just acquired. Furthermore, he suddenly recalled that the scoundrel Jia Jitai had boasted to do shimmy over the phone, declaring that he must eliminate one man and two women aboard the ship today, so that he could ascend to greatness and command the winds and rains. Damn it, Jia Jitai, I couldn't find you last night to settle the score. At the very least, I must ensure that your scheme comes to naught. Though he recognized that this was likely another of Jia Jitai's underhanded ploys to eliminate him as well. You rogue, are you truly so captivated by such beauty that you would risk your life? Hurry, just call the police. Lin Ming, witnessing Ye Sheng's Reklischärge, felt a mix of anger and urgency, forcing her to dial 110 for help while hastily following behind. Damn it, you lot, stop. What kind of men are you? Bullying two women with so many of you? As Yi Sheng valiantly and indignantly reached the edge of the vast reservoir, he suddenly realized that the stricken sightseeing boat was situated in the deeper waters. At that moment, if he wished to reach it, he would have to swim directly across. Without a second thought, he shouted and leaped into the water. In an instant, the black-clad men aboard, along with the man and two women in peril, seemed momentarily stunned. Just a little brat? Well, let's see if you can handle us 7 or 8. They jeered. It appears you have come here solely to meet your demise. The black-clad men, realizing it was merely a young rogue charging through the rain, and knowing he was the very person Jia Jitai had commanded them to eliminate, became exceedingly arrogant and smug. Thus, they were not in a hurry to attack Yi Sheng in the water. Instead, they treated him like a monkey, allowing him to clamber up onto the boat, drenched. Damn it, who are you? To bully men and women in broad daylight. At that moment, Yi Sheng completely disregarded the throbbing pain from the wound on his head, presenting himself with righteous indignation as he loudly admonished the 7 or 8 black-clad men. Huh, who do you think I am? When you reach the gates of the underworld, perhaps you should inquire with the king of hell himself. Yes, you lot. Continue to strip those 2 women of their garments. Once I have dealt with this insufferable brat, we shall revel in our pleasures together. Among them, a towering figure clad in black, clearly the ringleader, shouted as he raised his fist and charged fiercely at Yi Sheng. Crack! Bang! To their utter astonishment. Just as the menacing figures lunged at Yi Sheng, he unleashed a tempestuous surge of power and skill. It was as if a celestial being had descended, fierce and formidable. What? Damn it! Charge! Brothers, let us together vanquish this wretch. In their desperation, even those who initially sought to accost the stunning women rushed forward, intent on eliminating Yi Sheng first. Damn it, you beasts! Furious and undeterred by the prospect of life and death, Yi Sheng unleashed a flurry of kicks, sending the once arrogant black-clad men flying, collapsing onto the deck like discarded ragdolls, groaning in pain. Blood! It hurts! Run! Faced with such devastation, as many of their comrades lay battered and bloodied by Yi Sheng's might, the remaining black-clad henchmen disregarded any orders from Jia Jitai. In a panic, they scrambled for escape, shrieking as they dove into the water, fleeing as swiftly as they could. What? Handsome, oh handsome! We are eternally grateful. The 2 suddenly saved women, witnessing their rescue by such a striking young man, instantly faltered and fell into Yi Sheng's embrace. This sight only fueled Jia Jitai's fury as he watched, his teeth grinding in rage. Chapter 4. Driving the Fiancée to madness. What? Look, goodness, isn't that your pathetic fiancé? At this moment, in a lavish suite on the top floor of the Dragon and Phoenix Hotel, the second-generation official and businessman Jia Jitai could no longer contain his wrath. There he was, in his 30s, slick-haired and made up, yet with bruises adorning his face, a heavy gold chain around his neck, and fingers adorned with rings of gold. He peered through a telescope, fixated on the scene below, convinced he must be mistaken, for those black-clad thugs were indeed sent by him. To his dismay, just as he was on the brink of success, Yi Sheng's unexpected arrival had thwarted his plans. This was truly a devastating blow. Damn it, I had envisioned a grand leap forward in my ambitions, commanding the winds and the rains. Yet again, this little brat Yi Sheng has ruined everything. How shall I explain this to my superiors? I must ensure your demise. In a fit of rage and frustration, he abruptly seized the stunning and graceful woman standing beside him, intending to unleash a torrent of pent-up emotions and seek retribution. Yet, the exquisite lady in question was none other than Du Shimi, who had directly severed ties with Yi Sheng the previous night. How could this be? He, afflicted by a terminal illness with merely 3 months left to live, seemed utterly incapable of such vigor. Du Shimi, who had been kept in the dark, could scarcely believe that Yi Sheng possessed such remarkable strength, especially at a time when he was diagnosed with a dire condition. She had never witnessed such a formidable side of him in all the years they had known each other, prompting her to gasp in astonishment, almost compelled to rush downstairs to uncover the truth. Damn it, you asked me, but who should I ask? He thought. His newfound prowess was likely a fleeting moment of resurgence. Why was there such astonishment? As the white moonlight of Du Shimi's heart, Jia Jiqiao was unwilling to see her maintaining any lingering sentiments toward Yi Sheng. He erupted in irritation, voicing his displeasure. Faced with this, Du Shimi felt a wave of bitterness and embarrassment wash over her, compelling her to fix her gaze on Yi Sheng's actions below. 2 beautiful ladies. Are you all right? Allow me to assist you to the sofa over there. On the vessel, Yi Sheng, caught in the moment, swiftly embraced the 2 enchanting women, preparing to lead them to the nearby sofa. Just then, a man in his 50s approached, expressing his gratitude. Young man, I am truly thankful. However, the boat's engine is broken, and the paddles have been smashed by those ruffians. It will surely not move. Perhaps you could first ensure the safety of these 2 ladies on shore before coming back to rescue me? Upon hearing this, Yi Sheng's mind began to race. Goodness, this old man was indeed fortunate. Who would have thought that at such an advanced age, he could still attract the affections of 2 such radiant women? If only he could claim them both for himself. The thought made it difficult for Yi Sheng to consider letting go of these 2 earthly beauties. No, this cannot be. Before Yi Sheng could respond, the 2 stunning women simultaneously rejected the old man's suggestion. They immediately turned to Sheng, pleading, "Young man, please place us on that sofa first. You can help our guardian to shore and return for us later." What? Sheng was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, this old man was their guardian? In a society where such relationships were often questionable, he decided not to ponder further. Without hesitation, he embraced both enchanting women and leapt into the water, swimming with all his might toward the shore. Suddenly, the dam on the mountain burst, and a deluge of water surged forth, causing the current to swell and intensify dramatically. Amidst the tumultuous thunder and torrential rain, the surroundings transformed into a scene reminiscent of an apocalyptic deluge. Clearly, it was a perilous situation. "Do not be afraid. Do not be anxious," he reassured, embracing them tightly. "I am an excellent swimmer and will surely bring you both to safety." Suddenly, he noticed the two stunning women beside him appeared quite apprehensive, prompting Sheng to hold them closer while continuously offering words of comfort. Meanwhile, Lin Ming, who had already reached the shore, was filled with jealousy upon witnessing Sheng swimming with the two enchanting women. "Goodness, you scoundrel! Just last night, you were with me, and now you are so brazenly cavorting with beauties?" She seethed internally, wishing she could hurl a stone at him. Yet, Sheng, seemingly aware of her feelings, continued to embrace the two exquisite women while proudly calling out to Lin Ming, "Hey, Ming, quickly turn on your phone's flashlight so I can see where the shore is." Given the raging storm that rendered the sky as dark as night, his shout was entirely reasonable. However, Lin Ming's anger flared at his audacity. "Huh, scoundrel, I'll just insult you from here. You'd better swim overguided by my words," she retorted, feeling indignant as she considered herself his superior. How dare he command her while indulging in such frivolity? Thus, Sheng, with the two stunning women in his arms, swam forward with the fervor of a speeding yacht amidst the cacophony of thunder and rain. Eventually, he managed to bring the two women safely to the shore. Yet, before he could catch his breath, they clung to his legs, urgently pleading, "Handsome, please go rescue our godfather. He is incredibly important and cannot withstand even the slightest mishap." Seeing their distress, Sheng conceded, "All right." Just as he prepared to plunge back into the water, the irate Lin Ming swiftly blocked his path with her entire body. "You fool, do you not realize you have but 3 months to live?" she exclaimed. Hearing this, the two stunning women were nearly engulfed by despair as they witnessed the raging waters. If they could not rescue their godfather in time, the consequences would be dire. They cast aside their fears and implored Lin Ming, "Sister-in-law, please, allow your husband to save our godfather. He is truly important to us. If you help him, I am certain he will express his gratitude." "What? You dare call me sister-in-law?" Lin Ming, nearly furious enough to explode, quickly corrected them. Who claims he is my husband? I certainly do not possess such a disgraceful spouse. He is merely an inconspicuous subordinate among my employees." However, Sheng paid little heed to such trivialities. With the mountain flood looming perilously close, the two stunning women before him appeared so woefully vulnerable that he plunged back into the water without a moment's hesitation. You must ensure your safety." In an instant, the three captivating women on the shore wore expressions filled with profound concern for Sheng. This only served to amplify his valor, and within a mere 10 minutes, he managed to rescue the man in his 50s. Panting heavily, he emerged, while simultaneously standing at the top floor of the Dragon and Phoenix Hotel. Du Shimi was equally anxious, peering through the floor-to-ceiling windows. She clutched her racing heart and muttered to herself, "Sheng, you truly have no regard for your own life. I sincerely hope you never uncover my secret. Perhaps you could take all our past love and affection with you to the netherworld. If there's a next life, let's live together blissfully then." As she spoke, tears of confusion glistened in her eyes. Was it regret she felt, or was something else entirely? Chapter 5. An explosive encounter. A windfall of affection. Yet at this moment, Sheng remained utterly oblivious to the fact that his fiancée, he was still at the Dragon and Phoenix Hotel. In the company of her so-called white moonlight, the second-generation official businessman, Jia Zhitong, who was watching him with a look of astonishment and dismay. The rain continued to pour relentlessly. Meanwhile, in a pavilion below, figures of men and women swayed as they sought shelter from the rain. "Young man, we are immensely grateful to you. Were it not for your bravery, we might have perished here." The man in his 50s, disregarding his drenched clothing, firmly grasped Sheng's hand, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Indeed, This young man is not only handsome, but possesses remarkable skills and a heart of gold. Foster father, shouldn't we express our appreciation to him properly? The two stunning women, supporting their foster father, chimed in enthusiastically. Their enchanting eyes lingered on Sheng, as if they wished to leap forward and bestow a kiss upon him. You all. What good are your words without action? How will you show your gratitude? At that moment, Lin Meiying, standing to the side, was incensed, particularly when she observed the two exquisite beauties, nearly her equal in allure, utterly captivated by Sheng. Her jealousy became increasingly uncontainable, prompting her to retort deliberately. After all, in this harsh reality, the world is often cold-hearted, and instances of betrayal are far from rare. She instinctively sensed that the man and the two women before her merely offered superficial expressions of gratitude, devoid of any genuine appreciation for Sheng. Oh, who are you? Are you his wife? In that moment, the man in his 50s appeared to finally notice the stunning woman standing beside Sheng, presumably his wife or girlfriend. Consequently, he felt compelled to probe further. Shaw, I certainly do not have such a despicable husband. He is merely the most inconspicuous and pathetic employee under my command. In a bid to belittle Sheng and elevate her own status, thereby cultivating a negative impression of him in the minds of the two exquisite women, Lin Meiying hastily interjected. Oh, the expression of the man in his 50s suddenly darkened, his square face tightening visibly. He thought to himself, how unexpected that a distinguished elder could be so overshadowed by this woman before him. He swiftly cast a glance at Sheng, then back and forth between his two stunning foster daughters, and suddenly an idea struck him. He laughed heartily, saying, Young man, since you are not yet married, how about I offer you both of my foster daughters as potential wives? Feel free to choose. What do you think? After all, you are a similar age. A match made in heaven. Boom! At his words, not only was Lin Meiying taken aback, but even his two exquisite foster daughters were momentarily stunned. Even Sheng could not help but gasp in disbelief. Sir, please do not jest. If you are attempting to provoke me, at least speak some truth. In this moment, Lin Meiying seemed the first to regain her composure. She thought, alas, I should not have brought this misfortune upon myself. However, this old man was undoubtedly joking with Sheng, intending merely to irritate her. Being the astute woman she was, there was no way she would fall for his trick again. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, she firmly grasped Sheng's arm and turned to leave. Wait. The man in his 50s, however, directly obstructed their path. Young man, if you find it difficult to simultaneously choose between my two daughters, I shall keep them by my side for now. Whenever you desire them, do not hesitate to speak up. Oh, and by the way, do tell me your name and the name of your workplace. I must express my gratitude properly. Upon hearing this, the two exquisite women seemed to finally snap back to reality, eagerly urging, Yes, yes, you must tell him. Also, let us connect on WeChat. At that moment, Sheng found himself hesitating. If only he were not stricken with a terminal illness, with merely 3 months of life remaining, he would surely seize the opportunity to engage in some flirtation with such stunning beauties. After all, he had just been dumped by his fiancée, and had not been with a woman for several months. The impulse was undeniably present. At this moment, Lin Meiying could not help but let out a cold laugh. Oh, so you wish to express your gratitude to him? Very well. Allow me to enlighten you. His name is Sheng, a mere subordinate in the Engineering Emergency Department of the Engineering Technology Division at our Guiding Group's Hailing City branch. Remember that, will you? Seemingly intent on provoking her adversaries, she enumerated Sheng's lengthy title and affiliation in one breath. However, if you intend to add him on WeChat, I suggest you reconsider. With that, she promptly grasped Sheng and swiftly attempted to depart from the scene. Her thoughts raced. She needed to get Sheng checked out immediately. If it turned out he did not suffer from any terminal illness, she would certainly ensure he faced her wrath. All right, I've noted that. You all, hurry up and add him on WeChat. Seeing that he was about to lose his grip on Lin Meiying, pulling Sheng away, the man in his 50s hastily instructed his two stunning goddaughters. Uncle, I merely intervened out of a sense of justice. A trifling matter unworthy of mention. However, meeting these two beautiful ladies is indeed a delightful experience. At that moment, Sheng finally broke free from Lin Meiying's grasp and smiled at them. He thought to himself that his primary motive had been to thwart Jia Zhitiao's nefarious plans. Yet he had stumbled upon such an unexpected romantic encounter. It was worth it. He then fished out his trusty, fully waterproof phone from his damp pocket. The phone still functioned, though it responded sluggishly after being submerged, causing him to take quite a while to add the two enchanting women on WeChat and exchange numbers. Huh. All set. Godfather, let them go. The moment the two captivating women added Sheng on WeChat, they erupted with excitement, akin to children who had just received a coveted candy. Now that is more like it. The man in his 50s finally bid farewell to Sheng with a reluctant smile. Once Sheng and Lin Ming's figures vanished into the rain, he turned to his two stunning goddaughters with a grin. This young man is surely a remarkable individual. If we do not adequately express our gratitude, it would reflect poorly on our worth. Let's leave quickly. This place may still be perilous. Oh, indeed. Let us go. The two striking women suddenly recalled the near encounter with those black-clad ruffians and hurriedly assisted their godfather as they departed the scene in haste. Chapter 6. The chaotic entanglement in the car. Damn it, Sheng. How dare you ruin my plans? I swear I will kill you. At that moment, from the floor-to-ceiling window of the room at the Longfeng Hotel, Jia Zhiqiao, who had been watching through binoculars as Sheng rescued the man and two women, could no longer contain his fury and bellowed. Huh? No, please. At that instant, the already agitated Du Shimi hurriedly intervened to stop him. You are aware that Sheng has merely 3 months left to live, and in order to be with you, I ended my relationship with him last night. Could you not, for my sake, show him some mercy? After all, she and Sheng once shared genuine love, and she is now pregnant with a child. As she witnesses Jia Zhitai preparing to take drastic measures against him, her heart wavers. It seems you are still quite reluctant to part with him. Very well. If you wish for me to spare him, then you must promptly disrobe, allowing me to enjoy you multiple times. With a commanding shout, Jia Zhitai suddenly seized Du Shimi, exuding an air of dominance. Zhitai, did you not promise me that after a few days, once you officially ended your engagement, I would surrender my body to you? You cannot coerce me like this. As Jia Zhitai appeared ready to resort to violence, Du Shimi instinctively recoiled, her voice trembling. A few more days? Do you truly believe I am a monk? Besides, in my presence, do not attempt to play the virtuous maiden. I desire you now. With a shout, Jia Zhitai revealed his true nature, lunging towards the alluring and seductive Du Shimi. Meanwhile, in Lin Ming's car, Sheng was driving, while Lin Ming sat in the passenger seat, visibly enraged. You deceitful scoundrel. It seems your so-called terminal illness is pure fabrication. Just look at how you were ogling those two vixens. You were positively lecherous. Pray tell, would a man with a terminal illness, with only 3 months to live, react in such a manner? Recalling the wildness of last night with Sheng, only to now be infuriated by him, Lin Ming felt as though her temper might combust. Sigh. Sheng wished to explain, yet found himself at a loss for words. If he were truly afflicted with a terminal illness, why had his swimming skills improved so remarkably in a moment of desperation? And why did his desire for beautiful women seem to grow insatiable? Yet, if he were not genuinely ill, why would his fiancée raise such an issue? After all, this was no trifling matter. Could it be related to the 30-year inheritance symbol he had just acquired? Hell, what? You have nothing to say now, do you? I believe you are deliberately trying to deceive me. I shall call the police immediately. As Sheng stammered, Lin Ming became even more convinced of her suspicions and reached for her phone to dial emergency services. However, Sheng swiftly snatched the phone from her grasp. You are utterly unreasonable. If you do not cease this behavior, I would not hesitate to engage in further intimacy with you right here in the car. Already burdened with frustration, he did not expect Lin Ming to continue her relentless pursuit, prompting him to threaten her. Good heavens, you dare to threaten me? You scoundrel. I see you have grown quite bold. Return my phone immediately. I'm going to call the police. Lin Ming exclaimed, completely disregarding her usual graceful and haughty demeanor. She lunged forward, attempting to reclaim the device from Sheng's grasp. With a screech of brakes, the car suddenly swerved dangerously, nearly colliding with the guardrail and careening down the slope. Are you trying to kill yourself? In a fit of rage, Sheng flung open the car door and dashed to the passenger side. With a forceful motion, he yanked open the door and forcibly dragged Lin Ming out. What are you doing? Let me go, you jerk. Lin Ming could hardly believe that the usually submissive Sheng was now resorting to such aggressive measures. She instinctively covered her damp dress, struggling against him. I'll show you who's in charge. No more will I tolerate your constant bullying. Fueled by anger, Sheng decided he would no longer indulge her. He hoisted her entire form onto his shoulder as if she were a mere bundle of soft goods. In the past, he had lived in fear of her dismissing him, dreading the prospect of facing his fiancée, and her family. He had endured her torment in silence. But now, he felt liberated. If there was ever a moment to teach her a lesson, it was now. With a series of sharp slaps to her thigh, he made his intentions known. You scoundrel! How dare you strike me? I will not back down. Lin Ming was no pushover. She retaliated fiercely, wrapping her arms around Sheng's neck, trying to bite him again. In a chaotic moment, they lost their balance and tumbled into the passenger seat, entangled in each other. How does it feel? Are you scared now? You're finished. After what felt like an eternity, when Lin Ming opened her eyes again, she glared fiercely at Sheng, wishing she could obliterate him. This is what you get for your actions. If you continue to misbehave, I might just do it again. Sheng retorted defiantly. Fuming, Lin Ming fantasized about smashing his skull with a brick, stabbing him in the chest, or even consuming his flesh and drinking his blood. Goodness, it seems your claims of being terminally ill are nothing but a ruse. I refuse to accompany you for a diagnosis. You can find your own way home. I'm heading back. At this juncture, Lin Ming was utterly convinced that Sheng was not suffering from a terminal illness. Nor was it possible that he had merely 3 months left to live. In a frenzy, she seized her phone back, determined to eject him from the vehicle. She had to rush to the nearest pharmacy to procure that emergency contraceptive. However, Sheng remained remarkably composed, exhibiting a nonchalant demeanor as he remarked, "Well, whether I am indeed terminally ill or have only 3 months to live can be ascertained with a trip to the hospital. After all, you have oppressed me for so long, and I have merely reciprocated your actions a couple of times. I consider us even." Chapter 7. Settling with the unfaithful fiancé, you scoundrel. Go to hell. Lin Ming could no longer contain her seething rage and attempted to shove him out of the car. "Oh, don't be angry. Then I shall not see you off," Sheng replied, feigning a mischievous grin as he prepared to escape her clutches. This only fueled Lin Ming's fury, prompting her to accelerate and execute a swift drift, propelling the car towards the city office at breakneck speed. "Damn it, you bastard. You actually dared to take advantage of me twice. I will not spare you," she resolutely declared, doubting the veracity of his claim about having only 3 months left to live, while cursing Sheng under her breath as she drove. At that moment, Sheng was about to hail a taxi when a sudden, excruciating pain gripped his abdomen, causing him to feel nauseous. He had endured this agony for quite some time, yet each attempt to seek medical attention was thwarted by his future mother-in-law, who insisted that Du Shimi should not waste money on Sheng, as he was merely a man awaiting his demise. In her view, spending a single penny on his treatment was a frivolous act. Consequently, Du Shimi had never provided financial assistance for Sheng's medical care. Since he had lost his job, his income had diminished significantly, making it nearly impossible for him to cover his mortgage and living expenses, let alone afford treatment. Furthermore, his parents had exhausted all their savings to ensure he could marry with a car and a house, even borrowing from relatives and friends to the point where they nearly could not afford his sister's tuition. If his parents were to discover that he was stricken with a terminal illness, it would likely shatter them. Alas, fate seems to have a penchant for targeting the most beleaguered souls. If only his exquisite martial arts and medical prowess stepmother had not gone missing, she might have been able to assist him. It was truly regrettable that he had not heeded her advice to merge with her and enhance his own medical skills. Nevertheless, given the circumstances, he resolved that when he quietly departed from this world, he must ensure that his parents and sister would be left with some financial support. With these thoughts in mind, Sheng had no intention of seeking another diagnosis at the hospital. Instead, he endeavored to endure the abdominal pain, planning to return home first to settle his financial affairs with his fiancée, Du Shimi, who had recently expressed her desire to break off their engagement. I truly hope she experiences a moment of conscience, refraining from being excessively ruthless, and returns what rightfully belongs to her, her house and car. In doing so, I will be able to leave my parents and sister with a greater inheritance. Suddenly, at that very moment, Sheng's phone rang loudly, startling him. He was unsure who could be calling at such a time, but he quickly covered his aching abdomen with one hand while hastily retrieving his phone with the other. Upon glancing at the screen, he was momentarily taken aback. The caller was none other than Lu Yueying, the fiancée of his own betrothed, Du Shimi, and the daughter of the influential businessman, Jia Zhitong. What on earth could she want to speak with me about? Sheng's mind raced with the possibility that she was seeking retribution for his fiancée, Du Shimi, having taken her fiancé. regardless of his apprehension. Sheng knew he had to confront this call. Lu Yueying, at the prime age of 27 or 28, was not only tall and alluring, possessing a captivating beauty that surpassed Du Shimi's, but she was also exceptionally talented. Having become the director of the engineering management department at their esteemed company at a young age, directly overseeing Du Shimi. With such breathtaking beauty and remarkable capabilities, Sheng found himself perplexed as to why that scoundrel, Jia Zhitong, would willingly abandon her in pursuit of Du Shimi. Ahem, hello. Sheng coughed as he answered the call. On the other end, Lu Yueying spoke gently. Hello, Sheng, do you have a moment? Could you come over to see me? My cousin has a matter to discuss with you. If you can assist her in resolving this issue, I assure you that your career will soar to new heights. Sheng was taken aback by her words, given that he, Du Shimi, Jia Zhitong, and Lu Yueying all attended the same university. Their relationships had remained amicable post-graduation, especially during Jia Zhitong's 2 years abroad for further studies. Lu Yueying had grown particularly close to Sheng, often inciting jealousy in Du Shimi. Sheng was well aware of Lu Yueying's cousin, Zhao Xinyan, who was the second wife of their engineering department's general manager, Wu Lihong, and renowned for her stunning beauty. Had she been as young as Lin Meiying, it would have been difficult to determine who held the title of the company's leading beauty. What could this matter be? Sheng suddenly mused that if he were to develop a relationship with Wu Lihong's second wife, it might expedite the resolution of his own predicament. This truly seemed like a fortuitous opportunity, a stroke of luck that was hard to come by. However, considering he had only 3 months left to live, he hesitated at the prospect of embroiling himself in further complications. With a cautious tone, he probed Lu Yueying. You'll find out once you arrive. One you? Lu Yueying teased, playfully withholding information. All right then, where are you right now? I shall hasten over immediately. Out of curiosity, and to ascertain whether Lu Yueying intends to marry Jia Zhitao today, Sheng did not hesitate to inquire about her address and hurriedly set off. With the rush of wind, the taxi he was in finally arrived at the resplendent Longhu Grand Hotel. However, he was unaware that this opulent establishment was not meant for just anyone to enter. As he instructed the taxi to pull over, several security guards approached menacingly, brandishing electric batons to shoo him away. Begone. Do you know where you are? Here. No vehicle worth less than 5 million is permitted to approach. And you think you can just waltz in here in a taxi? Upon witnessing this, Sheng was filled with indignation. He thought to himself, in the capital, even taxis can stop at the entrance of Zongnanhai, yet here they won't even allow a taxi to come close. Just as he was about to confront the arrogant security guards, a graceful and stunning woman rushed forth. Hey, security, he's my friend. Please let him go. Upon seeing her, the guards immediately shifted their demeanor, no longer intent on harassing Sheng. Yueying, Sheng began to speak, but Lu Yueying, with her alluring curves, quickly approached him. Sheng, I have been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Come, my cousin is inside waiting for you. Without allowing Sheng a moment to process, she extended her delicate hand, tightly clutching his arm, and led him toward the hotel entrance. Chapter 8. Thrilling. Irresistible. It must be said that Lu Yueying was indeed a breathtaking beauty. In that moment, her youthful and graceful figure, enveloped in a form-fitting black dress, resembled a blossoming lotus emerging from the water, sensual and enchanting. Even a gentle sway of her body was enough to captivate any man, rendering them utterly entranced. Were she to possess a few more years of refinement, or exhibit a touch more allure, she might even eclipse Lin Meiying, the foremost beauty, in terms of seduction. At this moment, Sheng could hardly fathom why that scoundrel Jia Zhitao would willingly abandon such an exquisite fiancée, striving instead to take Du Shimi from him. Could it truly be that others' wives and women are the most desirable? Yueying, weren't you supposed to marry Jia Zhitao today? Why have you suddenly sought me out? Sheng felt compelled to voice his confusion, especially since Du Shimi had mentioned this matter to him the previous night. Oh, marriage? Lu Yueying gazed at Sheng in bewilderment. Did you hear something from your Du Shimi? I must inform you, despite our familiarity, that she is indeed my close confidant. Yet I must reiterate, Du Shimi is not a woman to be underestimated. All along, Lu Yueying has harbored doubts about Sheng's relationship with Du Shimi, and thus, every time she encounters Sheng, she cannot help but voice her concerns. Upon hearing this, Sheng is momentarily taken aback, pondering if Du Shimi has deceived him. Lu Yueying clearly has no intention of marrying Jia Zhitao. However, isn't Jia Zhitao pressuring you into marriage? Observing Lu Yueying's apparent ignorance, Sheng cautiously probes further, seeking to ascertain whether Du Shimi had indeed misled him the previous night. To his surprise, this inquiry provokes a strong reaction from Lu Yueying. Does he dare to pressure me into marriage? Were it not for my family's insistence on my association with him, I would prefer never to lay eyes on him. Sheng, I am unafraid to confess that from the very beginning, I have harbored feelings for you. For all these years, I have not allowed Jia Jitao to touch even a finger of mine, all in the hope that one day, after your separation from Du Shimi, we might be together. It is evident that she is unaware of Du Shimi's mention of breaking up with Sheng the previous night. Nor does she know that Sheng is afflicted with a terminal illness, with but 3 months left to live. Upon hearing this, Sheng cannot help but mock himself. After all, Jia Jitao is a second-generation official businessman, possessing both wealth and power. One mind comparison. At that moment, Lu Yueying, who had been embracing Sheng's arm, was about to step through the magnificent hotel entrance. Yet upon hearing Sheng's words, she abruptly halted, drawing closer to his chest. In that instant, a unique fragrance enveloped him, as if an alluring warmth swiftly flowed from her towards Sheng. Sheng, do you truly believe I am the kind of woman who covets power? I have told you countless times I'm not like Du Shimi. I love you for who you are, not for any external attributes. Moreover, you're not only strikingly handsome, but you also exude a distinctive masculine charm. I believe that as long as you are with me, no matter the circumstances, you will inevitably become an unparalleled man. In that moment, Sheng's heart ignited with fervor. Such encouraging and heartfelt words had never been uttered to him by Du Shimi. If it were not for his terminal illness and the limited time he had left, he might have embraced her tightly, showering her with passionate and grateful kisses. Do you truly have such faith in me? Sheng suddenly mused aloud. What do you think? Lu Yueying seemed to receive an unspoken affirmation, irresistibly drawing closer to Sheng. She extended her delicate hand and pressed it against his chest, saying, if you're willing to part ways with Du Shimi today, I would not hesitate to accompany you to obtain a marriage certificate tomorrow. What do you say? Her words astonished Sheng, leaving him utterly speechless. He could hardly fathom that she harbored such profound and fervent affection for him. Overwhelmed with gratitude, he instinctively reached out, encircling her slender waist to convey his appreciation. At that moment, however, a breathtakingly beautiful woman, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens, emerged from the entrance. She was stunning to the point of madness, appearing to be in her late 30s. She was not only tall and voluptuous, but also exuded a mature charm akin to a rose blooming in the spring, radiating captivating brilliance. Her face was strikingly graceful, with sparkling eyes, a refined nose, and delicate crimson lips. Just a glance was enough to evoke the enchanting allure of Eastern femininity. Particularly mesmerizing was her flowing hair, which left Sheng momentarily breathless. Oh, cousin, you have finally arrived. And who is this? She inquired, her tone a blend of urgency and restrained politeness as she surveyed the flustered Lu Yueying and Sheng, who were hastily disengaging from one another. This is the dashing Sheng I mentioned, the most handsome man in our city. What do you think? Is he not more handsome than Yanzu? Lu Yueying, seemingly attempting to mask the previous intimate atmosphere between her and Sheng, playfully tossed her disheveled hair and chuckled softly. Well, at first glance, he is indeed quite handsome. Zhao Xinyan, Lu Yueying's older cousin, had already been scrutinizing Sheng and couldn't help but give a thumbs up in admiration. Of course, cousin, I have brought you the man you requested. If you are satisfied, perhaps you might show your appreciation. Noticing how Zhao Xinyan was instantly captivated by Sheng, Lu Yueying realized she had successfully fulfilled her cousiness' request. Although she was still unaware of why Zhao Xinyan wanted her to find the most handsome man to introduce, she understood that presenting Sheng to Zhao Xinyan would undoubtedly elevate him to great heights. This was precisely why Lu Yueying had been so eager to bring him along. All right, when we get back, I will buy you a handbag. How's that sound? Zhao Xinyan, unable to conceal her excitement, immediately promised Lu Yueying. I'm not interested in your handbag. I only care about you. Once we help you with your matters, you must remember to assist Sheng in rising to prominence and persuade him to break up with his fiancée, so that he can be with me. Lu Yueying insisted, recalling Zhao Xinyan's previous promise. Chapter 9. Her thrilling mission. Very well. I shall take him inside. Without allowing Lu Yueying a moment to react, Zhao Xinyan promptly led Yi Sheng toward the Grand Hotel. At that moment, Yi Sheng felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him, as he was engrossed in conversation with Lu Yueying about their shared experiences. He completely neglected to inquire what task his cousin Zhao Xinyan had requested him to undertake this time. Well, I shall wait for you both in the CAF downstairs. Once you are done, do hurry down to find me. Also, dear cousin, please do not pressure him into doing anything he is unwilling to do. You must return him to me intact. Noticing Zhao Xinyan's flustered demeanor, Lu Yueying couldn't help but remind her and then proceeded directly inside. Goodness. As Yi Sheng abruptly entered the Grand Hotel, he was instantly awestruck by the opulent and resplendent surroundings. It far surpassed the skyscrapers that Dubai incessantly lauds, making it feel as though each step he took was treading upon rare treasures. It was no wonder that the security guards had reacted with indignation when they saw him arriving in a taxi. After all, this was not a place for the average person to enter. Aha, let's go. You must follow me. At that moment, as Zhao Xinyan reluctantly bid farewell to Lu Yueying while making her way towards the CF, she suddenly seized Yi Sheng's arm with an air of exhilaration, leading him towards the elevator. Oh, Yi Sheng did not resist. However, as he found himself walking alongside the wife of such a high-ranking official, and with her so closely beside him, he felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him, particularly when he caught sight of Zhao Xinyan's alluring and voluptuous figure swaying before his eyes. His mind went completely blank. What kind of assistance could she possibly require from him? Given his own lack of resources, what could he possibly do to help her? As they stood in the elevator, pressed closely against such a mature and enticing woman, Yi Sheng found himself mulling over these questions incessantly. Click, bang, with the sound of the door opening. Yi Sheng was jolted back to reality as he peered inside. Why so nervous? Observing Yi Sheng se distracted de menor. Zhao Xinyan opened the door while tugging at his arm to usher him inside with her. And no, as her enchanting figure drew near, and he caught a whiff of her unique and delightful fragrance, Yi Sheng couldn't help but swallow hard, hurriedly denying any nervousness. As long as that's the case. Wow, I truly did not expect you to be this handsome. At first, I thought that little Lu Yueying was pulling my leg, but it turns out to be true. At last, Zhao Xinyan released him, showering Yi Sheng with compliments. Without giving him a moment to respond, she suddenly pushed him onto the sofa. Young man, now, it is just the two of us here. How do you feel? Boom! Upon hearing this, Yi Sheng was instantly thrown into a state of confusion. He never imagined that Lu Yueying's cousin would be so infatuated with him, and that things would escalate so quickly. In a moment of indecision, Yi Sheng found himself at a loss for words. He mused that had he not been afflicted with a terminal illness, with merely 3 months left to live, he would have long since lost control and swept her into his embrace. After all, her exquisite and mature allure was akin to a blooming rose. Let me enlighten you. I am quite aware of your predicament. My cousin Lu Yueying has informed me that your fiancée is utterly unworthy of you. Should you assist me in resolving this matter, I shall not only elevate your standing within the municipal company, but also grant you the opportunity to pursue a relationship with my cousin Lu Yueying. You may know that although she is ostensibly engaged to Jia Zhitong, she has yet to allow him even a fleeting touch. Moreover, if that does not suffice, you may even consider me. It is uncertain whether she was genuinely captivated by Yi Sheng or merely attempting to entice him into aiding her, yet she boldly drew closer, poised as if ready to pounce. At that moment, Yi Sheng's heart raced uncontrollably, especially when Zhao Xinyan, with her long, elegant legs, prepared to sit beside him. He felt as though he were on the brink of suffocation. So, could you tell me what you need me to do? Suddenly sensing a chance for reinstatement, Yi Sheng seized the opportunity to inquire. To his astonishment, Zhao Xinyan did not provide a direct answer, but instead leaned in, bringing her luscious red lips tantalizingly close. If I were to ask you to assist me in winning over a particularly stunning woman, would you be willing? The word struck Yi Sheng like a thunderclap, leaving him momentarily stunned. He could scarcely believe his ears. Just moments ago, he had been utterly captivated by this enchanting woman, only to discover that she desired his help to pursue another. Such an astonishing and absurd proposition was beyond the realm of his imagination. Went over? Who exactly? He hastily pressed for clarification. Well, the situation is as follows, Zhao Xinyan continued, her sultry lips lingering near him. You likely understand that I am merely compelled to maintain our family's interests within municipal company, which is why I am associated with Wu Lihan. It parallels Lu Yueying being forced to remain with Jia Zhitong despite her lack of affection for him. However, within the confines of this Longhu Grand Hotel, there exists a remarkably stunning socialite who frequently harasses Wu Lihong, claiming to be carrying his child and insisting on bringing him to ruin. Let me put it this way. While I have no desire to dictate the type of woman Wu Lihong wishes to pursue, should that scoundrel find himself in peril, not only would he suffer the consequences, but our entire family's interests would face severe jeopardy. Moreover, at present, the municipal company is undergoing a significant restructuring of its major divisions. Should the influential figure behind that socialite wish to bring down Wu Lihong, it would indeed be a foregone conclusion. Thus, after conferring with him, I resolved to enlist a gentleman to pursue her, even resorting to certain subtle tactics to entice her into a liaison, capturing some evidence in the process. In such a case, no matter how outrageous that socialite might behave, she would likely be unable to affect Wu Lihong. To expedite Yi Sheng's agreement, Zhao Xinyan, while speaking, continuously shook his arm, adopting a coy demeanor. Chapter 10. Arousing the Desire to Conquer. At these words, Yi Sheng was momentarily taken aback. It was not that he was disinclined to engage in such activities. Rather, he suddenly perceived that the overwhelming wealth surrounding him stood in stark contrast to his terminal illness, leaving him with but 3 months to live, a comparison that was decidedly morbid. Yet I seem to be unable to wait any longer. Boom! What? Zhao Xinyan was instantly bewildered. If he had outright refused, she might have surmised that a strikingly handsome young man could understandably hesitate to partake in such matters. However, his declaration of impatience left her utterly perplexed. Consequently, she moved even closer to Yi Sheng, preparing to patiently persuade him further. Young man, you need not worry. That socialite is incredibly beautiful. Just look at her allure. How could you not feel the urge to conquer her? As she spoke, Zhao Xinyan hastily retrieved her phone, searching through a gallery for several photographs of the socialite, which she promptly presented to Yi Sheng. Yi Sheng had not been concerned about looking, but upon seeing the images, he gasped in astonishment. The socialite depicted in the photos was nothing short of ethereal. If Zhao Xinyan could be rated above 98, this socialite would undoubtedly score a staggering 999, rivaling even Lin Meiying, the city's premier flower who captivates all. The only reason she did not receive a perfect score was due to her profession and the disreputable methods she employed to ensnare Wu Lihong, which was quite disheartening. Are you suggesting she is provocative, despicable, and unworthy? Yi Sheng seemed unable to believe that such a breathtaking and alluring socialite could possibly be so. Indeed, Zhao Xinyan almost blurted out, "Consider this. Women in the social scene are often solely focused on attaching themselves to powerful and wealthy men, offering not just their bodies, but employing nearly any means necessary. Do you not think such women are exceedingly provocative, despicable, and unworthy?" "Oh, perhaps," Yi Sheng replied contemplatively. Yet, for reasons unknown, the moment he caught sight of that stunning socialite in the photograph, an instinct within him suggested that she might not be as Zhao Xinyan had described. Rather, she seemed to possess an air of transcendent pride. "Then, have you agreed?" Seeing Yi Sheng's apparent interest in the captivating socialite, Zhao Xinyan eagerly pressed for an answer. It is indeed possible, yet Yi Sheng had no intention of concealing the truth any longer. He was on the verge of hesitantly revealing his terminal illness when Zhao Xinyan promptly interrupted him, exclaiming, "What do you mean by just?" "Yes, you. A strikingly handsome and spirited young man like yourself will undoubtedly entice her to bed with but a single encounter." Startled, Yi Sheng couldn't help but smile faintly, reflecting that if it weren't for his terminal condition, with merely 3 months of life remaining, he would certainly possess that confidence. Hence, he reluctantly began to clarify, "No, it's not that reason." However, before he could elaborate, Zhao Xinyan eagerly fanned the flames of her proposal, as if fearing rejection. "Then what is the reason? You know, I have been searching for a young man like you for quite some time. If there are any conditions you desire, feel free to state them. I, Zhao Xinyan, will be more than willing to accommodate." Indeed, as the wife of the general manager of a prominent department and a distinguished vice president at the city hospital, finding a charming man was not a daunting task. Yet, discovering someone reliable who captured her admiration was a rare find. Conversely, should Yi Sheng promptly acquiesce to such a dubious proposition, she might perceive him differently, thinking he was merely lustful and opportunistic. It was his hesitant and faltering demeanor that intrigued her immensely. No, it is because of me," realizing that Zhao Xinyan might misconstrue his intentions. Yi Sheng quickly embraced her alluring figure and pressed a finger to her lips, attempting to explain. It is because I have merely 3 months left to live. The revelation struck Zhao Xinyan like a thunderclap, causing her to tremble. What? You have only 3 months to live? How could this be? As the vice president of a hospital renowned for its medical expertise, she could not fathom that Yi Sheng bore any semblance of illness. Consequently, she assumed it was merely a ruse to reject her advances. Yes, I am in the late stages of pancreatic cancer. Reaching this juncture, Yi Sheng felt compelled to disclose the truth, lest she assume he was merely reluctant. What? Late-stage pancreatic cancer? My goodness, that is the most formidable of cancers. Zhao Xinyan gasped in shock, nearly tumbling from his side. However, as an experienced medical professional, she quickly regained her composure after glancing at Yi Sheng. Surely, you cannot think of a more ingenious way to reject me and concoct such a tale to deceive me? She teased, observing that he appeared far too robust to be afflicted by such a grievous ailment, especially one as terrifying as late-stage pancreatic cancer. Despite her background in Western medicine, she understood the principles of health, and Yi Sheng did not strike her as a man beset by serious illness. With a sudden smile, she reached out her delicate hand and playfully poked at his impressive abdominal muscles. It is said that if someone like you claims to be suffering from a grave illness, such as cancer, then there would scarcely be a healthy person left in the world. Truly, do not refuse me any longer. I can assure you that once you agree to deal with that troublesome socialite, I will immediately have Wu Lihong appoint you as the special assistant to the general manager of the engineering technology division at the city company. Furthermore, within a year and a half, I can guarantee your promotion to the position of deputy general manager within the division. In short, if you desire a position, I shall provide it. If you seek wealth, I shall grant you riches, and if you require assistance, I shall deliver it. At this juncture, Zhao Xinyan finds herself with no retreat. For the sake of her family's interests, she must proceed with this plan. Concurrently, she harbors another thought: to cultivate Yi Sheng continuously until he is capable of shouldering the responsibilities of general manager of the division and safeguarding her family's interests within the city company. Once that is achieved, her family will likely cease to pressure her, allowing her to leave Wu Lihong and be with Yi Sheng permanently. Even being Yi Sheng's concubine will be 100 times preferable to being Wu Lihong's wife. Thus, she ardently embraced Yi Sheng and declared, "If you are worried, I shall take you to the city company hospital right away for a comprehensive examination. I am confident that you are as healthy as an ox." Chapter 11. Astonishing. Thus, Yi Sheng quickly followed Zhao Xinyan to the city company hospital. However, as a series of examinations commenced, his emotions were tumultuous. Naturally, he did not wish to be afflicted with a terminal illness, with only 3 months to live. Yet, if he were to be diagnosed as healthy, why would his former fiancée, Du Shimi, resort to such deception? How could she possibly carry this out? Was it merely to expedite their separation, so she could be with her idealized figure, Jia Zhitong? If that were the case, she could have simply ended their relationship directly. Thus, during this hour of relentless examinations, Yi Sheng's heart endured a torment that lasted over an hour. Perhaps others could not fathom such anguish. It felt akin to being betrayed by one's closest kin through the most despicable means. Alas, I truly hope I am not suffering from late-stage pancreatic cancer. I sincerely wish I were not so healthy, for even a misdiagnosis would be more bearable than the painful truth of Du Shimi's deliberate deception. In an instant, Yi Sheng was filled with trepidation. Nevertheless, Zhao Xinyan remained unfazed by his anxiety, approaching her role with the seriousness of a dedicated physician, diligently conducting professional examinations. Yet, when she inadvertently met Yi Sheng's frantic gaze, she gently reached out her delicate hands to caress his head. Yi Sheng felt as though he were a schoolboy suddenly favored by a female teacher, overwhelmed by an unprecedented surge of excitement and warmth. Even though he was already aware that Zhao Xinyan sought his assistance, her affection for him was evidently not something that could be easily articulated through mere transactions. In other words, she had genuinely expressed her feelings of love. Are you still quite worried?" Zhao Xinyan said with a playful smile, her lips curling upward as she looked at Yi Sheng. Yes, indeed. After all, this ailment was no trivial matter. Reflecting on the excruciating abdominal pain he had endured in silence for so long, he hesitated to seek further diagnosis or treatment, not only due to financial concerns, but also the fear of losing both health and wealth. If it were pancreatic cancer, even in its early stages, treatment would be exceedingly challenging. However, based on the recent tests, it appeared that he did not have cancer. Strangely enough, how could he have so naively believed he was afflicted with such a dire illness all this time? Boom! Upon hearing this, Sheng's heart plummeted, despite this being an excellent test result. Indeed, a piece of news he had longed for, if he did not have cancer. Then how could Du Shimi have made that late-stage pancreatic cancer diagnosis? Moreover, why did he still occasionally experience such unbearable abdominal pain? Damn! Was it possible that his treacherous fiancée, he had orchestrated this to force him into a breakup, so she could be with that scoundrel Jia Zhitong? If that were true, then his deceitful fiancée, he was truly calculating and utterly despicable. So, are you implying that my previous diagnosis was a mistake? I'm not afflicted with cancer at all? Sheng could hardly contain his anger towards Du Shimi as he pressed Zhao Xinyan for clarification. Yes, according to the recent diagnosis, you are not afflicted with cancer at all. It's just... However, before Zhao Xinyan could finish, a panicked Sheng interjected, just what? Just that. Zhao Xinyan hesitated, her delicate hands gently brushing against Sheng's chiseled abdominal muscles. Please, hurry and tell me. You're driving me crazy. At this moment, Sheng's anxiety was palpable, for this was crucial evidence regarding whether Du Shimi had been manipulating him. But I fear someone may have poisoned you. And it's a subtle, chronic poison. As Zhao Xinyan finally received the last test results, she paused, looking at Sheng with a grave expression. Boom! What? Poisoned? Chronic poison? In that moment, not only was Zhao Xinyan startled, but Sheng also found this revelation utterly incredulous. He had initially thought he was merely misdiagnosed, perhaps suffering from a chronic illness with symptoms similar to pancreatic cancer. Yet now, Zhao Xinyan was suggesting he had been poisoned. This left him utterly perplexed. Could it be that his once-beloved fiancé, Du Shimi, whom he had suffered for and sought to protect from harm, had devolved into such malevolence as to poison him and put his life at risk? She also claimed to be pregnant with her own child. Is this not a modern-day rendition of Pangilian's tale? This is intolerable. I must return immediately to confront this wicked woman. In an instant, Sheng was filled with rage, clenching his fists and ready to storm home to settle accounts with Du Shimi. She must be dealt with. However, Zhao Xinyan quickly wrapped her arms around him, urging, Sheng, please do not act impulsively or recklessly. The individual capable of such mysterious and sophisticated methods to poison you will not be easily apprehended. In fact, even the police may struggle to uncover the truth. Look, this poisoner did not administer the poison directly. Instead, they introduced two conflicting ingredients into your food. Yes, that is precisely the point. Each ingredient alone is harmless. But when both enter your system simultaneously, they create a chronic toxin. Moreover, one is likely from your meals, while the other is what you typically consume as water or tea. Can you think of anyone who could execute both actions simultaneously? They are not even administering the poison in the same location. At this revelation, Sheng was left utterly bewildered. Typically, he and Du Shimi shared meals and drank from the same pot of water or tea. If she intended to poison him, she would inevitably poison herself. Yet, throughout this ordeal, aside from his frequent abdominal pain, Du Shimi and her entire family appear to be in good health. This led to an even greater sense of confusion regarding his poisoning. Sheng could not fathom who might have poisoned him. So, are you suggesting that these two ingredients must be consumed over an extended period to yield a chronic poisoning effect? Sheng suddenly inquired, a realization dawning upon him. Yes, exactly, Zhao Xinyan replied without hesitation, then lowered her voice to caution him. Therefore, if you intend to investigate this matter, please avoid alarming the snake. Otherwise, by the time you attempt to uncover the truth, they may have already destroyed all evidence. Chapter 12. A fiery and cathartic release. No. This matter must be related to Du Shimi. Although Sheng was still uncertain how she managed to poison him, the fact that she produced her late-stage pancreatic cancer diagnosis and shamelessly ended their relationship in such a manner to facilitate her liaison with that scoundrel Jia Zhitong was irrefutable. To say this was unrelated to her would be utterly implausible. It is even possible that Jia Zhitong, that insidious and ruthless scoundrel, instigated her actions. However, we currently have no evidence. Moreover, based on the current test results, I cannot deduce what these two conflicting ingredients might be. Zhao Xinyan fully understood Sheng's fury at this moment. However, to trace such evidence, one must exercise patience and avoid alarming the serpent in the grass. So, should I simply allow them to continue plotting against me? Yi Sheng seethed with indignation, eager to wield a great axe and eliminate that treacherous duo. Du Shimi and Jia Jitai at once. No, that is not the intent. I possess a remedy. If you diligently consume 1 pill each day, you can neutralize their slow-acting poison. Zhao Xinyan, concerned for Yi Sheng's anxiety, hastily revealed the truth. Upon hearing this, Yi Sheng seemed to calm significantly, reflecting that had he not fortuitously encountered Zhao Xinyan, the astute director, he might have been left to languish in despair. Thus, he expressed his gratitude earnestly. "Thank you." In response, Zhao Xinyan abruptly embraced him, her warmth radiating as she teased, "I told you, you would not develop cancer. How about it? Now that I, Zhao Xinyan, have effortlessly diagnosed you, how will you express your gratitude?" She coyly tilted her charming face towards him. Understanding her unspoken desire, Ye Sheng swiftly reciprocated, wrapping his arms around her and planting a fervent kiss upon her cheek. That is more like it. Now that it has been established you are free of illness, shall we hasten to address the matter of that social butterfly? Let us go. With that, Zhao Xinyan eagerly tugged at Yi Sheng's arm, leading him back to the Longhu Hotel where the socialite entangled with Wu Lihong resided. She needed to seize this opportunity for Yi Sheng to engage with her. Oh, and I must first procure several respectable outfits for you. Otherwise, no matter how handsome you are, you may fail to impress that flirtatious socialite. Noticing Yi Sheng's wrinkled and subpar attire, Zhao Xinyan promptly remarked, without waiting for Yi Sheng's agreement. She hastened to guide him toward the nearby upscale mall to purchase a few suitable garments. At that moment, Yi Sheng's phone unexpectedly rang. Who could this be? He mused, puzzled, as he hurriedly retrieved his phone. After all, it was uncommon for anyone to call him at this hour, and he could not fathom who might be reaching out. To his astonishment, upon glancing at the screen, he froze. The caller ID displayed the number of his recently estranged fiancée, Du Shimi. Damn it. I was just about to settle the score with you. How dare you even call me? Yi Sheng's expression darkened with fury. Almost compelled to answer the call and unleash a torrent of invective upon that wretched woman. No. Fortunately, Zhao Xinyan, quick-witted and agile, restrained the trembling Yi Sheng, urging him to maintain his composure. You must remain calm. Otherwise, you will never uncover the identity of the true poisoner. Upon hearing those words, Yi Sheng found it imperative to suppress his fury, taking a deep breath before answering the phone. Hello, Yi Sheng, where are you? Without waiting for his reply, Du Shimi's voice, tinged with a somber and slightly bitter tone, echoed from the other end. I'm outside. Why? Are you not with your beloved? At that moment, he wondered why she would call him. The memory of last night, where this wretched woman contemplated abandoning him to cavort with that scoundrel Jia Jitong, nearly drove him to the brink of rage. Consequently, his words dripped with ire and scorn. If it weren't for Zhao Xinyan's persistent reminders, he might have unleashed his wrath upon Du Shimi, demanding to know why she had poisoned his heart. Yi Sheng, please refrain from speaking to me like that, all right? I simply didn't want our child to be born without a father, which is why I sought out Jia Jitong. Du Shimi's voice seemed to break under the weight of her sorrow as she spoke. You must understand, had we any other options, I wouldn't have had to suggest a breakup last night. Moreover, I no longer wish to part ways. I want to accompany you through these final 3 months, if you'll allow it. What? In that instant, Yi Sheng could scarcely believe his ears. How dare you feign such emotions? I am not on the brink of demise. I am in perfect health and intend to live a long life, witnessing your downfall. Truly, Yi Sheng, please forgive me. I have come to realize that only you genuinely care for me. Therefore, even if you have but 3 months left, I still wish to be with you and our child. Yet, before she could utter another word, Yi Sheng, consumed by fury, abruptly ended the call. To hell with you. I don't need your companionship. At that moment, Yi Sheng was engulfed in a tempest of emotions. Reflecting on the depth of his love and the sacrifices made over the years, he found it unfathomable that she could propose such an outrageous reason for their separation. How could he ever forgive her? How could he agree to be with her again? Frustrated and filled with rage, he shook his phone violently, wishing to shatter it. Oh, Yi Sheng, please do not be angry. If she cannot appreciate you, there is no need for you to unleash such wrath upon her. If you seek an outlet for your emotions, why not express them upon me instead? At that moment, Zhao Xinyan, seemingly stirred by the situation, embraced Yi Sheng tightly, revealing her innermost thoughts. Suddenly enveloped in Zhao Xinyan's comforting embrace, The anger that Sheng had been on the verge of unleashing transformed into a fervent release, compelling him to draw closer to her. The air was charged with uncontainable intensity. Chapter 13. A surge of passion. At that moment, a vehicle suddenly sped by. Within the car, its occupants appeared to raise a camera, seemingly aiming it directly at Sheng and Zhao Xinyan. What was happening? Sheng was the first to sense the anomaly. He quickly released Zhao Xinyan and exclaimed in astonishment, "Are we being followed?" "What? Followed?" Zhao Xinyan seemed incredulous. "Are you seeing things?" Yet, with Sheng's astute perception, it was implausible that he was mistaken. Thus, he promptly replied, "I cannot be mistaken. They are filming us, either because of you or me." However, Zhao Xinyan remained unconvinced. She leaned closer to Sheng, whispering, "Let us ignore them and continue. After all, it's not every day we find ourselves in such a heated moment." Her excitement had already been ignited, and she was reluctant to let it slip away. Suddenly, Zhao Xinyan's phone rang, cutting through the atmosphere. "Ah, what a buzzkill," she muttered, her impatience evident as she retrieved her phone. "Hello, what is it?" It was clear she had already guessed the identity of the caller. "Zhao Xinyan, where are you? What are you doing?" The voice on the other end was none other than her influential husband, Wu Lihong. I'm looking for someone to help resolve your crisis." Zhao Xinyan hurriedly pressed her hand against her racing heart, responding anxiously. "Oh." Wu Lihong's disbelief was palpable. "Zhao Xinyan, I must remind you, if you do not wholeheartedly support me, then I, Wu Lihong, will be unable to uphold the interests of the Zhao family." "You." Zhao Xinyan felt an overwhelming sense of threat from his words. Yet, what choice did she have? If Wu Lihong held any grievances against her, or if he were to fall from grace, the Zhao family would certainly not spare her or her family. Realizing this, she could only swallow her pride and say, "Honestly, I am indeed looking for a young man to entice that wretched socialite and resolve your crisis." In response, he coldly laughed, "Huh? Do you think that top socialite would be interested in just any man? From the very beginning, I believed your idea was rather naive. If we truly have no other options, I shall leverage the interests of the Zhao family as a bargaining chip to ensure my safety." "What? No, absolutely not." Zhao Xinyan was suddenly alarmed. After all, her forced association with Wu Lihong was solely to safeguard the Zhao family's interests in the municipal corporation. If he were to use the Zhao family's advantages for his own survival, it would render her efforts futile, leading to an uncertain and dire outcome. Consequently, she promptly refuted. "Haha, well, fine then. After all, you are well aware that we cannot provoke the methods of the Longhu gang." That night, I was utterly bewildered and uncertain whether I had even spent the night with that socialite. Yet, to my astonishment, I found myself threatened in such a manner. What am I to do? Now, I'm giving you 3 days. If you cannot resolve the issue with that socialite within this time frame, I will have no choice but to barter the interests of the Zhao family. With that, Wu Lihong on the other end of the line abruptly hung up. Consequently, Zhao Xinyan, on this side of the call, was filled with a mix of anger, frustration, and helplessness. Damn it, that bastard Wu Lihong. Have I wronged you in any way or disturbed your ancestors' resting place, that you would resort to leveraging the Zhao family's interests in such a manner? As Zhao Xinyan let out a furious roar, her entire body trembled uncontrollably. Thus, Sheng felt compelled to gently pat her shoulder and said, "Otherwise, let us take action." He thought to himself that had he not encountered Zhao Xinyan today, he might have continued to believe he had only 3 months to live and would have made many foolish decisions. Therefore, seeing her in distress, despite his reluctance, he felt the need to assist her as swiftly as possible. "All right then, let's go. I will first buy you a few outfits." Upon hearing Sheng's willingness to help, Zhao Xinyan was deeply touched and began to hold him in even greater esteem. Soon, they arrived at a nearby upscale mall. However, to Zhao Xinyan's surprise, as she pulled Sheng along, they did not head towards a clothing store, but rather towards a pharmacy. "Huh? Are you injured? Why are we going to the pharmacy?" "Sheng inwudet, perpliet." "Haha, I am not injured, and we are not here to buy medicine. Rather, I need to prepare a box of those things for you in advance, to prevent any unforeseen consequences should you end up getting someone pregnant," she replied. At her words, Sheng felt a jolt of shock. He thought to himself, "We haven't even crossed that bridge yet, and you are already considering this." However, a sudden thought crossed his mind, prompting him to question, "Sister Zhao, did you not say that the socialite is entangled with President Wu and claims to be pregnant with a child? If I were to engage with her and wear that, wouldn't it expose the truth?" In that instant, Zhao Xinyan was momentarily taken aback. She had been solely focused on ensuring that Yi Sheng would not be openly affectionate with any woman other than herself, and had not considered this aspect. After a moment of hesitation, she pondered and said, "You must promise me that your interaction with her will be superficial, merely skimming the surface. Do not engage in anything more intense. I cannot bear the thought of losing you." Reluctantly, she then pulled Yi Sheng's arm and guided him towards the clothing section. Perhaps, after being forced into a relationship with Wu Lihong, she had long since abandoned the notion of love. Thus, upon meeting Yi Sheng, she quickly became infatuated and regarded him as her cherished man. Or perhaps, she genuinely wished to nurture Yi Sheng, hoping he would ascend to great heights and ultimately replace Wu Lihong. In this manner, not only could she enjoy a romantic escapade with him, but she could also safeguard the interests of the Zhao family. Such a win-win situation was undeniably alluring to her. As she swayed her alluring hips, Yi Sheng felt a surge of passion, perceiving her as a blooming rose. The beauty of a mature woman, imbued with the fragrance of experience, captivated him to the point of bewilderment. "Sister Zhao, rest assured, if it comes to that, I will exert every effort to control myself. After capturing photographic evidence, I shall make a swift exit, never to linger in temptation," he declared. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xinyan's heart trembled, and her charming visage flushed with a rosy hue, reminiscent of her youthful days, stirring the butterflies of burgeoning affection within her. Chapter 14. An unexpected encounter with an adversary. Uncertain of how long they had been out, after Zhao Xinyan had him try on a brand new and stylish outfit, she proceeded to buy him several more, seemingly intent on ensuring he had a wardrobe for every season. This marked the most extravagant shopping spree Yi Sheng had ever experienced, stirring a whirlwind of emotions within him. He had never anticipated that this woman, nearly a decade his senior, would be so attentive to his needs. Alas, the saying rang true. Youth often overlooks the allure of a mature woman, mistaking youthful charm for treasure. "Thank you so much, Sister Zhao," he expressed, feeling truly grateful despite being aware of her ulterior motives. However, Zhao Xinyan nestled against Yi Sheng's shoulder, reveling in the delightful thrill of the moment. This was perhaps the most fulfilling shopping day she had ever experienced. What is there to thank? If you truly wish to show your gratitude, then give your sister a kiss, she teased, deliberately turning her handsome cheek towards him, eager to test whether he would dare to kiss her in public. Yi Sheng, though slightly embarrassed, chose to embrace her tightly, passionately kissing her as a gesture of appreciation. Little did they know, their every move and intimate display had been reported to Zhao Xinyan's husband, Wu Lihong, by a few individuals who had been covertly following them. "Mr. Wu, I apologize for the discomfort this brings, but your wife is indeed involved with that young man. I will send you the photographs. Look, they dare to kiss openly in front of everyone. This is outrageous." The surveillance operatives dispatched by Wu Lihong continued to capture the fervent scenes between Yi Sheng and Zhao Xinyan from a distance. "Damn it, I knew she wasn't genuinely kind-hearted. She has deceived herself, claiming to seek a handsome lad to alleviate her predicament, only to find herself a pretty boy. Do not disturb those two amorous souls just yet. Wait until they are truly entangled in their passions, and then you shall capture the evidence forthwith. I will ensure she pays dearly for this." On the other end of the line, Wu Lihong seethed with barely contained rage. Yet, he was unwilling to let go of his prey. He intended for Zhao Xinyan to act recklessly, thus fulfilling his ulterior motives. Indeed, he harbored a desire for vengeance against Yi Sheng, determined to seize his fiancée for himself. At that moment, however, Yi Sheng was growing increasingly vigilant. Sensing Zhao Xinyan on the brink of losing control, he quickly interjected, "Sister Zhao, we must be wary of those who are following us. Perhaps it would be prudent to hasten to the Longhu Grand Hotel." Upon hearing this, Zhao Xinyan appeared to awaken from a dream, suppressing her desires as she grasped Yi Sheng's arm and embarked towards the Longhu Grand Hotel. The Longhu Grand Hotel served as the stronghold of the Longhu gang, a formidable underground force in Hailing. Thus its patrons were a diverse and eclectic mix. Upon their arrival, Lu Yueying, who had been searching for them upstairs and downstairs, was growing increasingly anxious. "Oh my goodness, where have you been? I've been searching high and low for hours. I called you numerous times. Is this some sort of deliberate act?" Her frustration was palpable, and she felt an urge to confront Yi Sheng and Zhao Xinyan. I thought you had left." "We just stepped out for a moment," Zhao Xinyan lied, attempting to mask her inner turmoil. in her eagerness to pull Yi Sheng away. She had momentarily forgotten about her cousin's presence. How could I leave by myself if I did not wait for Yi Sheng? Lu Yuwing retorted, clearly irked. Not wishing to prolong the conversation, Zhao Xinyan excused herself to the restroom and quickly departed. She understood her cousin all too well. Should she discover any hint of Zhao Xinyan's flirtation with Yi Sheng, it could lead to unforeseen consequences. Yi Sheng, you are bullying me. Do you have any idea how worried I was when you sneaked off without a word? I thought my cousin had led you astray. Regardless, you owe me. Come here and give me a hug. With that, Lu Yuwing began to sway her alluring figure toward Yi Sheng. At that very moment, a cold and hostile voice pierced through the air. What do you two want, you shameless pair? Startled, Yi Sheng and Lu Yuwing turned to see none other than Jia Jitai, Yi Sheng's rival and Lu Yuwing's fiancé, striding towards them with a cadre of followers in tow. He had intended to report on the events surrounding a murder plot that had transpired at the Longfeng Mountain Reservoir earlier that morning. Unexpectedly, I stumbled upon the intimate scene between Yi Sheng and Lu Yuwing, which ignited a furious rage within me. How could it be you, this scoundrel? In an instant, enmity flared as we locked eyes. Observing Jia Jitai's arrogant demeanor, I was reminded that my fiancé, he had chosen to end our relationship due to this very scoundrel, who was both a privileged offspring of a businessman and a bureaucrat. My fists clenched. I was ready to charge at him and deliver a fierce beating. However, Jia Jitai seemed equally enraged, for he was witnessing the close embrace between Yi Sheng and his fiancée, Lu Yuwing. How dare you? Do you realize who you are holding? She is my fiancée, Yi. As Jia Jitai shouted in anger, he summoned his group of followers, preparing to confront Yi Sheng. Despite being university classmates, their relationship had always been strained. Jia Jitai had been a notorious playboy, notorious for his reckless pursuits of young women. Had he not been overwhelmed by the multitude of his conquests, he might have ensnared Du Shimi long ago. Thus, it was inconceivable for a poor fellow like Yi Sheng to have pursued her and nurtured a relationship for so many years. If it weren't for Jia Jitai's recent overseas escapades and the long-standing friendship between Du Shimi and Lu Yuwing, it would have been impossible for Yi Sheng to even cross paths with them. Nonsense. Who is your fiancé, Yi? As Jia Jitai prepared to strike Yi Sheng, Lu Yuwing immediately threw herself into Yi Sheng's arms, fiercely protecting him and shouting at Jia Jitai. Oh, if she's not my fiancé, then whose fiancé is she? Jia Jitai exclaimed, consumed by jealousy. Is it that during my absence abroad, you two have already become involved? Brothers, let us deal with this brat and put an end to Yi Sheng. At that moment, Jia Jitai's rationality vanished, overshadowed by his fury. He completely forgot that he had been with Du Shimi the previous night. All he could think about was how Yi Sheng had thwarted his efforts to eliminate the trio on the boat, resulting in a scolding from his superiors. Fueled by rage, he was intent on annihilating Yi Sheng on the spot. Chapter 15. A blow to the adulterous scoundrel. You certainly have a lot of nerve. Do you even realize who stand before you? He mocked. He is the illustrious young master of the Jia family in our Hai Ling territory, soon to be appointed as the special assistant to the general manager of our city's engineering and technology division, a position where he stands just below one man and above thousands. Jia Jitai's followers, unaware of the history between Jia Jitai and Yi Sheng, were simply compelled to obey his orders to dispose of Yi Sheng. Thus, they raised their fists, shouting as they advanced to surround and attack Yi Sheng. The bustling crowd around them swiftly scattered, retreating to a safe distance, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. What do you intend to do? Lu Yuwing exclaimed, her voice trembling. Jia Jitiao, it was I who seduced Yi Sheng. If you wish to strike or kill, direct your wrath towards me. In that moment, Lu Yuwing was clearly overwhelmed with anxiety, instinctively throwing herself into Yi Sheng's embrace, determined to shield him from any harm. How dare you, you shameless woman? You've betrayed me, yet you dare to protect this scoundrel? Jia Jichao's fury was palpable, and he was resolute in his intent to punish Lu Yuwing as well. In an instant, her trepidation intensified. If Jia Jichao hesitated to strike her, perhaps her defense of Yi Sheng would hold some weight. However, the prospect of him ordering his subordinates to attack her was undeniably perilous. Urgently, she turned to Yi Sheng. Perhaps we should flee. Yes, shout for help. Someone please. With a mocking laughter, Jia Jichao reveled in their despair. Do you think you can escape? Cry out. Let us see who dares to come to your aid. He exhibited a sinister grin, addressing Yi Sheng directly. When I left the country years ago, I vowed to return not only as your superior, but also to claim due shimmy for myself. And now, I have achieved just that. He provocatively licked his lips, shaking his head. Do you know that last night, I merely employed a little trick to bewilder your fiancée, do shimmy? Huh, you have no idea how eager she was. The revelation struck Sheng like a dagger to the heart. The previous night, believing he was terminally ill and had only 3 months to live, he had reluctantly acquiesced to do shimmy yes please, only to discover it had been a vile trap orchestrated by the despicable Jia Zhiqiao. How dare you? Sheng seethed, fury consuming him. No longer restrained by caution, he launched himself at the assailants, unleashing a torrent of blows that felled them one after another. Cries of pain echoed as Jia Zhiqiao's henchmen, upon colliding with Sheng's relentless onslaught, suffered grave injuries, heads smashed, limbs broken, blood spilling profusely, their wails resonating in the air. The scene was so astonishing that even Jia Zhiqiao could hardly believe his eyes. Lu Yueying, who clung desperately to Sheng, was equally bewildered. She could scarcely comprehend how he had transformed into such a formidable force. It was as if a deity had descended to earth. Damn it, Sheng! How dare you commit such an act of violence in broad daylight? Security! Security! Come and deal with him immediately. In that moment, despite the turmoil and fear bubbling within, Jia Zhiqiao felt a surge of bravado. After all, this was the Longhu Hotel, the territory of the formidable underground force, the Longhu Gang. As a second-generation official businessman, he had frequented this place numerous times and had no fear of Sheng. He was more than willing to act brazenly, especially knowing that even a mere security guard from the Longhu Gang could eliminate Sheng in the blink of an eye. Thus, he continued to threaten with unabashed confidence. With the sound of heavy footsteps approaching, several men clad in black rushed forward. It was evident that these were not the security personnel of the Longhu Gang, but rather their true enforcers. What the hell are you doing? How dare you stir trouble in our Longhu Gang's territory? Do you have a death wish? The leader of the black-clad men, upon witnessing the scene before him, was instantly enraged. Brothers, you have finally arrived. I am the eldest son of the Jia family. Jia Zhiqiao. This ruffian before you not only hails from a destitute family, but also holds the lowest position in our Guoting Group's municipal office. He has audaciously snatched my fiancée in front of everyone and even resorted to violence. Look, he has injured our people. You must bring justice to this matter. Seeing the formidable black-clad men charging toward Sheng, Jia Zhiqiao quickly adopted the role of the wrong party. No, it is not like that. In an instant, Lu Yueying, still nestled in Sheng's embrace, twisted her delicate body and indignantly pointed at Jia Zhiqiao, exclaiming, "He is lying. It was he who ordered those men to attack Sheng, but they were simply overpowered and defeated by him." The black-clad men froze momentarily, not due to the tangled relationships among them, but because they observed the fallen men on the ground, each one seemingly stronger than Sheng, and wondered how he had managed to take down so many at once. Goodness, it seems we truly need to intervene. Just as they were about to act, a graceful figure suddenly burst through the door. Sheng, what are you doing? You have only 3 months left to live. Why are you being so reckless and risking your life here? At her words, everyone turned to gaze at her. To Sheng's astonishment, the figure was none other than his fiancée, Du Shimmy, who had attempted to break things off with him the night before. Du Shimmy? Huh. I didn't expect you to show up after all. Before Sheng could respond, Jia Zhiqiao swiftly wrapped his arms around the elegant Du Shimmy. Sheng, you have already taken my fiancée. Now I shall claim yours. I refuse to believe that I, the illustrious son of the Jia family, could lose to a cowardly, short-lived wretch like you. Just at the moment when he was reveling in his self-satisfaction, Sheng, who had been seething with anger to the utmost degree, suddenly took a bold step forward. With a swift motion, he extended a large hand and delivered a series of resounding slaps to the faces of both Jia Zhiqiao and Du Shimmy. The sharp sounds echoed through the air, followed by their anguished cries. Instantly, they felt a burning pain on their cheeks. In Chapter 16, the intensity of the confrontation escalated. Suddenly, Du Shimmy covered her face and, nearly in tears, shouted at Sheng, "Sheng, how could you be so reckless? Do you not realize what you are up against? Jia is not only from a prominent family, but he is also about to become the special assistant to the general manager of our major department. If you offend him, how will you ever regain your position?" After all, she had already made an agreement with Jia Zhiqiao the previous night, promising that if she complied with his conditions, he would ensure Yi Sheng's reinstatement as the first deputy director of their department the following day. This way, even if Yi Sheng were to pass away 3 months later, he would still receive a substantial position allowance. But now, Yi Sheng had recklessly shattered those hopes, leaving her with a mix of anger, hatred, and helplessness. Meanwhile, Jia Jitai was seething with fury. He pointed an accusatory finger at Yi Sheng and urgently called out to the group of burly men in black. "Brothers, did you all see that? This brat dares to act so arrogantly on the territory of the Longhu gang. You must take him down, annihilate him. Yes, yes. If you manage to eliminate him today, I will reward you with 1 million as a fee for your efforts." Upon hearing this, the men in black couldn't help but smirk. After all, the Longhu gang was an underground force that would undertake nearly any job for the right price. The prospect of 1 million ignited their excitement. They swiftly surrounded Yi Sheng, shouting, "You dare to act so brazenly on our turf? We won't rest until we put you down. Just one of us could take you out." As the leader among them spread his arms wide, preparing for confrontation, his subordinates halted, wishing to let their leader assert his dominance first. Indeed, money can make the world go round. "Here, brothers, this is a check for 1 million. Take it. Eliminate this brat Yi Sheng, and let him meet his end in 3 minutes." Seeing the leader's imposing demeanor, Jia Jitai felt reassured. He promptly retrieved a check for 1 million from his pocket and handed it to one of the men in black. "Ah, Jia is indeed generous. I await the moment when I shall demonstrate how to eliminate this insufferable wretch." The leader of the black-clad thugs, upon discovering that Jia Jiqiao had indeed provided them with a check for 1 million, became increasingly arrogant and conceited. It is essential to recognize that once the Longhu gang intervenes, even the most insignificant member possesses the capability to extinguish a life or two. He himself, albeit a minor leader, is no exception. Should he fail to eradicate Yi Sheng this time, how could he possibly maintain his standing within the Longhu gang? Thus, he was poised to strike, ready to unleash a brutal assault on Yi Sheng. No. At that moment, Lu Yuwing had already positioned herself protectively in front of Yi Sheng, her heart racing with trepidation, overwhelmed by fear. "Jia Zhitiao, it was you who instigated the thugs to attack Yi Sheng, forcing him to retaliate. How dare you play the victim? Return that check at once." She understood that the vicious black-clad men of the Longhu gang were not motivated by Jia's status as the scion of the Jia family, but rather by the allure of the 1 million yuan check. Therefore, she felt compelled to stand her ground against Jia Jiqiao. However, the moment she spoke up, Jia Jiqiao's fury escalated. "You insolent woman! How dare you humiliate me in front of everyone? I have yet to hold you accountable, and you dare to protect him? Do you believe I won't strike you down where you stand?" As he shouted, Jia attempted to seize Lu Yuwing from Yi Sheng's embrace. Yet, before he could act, Du Shimi unexpectedly grasped his arm. "Jia, I warned you last night. Yi Sheng is terminally ill, with only 3 months left to live. Please let him be." Boom. At her words, Yi Sheng was momentarily taken aback. Logically, if Du Shimi had indeed poisoned him, she would not insist that he was suffering from a terminal illness and would only survive for 3 months. Yet, if she was not the one responsible, then who could it possibly be? Yi Sheng was bewildered, harboring resentment towards her for her cruelty and betrayal. Yet he could not help but feel a flicker of emotion at her plea to spare him. Damn it! Spare him? Du Shimi, let me be frank. Do not assume that I have any genuine affection for you. My relentless efforts to wrest you from that pathetic Yi Sheng were merely to rectify my past neglect of you due to my numerous romantic entanglements, allowing him to seize what should have been yours. Should you continue to be ungrateful, I shall ensure he is left with nothing but a shattered existence." The realization that not only was his fiancée, Lu Yuwing, entangled with Yi Sheng, but also the woman he had invested significant time and resources in, Du Shimi, was now siding with Yi Sheng, filled Jia Zhiqiao with unparalleled rage, filled with a burning desire to eliminate Yi Sheng before their very eyes. The leader yearned to demonstrate who possessed true prowess. "Damn it, what are you all babbling about? I must swiftly finish him off and collect my reward." The imposing figure, having secured a check for 1 million, appeared anxious that Jia Zhiqiao might reconsider, and he bellowed urgently. Without waiting for a response, he lunged forward, viciously aiming to strike Yi Sheng. "How dare you challenge me with such pathetic skills?" Yi Sheng was far from defenseless. He swiftly retaliated with a powerful punch, followed by a fierce kick. Crack! Bang! To the astonishment of the onlookers, it was the once menacing leader in black who now lay sprawled on the ground, howling in agony. What the hell? Are you trying to get yourself killed? You dare strike our boss? With cries of indignation, the remaining black-clad thugs charged at Yi Sheng like a pack of frenzied beasts, eager to overpower him. Chapter 17, Truly Going All Out. You are courting death. Yi Sheng roared, launching into another offensive. Crack! Bang! With a flurry of punches and kicks, the overzealous attackers caught off guard were swiftly dispatched to the ground, bloodied and wailing. What? At that moment, Jia Zhiqiao was utterly stunned. He had initially attributed the defeat of his subordinates to their ineptitude. However, he was now confronted with the reality that not only had the formidable leader been easily vanquished by Yi Sheng, but the remaining thugs had also fallen before him. The sheer magnitude of this revelation left him in disbelief. Could this truly be the Yi Sheng, who, according to Du Shimi, has but 3 months to live due to a terminal illness? Yi Sheng's ferocious onslaught resembled that of a beast emerging from the depths of hell. Yi Sheng, are you all right? This is the territory of the Longhu gang. Having struck their men, we should flee. At that moment, Lu Yueying, disregarding her astonishment and elation, urgently grasped Yi Sheng's arm, intent on pulling him away. After all, having fought against the Longhu gang's men within their stronghold, even with Yi Sheng's formidable skills, escaping their vengeance would likely prove arduous. Thus, retreating swiftly was the wisest course of action. Meanwhile, Du Shimi stood frozen in place. Although she was aware that Yi Sheng had studied under a master during their university days, she had never perceived him as possessing such formidable abilities over the years. Even when she had quarreled with him, and her family had attempted to intervene, he had shown little resistance. How had he transformed into such a terrifying figure now? Could it be that the fervent power he exhibited was born out of his awareness of his terminal illness, knowing he had but 3 months to live? Regardless, witnessing her college friend Lu Yueying suddenly engage in such an intimate manner with Yi Sheng left her feeling profoundly uncomfortable. Thus, she turned to Lu Yueying with a fierce glare, indignantly stating, Lu Yueying, your fiancé is Jia Zhitai. Yi Sheng is my fiancé. At that moment, she seemed to deliberately forget about her heart-wrenching breakup with Yi Sheng the previous night. Huh, haven't you always longed to be with Jia Zhitai? Now, I am merely facilitating your union, she retorted. All I need is to be with Yi Sheng. Lu Yueying, undeterred, was well aware that Jia Zhitai had always harbored feelings for her, and thus she seized the opportunity to address the situation. You shameless creature. What gives you the right to entangle yourself with my fiancé? I personally called Yi Sheng just earlier, declaring that I do not intend to break up with him. Do you understand? In an instant, Du Shimi, fearing that Lu Yueying might truly take Yi Sheng away, hastily clarified her position. After all, despite spending the night with Jia Zhitai, she had not crossed certain boundaries. She merely agreed to a different arrangement. Therefore, she firmly believed that as long as she had not engaged in that way with Jia Zhitai, she remained innocent and entitled to continue her relationship with Yi Sheng, especially considering Yi Sheng's dire condition, with only 3 months left to live. Do not presume that I'm unaware of your true intentions. You are solely fixated on marrying into wealth. Since you chose Jia Zhitai last night, I, Lu Yueying, can gracefully withdraw and support your union. Besides, I am single, and so is Yi Sheng. Does that not make our relationship quite reasonable? Lu Yueying exclaimed, her lips curling into a defiant smile, inciting a fierce dispute between the two women who had been friends since college. You, be silent. Do you not realize that Jia Zhitai is about to become the special assistant to our department's general manager? I painstakingly convinced him, considering our bond as classmates, to help Yi Sheng regain his position. If you truly care for Yi Sheng, then please cease your entanglement with him. He is genuinely suffering from a terminal illness and has only 3 months left. In a bid to dissuade Lu Yueying, Du Shimi felt compelled to reveal this secret. What? Lu Yueying gasped in shock. She had never heard of Yi Sheng suffering from any terminal illness. Yet, as if a thought crossed her mind, she retorted, so what if he has a terminal illness and only 3 months to live? I, Lu Yueying, still wish to be with him. I want to accompany him through these 3 months of happiness. As she spoke, tears began to cascade down Lu Yueying's cheeks, especially when she thought of Yi Sheng's terminal illness. With only 3 months left to live, her sorrow surged even more intensely. Yi Sheng, do not be afraid. Let us run. Even if you have only 1 day left to live, I, Lu Yueying, am willing to be by your side. She immediately reached for Yi Sheng's arm. preparing to flee the scene. Haha, run? Do you think you can escape? You two shameless wretches, along with Du Shimi, Inyu, Lu Yue. How foolish of me to care for you so much. Once I secure the position of special assistant to the general manager of our major division, I will immediately have you all dismissed. In this moment, how could the arrogant and domineering Jia Jitai endure such humiliation? Therefore, he stood with his hands on his hips, angrily confronting Yi Sheng and the others. However, at that moment, a delicate voice descended from above. He, who said you, Jia Jitai, would assume the role of special assistant to the general manager of our major division? Boom! Upon hearing this, Jia Jitai was filled with rage and prepared to retort. Damn it, who are you? The matter of me becoming the special assistant to the general manager was personally promised to me by Wu Lihong. Yet, just as he began to speak, he was struck dumb. The graceful woman approaching them, speaking with authority, was none other than Zhao Xinyan, Wu Lihong's wife. At that moment, he was at a loss for words. But Zhao Xinyan was not one to tolerate his insolence. She spoke again, furthermore. I am here to officially inform you that the true occupant of the position of special assistant to the general manager of your major division is Yi Sheng, not you. Jia Jitai. Boom. What? This declaration instantly infuriated Jia Jitai. After all, Guoting Group was a colossal national construction and energy giant with operations spanning across provinces and cities, boasting formidable strength. Each province and city had established a corporate mechanism to expand and manage its construction, energy exploration, and cultural tourism projects. The Hailing City branch, in particular, was a significant player in the local political and business landscape, controlling territory in various districts and counties. The Jia family had always envisioned Jia Jitai showcasing his talents in the city branch to protect their family's interests there. At this moment, he could not fathom that what he believed to be a guaranteed position as special assistant to the general manager, secured through considerable expenditure and charm, was being undermined by none other than his nemesis. Yi Sheng. Was this some sort of cruel joke? Chapter 18. Unyielding. Let's fight again. Damn it. Yi Sheng, you are something else. We shall see. Despite his unwillingness to accept this, Jia Jitai dared not offend Wu Lihong's wife and reluctantly resolved to leave the scene. In the realm of officialdom and commerce, the wives of high-ranking leaders represent a formidable obstacle in the intricate web of human relationships. Offending them often seals one's fate, rendering any attempt to influence the leaders futile. Yet, he remains perplexed as to why Yi Sheng, a mere impoverished wretch devoid of wealth or status, has garnered the affections of Zhao Xinyan, the wife of Wu Lihong. How dare you attempt to leave? Yi Sheng did not indulge him, swiftly blocking his path. The previous night, upon hearing his insipid fiancée, Du Shimi, declare her intention to abandon him for the likes of Jia Jitai, Yi Sheng had fantasized about ending Jia's life with his own hands. However, believing himself to be afflicted with a terminal illness and left with merely 3 months to live, he thought it wiser to avoid conflict, fearing that even in death, he would find no peace. Now, upon realizing that he was, in fact, unscathed and had been poisoned, the fury that surged within him could not allow Jia Jitai to depart unscathed from beneath his very nose. With a thunderous shout, he seized Jia by the collar. How dare you act so brazenly? If I were to call upon the might of the Longhu gang, you would surely meet your end here today. Faced with Yi Sheng's aggression, Jia Jitai was resolute, especially knowing that if it weren't for Zhao Xinyan's presence, he would have already summoned reinforcements from the Longhu gang to eliminate Yi Sheng. Is that so? Then before I perish, I shall ensure your demise. With a roar, Yi Sheng's anger erupted, delivering a crushing blow to Jia Jitai's cheek. A scream escaped Jia's lips as blood began to trickle from the corner of his mouth. He yearned to resist, yet Yi Sheng's grip on his neck left him powerless. You think you're so formidable? You dare disrupt my love life and shatter my happiness? Prepare to pay with your life. After landing a fierce punch, Yi Sheng's fury only intensified. Without a moment's hesitation, he struck again, leaving Jia dazed, blood flowing freely as he cried out in agony. Brothers of the Longhu gang, did you witness this? He brazenly assaults me on your territory, injuring several of your own. Come swiftly. I will pay. You provide the muscle. Let us end this scoundrel. Jia Jitai, fueled by anger, fought against Yi Sheng while calling out to the nearby gang members. Indeed, at that moment, a cadre of burly men clad in black rushed down the corridor, unmistakably enforcers of the Longhu gang. Seeing this, Jia Jitai's bravado surged anew. Anger consumed him, rendering him oblivious to the blood trickling from the corners of his mouth and head. He bellowed, "Damn it, Yi Sheng, you spineless wretch. Go on, strike me. If you dare to move again, I will ensure your demise. I possess ample wealth. Let us see if the Longhu gang will not annihilate you. Yes, eliminate him. Eliminate that brat." At that moment, the few dark-clad thugs who had just been swiftly subdued by Yi Sheng regained their audacity upon seeing their reinforcements arrive. The atmosphere grew tense, not only for Lu Yueying, who steadfastly shielded Yi Sheng, but also for Zhao Xinyan, who had previously believed herself to be in complete control of the situation. Even Du Shimi, who had constantly berated Yi Sheng, felt an ominous shift in the air. "Yi Sheng, you fool. Why squander your 3 months of life? What are you trying to prove? Do you wish to perish here today? I, with the best of intentions, sought to offer you a dignified exit, yet you persist in courting disaster, thereby sealing your fate. Do not delude yourself into thinking that your minor skills can stand against Jia Zhiqiao of the Jia family. If he so much as stamps his foot in hailing, you will vanish without a trace." Truth be told, Du Shimi could never comprehend why Yi Sheng continued to court ruin. Even witnessing Zhao Xinyan's fondness for Yi Sheng did not sway her belief that he could not possibly regain his former position merely by her influence. Nor could he ever hope to become the special assistant to the general manager of their major division. Thus, while she scolded Yi Sheng, she also fervently tugged at him, urging him to refrain from striking Jia Zhiqiao again. However, her shouts only served to further incite Yi Sheng's fury. "Damn you, you vile woman. Do you truly believe your paramour is formidable? I am determined to end his life." With a thunderous roar, Yi Sheng violently hurled Du Shimi aside. Simultaneously, he seized Jia Zhiqiao, the instigator of his marital troubles, and with a fierce kick, sent him sprawling to the ground, bloodied and howling in anguish. "Stop! For the love of all that is holy, cease this madness." Suddenly, the group of dark-clad thugs charged towards Yi Sheng, shouting, "Who do you think you are? Daring to act so brazenly in the heart of the Longhu gang's territory? Are you seeking death?" Among them stood a tall, imposing figure, evidently the leader of this cohort, who unleashed a torrent of curses upon Yi Sheng. "Jian, you finally arrived. This scoundrel dares to strike us. Quickly, put an end to him and avenge us, brothers." The dark-clad thugs who had previously been felled by Yi Sheng felt emboldened upon witnessing their leader Yu Jian and his entourage rush in, and they shouted in uproarious support. "What? You lot were defeated by him?" In that instant, the small leader, Yu Jian, realized that several of his comrades had also been felled by Yi Sheng. He was particularly astonished to see that Jia Zhiqiao's group of younger followers lay incapacitated on the ground. After all, in the territory of hailing, anyone with any skill was almost certainly a member of the Longhu gang. It was utterly unbelievable that this seemingly refined and handsome scholar-like figure, Yi Sheng, could have single-handedly brought down so many opponents. Thus, he swiftly raised his hand and bellowed, "Brothers, this lad possesses some skill. Let us reveal our true prowess and teach him a lesson. Let us finish him off." Instantly, a multitude of burly men clad in black brandished their batons with a menacing aura, advancing menacingly towards Yi Sheng. "Stop! Stop it! Quickly cease this." In a moment of chaos, Lu Yueying, Zhao Xinyan, and even Du Shimi found themselves in utter disarray. After all, when those men had charged earlier, none of them were armed. Now, however, the situation had changed dramatically. The assailants surrounding Yi Sheng were not only from the Longhu gang, but had also significantly increased in number, brandishing gleaming batons. It was as if they could already envision Yi Sheng's demise. "Ha ha, Yi Sheng, you are destined to perish here." At that moment, Jia Zhiqiao, still writhing in pain on the ground, was overwhelmed with delight. The fury he felt towards Yi Sheng after being so brutally defeated intensified as he witnessed the Longhu gang prepare to pounce on Yi Sheng. How could he not revel in the anticipated revenge? "Jian, eliminate this brat for me. I will transfer 3 million to your account tomorrow." Clearly, he was acquainted with Yu Jian, the small leader of the Longhu gang, further fueling his audacity. "Damn it, Yi Sheng, this time you are finished." As he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, he shouted furiously at Yi Sheng. "Please don't. Jadasha, you promised me you wouldn't trouble Yi Sheng again. He only has 3 months left to live. For my sake, will you spare him?" In her terror, Du Shimi rushed over to embrace the injured Jia Zhiqiao, pleading earnestly. "Huh, Du Shimi, last night you were so flirtatious and coy, unwilling to give yourself to me. Do you think I would still trust you? Moreover, If you cannot introduce your stunning sister to me, not only will Yi Sheng not regain his position, but he will also die here on the spot. If you are sincere, you should call your sister right now. I find myself in the luxurious presidential suite of the Longhu Grand Hotel, where I intend to confront her. Huh, your sister must be far more exquisite than you. Faced with Du Shimi's desperate pleas for mercy, Jia Zhitong disregarded everything and revealed the nature of their transaction from the previous night. What? In that instant, upon overhearing their conversation, Yi Sheng was engulfed in a fury beyond measure. He could scarcely believe that Du Shimi, that wretched woman, not only approached the scoundrel Jia Zhitong, but was even urging her own sister to do the same. Such an affront was utterly intolerable. Du Shime, I never would have imagined that for all these years you harbored such intentions towards Jia Zhitong, treating him as your illusory white moonlight. And now you dare to contemplate subjecting your sister to his whims? Your audacity is simply unfathomable. Even if it meant my demise, I could never allow your sister, Du Shitting, to suffer. Shouting, he paid no heed to the encroaching black-clad henchmen of the Longhu gang and was intent on eliminating the scoundrel Jia Zhitong first. Just as he was about to summon all his strength to charge forward and deliver a fatal blow to Jia Zhitong, the group of black-clad men, led by Yu Jian, had already raised their batons, ready to strike at Yi Sheng. Suddenly, a throng of individuals surged into the hotel entrance. Stop it right now. You are all surrounded by the police. In an instant, a sharp voice rang out, catching everyone off guard. What? The police? For a moment, everyone was stunned, particularly the henchmen of Yu Jian, who could scarcely believe their ears. After all, as a dominant force in the underworld, the Longhu gang typically operated without interference from law enforcement, especially within the confines of their own stronghold. Which precinct do you belong to? Do you even realize where you are? Yu Jian glared brazenly at the officers in uniform advancing through the doorway. Enough of your nonsense. If you do not lower your weapons immediately, we shall open fire. At that moment, a large contingent of police officers raised their firearms and closed in. From their midst emerged a strikingly elegant young female officer, exuding confidence. She appeared to be in her late 20s, not only remarkably beautiful, but also tall and alluring like a blooming red rose. Were it not for her uniform, which imparted an air of authority, her captivating figure would surely have ensnared the hearts of men everywhere. You, which department are you from? As the reality of the officers surrounding them set in, Yu Jian's anger flared anew, prompting him to demand an answer. In the depths of her thoughts, she mused that it must be those newly appointed inspectors, unaware of the dangers, who dared to recklessly approach the lair of the Longhu gang in a reckless pursuit of their own demise. It matters not to divulge this information. I am Officer Su Huimin, the captain of the 2nd Squad of the Municipal Police Department. The female officer, seemingly unfazed by the warning from Yu Jian, strode confidently forward. The air was thick with astonishment as the crowd gasped. For anyone who had dealt with the Hailing City Police Department knew that this enchanting officer was revered as the fire rose of the police force. Despite her swift and formidable response to emergencies, she was not easily swayed by ordinary matters. Now, she had boldly infiltrated the stronghold of the Longhu gang, leaving Yu Jian and his cohorts momentarily awestruck. Was she seeking their leader? Or was it merely a coincidence that she had stumbled upon their intention to discipline Yi Sheng? Thus, Yu Jian promptly extended a courteous offer. Officer Su, our leader is in his office on the top floor. Should you wish to see him, I can inform him on your behalf. After all, even the highest-ranking police officers must announce their presence to meet the leader of the Longhu gang, and I presume Officer Su is no exception. However, Su Huimin merely raised an eyebrow, her lips curling into a smile as she declared, I am not here to seek your leader. I have come specifically to take Yi Sheng away. I hope you will lay down your weapons immediately, or else." Just as she was about to continue, a strikingly beautiful woman rushed in, her face pale with urgency. As she hurried in her high heels, she gasped, "Sister, brother-in-law, are you all right? I came to save you." Chapter 20. The Fire Rose and the Enchanting Rose. What? Shitting, what are you doing here? Du Shimi was momentarily taken aback. And it was not just Du Shimi who was surprised. Even Yi Sheng felt a sense of bewilderment. The others were equally confused about her intentions. She appeared to be in her mid-20s, her figure graceful and enchanting, with a captivating demeanor that was utterly mesmerizing. Her delicate features, framed by cascading waves of hair, exuded a unique charm. Especially striking were her black form-fitting skirt and her long, elegant legs, accentuated by a pair of red-high heels, making her an exquisite sight amidst the chaos. She was truly a paragon of beauty. How dare you question me? You are well aware that Jia Jitai harbors ill intentions towards you and has been targeting my brother-in-law at every turn. Why did you not intervene? Seizing the moment as the inspectors closed in, Du Shitting rushed towards Yi Sheng, anxiously wrapping her arms around his, addressing her sister, Du Shimi. Had one not known their relationship, they might have mistaken them for a genuine couple. Shitting, this is not the place for discussion. Let me explain later, all right? In a moment of hesitation, Du Shimi found herself at a loss for words in response to her sister's inquiry. She was acutely aware of her sister's unwavering affection for Yi Sheng. Had she not been her sister, it was likely that her sibling would have already professed her feelings to him. This time, it seemed her sister might have summoned Officer Su Huimin. Given their close friendship and her sister's keen interest in Yi Sheng's affairs, what is there to explain? I have long wished to convey this to you. The only man who truly cares for you in this world is Yi Sheng, while Jia Jitao merely toys with your affections. Since you chose to part ways with Yi Sheng last night and align yourself with Jia Jitao, I shall now take it upon myself to care for Yi Sheng. Before her elder sister, Du Shimi, could react, the graceful Du Shitting nestled herself in Yi Sheng's embrace. This sudden move left Lu Yueying, who had always protected Yi Sheng, feeling an inexplicable sense of threat. Alas, are you not Yi Sheng's sister-in-law? How can you behave so recklessly? Unable to suppress her jealousy, Lu Yueying confronted Du Shitting directly. Yet Du Shitting stood her ground, retorting, "He is merely my former quasi-brother-in-law. I am simply taking advantage of my proximity. Why should the benefits flow to outsiders? Since my sister has forsaken him, it is only natural that he is now mine." At this proclamation, the crowd fell into stunned silence. Few could have anticipated that Du Shitting would dare to declare her feelings for her former quasi-brother-in-law in such a public setting. Meanwhile, Zhao Xinyan, standing off to the side, felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. She had been confident that her status and timeless beauty would easily win Yi Sheng's heart. However, she was taken aback not only by her cousin Lu Yueying's obvious affections for Yi Sheng, but also by the audacity of Du Shitting, the former quasi-sister-in-law, to join the fray. This was quite the shocking revelation. Yet, the most infuriated of all was Jia Jitao, still sprawled on the ground. He had long harbored dreams of winning over the enchanting duo of Du Shimi and Du Shitting. And never could he have imagined that after cunningly maneuvering Du Shimi closer to him, she would remain attached to Yi Sheng, agreeing to assist him in winning over her sister, Du Shitting. But now, here was Du Shitting, showing an even greater inclination towards that scoundrel Yi Sheng. How could this not be a tremendous humiliation and blow to his pride? "Damn it, enough!" he exclaimed. "Officer Su, if you are indeed conducting an impartial investigation, you must swiftly apprehend Yi Sheng. Not only did he injure my men, but he also harmed numerous brothers from the Longhu gang. Should the Jia family and the Longhu gang pursue this matter, I believe you would find yourself in quite a predicament, wouldn't you?" At his words, Su Huimin, who had been standing by, suddenly regained her focus. Without hesitation, she shot him a fierce glare and delivered a swift kick that sent Jia Jitao sprawling. "Damn it! I am in the midst of an investigation. Who invited you to interject? Take all these people into custody." As she spoke, she waved her hand, and the police officers surged forward, swiftly handcuffing Jia Jitang, his subordinates, the gang of burly men in black led by Yu Jian, and the several black-clad thugs whom Yi Sheng had just felled. "Excellent. Well done. I always knew they were deliberately bullying Yi Sheng. It's best to have them locked up." At this moment, witnessing her close friend, Officer Su Huimin cuff all the villains, Du Shitting could hardly contain her excitement and elation, as if she had personally resolved all of Yi Sheng's predicaments. However, before she could fully comprehend the situation, Su Huimin approached Yi Sheng, holding a shiny pair of handcuffs. "Shitting, don't get too carried away. After all, this incident arose because of Yi Sheng, and the person involved, will likely have to accompany me to the police station," she said, snapping the gleaming handcuffs onto Yi Sheng's wrists. "What? You?" In an instant, Du Shitting was taken aback. Just moments ago, she had hastily summoned her police officer friend to assist Yi Sheng in averting a crisis. But now, how could she also be taking Yi Sheng away? This is not the place for discussion. I will explain everything later, Su Huimin remarked, disregarding their reactions as she pushed Yi Sheng towards the police car outside. "What? Then we shall accompany you to the police station. We must ensure Yi Sheng's release." In no time, both Du Shitting and her sister Du Shimi along with their cousins Lu Yueying and Zhao Xinyan, expressed their determination to follow. Thus, as Su Huimin propelled Yi Sheng forward, the four stunning women trailed closely behind, creating a peculiar yet grand spectacle that astonished the onlookers. Good heavens! What virtue does this young man possess to attract such an array of remarkable women? Did he perhaps save the entire galaxy in his past life? Despite being handcuffed, Yi Sheng, though seething with frustration, maintained an astonishing calm. At the moment the striking female officer had secured the cuffs around his wrists, he sensed a tremor within her. Clearly, this was not the demeanor one would expect from a police officer. Rather, she seemed to care for him, as if she had succumbed, even slightly, to the allure of his formidable masculine charm. Consequently, he silently resolved to teach her a lesson later to assuage his grievances. Chapter 21. Enticing the same woman? You all should head back for now. It seems Yi Sheng will not be released today. As the four enchanting women clamored to follow Yi Sheng, the moment Su Huimin pushed him into the police car, she promptly addressed the four captivating women. What? Upon hearing this, the four enchanting women were momentarily taken aback. Will he be all right? Lu Yueying expressed her concern. After all, he is the victim. It was those people who attacked him first, and he only retaliated in self-defense. Indeed, he has merely 3 months left to live. We sincerely hope the police can clarify the situation. Du Shimi suddenly recalled that Yi Sheng was afflicted with a terminal illness and felt compelled to remind Su Huimin. And if anything were to happen to him, we shall sever all ties. Upon hearing that her brother-in-law had just 3 months to live, Du Shiding hastily conveyed her thoughts to her close friend Su Huimin. Conversely, Zhao Xinyan appeared relatively composed, as she was acutely aware that Yi Sheng was not suffering from any terminal affliction and was quite robust. Yet, the thought that her scheme to have him entice the top socialite of the Longhu gang was now delayed left her feeling somewhat bitter. Thus, she discreetly shot Yi Sheng a knowing glance. In a swift moment, amid the wailing of police sirens, Yi Sheng was taken away. The remaining 4 stunning women exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Yueying, shall we drive to the police station and wait? No, we must contact a lawyer immediately to secure Yi Sheng's release. After all, he is needed to resolve Wu Lihong's crisis. At this juncture, Zhao Xinyan quickly pulled Lu Yueying aside, lowering her voice. Yes, that is precisely what I was thinking. Lu Yueying twirled her hair, glancing at her cousin Zhao Xinyan. However, we must be discreet to avoid being followed by those 2 sisters from the Du family. At that moment, the Du sisters seemed utterly drained from the incident involving Yi Sheng, exchanging little conversation before hastily departing. One could only speculate their intentions. Cousin, please tell me honestly, what exactly do you want Yi Sheng to assist you with? As they got into the car, Lu Yueying, seated in the passenger seat next to Zhao Xinyan, could not contain her curiosity. She had observed Zhao Xinyan and Wu Lihong whispering about something mysterious, and she was genuinely concerned they might involve Yi Sheng in illicit activities. Her anxiety intensified upon hearing Du Shimi mention Yi Sheng's terminal illness and the mere 3 months he had left. Sigh, let me be frank with you. Zhao Xinyan, who had previously refrained from divulging much out of fear Lu Yueying would not introduce Yi Sheng to her, now seemed to have her own ulterior motives. She aimed to deliberately share this peculiar and hard-to-accept news with Lu Yueying, believing it would not only humiliate her regarding Yi Sheng's dire condition, but also render her feelings for him somewhat distasteful. In doing so, it was likely Lu Yueying would cease her infatuation with Yi Sheng, ultimately leaving him for herself. Without further hesitation, she lowered her voice and addressed Lu Yueying, "Little girl, do you know? Wu Lihong became entangled with a top socialite in the Longhu gang, who claimed she was pregnant with his child and insisted on bringing him down. Consequently, I conferred with Wu Lihong and suggested that Yi Sheng entice this socialite, not only to seduce her, but also to capture some incriminating evidence." Upon hearing this, Lu Yueying was taken aback. "Cousin, what are you saying? You actually want Yi Sheng to engage in such an act?" Did he agree? It was evident that she found it implausible that Yi Sheng would consent to such a bizarre and sordid affair. Yet, Zhao Xinyan's expression suddenly turned enigmatic as she replied, He did agree. Moreover, he seems rather eager about it." She intended to dishearten Lu Yueying regarding Yi Sheng, thus making it easier for herself to win him over. "What? You? He?" Lu Yueying felt as though she had been struck by a thunderbolt. The very reason she had mustered the courage to sever ties with Jia Zhitong and choose Yi Sheng was the belief that he could bring her happiness. Yet, she now found herself reeling in disbelief. realizing that Sheng not only faced a terminal illness with only 3 months to live, but had also acquiesced to her cousin's scheme to seduce that top socialite. Was it possible that she had truly taken a wrong step? Meanwhile, Sheng sat in the police car, maintaining a nonchalant demeanor as he gazed at the stunning female officer before him. He could not fathom why she insisted on bringing him to the police station. With a slight smirk, he asked, "Are you aware that I am terminally ill, with merely 3 months left to live?" The captivating officer, Su Huimin, remained unfazed by his words. Instead, she widened her beautiful, expressive eyes and shot him a fierce glare. "What you say has nothing to do with me. Do you realize that if I had not swiftly intervened and handcuffed you, you would not have left the Longhu Hotel alive? You possess impressive skills, yet your reasoning seems rather deficient." Sheng, upon hearing this, felt a surge of anger rather than gratitude. "How can you speak to me like that? Do you not understand that if I had not fought back against them, I would have died before your officers even arrived?" Despite his initial reluctance to confront such a striking female officer, her relentless blame pushed him to his limit, prompting him to respond directly. "Humph. I'll let you be arrogant for a while longer. Once we reach my office, you shall see how I discipline you." With that, Su Huimin cast a glance at the chief officer driving and, with a fierce expression, tightened her grip on the handcuffs around Sheng's wrists, reminiscent of her previous dealings with criminals. Before long, they arrived at the police station. As soon as Sheng was thrust into Su Huimin's office, she suddenly revealed her true nature, swaying her alluring hips as she forcefully seized Sheng by the collar, her voice sharp as she commanded, "Young man, do you have any idea why I brought you here? First, please refrain from using your terminal illness, claiming you have merely 3 months left to live, as a means to deceive me, for your skills are certainly not those of a dying man. Secondly, I require you to infiltrate the Dragon and Tiger Gang. To be precise, I need you to seduce a socialite." As she spoke, she swiftly retrieved several photographs from her drawer and tossed them to Sheng. It was of little concern whether he chose to look or not, but upon glancing at them, he was taken aback. The very socialite he was meant to seduce was, astonishingly, the same woman Zhao Xinyan had requested him to entice. Chapter 22. Unveiling a Shocking Secret. Why? Sheng could not help but inquire. After all, Zhao Xinyan wanted him to seduce that stunning socialite and capture evidence to resolve her husband Wu Lihong's crisis. Yet now, this remarkable police officer, Su Huimin, also wanted him to undertake such a task. What could be the reason? Su Huimin hesitated for a moment, but soon clarified, because it pertains to a long-buried, earth-shattering secret in a major case. You must live with her. Only then might you uncover the truth. Boom! At this revelation, Sheng's heart jolted. He mused. Even if she harbored some astonishing secret and significant case, why couldn't the police department simply summon her for questioning? Why was it necessary for him to infiltrate the Dragon and Tiger Gang and live alongside her? Thus, he pressed for answers. Ha! You're the police department. If you wish to investigate, why not just apprehend them for questioning? Oh, you're unwilling? Sheng's response surprised Su Huimin. However, she was aware that with the police department's covert assistance, Sheng would easily secure that stunning socialite, a woman many men coveted. Why was Sheng now hesitating? "Ha! Do you think I'm a stud?" I refused to comply. Sheng was not inclined to acquiesce easily, while he did not wish to forego the opportunity. Recognizing the mutual benefits of such a venture, he was perplexed as to why this fiery rose of the police force had chosen him specifically. "Hey, you refuse? Are you truly willing to forego this chance? Her figure is enchanting. Any man who merely glimpses her would be exhilarated for days." To entice Sheng further, Su Huimin resorted to continued seduction. Yet, Sheng remained unmoved, thinking to himself, if I were to seduce her, it would be through my own merit. Why should I acquiesce without any acknowledgement from the police department? Goodness, you scoundrel. If you refuse, I shall lock you away for 3 days and nights. Seeing Sheng's lack of response, Su Huimin grew increasingly frustrated. Oh, lock me away for 3 days and nights? Very well. That would provide me with free lodging and meals. Sheng, adept at understanding her psyche, was not easily intimidated by her. What do you want in order to proceed with this matter? Su Huimin finally realized that this rogue seemed intent on gaining something from this situation. This is the attitude needed to resolve issues. First, you must release my handcuffs. With that, Sheng fixed his determined gaze upon the striking female officer, Su Huimin, as if he could devour her whole. All right. Su Huimin, weary of their back and forth, promptly uncuffed him. However, in an unexpected turn of events, The newly liberated Yi Sheng suddenly embraced the curvaceous Su Huimin tightly. "What are you doing, you scoundrel? Do you believe I won't blow your brains out?" Taken aback by such an unwelcome advance, Su Huimin was infuriated. Yet Yi Sheng held her firmly and insisted, "Secondly, you must allow me to kiss you." Su Huimin's heart skipped a beat at his words. How dare this rogue entangle himself with her in the police station, seeking a kiss from her? And she was still an untouched young lady. "Will you, or won't you? If not, I refuse to cooperate." Yi Sheng would not relent, continuing his intimidation. Having been subjected to her restraints throughout their encounter, he felt it only fair to seize this opportunity for some personal gain. "Fine, but only on the cheek." As Su Huimin closed her eyes tightly, Yi Sheng's fervent kiss slid from her charming face to her luscious lips. "You scoundrel." Ugh, ugh. Su Huimin, taken aback by his reckless kiss, nearly lost her temper and slapped him harshly. This ought to suffice, right? With no other choice, she suppressed her fury and retorted, "No, there's one more thing." Seizing the moment to extract as many benefits as possible, Yi Sheng was far from courteous. Yet, before he could elaborate, Su Huimin swiftly drew her firearm from her waist and pressed it firmly against his head. "You insolent fool, I am not negotiating with you. If you refuse to heed my commands, not only will you meet a grim fate, but even our police station will be of no assistance to you." Did you think it would be easy to escape the Longhu gang? At this point, she was done with pleasantries. Seeing the gun aimed at his head, Yi Sheng dared not act recklessly anymore. Thus, he could only chuckle nervously. "Is this how your police operate? Threatening innocent civilians with such dark forces? You are utterly silence." Su Huimin interrupted fiercely. In an instant, Su Huimin was utterly infuriated. Were it not for her need of him, and the fact that he was the fiancé of her close friend, she might have already shot him down. However, to her astonishment, just as her rage peaked, Yi Sheng, seemingly undeterred by the threat of death, tightened his embrace around her, pushing her against the wall. With a series of fervent kisses, Su Huimin felt as though she could perish from indignation. She had encountered audacious individuals before, but never a man bold enough to so brazenly assault a female officer. "You scoundrel, what do you intend to achieve? Do you realize that your actions are illegal?" Su Huimin was compelled to issue him another warning. Yet, Yi Sheng merely smirked, a cold smile playing on his lips. "Do not attempt to intimidate me. Are you suggesting that a good citizen, who acts heroically, should be apprehended by you?" Taken aback, Su Huimin momentarily following Yi Sheng's gaze, she caught sight of the red banner adorning her desk, which boldly proclaimed, "Awarded to Comrade Yi Sheng for outstanding acts of heroism." At that moment, despite his lack of understanding regarding the situation, it was evident that Su Huimin had been paying attention to him for quite some time. You perceptive rascal. Do you know why you were bestowed with the title of a hero?" Su Huimin, realizing she could no longer mask her feelings, spoke softly. "It is because you bravely rescued a man and 2 women from the reservoir atop Longfeng Mountain this very morning. They insisted that we honor you. This is a coveted accolade that many aspire to attain. Moreover, we are to deliver it personally to your workplace. But remember, this is not a license for reckless behavior. Rather, it should serve as a motivation for you to strive even harder. Do you understand, you scoundrel?" Chapter 23. The Shamelessness of the Fiancée. Oh. Yi Sheng listened intently, astonished that the individuals he had rescued that morning had so swiftly arranged to present him with these honors. It appeared that he might not only regain his former position rapidly, but, as Zhao Xinyan had suggested, perhaps even triumph over Jia Jitao, thereby ascending to the role of special assistant to the general manager of their department. Furthermore, in addition to pursuing the socialite from the Longhu gang, he needed to keep a vigilant eye on his superior, Lin Meiying. Su Huimin did not elaborate further, but from her gaze, Yi Sheng seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. The socialite and his immediate superior, Lin Meiying, were both pivotal figures in this monumental secret and case. However, as Su Huimin had not spoken directly, Yi Sheng refrained from pressing further. After all, it was already a significant challenge for a woman as decisive as her to suggest he pursue the socialite. At this moment, the gang of the Dragon and Tiger Society, as well as Jia Jitai's group, were hastily released or sent to the hospital for treatment before their police cars could even arrive at the police station. "Damn it! Yi Sheng, you scoundrel, I will not let you off the hook. And you, Du Shimi, how dare you play games with me? I am coming to settle the score with you right now." Shouting, Jia Jitai immediately resolved to confront Du Shimi. However, What completely took Du Shimi by surprise was that when Jia Jitai arrived at her neighborhood in a luxury car to pick her up, he appeared as a suave gentleman, devoid of the earlier murderous intent aimed at Yi Sheng. Shimi, did I scare you earlier? Upon seeing that Du Shimi was willing to get into his car and engage with him, Jia Jitai felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, believing his acting skills were so superb that even the Oscars owed him a little golden statuette. Moreover, he planned to continue his charade in this secluded spot, waiting for the perfect moment to completely ensnare Du Shimi. No, not at all, Du Shimi replied, her words contradicting her feelings. However, I hope you will refrain from troubling Yi Sheng again. After all, he is gravely ill and has only 3 months left to live. For my sake, I hope you can spare him. Upon hearing this, Jia Jitai's lips curled into a smirk. Oh, I never expected you to care for him so much. But you may not know just how much Yi Sheng loathes you now. Moreover, he is not alone. There are other women around him. Can you truly remain calm and continue your relationship with him? This caused Du Shimi's heart to quiver. Had she known about Yi Sheng's terminal illness, she might have felt furious before, but now she found it difficult to harbor any hatred towards him. And you mentioned that if you couldn't persuade your sister to be with me, you would give yourself to me. Do those words still hold true? Jia Jitai's eyes glinted as he probed. Having invested considerable effort in enticing Du Shimi, he could not afford to let this opportunity slip away. Jitao, give me a little more time. I believe my sister will definitely come to see your worth. Du Shimi naturally did not wish to reject Jia Jitai outright. After all, Yi Sheng had yet to reclaim his former position, let alone the role of special assistant to the general manager of a major department, as Zhao Xinyan had mentioned. Particularly after enduring so many trials in the merciless realms of society and business, she felt that Zhao Xinyan and the others were merely putting on a facade. Huh, your sister will take a liking to me? I'd say it's more likely your mother would. Complaining, Jia Jitai immediately rolled down the car window, pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and exhaled a cloud of smoke. Here's the deal. In the coming days, I will focus on winning over your sister. If after 3 days she remains indifferent to me, then you will have to give yourself to me, agreed? Upon hearing those words, Du Shimi's entire body trembled involuntarily. She could not articulate why. After all these years, despite occasionally harboring disdain for Yi Sheng, she found it impossible to part ways with him. Was it merely due to the child growing within her? Confronted with Jia Jitai, the privileged offspring of a businessman and politician, she often contemplated ruthlessly exploiting him, even considering surrendering herself to him. Yet, at the critical moment, hesitation gripped her. In essence, she oscillated between Yi Sheng and Jia Jitai, perpetually torn and resentful, yet utterly oblivious to her true desires. Otherwise, she would not have, in a moment of desperation, heeded her mother's counsel and involved her own sister. Fine. I shall return now. With that, Du Shimi immediately began to sway her alluring hips, ready to push open the passenger door and head home. However, unexpectedly, Jia Jitai seemed to retaliate, abruptly pulling her into his embrace, disregarding all else, and aimed to kiss her passionately. No, stop. Du Shimi was momentarily stunned, hastily attempting to push away his strong hands. Suddenly, to their astonishment, a formidable shadow charged toward them. Before they could release each other, the shadow unleashed a punch aimed squarely at Jia Jitai's head. Crack! Bang! Jia Jitai cried out in agony, his wounds reopening under the brutal assault, igniting a furious rage within him. Damn you! Yet, before they could regain their senses, the shadow raised its fist once more, striking again with unrelenting ferocity. Yi Sheng! No! At that moment, Du Shimi recognized that the figure attacking Jia Jitai was indeed Yi Sheng, and she cried out in alarm. However, Yi Sheng had no intention of heeding her pleas. He thrust an arm through the car window, gripping Jia Jitai's neck tightly with one hand while preparing to deliver another punishing blow to his head with the other. Damn it, you bastard! You dare to put a green hat on me? I will end you. Yi Sheng brought it. Consumed by a desire to drag Jia Jitai from the vehicle and beat him mercilessly until he was satisfied. Damn it, Yi Sheng, just wait. I will ensure you have no place to rest in death. Jia Jitai fought back desperately. As Du Shimi dashed out from the passenger seat, he hastily started the car, flooring the accelerator, and fled in a disheveled hurry. Fuming, Du Shimi directed her ire towards Yi Sheng, exclaiming, Yi Sheng, how long do you intend to continue this madness? Jia Jitai and I have nothing going on. Why do you resort to violence upon seeing him? Do you believe your meager skills can stand against the Jia family? Chapter 24. Deception. Absurdity. Damn it. You have already spent the night with him and shared kisses, yet you claim there is nothing between you? Do you take me for a fool, or are you simply blind? Even last night, they had thoroughly prepared for a breakup. Yet, this decision stemmed from the grim revelation of a terminal illness, leaving only 3 months of life. Now that I have discovered I am, in fact, free from such affliction, my mind is consumed with thoughts of how to exact vengeance upon this treacherous couple and to uncover the identity of the scoundrel who poisoned me. I resolve that, even if Du Shimi is nothing but detritus, I shall not permit that scoundrel Jia Jitai to entangle himself with me. You are utterly incomprehensible. Du Shimi, aware of her own misdeeds, stammered a feeble rebuttal. She recognized that when next confronting Sheng, she could not sever ties as she had done the previous night. Particularly, upon witnessing the admiration from several stunning women directed towards him, a wave of jealousy surged within her. She thought to herself, even if a separation is inevitable, it must occur only after his demise. Moreover, there is a chance that I may indeed be carrying his child. Thus, she hastily extended her delicate hand to entwine with Yi Sheng's arm. Ha! I am incomprehensible. Du Shimi, allow me to remind you that just last night, you were adamant about breaking up with me and marrying Jia Jitai. What? Has he cast you aside? Now you return to entangle yourself with me once more? Furthermore, I do not believe for a moment that you are truly with child. It could very well belong to some other man. Yi Sheng forcefully shook off her advancing hand, deliberately raising his voice to provoke her. You scoundrel, Yi Sheng, do you have any idea how much effort I expended to ensure your reinstatement and secure additional benefits for you before your demise? How dare you malign me in such a way? Let me inform you. Do not be swayed by that Zhao Xinyan who purportedly promoted you to a special assistant for the major department. When it truly comes to fruition, you may find yourself with nothing. They remain oblivious to the fact that you are afflicted with a terminal illness, with merely 3 months to live. Du Shimi seemed genuinely unaware that Yi Sheng had merely been poisoned and did not suffer from a terminal illness, rendering her passionate demeanor both furious and pitiable. When the world is happening, Yi Sheng pondered it darkly. His return home was solely to negotiate the division of assets with Du Shimi and, by all means, to uncover the identity of the scoundrel responsible for his poisoning. Ah, Yi Sheng, you rascal, are you once again bullying our eldest daughter? At that moment, a thunderous roar pierced the air. From the entrance of the community, 2 shadowy figures rushed forth. Ah, Yi Sheng squinted to see that it was none other than his prospective in-laws. How have I bullied her? It is she who cannot disentangle herself from that scoundrel Jia Jitai. However, before Yi Sheng could finish his retort, his future in-laws charged toward him, wielding wooden clubs, ready to strike. In such a scenario, Yi Sheng had long since grown accustomed to the absurdity. Initially, he was in a delightful romance with Du Shimi, and as their relationship was on the brink of marriage, her prospective parents emerged, insisting that he purchase a house and a car before they would permit him to wed their eldest daughter. At that time, Yi Sheng had just been promoted to the position of the first deputy director of their department. So, with a determined resolve, he collaborated with his parents to scrape together the down payment for a 3-bedroom apartment and additionally acquired a Buick Regal. This led to his parents even selling their old plow horse from their hometown and delaying his sister's university tuition in order to finance the house and car. Moreover, under the relentless demands of his future in-laws, he ultimately had to place both the house and the vehicle in Du Shimi's name. Just when Yi Sheng believed that this would pave the way for a joyful marriage, those insufferable future in-laws once again pressured him, demanding a bride price of 3 million. Infuriated, he nearly uttered a curse. Meanwhile, his parents were so incensed that they fainted from the distress overnight. However, this was not the most outrageous part. The epitome of their audacity was when his future in-laws sold their own government housing to swiftly procure a lavish wedding residence for their beloved son, even brazenly moving in with Yi Sheng and Du Shimi. Even when Yi Sheng's parents visited the city for medical treatment, they were incessantly looked down upon and bullied by these detestable future in-laws. Overwhelmed with sorrow and indignation, Yi Sheng's parents were compelled to return to their hometown on a bus, tears in their eyes, and for several years, they dared not set foot in the city again. Naturally, they believed that their son's well-being was paramount, thinking that if they ceased to be a burden, Yi Sheng would soon marry and start a family with Du Shimi. Yet, as the years slipped by, Yi Sheng transformed from an impetuous youth into a 30-year-old man, still unmarried. To make matters worse, whenever his future in-laws witnessed a quarrel between Sheng and Du Shimi, regardless if it was right or wrong, they would invariably side with their precious son, raining down both blows and insults upon Sheng. I clearly saw you strike her. Look at how heartbroken our darling daughter is. I might as well smash you. The future mother-in-law, Jiang Shuaqin, furiously brandished a wooden stick poised to strike Sheng on the head. Damn it, you truly are shameless. Sheng could no longer endure their assaults as he once did, and instinctively dodged. As a result, Jiang Shuaqin stumbled and nearly fell to the ground. Damn you. You little brat, I'll smash you. The future father-in-law, Du Zimin, quick-witted and agile, rushed to steady his wife while raising the wooden stick menacingly towards Sheng. Crack! Bang! However, before they could fully comprehend the situation, the wooden stick in Du Zimin's hand was swiftly intercepted by Sheng and sent flying away. Scoundrel! You wretched coward of insubordination! You shall surely face divine retribution. Here we are, two elderly souls, who have tirelessly provided for your every need. And you dare to bully us so brazenly? Where's the justice in this world? Where's the justice? In an instant, Jiang Shuaqin erupted as if she had suffered a great injustice, her voice rising in a vehement tirade against Sheng. It seemed she was intent on ensuring that the neighbors could hear her lamentations. As her dramatic outburst echoed, passers-by began to cast scornful glances toward Sheng. Goodness, look at that heartless brat. Brother Du and Sister Jiang not only married off their eldest daughter to him, but also toiled day and night for his sake. How could this ungrateful wretch dare to mistreat such venerable elders? It is utterly devoid of decency. For those of you planning to marry off your daughters, keep your eyes wide open and do not fall for such a treacherous wolf in sheep's clothing. Otherwise, you may find yourselves driven to despair. Chapter 25. The Family's Frenzy. Upon hearing the crowd's accusations against Sheng, the satisfaction radiating from Du Zimin and Jiang Shuaqin was palpable. After all, as educators in a prestigious municipal school, they had always prided themselves on their intellectual superiority and sought to claim moral high ground. Heard that, Sheng? You scoundrel, the eyes of the public are sharp. You would do well to break up with our daughter at once. Jiang Shuaqin exclaimed. Do you not know that young Master Jia is prepared to offer 5 million as a bride price, along with a villa, to marry our daughter? At this point, Jiang Shuaqin disregarded all decorum and shouted her words aloud. Sheng was taken aback, realizing that this despicable pair of prospective in-laws had likely been bought off by that scoundrel Jia Jitai. How else could they speak so thoroughly on the matter? Indeed, considering the state of affairs, it seemed they were prepared to forsake him entirely. As Du Zimin witnessed his wife maligning Sheng, he couldn't help but chime in, inciting Sheng's fury to the point he longed to slap them both. What nonsense are you spouting? You claim to have provided for my sustenance. Yet I hand over my entire salary each month for your mortgage and food expenses. Even when I was diagnosed with a terminal illness, you refused to spend a dime on my treatment. Sheng had initially wished to refrain from further conflict, but now he could no longer hold back. He felt compelled to expose the vile actions of his would-be in-laws. However, at that moment, Du Shimi shouted directly at him, Enough. Sheng, my parents have treated you quite well over the years. If they were truly unreasonable, they would never have allowed us to live together. She had always been this way. No matter how justified Sheng was, she steadfastly remained on her parents' side. After all, in her eyes, Sheng was utterly pitiful and now afflicted with a terminal illness. Should her parents truly harden their hearts, she feared she might not even be able to accompany him through these last 3 months. Indeed, you ungrateful wretch. You ought to be content, were it not for the fact that we are mindful of your dire condition. With only 3 months of life remaining, you would have already been cast out of our home. Jiang Shuaqin, witnessing her daughter's words pierce through her heart, grew increasingly arrogant. It seemed to her that Sheng resided in a home that his detestable prospective in-laws had graciously bestowed upon him. You are utterly shameless. At this moment, Sheng could hardly contain his desire to reveal the truth of his poisoning. He even contemplated reporting the matter to the authorities, calling for police intervention. Shameless. Are we? We are yet to discern who the truly shameless are. If you possessed even an ounce of conscience, knowing your own dire circumstances, you should proactively sever ties with our daughter and relinquish the house and car to her as compensation for the lost youth you have caused her. I now finally comprehend what those experts proclaimed. Poverty is indeed original sin. Those who are impoverished lack all boundaries and are devoid of loyalty, fearing judgment from others regarding their family matters. Jiang Shuiqin raised her voice, akin to a shrew scolding in the streets, and vehemently pointed her finger at Yi Sheng, roaring in outrage. So much so that Yi Sheng felt an overwhelming urge to kick them out. Damn it, you are utterly shameless. Were it not for your age, I would send you flying with a single kick. Do you dare to challenge that? Witnessing such shameless and loathsome prospective in-laws, Yi Sheng's anger nearly reached a boiling point. However, his words only invited a barrage of scorn. My heavens! Everyone listen, is this wretch even human? He dares to threaten to kick us, two elderly people? Truly, we must have committed great sins in our past lives to be burdened with such an ungrateful, bottomless wretch. Jiang Shuiqin then raised her voice even higher, filled with resentment and sorrow, shouting at the top of her lungs. Damn it! Yi Sheng, you scoundrel! How dare you bully my parents? In that instant, a shadow suddenly rushed forward. The newcomer was none other than Du Jimin and Jiang Shuiqin's beloved son, Du Xiongfei, towering and imposing. He approached Yi Sheng with a fierce demeanor, ready to strike. Just as he was about to raise his fist to smash into Yi Sheng's head, a sharp cry suddenly descended from above. Enough! Do you not realize how disgraceful your bickering is? The crowd was taken aback, turning their gazes toward the stunning figure that had suddenly appeared. She rushed over, graceful yet pale, and firmly positioned herself in front of Yi Sheng. Let us see who dares to bully my brother-in-law. Little brother, you must stop at once. Without a doubt, the enchanting figure before us is none other than Du Shiding, the second sister of Du Xiongfeng and the younger sister of Du Shimi and Jiang Shuiqin. Sister, why do you shield this pathetic, impoverished individual? Are you aware of the sacrifices our eldest sister has made for him? Our parents have endured countless hardships to provide for him, and yet he shows no gratitude, even contemplating violence against them. Do you not think I should deliver a sound beating to him? At this moment, Du Xiongfeng could hardly recall that. Had it not been for Yi Sheng, who generously offered him numerous projects during his tenure as the chief deputy supervisor, he might still be idling away his days, indulging in frivolous affairs, and even begging his parents or sister for funds to terminate unwanted pregnancies. Du Xiongfeng, you must not speak such nonsense. Have you considered the immense effort our brother-in-law exerted to rise from the countryside? He has poured every ounce of sweat and devotion into his relationship with our eldest sister, even refusing to spend money on treatment for his cancer. And what do? Each time you witness him arguing with our sister, you resort to physical violence. Do you not find your treatment of him excessive? Furthermore, Du Xiongfeng, if it weren't for Yi Sheng's assistance in securing projects through his position, do you truly believe you would have earned a single penny? Now, after years of work, having accumulated several million, have you given him even a fraction? You dare to criticize him? If you possessed a shred of conscience, you would promptly gather funds to aid him in his medical treatment. These words had long been on Du Shiding's lips. Had it not been for her parents' influence and interference, she would have already collected money for Yi Sheng's treatment. Mother, now that I have spoken my mind, please, tonight, return the 300,000 I entrusted to you. I must use it all for his medical expenses. His condition cannot be delayed any longer. Chapter 26. The explosive younger sister-in-law. What? Upon hearing this, Jiang Shuiqin's eyes widened in disbelief, her fury erupting like a wild beast. She could hardly fathom that the daughter she had always hoped would align herself with a wealthy family would be so concerned for Yi Sheng. She even intended to give him all the money she had earned over the years for his treatment. It was utterly outrageous. Du Shiding, have you lost your mind? Do you realize what you are saying and doing? You treacherous wretch. In that moment, Jiang Shuiqin unleashed a torrent of harsh words, rushing to pull her away from Yi Sheng's embrace. Mother, can you not be reasonable? Regardless of your disdain for Yi Sheng, your hatred toward him, he is still a person. After living together for so many years, do you really have no compassion at all? As Du Shiding witnessed her mother's sudden outburst, she could no longer contain her pent-up frustrations. With blazing eyes, she turned to her sister Du Shimi, pleading urgently, Sister, you must speak up. You cannot allow your husband to perish without a fight. Hurry, tell mother to return my money, so that I can use it to save him. Evidently, her extreme reaction far exceeded what their family had anticipated, leaving even Du Shimi momentarily at a loss. She had always known her sister held great affection for Yi Sheng, but she never imagined that Du Shiding would be willing to sacrifice all her savings to fund his treatment. Mother, perhaps, Du Shimi began. contemplating the possibility of using their resources to aid Yi Sheng. Yet, before she could finish, their mother, Jiang Shuaqin, erupted at the two sisters. Oh my heavens! How did I end up with such foolish daughters? One has foolishly devoted herself to a penniless scoundrel, Yi Sheng, who has squandered 7 years of her life. And the other is even more naive, contemplating using her own money to treat this worthless wretch. You both are driving me to the brink of madness. Jiang Shuaqin was beside herself with rage, pounding her chest in exasperation. Enough of this. Old companion, we must quickly intervene and bring them back, so they can distance themselves from that good-for-nothing. She shouted, striding forward to drag Du Shitting back home. No, mother, if you do not return my money tonight, I will sever ties with you all. Furthermore, when I earn money in the future, I shall never give you a single cent. At that moment, Du Shitting felt profound regret for having trusted her mother's words, allowing her hard-earned money to be kept under her control as a supposed dowry for her marriage. As for Du Shimi, she was not exempt from such folly. As the eldest sister and a doting sibling, she had always known that the money entrusted to their parents ultimately ended up benefiting her brother, yet she had never voiced any objections. Thus, when her father reached out to pull Du Shimi back home, she acquiesced without hesitation. Shitting, I believe it's best if we do not create a scene outside. Let us return and discuss this matter further, she suggested, attempting to pull Du Shitting along with her. However, Du Shitting was consumed by anger. Sister, is Yi Sheng still your fiancé? After discovering he is gravely ill, you've done nothing to raise funds for his treatment. Do you truly wish to watch him suffer and die? Tell me, if you no longer love him, then I shall take on that burden. Seeing her sister so easily manipulated by their parents, Du Shitting could no longer suppress her feelings of resentment and sorrow, her emotions intertwining as she sobbed and questioned her. Yet, Du Shimi appeared equally helpless in this situation. She thought to herself, if only she could reclaim her money from her parents or borrow some, she wouldn't have had to resort to such a drastic measure of severing ties with Yi Sheng last night. Sister, regardless of the circumstances, let us return home for now. Shall we? Do you wish for our parents to be embarrassed in front of all these onlookers? As she spoke, she hurriedly grasped Du Shitting with one hand and pulled Yi Sheng with the other, attempting to lead them both back home. However, their younger brother, Du Xiongfei, was not pleased at all. Just as he was about to strike Yi Sheng, he was abruptly halted by his second sister, Du Shitting. Yet, despite the situation, his animosity towards Yi Sheng remained palpable. Damn it, it's all that poor fool Yi Sheng's fault. Get away from him so I can smash his face in right here, sparing our family from this unrest. With a furious shout, Du Xiongfei raised his fist, ready to deliver a crushing blow to Yi Sheng's head. Crack! Bang! However, before his fist could connect, Yi Sheng, filled with indignation, swiftly retaliated with a punch of his own. With a cry of pain, Du Xiongfei was sent sprawling by Yi Sheng's fierce strike, landing painfully on the ground. You bastard! I will kill you. Naturally, Du Xiongfei was unwilling to concede defeat. He quickly grabbed a wooden stick that his parents had dropped earlier and attempted to rise to confront Yi Sheng. Stop, Du Xiongfei. If you dare to lay another hand on him, I will demand you repay every penny I've spent on you. In that critical moment, Du Shitting threw herself protectively in front of Yi Sheng, leaving Du Xiongfei momentarily stunned. Sister, why do you always shield this useless coward? Aren't you already tired of him dragging our elder sister and the Du family down? Why must you help him? Though Du Xiongfei was seething with rage, he wilted at the sight of his sister, particularly when she mentioned repayment. Let us go. Brother-in-law, we should leave. At that moment, Du Shitting seemed to finally breathe a sigh of relief, wiping the tears from her eyes as she linked her arm with Yi Sheng's and headed home. To an outsider, it would appear they were the true couple. All right, let's depart. Witnessing Du Shitting's unyielding support, Yi Sheng felt a surge of gratitude. He nearly divulged that he wasn't actually ill, hoping to ease her worries. He mused that in this family, perhaps only his future sister-in-law genuinely cared for him. If her sister, Du Shimi, had half of her attitude towards him, perhaps the events of last night would never have transpired. Alas, it was futile to dwell on such matters now. Even though he truly wished to sever all ties with Du Shimi at this moment, he was compelled to return to this household and endure the strain of coexistence for a while longer, until the assets were genuinely divided and he uncovered the identity of the person who had poisoned him. Perhaps there might even be some unexpected and fiery actions from his future sister-in-law. Chapter 27, Entangled. Shameless dispute. Du Shitting, What on earth are you trying to accomplish? Release that useless wretch at once. You are the woman coveted by the esteemed Jia, and you must not tarnish your reputation. As Du Shitting intimately linked her arm with Yi Sheng's, Jiang Shuiqin seemed to finally grasp the situation and swiftly reprimanded her. Immediately, she tugged at Du Shimi, signaling her to step forward and separate Du Shitting from Yi Sheng. Despite her initial hesitance, Du Shimi complied with her mother-esque directive and hurriedly approached. Putting Du Shitting away. Shitting, please let me return with him. Yet, Du Shitting appeared unfazed by her actions. Rest assured, I have no intention of stealing your husband. Du Shimi was momentarily taken aback by these words. Although she had ended things with Yi Sheng the previous night and had been seen with Jia Zhitong, she still harbored feelings of resentment and reluctance towards Yi Sheng. Thus, she couldn't help but confront him. Yi Sheng, you tell me, do you require me to accompany you for another 3 months? It was evident in her subconscious that Yi Sheng had only 3 months of life remaining. When that moment arrived, she would inevitably have to consider her future. No need for that. I can be quite straightforward with you. Upon my return, I solely wish to reclaim my house and car. Once that is settled, we will be free of any obligations to one another. What? The house and car? Du Shimi was taken aback by his words, for in her eyes, those possessions had long since become hers. Moreover, her unborn child required them as well. What? Do you dare to claim those possessions do not belong to Yi Sheng? The car was purchased by me, and I have borne the burden of the down payment and mortgage for the house. Surely, you do not believe those items are yours? Before Du Shimi could respond, Yi Sheng had already surmised much. Please, do not cling to this issue any longer. My priority now is to restore your position, ensuring that even if you were to pass away, you would receive a substantial compensation. She still attempted to obfuscate the matter, and had it not been for the fear of reprimand from her parents, she would have invoked her pregnancy once more. However, Yi Sheng was not one to be easily manipulated. No need for your misguided benevolence. I simply wish to reclaim what rightfully belongs to me. At that moment, the group led by Jiang Shuiqin, who had been trailing behind, erupted in vehement denunciations. Damn it, you scoundrel, do you have no sense of conscience? Our Shimi has endured years of hardship and torment by your side. Even if you were to calculate the value of that house and car, it amounts to nothing more than a mere 100,000. The compensation for her lost youth would hardly be covered. And now, you actually have the audacity to ask for a return? Why don't you just go die? Simultaneously, Du Zemin, who was supporting her, became infuriated and chimed in exactly. Have you even considered that you are a man? How can a man be so petty over matters of the heart? Moreover, have you ever seen a man who, after a breakup or divorce, will make a fuss over property? 99% of them would take into account the struggles their women have faced and choose to leave with nothing. In their eyes, regardless of the house and car, everything should rightfully belong to Du Shimi, having no relation whatsoever to Yi Sheng. Observing Yi Sheng's audacity to make such demands, Du Xiongfeng, who had long harbored resentment towards him, could no longer contain himself. Damn, Yi Sheng, are you tired of living? Don't think for a second that my sister has been with you for so many years. Even if I were to entertain a few women, the rewards I give them would surpass this house and car. Your miserly calculations show you aren't even a man. If it weren't for my second sister protecting you, I would have already knocked your teeth out. As he shouted, he suddenly attempted to charge at Yi Sheng. However, he was swiftly reprimanded by Du Shitting. Du Xiongfeng, what exactly do you intend to do? If you dare to stir up trouble again, return my money and get lost. Though his fury was palpable, he found himself compelled to temper his anger under the pressure of his sister, responding defiantly, fine. I truly have no time to waste on that scoundrel Yi Sheng. I'm leaving. Is that not acceptable? Without giving anyone a moment to react, he dashed towards the Buick Regal that Yi Sheng had bought for Du Shimi, swiftly opening the door and driving away. It was clear that he feared Yi Sheng would reclaim the vehicle. Damn it, kid. Get down. This car is mine. Why do you have to drive it? Yi Sheng attempted to pursue him, intent on dragging him from the car and beating him senseless. Yet, before he could act, Jiang Shuiqin obstructed his path. Yi Sheng, let me make this clear. This car belongs to our eldest daughter. It is the property of my precious son. You can only reclaim it over my dead body. In her mind, anything that belonged to her 2 daughters was inherently tied to her beloved son. Consequently, she exerted every effort to block Yi Sheng. Moreover, Du Shimi quickly positioned herself in front of him. Yi Sheng, I know you despise me, but have you ever stopped to consider? What woman would willingly endure so many years of hardship by your side? As time slips away, with merely 3 months of life remaining, I find myself willing to remain by your side. Is your return solely aimed at contending for these possessions? In a surge of emotion, Du Shimi raised her voice and exclaimed, Indeed. Moreover, the house and car are registered under the name of our eldest daughter, so even if you wish to dispute them, it would be a futile endeavor. Abandon all hope. Upon witnessing her beloved son drive away in the car, Jiang Shuiqin felt her earlier anxiety dissipate, replaced by a fervent need to exploit Yi Sheng's vulnerabilities, causing a torrent of accusations to pour forth. It left Yi Sheng seething with the desire to slap her twice. He cursed himself for having fallen into their trap, allowing the house and car acquired through his parents' hard work to be registered under Du Shimi's name. Suddenly, at that moment, Jiang Shuiqin's phone rang. She hastily pulled it out, only to discover it was a call from Jia Jitai. Quickly, she stepped aside to answer. Hello, mother-in-law. That scoundrel Yi Sheng has dared to offend me, so I must be blunt. I want both of your daughters. If you agree to marry them both to me, I will offer you 10 million in betrothal gifts along with 2 villas. What do you say? Boom. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shuiqin's heart soared with elation. Wonderful. Truly magnificent. Young Master Jia, unlike that impoverished Yi Sheng. Chapter 28. Her daring declaration of affection. After all, before the money-obsessed Jiang Shuiqin, financial security held paramount importance. She wished to spare her daughters from the path of hardship she had endured, especially since her eldest daughter, Du Shimi, had fallen into the clutches of Yi Sheng. She felt her daughter had ignored her counsel, leading to a dead end of exploitation and manipulation. Now, having fortuitously encountered a wealthy heir like Jia Jitai, even if he were merely to toy with her eldest daughter, her younger daughter could secure a firm connection with him. Betting on her 2 daughters to land a prosperous son-in-law was undoubtedly a better option than allowing Du Shimi to remain with a penniless and spineless rogue like Yi Sheng. Consequently, after hanging up, she immediately turned to her younger daughter, Du Shitting. Shitting, you must distance yourself from that scoundrel Yi Sheng. Young Master Jia just called, and he promised us 10 million in betrothal gifts and 2 villas if you choose to be with him. Boom. At this, Du Shitting trembled in shock. What? Mother, that despicable Jia Jitai is someone I could never consider marrying, even if I remained single for life. What? You. Utterly foolish. Before Du Shitting could finish her sentence, Jiang Shuiqin interrupted, her anger surging as she attempted to pull Du Shitting away from Yi Sheng. However, Du Shitting clung tightly to Yi Sheng's arm, declaring loudly, Mother, since you're so eager to align yourself with the Jia family and Jia Jiqiao, you could easily arrange for my sister to marry him. As for me, I desire nothing more than to be with Yi Sheng for the rest of my life. Upon uttering these words, the room fell into stunned silence. One of those present was Du Shimi, who could hardly fathom that her sister was so infatuated with Yi Sheng. The other was Jiang Shuiqin, who was utterly astounded that, after Yi Sheng had so callously treated her eldest daughter, her younger daughter now sought to pursue him as well. This was almost too much for her to bear. Even Yi Sheng himself found it difficult to believe. He was aware that his future sister-in-law had taken a liking to him, yet he did not anticipate that she would be so bold in his moment of despair. Meanwhile, Du Zemin, caught in a moral quandary, felt increasingly uneasy. On one hand, he was inclined to follow his partner's wishes and attach themselves to the Jia family in Jia Jiqiao. Yet on the other hand, he was unwilling to gamble with his youngest daughter's future. After all, compared to his eldest daughter, Du Shimi, who had already been sullied by Yi Sheng, it would be a matter of simply letting her marry Jia Jiqiao, ensuring at least a life of wealth and luxury, even if happiness was out of reach. However, his youngest daughter, Du Shitting, was still a pure maiden. Her suitor should certainly not be Jia Jiqiao, let alone Yi Sheng. Thus, he found himself wishing fervently for Yi Sheng's demise. If that were to happen, Du Shimi could then pursue Jia Jiqiao without any hindrance. Confused, he asked, My dear, did not Jia Jiqiao previously express his desire to court Shimi? Why are you now putting Shitting forward as well? However, the words that followed from Jiang Shuiqin nearly caused him to jump out of his skin. Shu, can you keep your voice down? Just now, Jia Jiqiao mentioned that he is interested in both Shimi and Shitting. Despite their efforts to lower their voices, the mother's words quickly reached Du Shitting's ears, prompting her to angrily murmur, Yi Sheng, let us leave. If my sister does not want you anymore, I shall marry you. Even if you have but 3 months left to live, I shall not allow your existence to be in vain. Without waiting for a reaction from the others, she firmly grasped Yi Sheng's arm and strode homeward. What? Shitting you? At that moment, Jiang Shuiqin could no longer contain herself and hurled a furious rebuke at their retreating figures. Du Shiding, stop right there. I truly believe you have lost your senses. You have seen how Yi Sheng has treated your sister, yet you still wish to subject yourself to him. Are you trying to drive me to my grave? Let me make this clear. Aside from Jia Zhiqiao, I will not permit you to be with any other man. Regardless of her shouting and cursing, Du Shiding resolutely clung to Yi Sheng's arm and continued to march forward. What? You? Observing her resolute demeanor, Yi Sheng felt a pang of reluctance to hurt her feelings. In that moment, he yearned to confide in her that he was not afflicted with a terminal illness, nor was he living on borrowed time. Yet, as the words hovered on the tip of his tongue, hesitation gripped him. He feared the unpredictable consequences that might arise should their forbidden relationship transcend its boundaries. Consider how devoted he had been to her sister, Du Shimi, and the Du family, only to face a disheartening outcome. Despite his deep affection for Du Shiding, how would he confront her sister, her parents, and that insufferable younger brother after they became entwined? Such is the nature of profound love, perhaps. After all, Du Shiding was the sole member of the Du family who had treated him with kindness and unwavering support. Could he truly wager this precious bond? Thus, in an instant, he found himself hastily withdrawing his hand from Du Shiding's grasp, stating, "Shiding, I can manage on my own. I hope you can retract your earlier words. It seems our connection is unattainable." Upon hearing this, Du Shiding's heart jolted. "Well, let me tell you, I never take back what I say. Furthermore, I shall inquire with my sister. If she truly wishes to part ways with you, I will spend the night with you," she added with determination. "I must ensure you leave a mark on me." What? At that moment, Yi Sheng was utterly taken aback. He was uncertain whether he felt moved or found her reasoning unfathomable. He had never anticipated that Du Shiding's affection for him went beyond mere infatuation. She was genuinely willing to take such bold steps. In that moment, he sought to pull her back, to dissuade her from discussing this with her sister, Du Shimi. Yet, Du Shiding boldly approached her sister and declared, "Sister, will you choose Jia Zhitong or Yi Sheng? If you opt for Jia Zhitong, then tonight I will spend the night with Yi Sheng." What? Du Shimi's mind was instantly overwhelmed. "Sister, what are you saying? Do you realize that by defiantly protecting Yi Sheng like this, you may suffer the consequences?" In response, Du Shiding smirked and replied, "Sister, life is fleeting. Only by being with the one we love can we avoid a life unfulfilled. If being with such a wonderful man as Yi Sheng feels like suffering to you, then you should not hesitate. Simply hand him over to me tonight. No matter the trials ahead, I shall bear them without complaint." Saying this, she disregarded the gazes of those around her, and, without a second thought about societal conventions, leaped into Yi Sheng's embrace. Chapter 29. The Urgent Pursuit of the Poisoning Inquiry. Yi Sheng was momentarily stunned. Yet, faced with Du Shiding's alluring and fiery figure, he often found himself dreaming of her, even in his sleep. In the present moment, confronted by her ardent and proactive demeanor, Yi Sheng felt a sudden urge to deliberately provoke Du Shimi. Ignoring the discontented protests of Jiang Shuiqin and Du Zemin, he swiftly encircled Du Shiding's slender waist, allowing her to lead him home. Instantly, this infuriated Du Shimi, Jiang Shuiqin, and Du Zemin to the point of exasperation. "What on earth? Are you all still contemplating taking this home to engage in that?" They shouted in frustration, urging each other to follow suit. Seizing this opportunity, Yi Sheng meticulously scrutinized the group, pondering who among them might be inclined to poison him. First and foremost, Du Shiding, who was so enamored with him, was the least likely suspect. After all, who would dare to harm their beloved? Doubts regarding Du Shimi also seemed unfounded. Since last night, she had steadfastly believed that Yi Sheng was terminally ill, with merely 3 months left to live. Furthermore, she claimed to be carrying his child. Such a sentiment hardly suggested malice. However, according to Zhao Xinyan's examination results, he had been afflicted by a nearly undetectable, slow-acting poison, which could not account for a swift demise within 3 months. Consequently, her assertion of his impending death was merely a consequence of that diagnosis. Thus, the remaining suspects, Jiang Shuiqin, Du Zemin, and Du Xiongfei, emerged as potential adversaries. Jiang Shuiqin and Du Zemin appeared eager for his demise, perhaps in hopes of marrying their daughter, Du Shimi, to Jia Zhiqiao. This possibility loomed large. Moreover, the greatest suspicion fell upon Du Xiongfei. He had always harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Yi Sheng, having threatened him with death on multiple occasions. Additionally, he was known for resorting to underhanded tactics, making the prospect of secretly poisoning Yi Sheng plausible. Furthermore, he yearned for Jia Zhiqiao to become his brother-in-law. rather than allowing a perceived weakling like Yi Sheng to take that role. Nevertheless, the issue remained that Yi Sheng had minimal contact with him, rendering it improbable for Du Xiongfei to administer such a slow-acting poison with any regularity. After all, a secretive and extraordinary poison would likely evade even the most diligent of investigations. Thus, all suspicion converged upon Jiang Shuoqin and Du Zemin, compelling Yi Sheng to remain vigilant regarding these detestable prospective in-laws. Upon their return home, Yi Sheng was met with the disheartening sight of the marital abode he and his parents had painstakingly prepared, now engulfed in chaos due to Jiang Shuoqin and Du Zemin's meddling. An intense fury surged within him, igniting a fierce determination. He resolved that, come what may, he could not allow these people to claim his house and car without consequence. He must reclaim what was rightfully his. Hence, he recalled the foresight he had exercised when the house and car were registered under Du Shimi's name, ensuring she privately drafted a prenuptial agreement for him. If they were to part ways or divorce, the house and car would have to be divided equally. However, what he never anticipated was that upon hastily entering the house after his separation from Du Shitting, intending to retrieve the agreement from his locked personal drawer, he was met with the shocking realization that the drawer had been forcefully pried open and the agreement had vanished without a trace. Damn it. This must be the nefarious doing of that despicable duo, Jiang Shuoqin and Du Zemin. I could hardly contain my rage towards you vile creatures, especially considering that my parents had come here to stay for a mere day or two for medical reasons, only to be driven away by these wretched individuals. Yi Sheng's fury surged within him. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Suddenly, the sound of urgent high heels striking the floor echoed, and the door to the master bedroom was flung open. Yi Sheng, you scoundrel! What are you searching for? Du Shimi burst in, her voice icy and sharp, igniting even more of Yi Sheng's ire. What am I searching for? I am looking for our prenuptial agreement. Look, not only has my drawer been violated, but that agreement has also disappeared. This must surely be the handiwork of your parents. Enraged, Yi Sheng pointed at the ransacked drawer and shouted at Du Shimi. What? How could this happen? No. This cannot be the doing of my parents. It must be that a thief has entered our home. Du Shimi wasted no time in defending her parents. After all, whenever Yi Sheng expressed discontent towards Jiang Shuoqin and Du Zemin, Du Shimi was always the first to shield her parents, even at the cost of enduring a slap or two. Back then, Yi Sheng had endeavored to maintain their romantic relationship with Du Shimi, forcing himself to endure. But now, as he contemplated ending things with her, he was no longer inclined to relent. Damn it, a thief? Aside from my drawer being pried open, what else has been disturbed? This truly is an infuriating betrayal from within. Shouting, Yi Sheng was filled with anger and was ready to confront her parents. But in an instant, Du Shimi seized him firmly. Yi Sheng, will you never cease? Do you have any idea how much my parents have endured over the years? Just think about it. A girl like me, both beautiful and educated, should have been living the life of a young lady or a wealthy matron. They spend freely and enjoy life as they please, yet here I am, when they compare me to the daughters of others. They feel ashamed and take it out on you. Is your hatred for them truly that profound? In that moment, a flurry of questions bombarded Yi Sheng, nearly suffocating him with unspeakable bitterness. I see now. No wonder you have been contemplating a separation from me lately. It appears it's due to your own inability to become a wealthy matron. If that is the case, why did you not simply spend the night with Jia Zhitiao? Why, in your shamelessness, do you still profess a desire to remain with me? Given the gravity of the situation, Yi Sheng naturally felt compelled to confront her with fury. Were it not for his covert investigation into who had poisoned him, he might have openly revealed the truth of his affliction. You, Yi Sheng, can you not behave like a man? I, Du Shimi, am not devoid of compassion. Since you have but 3 months left to live, I must accompany you on this journey. Moreover, I shall assist you in reclaiming your position. If my sacrifices are insufficient to please you, then please enlighten me as to what more you desire from me. Are you expecting me, as a woman, to expend my resources on you after all these years? Furthermore, I am now carrying your child. Cannot you leave the house and car for the sake of our offspring? At this moment, it seemed Du Shimi had been provoked, her voice rising in desperation. Particularly after witnessing Yi Sheng's favor among such exquisite women, she had thought her devotion was justified, only to discover his utter lack of decency. Were it not for his terminal illness and the limited time he had left, she might have summoned her parents and brother to confront this insufferable rascal once more. Chapter 30. Desire. Confession. Damn it, Du Shimi. Spare me the nonsense. I merely wish to reclaim what belongs to my family and me. Do not attempt to morally bind me. Moreover, from this moment forth, do not mention pregnancy or children in my presence. I do not believe a word of it. Faced with Du Shimi's inability to recognize the gravity of the situation, Yi Sheng's patience waned. Yet, his demeanor only ignited Du Shimi's fury anew. Very well. If you continue with this attitude, then go find someone else to be with. I shall not remain here. With that, she seized her expensive handbag and deliberately picked up a box from the bedside cabinet, heading towards the door as if to demonstrate that should he dare to bring up matters of the house and car again, she would seek solace in another man's embrace. In an instant, Yi Sheng was consumed by rage. Damn you, you shameless wretch. It seems your feigned desire to stay with me is merely a ruse to claim the house and car for yourself. Now I see it clearly. Your obsession with possessing the house and car has led you to fabricate tales of pregnancy and child, all while claiming to assist me in reclaiming my rightful position and benefits. At this juncture, the evident truth was unmistakable. How could Yi Sheng possibly remain oblivious? Thus, as he shouted, he rushed forward, intent on casting Du Shimi aside and compelling her to articulate her most sordid thoughts. However, at that very moment, with a resounding bang, her loathsome parents burst through the door. Jiang Shuoqin brandished an iron chair, while Du Zemin wielded a hefty iron rod, advancing towards Yi Sheng with ferocious intent. Damn it! Yi Sheng, you little scoundrel! How dare you bully our precious daughter? Do you think the Du family is easy to intimidate? We will crush you. In an instant, their menacing weapons were swung directly at Yi Sheng. At that moment, he was still preoccupied with confronting Du Shimi, and before he could fully comprehend the situation, he was struck several times, causing him to grimace in pain and exclaim, "Damn it, you truly lack shame. Not only did you steal my prenuptial agreement, but you also dare to assault me? Do you believe I want to retaliate?" At this, Du Shimi was momentarily taken aback. Yet, recalling Yi Sheng's earlier coldness and irrationality towards her, she hesitated to intervene and stop her parents. Meanwhile, Du Shitting, who had just changed into cool sleepwear, rushed in upon hearing the commotion. "What are you doing, Mom and Dad? You know Yi Sheng is terminally ill and only has 3 months left to live. How can you be so heartless as to strike him? Are you even human?" Witnessing Yi Sheng nearly on the brink of severe injury, Du Shitting dashed forward, positioning herself protectively in front of him. "Foolish girl, step aside. He's an ingrate, only knowing how to take, never considering giving back. We must teach him a harsh lesson to prevent him from becoming a malevolent spirit in the afterlife." Jiang Shuoqin and Du Zemin paid no heed to her words, raising their iron chair and rod once more to strike Yi Sheng. In a moment of desperation, Du Shitting forcefully pushed them out, slamming the door shut just as Du Shimi attempted to say something. Damn it, were it not for their status as elders, I would have certainly left them with broken teeth. Yi Sheng yearned to retaliate, but found himself unable to act with Du Shitting so gracefully blocking his path. Moreover, the sudden blows had left him genuinely pained, not merely in a physical sense, but also in the face of such contemptible elders and Du Shimi, which stirred feelings of coldness and sorrow within him. "Brother-in-law, are you all right? Let me see. I'll apply some medicine." Although Du Shitting understood Yi Sheng's resentment, she could not allow him to truly confront her parents. Thus, she had no choice but to bear this sense of indebtedness. She embraced Yi Sheng from behind and intended to personally administer the medicine to him, as a means of atoning for her parents and sister. "Oh no, it's fine. Really." It was uncertain whether Yi Sheng felt a twinge of embarrassment or truly believed he was not gravely injured. But as he felt Du Shitting's graceful embrace and her intention to tend to his wounds in bed, he hastily declined. "Hee, what is there to be embarrassed about? Don't you remember? The year you and my sister first became an item? If you hadn't appeared just in time to scare away those 2 ruffians who were about to assault me, who knows what might have happened? Back then, when you saw my injuries, you even reached out to apply the iron medicine on me. Yes, you did apply it right here, and here as well." At this moment, Du Shitting held the iron medicine in one hand and gently began to apply it to Yi Sheng, using her delicate fingers to illustrate exactly where he had treated her wounds back then. Yi Sheng was left utterly astonished, mouth agape. "You, this." At that instant, Du Shitting, clad in a sheer nightgown, revealed her enchanting figure, her fair skin glimmering alluringly, truly resembling an ethereal beauty. It dawned on Yi Sheng why she had always been so kind and attentive to him. She had not forgotten how he had come to her rescue in her time of need. If their relationship had not been as it was, they might have long since lost touch. Hee, I didn't expect you to remember that incident. Yi Sheng murmured, a hint of longing in his voice. Du Shiding gazed at him with tender eyes and softly replied, of course. From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I was deeply captivated. If my sister hadn't been with you first, perhaps I... She faltered, unable to continue, but the flush on her cheeks revealed her emotional state. However, after this commotion, I fear my sister will no longer be wholeheartedly with you. Perhaps you should swiftly part ways with her and allow me to serve you wholeheartedly instead. After all, you only have 3 months left to live. I truly wish to be with you, and even dream of leaving a legacy behind. As she spoke, her eyes glistened with tears, which fell unbidden onto Yi Sheng's shoulder. Listening to her heartfelt confession and experiencing her gentle care made Yi Sheng's heart race wildly. He thought to himself that perhaps she had a point. Should he make the choice to embrace her tightly now and take their relationship to the next level? To make her his beloved woman forever? Chapter 31. An uncontrollable surge. No, this cannot be. Their relationship was far too complicated. If something were to transpire between us, how would we navigate the complexities of such a relationship moving forward? Moreover, the most pressing concern is how could either of us find happiness, given her family situation? With these thoughts weighing heavily on him, Yi Sheng shook his head vigorously, once again rejecting the notion. Shiding, you are a wonderful girl. I truly cannot bear the thought of causing you harm. Let us do this. If you are willing, I shall always be your dearest brother, and I shall cherish you as my own sister. However, before he could continue, Du Shiding pouted her alluring red lips and softly complained, I came to you willingly. Yet you refuse me. I truly cannot fathom your thoughts. Other men would leap at the chance to be with me. As she spoke, she nestled against Yi Sheng's shoulder, conveying an unspoken promise that if he were to show even a hint of initiative, she would surrender herself to him without hesitation. Just then, a loud banging echoed through the room. Shiding, come out. You must be cautious alone with that ungrateful wretch. Open the door. It was none other than her furious parents, incensed and demanding her presence. Why must you shout so? It's truly infuriating. Du Shiding reluctantly rose, swaying her curvaceous hips as she approached the door, knowing she needed to warn her parents to cease their aggression towards Yi Sheng. Shiding, what has he done to you? We must confront him. Upon seeing their daughter in a sheer nightgown, disheveled and distressed, Jiang Shuoqin and Du Zemin erupted with fury, wielding a metal chair and a heavy rod, intent on storming in. Dad, Mom, what are you doing? You've already harmed Yi Sheng. How could you? Du Shiding felt a surge of anger and desperation. But as a delicate woman, she was powerless to stop her enraged parents. That scoundrel Yi Sheng, you've already tarnished our eldest daughter. Now you aim to corrupt our youngest? Are you seeking a death wish? I'll make you pay. Jiang Shuoqin and Du Zemin were a tempest of rage, ready to unleash their fury on the still reclining Yi Sheng. Little did they know, had Yi Sheng decided to retaliate earlier, they would have found themselves utterly defeated. How dare you bully us so? I shall no longer tolerate your insolence. Yi Sheng shouted, springing from his bed. With a sweeping kick, he sent the metal chair and iron rod flying out of their hands, causing Jiang Shuoqin and Du Zemin to be knocked to the ground by the force of the air. Crack! Bang! You wretched boy! How dare you strike your elders? They cried, hurling insults at Yi Sheng. Mom, Dad, you should leave at once. You have injured him with your brutal assault, yet he has not retaliated with lethal force. Having witnessed Yi Sheng's formidable prowess, Du Shiding is acutely aware that had he truly been provoked to wrath, her parents would likely have perished on this very spot. Thus, she hastens to support her parents, staggering as they make their way out. Damn it, you wait here. I shall certainly summon young Master Jia to teach you a lesson. Not only do I want you expelled from the Du family, kept at a great distance from us, but I also intend to render you crippled. At this moment, Jiang Shuoqin recalls young Master Jia, Jia Jitao, and begins to vociferously incite her sentiments. For she understands all too well that even if Jia Jitao himself cannot best Yi Sheng, leveraging the Jia family's power and status to eliminate him is merely a matter of moments. Damn it, what a pair of insufferable fools, unaware of their impending doom. As they exit, Yi Sheng dismisses them with indifference, slamming the door with force before preparing to indulge in a soothing bath. Without hesitation, he swiftly disrobes. Upon gazing at his scar-laden physique in the grand mirror, a profound loathing for the Du family wells up within him. Damn it, that house and that car are possessions I shall reclaim. Since they dare to pry open my drawer and destroy that prenuptial agreement, Du Shimi must draft another for me. And this time, it shall unequivocally ensure she leaves with nothing. Reflecting on how both the house and the car were painstakingly acquired by him and his parents, especially the sacrifices made by his mother and father, he resolves that their efforts shall not be handed over to the Du family without recompense. However, given the current state of affairs with Du Shimi, convincing her to willingly return the house and car seems a fanciful dream. So what should he do? Yes, since her heart no longer belongs to him, uncovering the truth behind the poison they administered to him, along with securing evidence of Du Shimi's infidelity, could indeed compel her to leave with nothing. With this revelation, Sheng feels as though he has found clarity, gritting his teeth at his reflection in the mirror, vowing to ensure Du Shimi receives the punishment she rightfully deserves. Meanwhile, after Du Shitting angrily assists her parents outside, she addresses them directly. Mom, Dad, why not stay in my brother's new home tonight? If you continue to confront Sheng like this, it could lead to dire consequences. Let's go. I will escort you there immediately. Without waiting for Jiang Shuoqin and Du Zemin to agree, she promptly supports them as they descend stairs. Yet, upon reaching the first floor and locating Du Shitting's vehicle, she suddenly realizes that in their haste, she had neglected to grab her bag, even leaving behind the car keys. Consequently, she instructs her parents to wait. Mom, Dad, please stand here and do not move. I will quickly retrieve the car keys. With that, she dashes back upstairs. According to reason, Sheng's residence is situated on the 6th floor, and ordinarily, one could reach it swiftly via the elevator. However, for some inexplicable reason, the elevator has encountered a malfunction, causing Du Shitting to wait an inordinate amount of time before she hurriedly arrived at room 609. With a click and a bang, as Du Shitting turned the key, the door swung open, and instantly, the once silent abode was filled with the unmistakable sound of rushing water. Could it be that Sheng is taking a shower? Good heavens, he is covered in wounds. If he gets wet like this, it would be disastrous. In a moment of panic, she hastily pushed open the unlocked door without taking the time to knock. Sheng, before she could utter a timely warning, a shrill scream escaped her lips, causing her face to flush a deep crimson, for she had inadvertently glimpsed something she ought not to have seen. Shitting, what is the matter with you? Sheng, startled, was equally taken aback. At that moment, engrossed in his thoughts about whether he should investigate Du Shimi's potential infidelity and gather evidence, he had been oblivious to the commotion outside. And no, it's nothing. But you really shouldn't shower like this. You have injuries. In a flurry, Du Shitting grasped the doorknob and quickly retreated. Yet, the scene she had just witnessed left her heart racing uncontrollably. Oh, it's nothing. After the initial shock, Sheng hurriedly dried himself off and prepared to don his clothing. Just then, an unfamiliar message pinged on his phone. Kid, you better keep an eye on your fiancée. Otherwise, she might end up being a loose woman. Boom! What in the world is going on? Sheng stared intently at the content of the message, his heart thrown into turmoil. If this message were to imply that Du Shimi had indeed strayed, he might not have been so astonished, as he was aware she had always held Jia Zhitong in high regard, entangled in a web of their own making. Her infidelity would not be entirely unexpected. However, the term loose woman sent a chill down his spine. Without a moment's hesitation, he dialed the unknown number from which the message had originated, only to find that it was unreachable. Damn it, who's behind this? Du Shimi, you wretched woman. I could almost wish you dead. Even though they had resolved to part ways, they had not completely severed ties. And the mere thought of the woman he once loved, so deeply engaging in such sordid behavior, ignited a furious rage within him. Such is the nature of man, is it not? Damn it, I must uncover the depths of this wretched woman's depravity. Perhaps she is not only the one who has secretly poisoned herself, but has also donned an innumerable array of green hats. With this thought, Sheng could no longer contain his fury. He promptly opened his computer, intending to use Du Shimi's phone's location system to ascertain her current whereabouts. However, upon completing the operation and observing Du Shimi's location, a wave of unease washed over him. To his shock, she had ventured to the Longhu Hotel at such an hour. That establishment was a haven for high-ranking officials and wealthy elites. What could possibly draw her there? Surely, there was a hidden agenda at play. After mulling over this for a moment, Sheng resolved not to endure any longer. He swiftly rose, determined to confront Du Shimi at the hotel. Yet, at that moment, he suddenly felt a pang of hunger. Exiting his room, he entered the living room to survey the dining table for something to satiate his appetite. To his surprise, he discovered a steaming bowl of noodles, adorned with a sausage and a golden fried egg. Oh, although he had already surmised the author of this culinary creation, he still found it hard to believe. How did she know he was hungry? Just then, a voice message pinged on his WeChat. Brother-in-law, I happened to see you earlier. Before you and my sister fully part ways, perhaps we lack the courage for indiscretions. By the way, I made you some noodles. Remember to eat. Without a doubt, this masterpiece was crafted by his prospective sister-in-law, Do Shitting, and the message was a sudden missive from her. No worries. Thank you. I was just feeling hungry. The grumbling of his stomach moved Yi Sheng, prompting him to quickly express his gratitude in a couple of lines before seizing his chopsticks to dig in. Wow, how delightful. When had she acquired such culinary prowess? As he devoured the noodles, he couldn't help but marvel. In his memory, his soon-to-be sister-in-law had never exhibited any cooking skills. How had she managed to whip up such delectable and fragrant noodles? As he continued to eat, he suddenly felt thirsty. He promptly stood up and walked to the refrigerator. However, upon opening it, he was taken aback. It was filled with a plethora of beverages. Goodness, if there was one thing the fridge had in abundance, it was drinks. Had they spent the living allowance he provided solely on these refreshments? After mumbling to himself, Yi Sheng pulled out a bottle of cola, intending to quench his thirst. No, wait. At that moment, he recalled the possibility of being poisoned. He froze, immediately scrutinizing the bottle of cola in his hand. However, he found nothing amiss. Sigh, perhaps I have overthought things. After a faint, bitter smile, he decided to disregard it all, uncapped the bottle, and began to drink heartily. How refreshing. The delightful noodles he had just savored were now complemented by the delightful chill of the cola. One could hardly express how utterly satisfied and content Yi Sheng felt. Almost instinctively, he let out a hearty belch. Off he goes. It was time to seek out that wretched woman, Du Shimmy. With this plan in mind, Yi Sheng hastily grabbed his bag and hurried out of his home. The summer breeze was neither cold nor warm, yet it carried an unsettling chill. Once Yi Sheng settled into a taxi, he promptly requested the driver to roll down the window, allowing the howling night wind to caress his face and body. Reflecting on the years spent nearly achieving a lasting relationship with Du Shimmy, only to be confronted with such infuriating circumstances, left him feeling overwhelmingly humiliated. Was love between men and women inherently false? Was it merely a fusion of interests, where any disruption on either side would lead to mutual destruction? Yet, if the assertions of emotional experts held any truth, why had Du Shimmy, a woman of exquisite beauty, steadfastly chosen to be with him during his most destitute days, sharing years of love and companionship? Or was it that women were inherently capricious beings, capable of sudden outbursts at unforeseen moments? Along the way, a cascade of questions assailed him, leaving Yi Sheng in a state of confusion and astonishment. Chapter 33. She stirred again with frenzy. Suddenly, at that moment, the taxi came to a screeching halt, nearly throwing Yi Sheng out of his seat. Damn it! The violent jolt startled even the driver, who had slammed on the brakes. What on earth is wrong with you, driver? Yi Sheng exclaimed, gripping the door handle in bewilderment. After all, there was nothing obstructing the road ahead, nor had they been rear-ended. Why had the driver braked so abruptly? Brother, I forgot. Our taxi cannot enter the Longhu Grand Hotel. If they catch us, it would be a minor miracle if the car is merely damaged. We might only come out with half our lives intact. What? Despite having encountered the security here previously, hearing such words again ignited a fresh wave of indignation within Yi Sheng. It's true. This place is frequented by high-ranking officials and dignitaries. Our taxi would surely meet a dire fate if we dared to enter. Acknowledging the veracity of the driver's words, Yi Sheng hastily paid the fare and exited the vehicle. Yet, what he never anticipated was, at the very moment he alighted from the vehicle, he unexpectedly beheld a graceful woman emerging from a luxurious car, her sultry curves swaying enticingly as she nestled against a plump man, making her way toward the grand entrance of the Longhu Hotel. Without a doubt, a mere glance at her silhouette was sufficient for Yi Sheng to ascertain that she was none other than his unworthy fiancée, Du Shimmy. However, the identity of the rotund man eluded him. Could it be that she was entangled with yet another lover? Yi Sheng was taken aback, utterly incredulous that Du Shimmy would indulge in such licentious behavior. It appeared that, in addition to her infatuation with his cherished white moonlight, Jia Jitai, she had been unfaithful with other men as well. This overwhelming revelation ignited a tempest of fury and suffocation within him. What on earth did she intend to achieve? She had professed a desire to reconcile and promised to accompany him for 3 more months, yet she had sunk to such depravity. In a fit of rage, he resolved to charge across the street, intent on confronting her infidelity. Yet, he was a fraction too slow. Just as he was poised to advance, Du Shimi had already entered the Longhu Hotel, laughing merrily with that man. Damn it, Du Shimi, alt distance. In a moment of desperation, Yi Sheng abandoned any pretense of stealth and bellowed at the back of the illicit couple before pursuing them relentlessly. Hey, you, what do you think you're doing? Stop right there. The security personnel, witnessing Yi Sheng's fierce advance, immediately sensed impending trouble and moved to intercept him. Such incidents were not uncommon at this venue, typically involving spineless men seeking to reclaim their wives or girlfriends from affluent suitors. They were determined not to allow Yi Sheng inside. Get out of my way. Who dares impede me will face dire consequences. Fueled by rage, Yi Sheng disregarded the setting, adopting a stance prepared to teach them a lesson. Kid, you're quite audacious. Do you want me to jab you with this electric baton? The security guards, oblivious to Yi Sheng's prior confrontations with numerous thugs of the Longhu gang, mistook him for just another spineless weakling. They failed to recognize the gravity of their error. Given where you are, consider yourself fortunate that your woman has attracted the attention of those gentlemen. You dare to cause a scene? Before Yi Sheng could utter another word, the security guards raised their batons and swiftly encircled him. It seems I must demonstrate to you what you truly are. Yi Sheng, undeterred, swung a fist, landing a kick squarely on one guard, sending him sprawling to the ground with a resounding thud. With a piercing scream, the remaining 2 security guards found themselves utterly bewildered. Before they could comprehend the situation, Yi Sheng lifted his foot once more and delivered a devastating blow, leaving them writhing in agony. How dare you 2 think you could obstruct my path? Yi Sheng, retracting his move, smirked disdainfully at them. Terrified, they hastily dropped to the ground, too pained to move a muscle. At that moment, Yi Sheng had no intention of lingering. He hastened to pursue Du Shimi. That wretched woman. However, as he rushed back inside, the vast hotel lobby was devoid of any trace of Du Shimi and that wild man. Damn it, Du Shimi. You treacherous woman. I will undoubtedly capture evidence of your infidelity, ensuring you leave with nothing and suffer public disgrace. Undeterred, fueled by his seething rage, Yi Sheng charged towards the opulent front desk, eager to inquire of the front desk attendants about the whereabouts of that sordid couple, on which floor and in which room they had disappeared. Excuse me, ladies, he began, intending to politely address the elegantly dressed front desk attendants. Yet the security guards he had previously incapacitated had already rushed in behind him. Front desk, quick! Call Jiangu and have him bring the brothers down to deal with this brat. They shouted. How dare he force his way in and injure us? Perhaps at this hour, the enforcers and assassins of the Longhu gang were preoccupied upstairs, leaving behind only these unfortunate guards to man the entrance. What? The front desk attendants were taken aback. For many years, no one had dared to wreak havoc on the turf of the Longhu gang. The sight of this remarkably handsome and cultured young man establishing such a precedent was beyond their wildest dreams. One of the attendants promptly dialed a number. Suddenly, a dozen burly men in black burst forth from within. Leading them was none other than Yu Jian, who had previously been left bloodied by Yi Sheng's hand. Damn it! You again, you brat? Were you not apprehended by the police? How did you get out so quickly? Yu Jian recoiled a few steps at the sight of the terrorizing figure before him. The group of black-clad men behind him was evidently not the same crew he had brought earlier. As they witnessed Yi Sheng's disruption, they readied themselves to encircle him and administer a thorough beating. However, before they could form a proper attack, Yi Sheng unleashed his fury, swiftly knocking them to the ground. Even Yu Jian, already battered and bruised, was not spared. In an instant, their cries of pain echoed as they lamented their misfortune. Brat, you wait. We'll summon our fierce brother down immediately. He asked the top enforcer of the Longhu gang. You'll see. We'll make sure you regret this. Chapter 34. Infidelity in a room. However, before they could rise, Yi Sheng had already dashed forward in one swift motion. Seizing a stunning young lady who was still dazed at the front desk, he tightly gripped her neck and threatened, do not scream. If you wish to live, take me upstairs at once. Without waiting for her response, he had already dragged her to the elevator entrance. All right, what do you want me to do? The striking young lady, though somewhat capable herself, was taken aback by Yi Sheng's ferocity. He had effortlessly subdued numerous thugs from the Longhu gang, and despite her reluctance, she seemed to have no choice but to comply. I need you to take me to the room booked by that couple." As he spoke, Sheng forcefully pushed her into the elevator. Had it not been for the sparse crowd at that moment, chaos would surely have ensued. Okay. I happen to have a spare universal room card." The young lady, clearly intimidated, quickly retrieved a room card. Soon, they arrived on the 28th floor. Ding! As the elevator doors slid open, Sheng's heart sank. He was acutely aware that had the Longhu gang not let their guard down tonight, he would never have been able to breach their stronghold so easily. Perhaps they never imagined that someone would dare to act recklessly in their territory. Or maybe tonight was indeed special. "Handsome, could you please let me go? You're hurting me." As he was about to step toward room 2869, Sheng still held her arm tightly, prompting her to plead for mercy. "Well, you'd best not try anything funny, or your end will be quite grim." Facing such a graceful and pitiful beauty, Sheng simultaneously loosened his grip while lowering his voice to issue another warning. Of course, the young lady nodded eagerly. Yet, Sheng still felt uneasy and closely followed her. He thought to himself that should she dare to scream at this moment, he would pounce on her and ensure she was utterly subdued. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Unexpectedly, as Sheng intently observed the enchanting young lady ahead, she resembled a captivating rose, seductive and alluring. He found himself momentarily entranced, unable to tear his gaze away. Damn, I've heard that even the maids in the Longhu gang can make all men covet them. Now it seems that is indeed true. Sheng couldn't help but mutter to himself as he trailed behind her. Whoosh, we've arrived. Suddenly, the striking young lady came to a halt. Oh, at that moment, Sheng's heart raced wildly. He was about to confront his unfaithful fiancée, who was ready to end their relationship, and his emotions were a tumultuous mix. Inside the room, a man is fervently holding onto an exquisite and alluring woman. Do shimmy, do not presume yourself to be innocent. I am only indulging you because I hold you in esteem. With a sneer, the man prepared to assert his dominance. Ah, Wu Li Hong, what exactly do you intend to do? Wu Li Hong, emboldened by the effects of alcohol, caught Du Shimmy off guard, momentarily paralyzing her with shock. She quickly began to struggle fervently. What do I intend to do? If you are not trying to seduce me, why would you have entered my room? He taunted. Tell me, what do you desire in exchange for sharing my bed? It was evident that Du Shimmy had willingly entered this room, and as the general manager of the engineering division who had long coveted her, Wu Li Hong was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. You, get away from me. There is absolutely no way I will sleep with you. As Wu Li Hong's former secretary, Du Shimmy had gone to great lengths to escape his clutches, only to find herself ensnared once more that very night. You have no say in this. Do you still not realize? From a moment you joined our municipal company, I was captivated by you. That is why I promptly appointed you as my secretary. Yet, despite my persistent advances, you stubbornly refused to become my clandestine lover. However, tonight, whether you like it or not, you will become mine. With this declaration, Wu Li Hong abandoned his usual authoritative demeanor, ready to violently tear at Du Shimmy's dress. You filthy rogue, get away from me. Du Shimmy was thrown into a panic. She had never anticipated that by inviting Wu Li Hong, the esteemed general manager, to dinner, she could restore Yi Xingguan to his position. Instead, she found herself drugged and bewildered, trapped in this room. Just as Wu Li Hong was about to force himself upon her, she suddenly regained her senses, desperately fighting back while shouting in protest. Damn it, you brazen harlot! How dare you call me a rogue? Tonight, I shall show you exactly what kind of rogue I can be. With the prize so tantalizingly close, Wu Li Hong, adept at manipulating power and desire, was not about to relent. He tightened his embrace around her, a mocking smile spreading across his face. After all, nothing in this world was more exhilarating than forcibly subjugating a woman of such beauty, especially when she was one of his subordinates. No. Realizing she could not prevent his advances, Du Shimmy panicked even further. In a moment of desperation, she sought to appeal to his better nature. Mr. Wu, did you not say that if I dined with you, you would restore Yi Xingguan to his position? How can you speak so carelessly? As a leader, you should not behave in such a manner. However, at this moment, Wu Li Hong, who was already lost in his own world, could hardly heed her words, especially when he suddenly beheld Du Shimmy's pleading demeanor. An exhilarating thrill surged within him. Have you ever encountered a leader devoid of desires? Moreover, I am not merely asking you to share my bed without reason. If you serve me well tonight, not only will I restore your fiancé, Yi Sheng, to his former position, but I shall also facilitate your swift promotion to the esteemed role of special assistant to the general manager of the engineering technology division. Indeed, you would become one of my closest confidants. With such an arrangement, you would instantly rise to a status above countless others within our grand enterprise. Are you not at all tempted? After all, this coercive approach lacks the thrill of a willing partnership. Thus, Wu Lihong found himself once more attempting to charm her. Oof. Yet Du Shimi could not suppress a cold laugh. For how many had already been promised the position of special assistant to the general manager by Wu Lihong? First, it was Jia Zhitian, then Yi Sheng, and now, astonishingly, herself. The absurdity of it all was almost laughable. Presently, her only desire was to retain her house and car, seeking to assist Yi Sheng in regaining his position through her own efforts, thus finding some solace in her conscience. How could she possibly allow such an older man to debase her? Chapter 35. Suddenly infuriated. Crack. Bang. At that moment, Yi Sheng swiftly seized the room key from the stunning lady's hand, ready to unlock the door. However, in that instant, a horde of men clad in black surged toward him from down the corridor. Hey you, stop right there, a booming voice declared. Do you dare to act arrogantly on the territory of our Longhu gang? With that, a towering figure, fierce in appearance, led the group to encircle Yi Sheng. Upon witnessing the fierce approach of the crowd, the breathtaking lady swiftly distanced herself from Yi Sheng. Menga, you finally arrived? He was just forcing me to accompany him. You must show him the might of our Longhu gang. The lady's voice, now close and urgent, pointed accusingly at Yi Sheng. After all, Meng Ge was reputed to be the strongest enforcer of the Longhu gang, a retired elite soldier with formidable skills. His methods, whether in combat or otherwise, were ruthlessly brutal. Should he unleash his power, the consequences would be horrifying. Although Yi Sheng was also quite capable, in the eyes of this enchanting lady, should a confrontation arise, 10 Yi Shengs would likely pale in comparison to Meng Ge. Moreover, Meng Ge was accompanied by a multitude of men. Yi Sheng would not only face defeat, but utter devastation. Xiaohua, do not worry. With Meng Ge protecting you, who would dare to bully you? As a prominent figure beside the leader of the Longhu gang, He Meng often found himself intersecting with the service ladies at the Longhu Grand Hotel. Thus, he felt compelled to console the stunning Miss Xiaohua. Oh, so you are the one referred to as the foremost enforcer of the Longhu gang. He Meng, it appears you are rather overrated. At this moment, Yi Sheng, though inwardly taken aback, recognized the peril of showing fear in the presence of such menacing thugs. To falter would mean inviting their violence. Therefore, he straightened his posture, adopting an air of indifference, and replied coolly, "Ah, you insolent brat, do you realize that not only here, but even within the realm of hailing, merely uttering our Meng Ji's name would send shivers down one's spine? You are like a stubborn pig, unafraid of boiling water, seeking your own demise." A bald, black-clad brute standing beside He Meng could no longer contain his rage and bellowed at Yi Sheng. His words held merit. After all, as the leading enforcer of the Longhu gang, a notorious power within hailing, He Meng's reputation was formidable indeed. So you mean to challenge me to a duel? Yi Sheng was not easily intimidated. After years of martial arts training with his exceptional master, he knew his prowess was not to be underestimated. While facing 10 opponents at once might spell trouble for him, a one-on-one encounter with this reputed enforcer could very well end in his favor. Without waiting for a response, he promptly proposed a duel that favored him. Oh, you think this is a marketplace? Here, we want to even need Meng Ge to intervene. We can dispose of you ourselves. The bald brute, witnessing Yi Sheng's blatant disrespect, became even more incensed. No, since he possesses such audacity, I will take him on myself. If he survives my hands, I shall let him go. Perhaps provoked by Yi Sheng's challenge, He Meng squared his shoulders and stepped forward, fixing a fierce gaze upon his adversary. In hailing, no one had ever dared to challenge him to a duel. Yi Sheng was the first, and he could not let the opportunity to teach this insolent youth a lesson slip away. What? Meng Ge, do you really need to intervene? Just leave this brat to us brothers. We can certainly incapacitate him. The bald brute, seeing Yi Sheng's seemingly gentle demeanor, figured he could easily take him down without the need for their leader's involvement. Yes, Meng Ge, let us brothers deal with him. He speculated that the reason Yu Jian and his group fell to Yi Sheng was likely due to their recent indulgence in leisure, leaving them weakened. Now we, the brothers, are all elite members of the Dragon and Tiger gang. Even one of us would be enough to make him regret it. It seems this young lad is truly courting death. The group of burly men in black immediately began to cheer wildly, eager to storm forward and confront Yi Sheng directly, hoping to swiftly subdue him and claim their rewards. Meanwhile, the stunning Miss Xiaohua, who had just been ridiculed by Yi Sheng, felt a surge of indignation. It would be impossible for her not to feel anger after being bullied like that. Yet, as she realized that such a handsome young man was on the verge of losing his life, a pang of reluctance washed over her. Just as men can be lecherous, women can also succumb to infatuation. However, no matter her inner turmoil, faced with such a dire situation, she could only accept the grim reality of Yi Sheng's imminent demise. Well then, why don't you all come to me together and give it a try? Recognizing that he could not confront them head-on, Yi Sheng decided to take on a few of them first, confident in his ability to defeat them with ease. Once he took down a couple, surely the fierce Meng would challenge him to a one-on-one duel. According to the rules of the martial world, they would not dare to swarm him again after that, significantly increasing his odds of victory. Huh, you think we're pushovers? The bald man in black, incensed by Yi Sheng's arrogance, bellowed and charged forward with several of his companions. Whoosh! Bam! However, before they could position themselves, Yi Sheng unleashed a flurry of swift and powerful strikes, effortlessly sending them crashing to the ground. In an instant, the bald men lay sprawled on the ground, bloodied and howling in agony, their plight utterly pathetic. What the hell? He is unbelievably strong. Witnessing this, not only were the black-clad men stunned, but even their leader, Meng, was momentarily taken aback. After all these years, no one had ever dared to confront the elites of the Dragon and Tiger Gang in such a manner, let alone Yi Sheng, who was facing three at once. The previously indecisive Miss Xiaohua was now caught in a dilemma. Should she wish for the gang members to eliminate Yi Sheng, or hope that this striking young man might somehow escape? Yet, as she watched those men fall to the ground, she was jolted into realization. Yi Sheng, this dashing young man, was indeed formidable. Chapter 36. The stunning socialite in Shakha. What a fine lad. It seems you truly possess some remarkable skills. Faced with Yi Sheng's rapid defeat of his capable subordinates, Meng, the top enforcer of the Dragon and Tiger Gang, could no longer maintain his composure. He had anticipated Yi Sheng's prowess, but he had never imagined that someone could so swiftly subdue his prized fighters. Thus, even for the sake of pride, this time Yi Sheng must face the consequences of his actions. He smirked, then provocatively asked, "Shall we settle this in a one-on-one duel? Or will you all come at me together?" At this point, Yi Sheng was no longer willing to let them run amok. He boldly challenged them again, his aim still firmly set on a personal confrontation to determine superiority. Damn it, who do you think you are? You dare to suggest that we confront you all at once? Despite having witnessed Yi Sheng's formidable capabilities, Meng, the top enforcer of the Longhu Gang, had never feared anyone aside from their notorious assassin, Lei Biao, and the legendary 8 martial arts titans. As their leader, Meng was about to take action, the recently defeated bald men, still struggling to rise from the ground, suddenly felt invigorated. Indeed, this brat is utterly arrogant and lawless. Boss, you must take him down decisively. Otherwise, how can we brothers continue to navigate the underworld? Yes, Meng, once you strike, it will be an effortless victory. They refused to acknowledge that it was Yi Sheng's prowess that had brought them down, instead shouting provocations in his direction. The truth was that their recent days of indulgence had drained their strength. Otherwise, even if Yi Sheng was formidable, it was unlikely he could have felled them so quickly, leaving them unable to rise. Rest assured, brothers, had he surrendered and refrained from attacking you, perhaps I would have let him off lightly. But now, since he is so ungrateful, let him experience my true strength. With that declaration, Meng ceased his idle chatter and swiftly assumed a combative stance. In an instant, his fierce physique seemed to solidify in the corridor, emanating an aura of intimidation and a palpable sense of lethal intent. Observing his ferocity, his henchmen felt a surge of vindication and rallied with enthusiasm, shouting, "Ha boss! Destroy him! Our leader is invincible!" Even the stunning beauty, Xiaohua, who had been present, felt a twinge of apprehension. After all, during her time at the Longhu Hotel, she had never witnessed the famed enforcer in action. Witnessing it now, she couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety for Yi Sheng, fearing that this charming young man might meet his end tonight. What a pity it would be. Meanwhile, in the room, Wu Lihong suddenly caught a faint sound of fighting outside the door, startling him greatly. He feared that his earlier dalliance with the Longhu gang's top socialite had led to his being surrounded. As a result, he had no time for further contemplation and hastily released the enchanting Du Shimmy, who was so tantalizingly close to his lips. In a flurry, he donned his clothes, eager to make a swift escape. However, the moment he nervously opened the door, he was met with the sight of Sheng surrounded by a throng of burly men cloaked in black. Instantly, he breathed a sigh of relief and retreated back into the room, resolute that he would not let the opportunity to embrace the alluring Du Shimmy slip away that night. Outside, a fierce confrontation was on the brink of eruption. The atmosphere is certainly charged. Yet, in a brawl, such things hold little significance. Since you dare to challenge me, I shall rise to the occasion. At that moment, Sheng was certainly not one to back down. Witnessing the ferocity of the burly men, he promptly assumed a defensive stance, ready to unleash his most ruthless techniques in a fierce contest. The air was thick with tension as both masters prepared for battle. The group of black-clad men and the exquisite young lady, Xiaohua, who had hidden herself away, all found their hearts racing, scarcely daring to breathe. I'll take you down. With a roar, the burly man finally succumbed to fury. In an instant, he lunged at Sheng like a ferocious beast, threatening to overwhelm him with sheer force. Should Sheng fail to counter this onslaught, he would not emerge unscathed. Stop! Suddenly, a delicate voice rang out from down the corridor. In an instant, everyone froze. To their astonishment, the figure approaching was an extraordinarily beautiful woman. She appeared to be around 28 or 29, standing tall and exuding an alluring charm. Her beauty was not merely due to her stunning features or her captivating figure, but also stemmed from an intoxicating air that rendered one unable to look away. Clad in a striking red, fitted dress, her legs were elegantly enveloped in black stockings, accentuating her alluring curves to breathtaking effect. Goodness! To possess such an exquisite beauty would make any man willing to forsake the world. Thus, her sudden appearance left all present in stunned silence. Even the burly man, who had been poised to pounce on Sheng, was compelled to halt his advance. Miss Chen, what brings you here? He stammered. After all, Chen Jiaying was the most cherished goddaughter of the leader of the Longhu gang and the foremost socialite within the organization. Even the gang's top enforcer, Hei Ming, had to show her some respect. What is the meaning of this? Chen Jiaying, stepping gracefully in her red high heels, approached them with an elegant poise. Seemingly indifferent to the burly men, her gaze immediately swept over Sheng, assessing him with keen interest. Sheng was momentarily taken aback, especially when his eyes met hers. Filled with an entrancing allure, he felt an overwhelming heat wash over him, leaving him momentarily paralyzed. Even Lin Meiying, who is often regarded as the foremost beauty of their city's company, pales in comparison to the enchanting woman before him. Perhaps it is the allure of the world of romance that casts such a spell. In that moment, Sheng found himself uncertain, pondering whom he would choose as a wife if he were to possess both Lin Meiying and this stunning woman. Lost in thought, he felt an overwhelming urge to fix his gaze upon her, as if he could not tear his eyes away. Damn it, Miss Chen, this kid not only knocked down Yu Jian and his gang, but now he has also bested several of my elite brothers. I was just about to give him a good lesson. Hei Ming exclaimed without hesitation. Chapter 37. The Tension Mounts. Chen Jiaying could hardly believe her ears. After all, in Hailing, no one had ever demonstrated such prowess to take down so many of the Longhu gang's fighters, those who were already part of the gang. She instinctively tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and scrutinized Sheng once more, feeling a jolt of surprise within her. Witnessing her exquisite beauty and alluring figure stirred something profound within Sheng. Wait, I feel like I've seen her somewhere before, he mused, yet he could not quite recall where. So what do you intend to do? Chen Jiaying inquired, glancing at Hei Ming with an air of seriousness. Damn it, we should simply eliminate him. Even if it's not for avenging our brothers, it is imperative to uphold the reputation of the Longhu gang. In Hailing, anyone who crosses paths with the Longhu gang never ends well. They either face death or severe consequences. Hei Ming shouted, preparing to confront Sheng. No, Meng Yi, could you possibly grant me a favor and let him go? In an unexpected turn, Chen Jiaying found herself determined to rescue Sheng, despite the risks involved. Even if Hei Ming chose to spare him, should their gang leader learn of this, the repercussions would be dire. You, Miss Chen, you are well aware of the rules of the Longhu gang. If I let him go, and the leader holds me accountable, it would not bode well for me, Hei Ming began, but before he could finish, Chen Jiaying interrupted him. I am indeed fully aware. However, in that moment, she desperately wished for He Ming and the others not to act impulsively, but she could not articulate a solid reason. Could she really confess to He Ming that she seemed to be enamored with Yi Sheng, hoping he would show leniency? But what? Miss Chun, if it were merely my affair, I might consider granting you a significant favor and letting him go. However, this matter is indeed beyond our control. Therefore, I urge you to leave this place quickly, lest we inadvertently inflict harm upon you during our struggle. He Ming, as a prominent leader of the dark forces, easily discerned Chun Jiaying's ulterior motives. He understood that she was merely contemplating utilizing young talents like Yi Sheng for her own purposes. Yet, within the ranks of the Longhu gang, how could she possibly achieve her aims so effortlessly? No, please spare him. If the leader, my godfather, decides to pursue this, I shall bear the consequences alone. Clearly, Chun Jiaying was growing anxious. However, before she could continue her pleas, He Ming had grown increasingly impatient and swiftly resumed his aggressive stance. He then shouted to the group of men in black surrounding him, "Brothers, attack! Eliminate this brat! Avenge our fallen comrades!" Indeed, the men in black were already sharpening their blades, and upon receiving their leader's command, they disregarded all hesitation. As soon as they heard the order, they surged towards Yi Sheng, launching a swift assault. No, please don't do this. In a moment of desperation, Chun Jiaying wasted no time hesitating. She darted forward and shielded Yi Sheng with unwavering determination. I dare anyone to come closer. If you wish to harm him, you must first eliminate me. At this juncture, Chun Jiaying found herself at a loss for alternatives. Me Shen. Here's the deal. I shall grant you some leniency and refrain from taking action. If this young man can defeat our brothers, I will let him go. However, should he falter and be overcome by our men, then we shall not be held responsible. What say you? He Ming, observing Chun Jiaying's fierce protection of Yi Sheng, mistakenly assumed they were well acquainted. Yet, in deference to her and to provide a resolution for his brothers, he felt compelled to make such a concession. After all, Chun Jiaying was the most esteemed socialite within the Longhu gang and the beloved goddaughter of their leader. He wouldn't dare to offend her lightly. Nevertheless, he believed that with his brothers attacking in unison, even the most formidable of opponents would struggle to withstand their assault. In other words, even if he refrained from direct involvement, Yi Sheng's life would likely be forfeited tonight. At that moment, Chun Jiaying found herself momentarily speechless, particularly since He Ming was the foremost enforcer of the Longhu gang. If she continued to protect Yi Sheng, the repercussions would inevitably reach their leader, leaving her with no avenue of escape. Alas, she was caught in a dilemma. However, in that instant, Yi Sheng unexpectedly initiated his own offensive, not only embracing her, but also launching a fierce kick towards the group of men in black. How dare he strike first? Brothers, eliminate him. Charge! Charge! As a command from He Ming echoed through the air, the group of men clad in black no longer hesitated. With swift and ferocious intent, they surged forward, launching a relentless assault on Yi Sheng. The sound of combat, crack, bang, erupted, transforming the corridor into a chaotic battleground. The clamor of violence reverberated through the rooms flanking the corridor, instilling fear in those within. Many believed it to be a gang altercation, trembling in terror. Even those engaged in intimate affairs were compelled to cease their activities. However, within Wu Lihong's chamber, he remained undeterred, lunging toward the exhausted Du Shimi, who had long since resisted. Moments earlier, upon witnessing Yi Sheng besieged by a throng of Longhu gang enforcers, Wu Lihong concluded that Yi Sheng's fate was sealed, emboldening his desires toward Du Shimi. Hey, Du Shimi, you might as well submit to me, he taunted. Do you realize? Yi Sheng is being overwhelmed out there. Even if he survives, he will be irrevocably damaged. Do you still think you can remain chaste for him? As Wu Lihong relentlessly advanced, attempting to coerce Du Shimi into submission, he could not restrain himself from recounting the scene he had just witnessed. The revelation sent a tremor through Du Shimi. What? Yi Sheng? Suddenly, she was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Yi Sheng would follow her, and a flicker of concern and fear for his plight washed over her. She thought, even if he must perish, he should first reclaim his position before succumbing to his fate. This only intensified her resistance, compelling her to dash toward the door, desperate for Yi Sheng to flee this perilous situation. Chapter 38. A Frenzied Struggle. Crack. Bang. Yet at that moment, the The battle outside raged with ferocity. "Damn it, kid. If our brothers had brought their weapons, you would have been dead by now," one of the fallen bald men shouted. "Look, he can barely hold on. Yet he still thinks he can embrace Miss Chun while facing us. You better put her down." Seeing his comrades rallying under their leader He Meng's command, the bald man boasted, relishing the impending defeat of Yi Sheng. However, with Chun Jiaying tightly held in Yi Sheng's arms, it hindered their ability to strike with full force. Thus, he provocatively taunted Yi Sheng further. "Yes, go ahead, put Miss Chun down. I don't believe our numbers can't take you down, you little brat." The sea of black-clad men erupted in a cacophony of jeers. Despite Yi Sheng's evasive maneuvers, the overwhelming odds began to weigh on him. He was not only tasked with shielding Chun Jiaying from harm, but was also engaged in a fierce struggle against the multitude. For a moment, he felt the pressure mounting. Young man, do not worry. I will protect you." Do not heed their words. Continue to embrace me so tightly. In doing so, they will surely refrain from acting recklessly. At this moment, although Chun Jiaying was deeply concerned for Yi Sheng, the danger surrounding them only seemed to amplify her resolve. As long as Yi Sheng held her firmly, she believed those thuggish assailants clad in black would hesitate to strike with full force. Faced with the relentless onslaught of these attackers, Chun Jiaying appeared to have steeled herself, shouting defiantly, "Back off. If you dare to continue this madness and something happens to me, our leader will ensure you suffer the consequences." It was evident that she was determined to protect Yi Sheng at all costs. What on earth has gotten into Miss Chun today? Why is she suddenly so invested in this young man? The henchman commanding the assault on Yi Sheng found himself utterly perplexed, especially as he watched Yi Sheng clutching the stunning woman. Radiating passion and fervor, it stirred a sense of envy within him. He knew full well that not only in the Longhu gang, but even within the realm of hailing, numerous high-ranking officials and affluent heirs desired to cultivate a close relationship with Chun Jiaying, only to be rebuffed time and again. Yet here she was, resolutely defending that scoundrel, Yi Sheng. This was tantamount to courting disaster. Meanwhile, Yi Sheng, now fully incensed, recognized the cunning tactics of his assailants as they resorted to a coordinated attack. No longer restraining himself, he released Chun Jiaying and unleashed a flurry of strikes, generating a powerful gust that sent the black-clad thugs crashing to the ground one after another. This is utterly terrifying. In a separate room, Wu Lihong continued his unwarranted advances toward Du Shimi, unconcerned about the events unfolding outside. Deep down, he was convinced that Yi Sheng was doomed. Du Shimi, do you still entertain thoughts of rescuing Yi Sheng? Even if you were a celestial being, you could not save him. With a smirk, Wu Lihong leered at the struggling Du Shimi, relishing the situation. "Wu Lihong, you must leave at once. You are the general manager of our major department. If you dare to violate me, I will expose this matter to the public, ruining your reputation." In her desperate attempt to fend off Wu Lihong, Du Shimi resorted to threats. After all, in the world of politics and business, no one dared to gamble with their future prospects. Yet, how could the lustful Wu Lihong heed her warnings? If you were part of the Longhu gang, perhaps I'd be concerned. However, given your background, Du Shimi, even if I boldly allowed you to expose it to the public or continuously report it upwards, I fear you lack the ability to bring me down. I advise you to obediently submit to me. You might gain even more that way. At this moment, Wu Lihong faced Du Shimi's threats and resistance, akin to a cat toying with a mouse, creating an exhilarating and amusing scenario. Perhaps this is why he harbored trepidation towards the socialite of the Longhu gang, yet felt no fear towards Du Shimi. Crash! Bang! Outside the door, amidst another fierce altercation, just as He Meng and his companions believed victory was in their grasp, an abrupt twist occurred. Yi Sheng, akin to a ferocious beast emerging from the depths of hell, swiftly brought them all to the ground. Blood. It hurts. He is a demon. Instantly, the corridor echoed with the wails of anguish. In that fleeting moment, He Meng, still standing, could hardly believe his eyes. Even Chun Jiaying, who had just been worried for Yi Sheng, stood frozen in shock. No one had anticipated Yi Sheng's prowess, which had reached a terrifying peak. However, it was precisely due to Yi Sheng's performance that Chun Jiaying developed an extreme admiration for him. Before He Meng could act, she rushed to his side, exclaiming loudly, "He Meng, you promised not to intervene personally. I suggest you concede." Boom. Upon hearing this, although He Meng felt 1,000 unwilling sentiments, how could he retract his earlier words? Moreover, The one obstructing him was the top socialite of the Longhu gang and the most favored goddaughter of the leader. Thus, he could only suppress his displeasure and coldly state, "Damn it. I hope you will explain this matter to the leader personally." What a disappointment. Then, witnessing his subordinates defeated by Sheng, he had no choice but to issue a loud command. "Brothers, we leave." Following this, the group of black-clad men, bruised and bloodied, reluctantly rose to their feet and followed their leader in dejection. Observing this, Chun Jiaying finally let out a heavy sigh of relief. She understood all too well that if, at this moment, the exhausted Sheng were to face the fierce and skilled He Meng personally, he would likely be doomed. "Ah, young man, are you all right? If not, let me help you to my room to rest for a while." Saying this, she hurriedly approached Sheng, ready to assist him towards her private room. Chapter 39. Who is more insane? This, Sheng felt a bit hesitant. After all, his primary purpose for being here was to catch someone in the act. Now that he had finally cleared these obstacles, he was eager to rush into the room and capture evidence against Du Shimi. "Haha, what is wrong? Do you not find me attractive, my dear beauty?" Chun Jiaying gazed at him in perplexity, pondering to herself that she was renowned as the foremost socialite of Hailing City, arguably the most beautiful woman in the entire city. Numerous dignitaries and wealthy young scions yearned for just a moment of her time, vying fiercely for an encounter with her. Yet now, despite her bold advances, he had rebuffed her. This was indeed a source of indignation for her. Consequently, she decided to abandon her lofty demeanor and seized Sheng's arm playfully. "Oh, it's not like that. I genuinely have urgent matters to attend to." As she spoke, Sheng took a step forward, intending to open the door to Du Shimi's room. "Huh? Is there anything more pressing than being with me?" After witnessing Sheng's formidable skills earlier, Chun Jiaying was even more eager to become acquainted with him, wishing to claim him as her own, particularly for a woman of her unfortunate background, seeking to escape the clutches of the Longhu gang and her despicable godfather. It was imperative to have a powerful ally. Sheng was precisely the person she needed. Not only was he formidable, but he was also exceedingly handsome, a rare find indeed. "Beautiful lady, how about, however?" Before Sheng could continue, Chun Jiaying's phone suddenly rang. Initially, she was reluctant to answer, but upon checking the caller ID, she discovered it was her godfather calling. "Ah, this!" A moment of shock seized her, and she hastily released Sheng, intending to stride over to the corridor to take the call. Unbeknownst to both of them, at that very moment, a figure burst forth from Du Shimi's room, appearing rather flustered. To their astonishment, it was a man with a towel draped over his head. Damn it, this must be Du Shimi's illicit lover. Sheng's heart sank, and with a silent curse, he lunged forward without hesitation. "You there, halt!" With a thunderous shout, Sheng swiftly grasped the man from behind, nearly toppling him to the ground. The man, despite the painful grip of Sheng, dared not raise an alarm. To disguise his identity, he bore the pain and desperately dashed toward the elevator. For he was none other than Wu Lihong, who had intended to assault Du Shimi in the room. Just moments ago, he had been on the verge of success, ready to claim the alluring and sensuous Du Shimi, when he suddenly heard the commotion outside. Thus, he hastily adjusted his attire, covering his head with the towel, and bolted from the room before Sheng could react. In such a scenario, one might indeed escape a calamity. However, he never anticipated that the moment he swung open the door, he would collide directly with Sheng. "You think you can flee?" Sheng bellowed. "I'll make you pay." Observing that the other party dared not face him directly and was intent on fleeing, Sheng's suspicions only deepened. Just then, it seemed as though Wu Lihong had cast all caution to the wind, as he picked up a fire extinguisher from the ground and hurled it fiercely at Sheng. Crack! Bang! Ah! With a startled cry, Sheng had yet to react when Wu Lihong dashed madly toward the elevator. By the time Sheng gave chase, intent on delivering a savage kick, Wu Lihong had already entered the elevator and swiftly shut the doors behind him. Good grief! How does this person resemble that scoundrel Wu Lihong so closely? Despite the fact that the individual wore a bath towel over his head and had his back turned, Sheng could vaguely discern his features. Yet, the rapidity of the person's movements left Sheng hesitant to confirm his suspicions. Thus, after delivering a fierce kick to the wall beside the elevator door, he hastily turned and sprinted back to the room where Du Shimi had been. At this critical juncture, failing to apprehend Du Shimi would make it exceedingly difficult to substantiate the earlier man's dubious intentions. Could it be that this fellow is here for an illicit rendezvous? In the corridor, Chun Jiaying had witnessed the unfolding scene, but as she was on the phone with her benefactor, she felt unable to intervene. She murmured softly into her phone, her curiosity piqued. As the door swung open with a creak, not only did Yi Sheng's heart race, but within the room, Du Shimi, disheveled and utterly exhausted, lay on a large mattress in a state of confusion. Damn it! Speak! Who is that lecher? Seeing Du Shimi in such disarray, even the simplest-minded man would grasp the gravity of the situation. After all, he was Yi Sheng. You, what, a lecher? At this moment, Du Shimi lay breathless on the bed. Had she not fought desperately, she might have already succumbed to Wu Lihong's vile intentions. Yet, to think that her struggle to preserve her innocence would result in such cold and disdainful words from Yi Sheng ignited her fury. Yi Sheng, which of your eyes saw me with a lecher? I was fighting for my dignity. However, before she could elaborate further, Yi Sheng, in an irritable tone, shouted, Damn it. Du Shime, you are utterly insane. Don't think for a moment that I am oblivious to your sordid actions. If that scoundrel hadn't fled so swiftly, I would have confronted him to hold you accountable. At this point, any lingering affection Yi Sheng had for her had completely evaporated. He is now solely consumed by the desire to reclaim his house and car from her, so that they may part ways completely. Yi Sheng, am I mad? And what about you? Are you not even more deranged than I? It is only now that I comprehend your reasons for stalking me. You intended to capture evidence of my infidelity to instill guilt within me, thereby compelling me to relinquish both the house and the car to you. Am I wrong? Shouting, Du Shimi's alluring and voluptuous figure, concealed beneath her disheveled attire, quivered with undeniable temptation. However, confronted with her sordid behavior, Yi Sheng found himself unwilling to cast even a glance in her direction. He coldly retorted, Your denial matters not. The heavens see all. If you continue in your shamelessness, I fear that fate will not be kind to you. Take heed of your actions. Chapter 40, Her Frantic Defense. Boom! What? You dare to question me? Now finally catching her breath, Du Shimi was immediately incensed. Disregarding Yi Sheng's judgment, she impulsively tore at her dress. Look, what are these bruises? If I truly were unfaithful, why will my body bear such marks? Fearing Yi Sheng's disbelief, she sprang to her feet, fervently gesturing to the bruises on her skin, defiantly proclaiming her innocence. Indeed, her fair and voluptuous body was marred with numerous bruises. Who knows what tricks you might be playing? In any case, let me make it clear that house and car were purchased through the hard work of my parents and me. If you truly wish to end this relationship, return them to me post-haste. Even if you were to consort with a dog thereafter, I would not care. After all, Yi Sheng had completely lost hope in her. Even if the recent encounter with that man had not transpired, he likely would have already severed all ties to her in his heart. Particularly when he recalled how heartlessly she had sought to end their relationship the previous night, which had subsequently led to his own poisoning. Each incident only intensified Yi Sheng's feelings of anger and humiliation. What? Yi Sheng, you shall not. As Yi Sheng grew increasingly unreasonable and disparaging towards her, Du Shimi was driven to the brink of madness. In her frustration, she was at a loss for words, resorting to rushing at him and delivering a flurry of blows. You bastard, do you even realize? I am doing this because you have but 3 months left to live. I only wish to advocate for your reinstatement. For even in death, you would leave your family a financial cushion, and my desire to remain by your side for these 3 months stems from the emotional burden I cannot bear. After all, we once loved so deeply and endured so much together. Furthermore, does the child I carry within me not matter to you? Am I, Du Shimi, truly so despicable and vile in your eyes? Amidst her cries, she suddenly flung herself into Yi Sheng's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Oh, Yi Sheng, do you know? Last night, I had every intention of cruelly breaking up with you, but when I stood beside Jia Zhitong, your image consumed my thoughts. I truly cannot let you go. It was uncertain whether her words held any truth. However, in Yi Sheng's eyes at that moment, it all appeared to be mere theatrics. He thought to himself, if she genuinely cared for him, if her intentions were truly for his benefit, she would never have brought discord between them over matters of property and vehicles. Especially since, deep down, she had always believed herself to be terminally ill, with only 3 months left to live. Du Shime, spare me your theatrics. He seethed. If you dare to use your supposed pregnancy against me, I will make you regret it. Filled with rage, Yi Sheng disregarded her protests and forcefully grasped her collar. Lifting her with a swift motion, with a resounding thud, he hurled her onto the large bed. A piercing scream escaped her lips as Du Shimi found herself utterly bewildered. She could not comprehend why, despite her honest explanations, he would treat her with such cruelty. Sheng, you scoundrel, if you refuse to acknowledge this, then from this moment on, I shall never again mention my pregnancy to coerce you. Yet I, Du Shimi, swear by the heavens that I have never wronged you. If I truly intended to betray you and end our relationship, I would have surrendered myself to Jia Zhitong last night. As she cried, her tear-filled eyes remained fixed on Yi Sheng, the man she had once loved so deeply, yet found herself unable to relinquish. Is that so? Yi Sheng remained unmoved. Then tell me, how did you manage to resist the temptation of offering your pristine self to him in front of your so-called white moonlight? His inquiry was less about seeking answers and more about probing the hidden secrets that may lie between Du Shimi and Jia Zhitong, questioning whether Jia Zhitong was involved in the plot against him. You. Stunned, Du Shimi was momentarily at a loss for words. She had never anticipated Yi Sheng would confront her with such a degrading question, let alone with such mockery and scorn. However, at this juncture, she genuinely wished to accompany Yi Sheng through the remaining 3 months of his life. Thus, she hesitantly began to explain. All right, I will tell you. Last night, when you stormed out of the house, I did experience a fleeting sense of relief. So, when Jia Zhitong called me, I hesitated for just a moment before heading to his room. I had no idea that he was also staying at the Longfeng Hotel that night, nor that he had learned I had broken up with you. At that moment, Du Shimi found herself at a loss for further words. Perhaps, before her fiancé, she found it quite embarrassing to suddenly mention the details of her interactions with another man. Speak. Yet, Yi Sheng maintained his cold demeanor, responding sharply. All right, I will speak. Du Shimi gasped for breath and continued. When I unexpectedly appeared at his door, he seemed almost unable to believe it. You know, he had been pursuing me since university, but I never gave him any chance, nor would I have ever sought him out so proactively. The reason you always believe he was my white moonlight is that during these 2 years abroad, he persistently harassed me via phone and WeChat. It was purely coincidental that I learned he would return to take up the position of special assistant to the general manager of our major division, which prompted me to converse with him a few more times. Damn it, get to the point. What happened that night when he saw you? Sheng interrupted her, unwilling to let her digress further. Du Shimi had to catch her breath again. That night, when he suddenly saw me, he instinctively reached out to embrace me, but I deftly evaded him. I said, Yi Sheng is terminally ill, with only 3 months left to live. I truly despise the thought of delivering such a blow to him. Yet, Jia Zhitai coldly replied, Isn't that perfect? Once Yi Sheng is dead, I will immediately step in. I absolutely will not allow a woman as stunning and alluring as you to go to waste. Alas, upon hearing this, I felt a chill run through me. I knew he had always held a grudge against you and looked down on you. However, when I revealed that you had merely 3 months to live, he displayed not an ounce of compassion, instead choosing to tease me. Tell me, could I possibly agree to be with him so swiftly? No, that is absolutely impossible. Moreover, I am carrying your child. Seemingly fearing that Yi Sheng might still not believe her, her excitement grew, almost wishing to press him close to her belly to convey the sincerity of her words. Chapter 41. Those disturbing and unsavory details. Is that so? Clearly, Yi Sheng did not trust her words. For on a late night, even the dullest man would not react in such a manner to a woman who had so brazenly approached him, even if he recognized Jia Zhitai's treachery and cunning. He was also acutely aware that Jia Zhitai was a seasoned player in matters of the heart. One must ponder, would a man well-versed in romantic pursuits respond in such a way to a woman he desired? Thus, he suddenly lunged forward, furiously grasping Du Shimi by the neck again. Damn it, I want you to tell the truth. The truth. Do you understand? With a thunderous shout, Yi Sheng felt an overwhelming urge to end her life. He thought, if at this moment, Du Shimi, that wretched woman, dared to confess everything, perhaps he would respect her courage. But her current demeanor only sought his forgiveness, demanding his continued tolerance and acceptance of her shameless actions. Ye Sheng, I swear, everything I say is true. Struggled to articulate her thoughts, desperately attempting to explain. Indeed, at that moment, her mind was resolutely set on ending the relationship. However, even in her naivety, she suddenly realized that its intentions were far from love. He merely sought to exploit her vulnerability. Hence, when he attempted to embrace her once more. She forcefully withdrew from his grasp and candidly informed him that her presence was solely to assist him in regaining his former position, out of respect for their shared university experience. "Is that so? What did he say?" inquired, tightening his grip on while mockingly pressing for further details. Fully aware of his unscrupulous nature, he understood that if did not acquiesce to certain demands, he would never agree to assist her and would not let her escape unscathed. Consequently, as long as acknowledged her involvement with, the duo would undoubtedly face dire repercussions. He said it was impossible unless you surrendered yourself to me. In a reckless frenzy, he lunged at her, seemingly intent on forcing her onto the bed. At that moment, she fought valiantly, screaming for help, even contemplating calling the authorities. Yet, he remained relentless. Her dress was swiftly torn aside. In her desperation to convince of her truthfulness, chose to reveal every detail of that harrowing experience without reservation. And then what? Continued to grip her tightly, shaking her as if confronting a pile of detestable refuse. The narrative she conveyed mirrored its notorious behavior. Then, abruptly, felt a wave of suffocation. She instinctively reached out, grasping his hands, urging him to loosen his hold. In a moment of sheer instinct, she delivered a sharp kick to his groin, causing him to yelp in pain and release her while cradling himself protectively. As she recounted these events, S. mind seemed to transport her back to that very scene, her expression betraying a hint of panic. And then, after her revelation, appeared to grasp something significant. In moments of heightened passion, a sudden kick to a man would not be easily forgiven, would undoubtedly seek retribution against. During this tumultuous period, she would either hastily apologize, thus surrendering completely to him, or would become even more frenzied, determined to overpower her. Regardless, it was clear that would ultimately violate her. However, began to cough violently. "Could you please release me? I can hardly breathe." With the threat of suffocation looming, she pleaded urgently. "Fine. If you do not speak honestly, I will ensure your ruin tonight." As Du Shimi's eyes brimmed with tears, Sheng made the decision not to tighten his grip on her any further at that moment. Suddenly liberated, Du Shimi gasped for air, her breaths coming in desperate heaves. Then, unexpectedly, she collapsed to the ground. Boom! What? Sheng could hardly believe his eyes. Even though Jia Jitao was not particularly strong, it seemed implausible that a mere kick could knock him out cold. He thought to himself, "Du Shimi, you wretched woman. You can't even weave a proper tale. I will not let you off the hook." As Sheng's anger surged again, Du Shimi quickly shielded her neck with her hands. Noticing that he had not resumed his choking grip, she exhaled deeply, brushed her disheveled hair back, and continued, "Indeed, I was quite astonished, but it is the truth. Therefore, when I saw him faint, I felt a surge of joy. However, the moment I thought about needing him to help you regain your position, I refrained from calling the police and simply sat there in silence. Time passed, and when he slowly opened his eyes, he lunged towards me. I thought to myself, if he truly was willing to aid you in reclaiming your position, I would be willing to take the risk." At that moment, Du Shimi exhibited a profoundly complex expression. Her brief encounter with Jia Jitao indicated her surrender to the torment he inflicted upon her. So, did he take advantage of you? Sheng's fury escalated at this revelation. Though he had mentally distanced himself from considering Du Shimi as his fiancée, she remained his woman. Any man would feel humiliation and rage upon learning that his woman had been violated by another man, especially a sworn enemy. No, it wasn't like that. Du Shimi, fearing Sheng's wrath, hastily shook her head in denial. When he lunged at me, I thought it was all over. So, I boldly made my demand. He must help you regain your position. I even told him about your terminal illness, that you only had 3 months left to live. Upon hearing this, he was suddenly elated. He boomed. What? He was pleased? In that instant, Sheng grasped the crux of the matter. Only someone privy to the details would react with such unexpected elation upon hearing such shocking news. Sheng could even daringly speculate that the one who poisoned him was undoubtedly that scoundrel Jia Jitao. Chapter 42. Come on, let loose your madness. Yet, if the poisoner truly was that scoundrel Jia Jitao, how had he managed to accomplish it? Sheng fell into deep contemplation once more. In the office, he might have been able to manipulate others to poison his drinking water, but within the confines of his own home, who could possibly be his accomplice? With these questions lingering in his mind, Sheng pondered whether to continue listening. Sheng, please stop pressing me, all right? I truly have not engaged in anything with Jia Jitao, and you were aware of this beforehand. That night, he merely coerced me. If I refused to submit to him, I would have to introduce my sister to him. It was indeed as simple as that. Even now, she remained perplexed as to why she couldn't let go of Sheng. Perhaps it was the consequence of having recently endured the relentless pursuit of Wu Lihong, only to find herself caught red-handed by Sheng, evoking a sense of guilt. Or perhaps it was due to the remarkable bravery and masculine charm Sheng had exhibited in recent days, sufficient to earn her newfound respect. Especially when she witnessed Sheng garnering the affection of several stunning women like Lu Yueying and Zhao Xinyan. It sparked a surge of jealousy within her. Women are inherently emotional. Once something that belongs to them is suddenly claimed by another, even if they were indifferent before, they swiftly revalue it as a treasure. Presently, Du Shimi might be a perfect embodiment of this sentiment. How despicable you are. You are fully aware that Jia Jitai is not a good man. Not only did you deliver yourself to be mistreated, but you also expect your sister to follow suit? The thought of his graceful and virtuous prospective sister-in-law filled Sheng with indignation, prompting him to exclaim furiously, Sheng, please refrain from speaking to me in such a manner. It was not my decision to offer my sister to him. My mother had contemplated this long ago. I am weary of further explanations. In any case, I have not had any involvement with Jia Jitai, and I hope you will refrain from making unfounded comments about my family. She initially intended to assert that he lacked the qualifications to comment, but swallowed the words before they could escape her lips. Suddenly, her demeanor shifted as she confronted Sheng. Oh, by the way, do you harbor any feelings for my sister? Boom! At her words, Sheng's heart momentarily skipped a beat. What nonsense are you speaking? After so many years of knowing you, I have long regarded Shitting as my own sister. You, in your despicable kind, indifferent to her well-being, but I shall not stand by. No matter the circumstances, he could never allow that scoundrel Jia Jitai to succeed. Despite believing that Du Shitting was far superior to his own unworthy fiancée, he understood that once a relationship was established between a prospective brother-in-law and sister-in-law, further developments would be impossible. Thus, Sheng's words were not born of hypocrisy. Then what about Lu Yueying? And what of that general manager's wife, Zhao Xinyan? Seeing that Sheng was willing to address her inquiries, Du Shimi immediately seized the opportunity to press on. You scoundrel! I haven't even interrogated you yet, and you dare to question me? In an instant, Sheng finally reacted, abruptly interrupting her words and glaring fiercely at her. Yes, you have yet to answer me. Who was that scoundrel with you just now? Upon hearing this, Du Shimi gasped in shock, wondering if he truly did not recognize that scoundrel was Wu Lihong, or even see Wu Lihong rush out. Thus, she gathered her composure, straightened her alluring figure, and tossed her hair defiantly, declaring, What nonsense are you spouting? I have no such scoundrel. However, before she could finish her sentence, Sheng, unable to contain his fury, suddenly struck her with a resounding slap. Slap! Slap! What are you doing, Sheng, you bastard? Don't think I'm afraid of you. If it weren't for the fact that I wanted to accompany you through these last 3 months of your life, do you think I would engage in this conversation? In a moment, Du Shimi covered her stinging face with one hand and attempted to retaliate, repeatedly pounding her fists against Sheng's chest. However, before she could assert herself, Sheng had already seized her neck with a firm grip. Damn it, how dare you? You shameless wretch! Not only have you deceived me time and again, but you also dare to cavort with other men so brazenly. If it weren't for my need to conceal the fact that I'm not actually terminally ill, but rather poisoned, I would have exposed everything by now. He could hardly believe that, despite everything, Du Shimi still dared to conceal the truth. Had he not encountered that man fleeing in a bath towel just moments ago, he might have remained oblivious to the audacity of her lies, delivered with unwavering composure. Tell me, did you sleep with Jia Zhitiao last night? And who was that wild man? Was it that scoundrel Wu Lihong? Unable to restrain himself any longer, Sheng tightened his grip on her neck while vehemently pressing her on the 2 questions that plagued him most. Boom! What are you saying? At that moment, Du Shimi's head was spinning. She had intended to conceal Wu Lihong's attempted assault from earlier, but ironically, her desperate attempt to hide the truth only deepened Sheng's suspicions. Now, no matter how she tried to explain, it seemed impossible for Sheng to believe her again. Thus, she resorted to desperate denial. Hey, Du Shimi, have I not made myself clear enough? Seeing her unwillingness to confess, Sheng's anger surged, wishing he could obliterate her in an instant. Yet, Du Shimi chose not to respond to his inquiries, glaring at him with a look of deep resentment, remaining motionless under his grip. Speak. Are you mute? At this moment, Yi Sheng was consumed by rage and began to roar in frustration, because he was utterly perplexed. If that man just now was truly the despicable Wu Lihong, then why did he seem to fear the entanglements of the socialite from the Longhu gang, yet show no concern for the consequences of infringing upon Du Shimi? After all, their city company's major department was in the midst of a transition. Did Wu Lihong truly have no fear of retaliation? Moreover, he was well aware that his wife, Zhao Xinyan, had sought him out to mitigate the threat posed by the Longhu gang's socialite. However, the subsequent words from Du Shimi infuriated him to no end. Damn it, Yi Sheng, all the turmoil I have endured is because of you. If you possessed even a modicum of competence, I would not have been forced to take such risks to restore your position, allowing them to manipulate and violate me. Nevertheless, considering you have but 3 months left to live, if you truly love me, then now is the time to indulge in reckless abandon. What do you say? Come on, I shall grant you one last wild escapade. Chapter 43. The Temptation of Decline. To hell with you, you wretched woman. Infuriated by her repulsive theatrics, Yi Sheng suddenly slapped her with great force. Ah, bastard, you are utterly beyond redemption. Woe is me. With a cry of despair, Du Shimi instantly resembled a wounded fawn, crying with both anger and sorrow. Yet, Yi Sheng no longer wished to engage further with her. Without uttering a word, he turned and exited the room. He understood all too well that once a woman's heart has changed and she has crossed all boundaries, her words and actions become irrevocable. Yi Sheng, you scoundrel! How dare you bully me like this? You shall come to regret it. At that moment, witnessing his cold indifference only fueled her rage, especially when she recalled that her willingness to accompany him during these final 3 months stemmed from her good intentions and the presence of their unborn child. The treatment she received from Yi Sheng only deepened her resentment towards him. Thus, she could not help but shout at his retreating figure, wishing she could rush to terminate the pregnancy immediately. With a loud bang, the door slammed shut. Yi Sheng's figure vanished, intensifying her despair. Damn it, you truly take my kindness for granted. Without me, you are nothing, and once I sever ties with you, who knows how many wealthy suitors will be eager for my attention. Breathing heavily and grumbling to herself, Du Shimi glared coldly and prepared to rise from the bed, contemplating whom she might confide in. Just then, the door swung open once more. She had thought Yi Sheng had finally grasped her heartfelt intentions and reconsidered. To her surprise, it was the imposing Jia Jitai who entered without hesitation. Well, what do you want? I have conveyed to you that, regardless of the circumstances, I, Jia Jitai, am utterly infatuated and deeply in love with you. As for that scoundrel Yi Sheng, he has likely long held you in disdain. Therefore, even though numerous women surround me, and I have developed a significant interest in your sister, I would never regard you with the same contempt as Yi Sheng. I will continue to treat you with unwavering kindness. With that, a smirk crept upon his lips as he greedily surveyed the disheveled yet alluring figure of Du Shimi, his throat tightening with desire. You, how did you end up here? Du Shimi gasped in astonishment, taken aback by the unexpected presence of not only Yi Sheng, but also Jia Jitai, trailing her. Huh, do you really think that after Yi Sheng has offended me, I would let him off so easily? Rather than say, I am following you, it would be more accurate to say, I have been shadowing that little rascal, waiting for the perfect moment to take him down. At this moment, Jia Jitai's arrogance was palpable. Unable to contain his greed any longer, he took a bold step forward, intending to embrace Du Shimi's delicate form. No, please don't. Despite her profound resentment towards Yi Sheng, the sudden heat of Jia Jitai's embrace left her feeling awkward, prompting her to swiftly sidestep. I have all the patience in the world. But let me tell you, the reason Yi Sheng dares to treat you so is that you still care for him. If you truly cease to care, you would see how he could no longer manipulate you. To achieve that indifference, you must embark on a new romance, and I am undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. As he spoke, Jia Jitai was relentless, once again wrapping his arms around Du Shimi from behind. He understood that when it came to wooing women, especially someone like Du Shimi, persistence was key. Once she relinquished her previous relationship, he would have full reign to pursue her as he desired. With his background and influence, he could command her in any direction he wished. In that fleeting moment, Du Shimi, who had just been breathing heavily, suddenly realized that the once arrogant and domineering Jia Jitai appeared remarkably submissive before her. Compared to Yi Sheng's brutishness, this demeanor was infinitely more appealing. Thus, she ceased her firm resistance and resolutely declared, You may hold me like this, but you must not overstep your bounds, or else. However, before she could finish, Jia Tai's desires surged, and he tightened his embrace, leaning down to her neck, breathing heatedly against her skin. At that moment, Sheng had already left the Longhu Grand Hotel in a hurry, reflecting on the events of the past few days, which had left him somewhat bewildered. He had almost confronted the man who had rushed out of Du Shimi's residence, ready to confront him and demand answers from her. As a result, without any evidence of infidelity, Du Shimi audaciously confronted his own feelings, leaving him in a state of utter frustration. Thus, he wandered aimlessly through the vast, shadowy streets of the night, utterly lost as to where he should go. Home. That place was no longer his sanctuary. To seek out his comrades? He certainly did not wish for them to witness his current state of disarray. Suddenly, a car screeched to a halt, nearly colliding with him. What was happening? Before he could fully comprehend the situation, several men in black appeared, forcibly binding a stunning woman, cursing as they maneuvered within the vehicle. Damn it, you wretched woman. Don't think that just because you are our #1 socialite and the goddaughter of our leader, you can act with impunity. Your guardian has made it clear that if you do not accompany that high-ranking official tonight, we are to drag you there by force. The exquisite woman, tightly restrained, struggled desperately. Let me go. If you dare lay a hand on me, Chun Jiaying will ensure you pay dearly. What? Chun Jiaying? Wasn't she the very woman he had encountered moments ago at the Longhu Hotel, who had desperately tried to whisk him away? Yes. She was indeed the captivating socialite that Zhao Xinyan and the police chief Su Huimin had urged him to seduce. Realizing this, Sheng felt a jolt of determination and rushed forward. Let her go, or else I will not hold back. His fierce shout momentarily silenced the interior of the vehicle. When the bound Chun Jiaying recognized Sheng, the gallant and valiant figure she had just met, she called out fervently, "Young man, come save me, Chen Jing, the one you were just with." Fearing that Sheng might not recognize her, she strained to thrust her head out of the window, frantically waving at him. Chapter 44. The Beauty. Anxious and frantic. Damn, it's you again. Drive. Let us get out of here. The men in black, evidently those who had previously been defeated by Sheng, swiftly restrained Chun Jiaying and hastily restarted the vehicle, preparing to return to the Longhu Hotel. With the car roaring back to life amidst her desperate struggles and cries, she was mercilessly taken away by the men in black. How terrified she felt, trembling all over. Tears streamed down her delicate face, for she understood all too well the dreadful fate that awaited her if Sheng could not rescue her. How dare they treat her in such a manner? Sheng was filled with rage and disbelief. Just moments ago, during the altercation with Meng and his gang, Chun Jiaying's sudden appearance had rendered even the formidable Meng hesitant to act. Now, however, these burly men in black had the audacity to bind her so grotesquely and forcibly abduct her. Damn it, I must rescue her. With this resolute determination, Sheng pursued the vehicle without a moment's hesitation, intent on saving the stunning socialite who had previously aided him. However, as he closed in on the vehicle, an unexpected car suddenly veered out from the roadside, careening towards him without warning. What the hell? Though Sheng possessed remarkable agility, he was still flesh and blood. One misstep could spell his doom. Thus, he was compelled to dodge desperately, evading the oncoming vehicle while continuing his chase after the one that had taken Chun Jiaying. "Huh, this fool believes he can play the hero," came a mocking voices from within the car, barreling towards him. He doesn't realize that crossing our leader could lead to his utter demise. Brothers, run him down. The derisive taunts only fueled Sheng's fury further. "You bastards, come at me, and see if I don't obliterate you." With that, he unleashed all his strength, striking relentlessly at the car window. Bang! Bang! The occupants inside were so startled they nearly wet themselves. What? Has he gone mad? The scene had turned increasingly perilous. Yet, relying on his formidable mental fortitude and explosive skill, Sheng managed to force the vehicle into a violent collision with the railing. As he resumed his pursuit of the car that had taken Chun Jiaying, he was dismayed to find it had vanished without a trace. What the hell? They must have taken her to a room in the Longhu Hotel. With that thought, Sheng wasted no time and strode purposefully into the Longhu Hotel. This time, no one attempted to obstruct him. Following the earlier skirmish, the stunning receptionist trembled at the sight of Sheng's return. "Hey, I ask you all, did you see which room they took Chun Jiaying to?" Noticing their fear, Sheng stepped closer and rapped on the reception desk. "What? Chun Jiaying? Abducted? That's impossible." Clearly, The receptionists were unaware of Chun Jiaying's predicament, finding it hard to believe. After all, she was the top socialite in their establishment and the most cherished adopted daughter of their leader. Who would dare to be so audacious as to abduct her and bring her to the heart of the Longhu gang? Forget it. You probably know nothing. Just hand me a universal room key. As he spoke, Yisheng suddenly noticed the stunning Miss Xiaohua, who had previously escorted him upstairs in search of Du Shimi, and loudly made his demand. What? Well, all right then. The captivating Miss Xiaohua, having witnessed Yisheng's prowess, found herself unable to refuse and hurriedly handed him the universal room key that she had in her pocket. Once Sheng acquired the card, without uttering another word, he hastily rushed towards the elevator. At that moment, the night had deepened. Both the lobby and the elevator area appeared desolate, devoid of any presence. Yisheng couldn't help but scrutinize the illuminated floor numbers on several elevators, as he seemed to have deduced that since that group had abducted Chun Jiaying to the Longhu Hotel, they must have done so from the underground parking garage. By observing which elevator displayed signs of activity, he could ascertain the floor to which they had taken Chun Jiaying. Ding! Ding! In an instant, several elevators emitted sounds of movement. Yisheng promptly dashed towards one of them. However, after several attempts, he discovered that there was no sign of Chun Jiaying within the elevator, which sent a wave of panic through him. He thought to himself, have I arrived too late? Or have they not ascended yet? With such thoughts racing through his mind, Yisheng wasted no time and entered an elevator, determined to investigate the underground parking garage. Upon his hurried arrival at the underground garage, he found that Chun Jiaying was still nowhere to be seen. Damn it, those bastards. Were they not supposed to bring Chun Jiaying here? No, that couldn't be right. The car. Suddenly, Yisheng caught sight of a vehicle parked in a corner. The very same one that had taken Chun Jiaying away. He dashed towards it, only to realize that he was too late. When he reached the car, it was already devoid of any occupants. Moreover, aside from some signs of struggle on the ground, there was no indication of their departure. Damn it. Regardless, I will search every room in the Longhu Hotel to find Chun Jiaying. With such determination, Yisheng sprinted back to the elevator, planning to start his search from the first floor. However, when he glanced at the buttons for the floors, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. Damn it. This is an 88-story building. If I have to search each floor and every single room by the time I find her, Chun Jiaying may have already been taken advantage of. What was he to do? As the elevator arrived at the first floor, Yisheng hesitated, not intending to exit immediately. At that moment, he suddenly noticed several footprints near the elevator buttons. Huh? In such a high-end hotel, who would dare leave footprints here for no reason? Could this be the signal that the bound Chun Jiaying deliberately left for herself in her moment of desperation? With this thought in mind, Yisheng promptly lowered his head to meticulously scrutinize the hidden messages concealed within the footprints. 18th floor? No, that cannot be right. 28th floor? That seems incorrect as well. Ultimately, after analyzing the chaotic footprints, Yisheng concluded that if it was not the 18th floor, then it was highly likely to be the 28th. Or perhaps it could only be the 69th floor. Without a moment's hesitation, he pressed the button for the 18th floor, intending to search there first. If he could not locate her, he would then proceed to the 28th and 69th floors. He was determined to find her. After all, he could not bear to witness such a stunning woman, who had aided him, suffer harm. Chapter 45, a scene of utter madness. Ding dong. At last, the 18th floor had arrived. A wave of dread washed over Yisheng as he stepped out with urgency. However, upon exiting, he was taken aback. In such a vast building, even with a precise knowledge of the room number, it would take considerable time to find it. Now, he not only lacked knowledge of the room, but was also uncertain of the floor. The only option was to search each room one by one. Alas, it seemed he had no choice but to commence his search from room 1 on this floor. Moreover, he could not openly utilize his universal room card to enter each room. Instead, he had to press his ear against the door to listen for any signs of activity within. He even had to worry about being discovered, for if he stirred up any trouble, no matter his capabilities, he might not be able to rescue the exquisite socialite Chun Jiaying in time. Huff, puff. Thus, Yisheng hurriedly listened at one room after another. Yet, those who rented rooms here were either men meeting their wives or girlfriends, or women rendezvousing with their husbands or boyfriends. Consequently, after listening to 5 or 6 rooms, he only heard the sounds of intimacy between couples, without any unusual disturbances. Goodness! Could it be? This floor has over 100 rooms. If he continued to listen one by one, by the time he found her, it might be too late. Hence, he had to change his strategy and listen as quickly as possible. As long as the noise was not excessively loud, he would swiftly depart and move on to the next room. He was acutely aware that if the stunning socialite Chun Jiaying was indeed bound within a room, she would undoubtedly fight desperately and resist, which would likely result in a considerable commotion. What are you doing? Let me go." Just as Yi Sheng began to feel disheartened, a sudden cry from within one of the rooms pierced the air. Oh, could this be the very room? Yi Sheng inhaled sharply, a surge of fury igniting within him as he brandished his universal room key, poised to unlock the door to that chamber. However, just as he managed to pry the door open a mere crack, several shadowy figures emerged from within. Indeed, this was the place. At that moment, his heart raced uncontrollably, compelling him to kick the door wide open and charge in to confront those men. Yet, just as he was about to take action, he was struck by a shocking revelation. The scene unfolding inside was one of madness and depravity. Boom! Understanding dawned upon Yi Sheng. The individuals in that room were engaged in a sordid game. Damn it! If it weren't for my urgent business, I would have relished the opportunity to deal with these scoundrels. He gritted his teeth, preparing to turn and leave, when suddenly the woman within caught sight of the door's movement and began to scream. Help! Help! I don't want to do this anymore. But at that point, her willingness mattered little. Those people had already lost their minds. Damn, these rascals were truly indulging in such extravagant debauchery. If I weren't so eager to find Chun Jiaying, I would have stormed in there to teach them a lesson and rescue that woman. But considering that this woman had initially come willingly and was now resisting so vehemently, one could only imagine the despair Chun Jiaying must be experiencing, bound and subjected to such coercion. With that thought, Yi Sheng grew increasingly anxious, hurriedly attempting to close the door and retreat. Yet, at the very moment he tried to withdraw, the previously screaming woman escalated her cries. What? In a daze, Yi Sheng barely registered what was happening when a man rushed forth from the room, seizing him tightly. Hey brother, why not join us? Look, it's quite a spectacle. It must be thrilling and wild. Immediately following, a disheveled, alluring woman lunged toward him. What? Yi Sheng gasped. Are you serious? Do you not even spare strangers? Or is there some sinister plot afoot? He quickly scanned the scene within, only to realize that the individuals present appeared somewhat familiar. They were likely mid-level executives from his company. Goodness, what has become of this world? It seems that those with a modicum of status and wealth can descend to such depths of depravity. Truly, the saying holds, the well-fed contemplate lust. After mentally cursing a few times, Yi Sheng dared not linger. He forcefully broke free from the man's grip and hurriedly made his way to the next room to investigate. However, after thoroughly probing every room on that floor, he found no signs of anything amiss. Exhausted and panting, his face flushed with exertion, he thought to himself, what on earth am I to do now? If I can't find Chun Jiaying, it seems I will truly miss my chance. Regardless, it appears I must continue this gamble. With this thought, in a state of urgency, Yi Sheng hastily made his way back to the 28th floor without taking a moment to rest. Ding dong. At last, he arrived on the 28th floor. A wave of anxiety washed over him once more as he sprang into action. Having already familiarized himself with the layout of the floor, his search progressed noticeably quicker and more effortlessly this time. He swiftly managed to investigate half of the rooms on this level. However, to his dismay, he found no room that exhibited any signs of irregularity. Panting heavily, he was drenched in sweat. Leaning against the wall, he wiped the beads of perspiration from his forehead, suddenly realizing why so many individuals, despite knowing their spouses were engaging in extramarital affairs, found it exceedingly difficult to catch them in the act. Much like his earlier attempt, had he not been assertive, he would undoubtedly have struggled to locate Du Shimmy's room. At that moment, it struck him that he had been on this very floor during his previous search for evidence. How remarkably coincidental. Perhaps he should revisit Du Shimmy's room to ascertain whether she had departed. If she hadn't, it was likely she would continue her dalliance with her lover. With this in mind, Yi Sheng disregarded the need for a break and continued to probe each room in numerical order. Suddenly, the entire building's security alarm blared to life. Could it be that his movements had been detected, and they were now searching for him? This thought intensified his anxiety. Time was of the essence. If he couldn't locate Chun Jiaying soon, he feared it would be too late. Chapter 46, a fiery struggle and fierce battle meanwhile. In a luxurious suite on the 69th floor, the alluring and sensuous Chen Jiaying was already bound and thrown onto the bed. She yearned to struggle, to make a phone call, yet all efforts were in vain, as her hands were tightly bound and even her feet were restrained. "What do you want from me? Let me go." Her cries echoed in vain, unheard by anyone. Since her abduction into this room, the men in black had long since exited, leaving the room enveloped in silence. She could not fathom why her so-called benefactor, who had always professed to cherish her above all, would compel her into compromising situations with influential figures for the benefit of the Longhu gang. Why then did he insist upon forcing her into such actions this time? "Benefactor, please, tell me what is going on. Are you truly going to break your word?" She cursed vehemently, wishing fervently to confront her so-called benefactor at that very moment, to interrogate him about the myriad questions that plagued her mind. Yet, in that instant, no one responded to her cries, leaving her engulfed in despair. Suddenly, the door swung open with a resounding crash. "Who is it?" The abrupt noise sent her into a state of alarm. She called out, "Who are you?" "Tonight, I am your husband." As her words faded, a man in his 50s strode into the room. Though not particularly tall, he bore the unmistakable traits of a gluttonous figure. With a face brimming with stubble and excess flesh, complemented by a pair of chilling, triangular eyes. His gaze was fierce, radiating a sinister intelligence that marked him as a dangerously formidable individual. "Who are you?" Chen Jiaying stammered, panic overtaking her as she faced this unfamiliar, menacing old man. She had anticipated her benefactor might betray her in 100 different ways, yet she never imagined she would find herself in such a predicament. The old man, however, showed no intention of politeness, advancing towards her with a malevolent grin. "Ah, indeed a stunning beauty. But before you meet my demands, allow me to introduce myself. I am Liu Bao, the chief overseer of the Comprehensive Supervision Office of Guoding Group. I am well versed in both the underworld and legitimate affairs, and I happen to be a good friend of your benefactor." "What?" Chen Jiaying gasped, recognizing the notorious name of Liu Bao, yet she could scarcely fathom his depravity. "Yes, indeed. Surprised are we? But let us not beat around the bush. Since you were willing to sleep with Wu Lihong for money, why not with me?" Another thunderclap of shock reverberated through her mind. "What did you say? Who told you I slept with Wu Lihong?" "I merely summoned another friend to keep him company while he was intoxicated, and he couldn't discern one from the other, allowing us to threaten him without consequence." Desperate to clarify, Chen Jiaying felt the urgency to dispel any misunderstandings that might lead to dire consequences. "Huh, still spinning tales, are we? Do you realize I paid your benefactor $1 million to ensure Wu Lihong was dealt with?" Liu Bao, seemingly emboldened by drink, inadvertently revealed his scheming, aiming to make it clear to Chen Jiaying, the renowned socialite of the Longhu gang, that her gains were a result of his machinations. "Why would you do such a thing?" She gasped in disbelief. Chen Jiaying watched as he drew closer, forcing her to hastily shift her alluring and voluptuous body deeper into the bed. She was genuinely alarmed, fearing that this shameless old man might suddenly pounce on her without restraint. Even if she resisted with all her might, it would likely be futile. "Hell, why? Since you appear so curious, I shall reveal it to you. Someone has offered $20 million to secure the position of general manager, Wu Lihong, and I merely wish to see you make a personal appearance." The more Liu Bao spoke, the more animated he became, emboldened by the alcohol, and it seemed he was on the verge of lunging forward. You mustn't come any closer. Let me ask you, if you explain things clearly, perhaps I might." At that moment, feeling increasingly threatened, Chen Jiaying swiftly scanned her surroundings and noticed a glinting fruit knife on the table. If she could stall this despicable old man long enough to grasp that knife with her bound hands, there might just be a glimmer of hope. "Ha! It seems you're quite inquisitive. Very well. I shall make it abundantly clear, lest I find myself forced upon you, which would be rather tedious." Upon seeing the stunning socialite on the bed, more alluring and seductive than he had imagined, Liu Bao found himself reluctantly restraining his desires. "Listen closely. The one vying for Wu Lihong's position is the second in command of their major division. And upon hearing that you truly slept with that scoundrel Wu Lihong and are supposedly pregnant with his child, I promptly approached your godfather and offered him $5 million more, after which he consented to allow me to have you for a night." "Haha, isn't that thrilling?" Boom. At this revelation, Chen Jiaying was jolted awake. It turned out that her treacherous godfather, who had previously claimed he would not allow her to engage with influential figures, was merely waiting for a higher price. Now, Upon learning of her alleged liaison with Wu Lihong, he no longer regarded her as significant. Little did he know, she had never slept with Wu Lihong. Nor could she possibly be carrying his child. Her statements were merely a ruse to navigate this public relations crisis. After all, if she had truly allowed a friend to seduce the drunken Wu Lihong that night, she could only imagine the severe repercussions from her organization. You will not succeed. I have told you, I have never slept with Wu Lihong, nor will I ever sleep with you, you old scoundrel. Chen Jiaying could not contain her fury, and she suddenly lunged toward the table, aiming to seize the fruit knife and swiftly cut the ropes binding her. If successful, perhaps she could escape this perilous situation. Chapter 47. Hurry! Help me! However, at this moment, Yi Sheng remained on the 28th floor. As he was about to inquire about the room 2869, where Du Shimi had previously been, he suddenly halted in his tracks. He could hardly fathom that after his departure, that scoundrel Jia Zhitai would dare to barge in. Damn it, that wretched woman has likely already left, hasn't she? Otherwise, I would have certainly not let her off the hook. As these thoughts raced through his mind, he hastily pressed his ear against the door. What the hell? It was not until he listened that a surge of anger filled Yi Sheng's heart. For within that room, there resonated the unmistakable sounds of intimacy between a man and a woman. In an instant, he pulled out his universal card, intent on unlocking the door and storming inside. However, at that very moment, a throng of men clad in black suddenly charged down the corridor. Damn it! It seems I must quickly ascend to the 69th floor. With this realization, Yi Sheng wasted no time hesitating and swiftly concealed himself in a shadowy corner. He then made his way rapidly down the staircase to the 29th floor, aiming to mislead the pursuing black-clad men. Once they had departed, he would then make his way directly to the 69th floor. Damn it! Where did that kid go? Just as the group of men in black rushed in, they found themselves at a loss for Yi Sheng's whereabouts, resulting in an outburst of frustration. Go! It seems he must have seen us coming and hurriedly fled downstairs. As they searched in vain for Yi Sheng, the men in black immediately began to speculate. Consequently, they cursed and rushed down the stairs, preparing to intercept him. Phew, that was truly perilous. Although Yi Sheng was not afraid of them, his mind was solely focused on locating Chen Jiaying and rescuing her in a timely manner. Thus, he had no intention of confronting them directly. After a brief pause, he hurriedly made his way towards the 69th floor. Meanwhile, still within the suite, as Chen Jiaying attempted to grasp the fruit knife with her bound hands, Lu Bao had already swiftly kicked it out of reach. In an instant, panic enveloped Chen Jiaying. Initially, she had hoped to divert Lu Bao's attention by shouting at him, thus facilitating her swift acquisition of the knife. Yet, how could the cunning and ruthless Lu Bao be so easily distracted? Damn it, you still think you can escape? Do you believe my 500,000 was spent in vain? At this moment, Lu Bao was seething with rage. Without waiting for Chen Jiaying to regain her composure, he abruptly seized her. However, seeing that you were so stunningly beautiful, how could I bear to strike you? He chuckled darkly, stating that as long as you obediently serve me from now on, I shall overlook this transgression. With that, he suddenly pushed Chen Jiaying onto the bed. Bastard! Get away from me! I would rather die than sleep with you. Faced with an unexpected turn of events, the fiery Chen Jiaying began to struggle and resist fiercely. She thought to herself that if he dared to continue his reckless behavior, she would rather bite her tongue and end her life than allow this scoundrel to succeed. You refuse to sleep with me? Then whom do you wish to share your bed with? Do you realize that if you were not as breathtakingly beautiful as my future daughter-in-law, I would not have spent 5 million to seek your company? It was only at this moment that the despicable Lu Bao's sordid thoughts were fully revealed. He was infuriated by the fact that he had paid money to the Longhu gang, only to let that scoundrel Wu Lihong enjoy the company of this stunning socialite for free. Moreover, this enchanting beauty before him bore an uncanny resemblance to his future daughter-in-law Lin Meiying, intensifying his desire to possess Chen Jiaying directly. Get lost. If you dare to continue, I will bite my tongue and end my life. Chen Jiaying, already in a state of panic akin to ants on a hot pan, had no inclination to listen to his vile thoughts. Instead, she resorted to threatening her own life to compel him to abandon his invasive actions. You actually contemplate biting your tongue to end it all? You may not realize how many death row inmates have thought of doing the same before facing the firing squad. Yet how many have succeeded? He taunted, if you truly possess such courage, I shall grant you your wish. At this juncture, With the prize so tantalizingly close, Lu Bao, a seasoned figure in both the underworld and the legitimate world, was not easily deterred by her threats. Thus, he disregarded Chen Jiaying's struggles and lunged forward, intent on forcing himself upon her. Help! Someone please help! In a state of near despair, Chen Jiaying, having exhausted all other options, cried out desperately. In this dire moment, her heart was filled not only with hatred for the treacherous leader, but also with loathing for the brute Lu Bao, who showed no regard for her life. Had her limbs not been bound, she would have fought to the death with them. Save you? Even if you scream until your throat is raw, no one will come to your aid. You might as well submit and let me vent my desires. Lu Bao, consumed by lust, resembled a ravenous wolf as he prepared to advance further. Everything seemed lost. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the door was forcefully kicked open. Before Lu Bao could react, a swift shadow struck, sending him flying across the room. With a cry of agony, he fell, bloodied and battered, in the corner. Yi Sheng, you have arrived. Just as Chen Jiaying was about to bite her tongue in despair, she was startled to see this shadow rush in, kicking the scoundrel Lu Bao to the ground. Her heart raced in surprise. As soon as she focused her gaze, she was astonished to discover that her savior was none other than Yi Sheng, the very individual who had previously pursued and abducted her in that car. Overwhelmed with joy and excitement, she called out to him repeatedly, "Oh, it's you. Are you all right?" Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Sheng rushed towards the large bed, swiftly lifting the panicked Chen Jiaying into his arms. "Do not be afraid. Let us leave at once." Without waiting for the fallen Lu Bao to regain his footing, he firmly held the disheveled and alluring Chen Jiaying and strode out of the room. Chapter 48. A Fiery Escape. Hey, you stop right there. Lu Bao, still struggling to rise from the ground, bellowed in a fit of rage. "Do you even know who I am? How dare you steal my woman?" Yet, regardless of his shouts and threats, Yi Sheng paid him no heed, quickly making his way towards the elevator with Chen Jiaying securely in his grasp. "Oh no, this is terrible. That wretched Chen Jiaying has been taken." Lu Bao, now completely enraged, hastily called Pan Liefu, the leader of the Longhu gang. What? Pan Liefu was taken aback. After all, this was the stronghold of the Longhu gang. Not only would no one dare to snatch someone here, but even a fly would have to seek his permission to enter. The audacity of someone attempting to abduct his cherished foster daughter, whom he had gifted to Lu Bao, was almost beyond belief. Without delay, he seized his phone and dialed Meng. "You must send Yu Jian and the others to the entrance at once. Someone has dared to abduct Chen Jiaying." Boom. What? Yes. Understood. Although Meng found this situation hard to fathom, he was resolute in following Pan Liefu's orders without hesitation. After swiftly ending the call with Pan Liefu, he promptly instructed Yu Jian. Both Pan Liefu and Meng believed that the abductors were likely Chen Jiaying's minions, and that Yu Jian and his crew would suffice to handle the situation. "Rest assured, Menggu, I will not fail this time." Upon receiving the command, Yu Jian immediately rallied his capable subordinates. Having suffered humiliation from Yi Sheng during their last encounter, he was determined not to falter again. "Good. This is likely your chance for redemption. Do your best." As the foremost enforcer of the Longhu gang, Meng was eager for Yu Jian to restore his reputation. "Do not fear, Jiaying. I will ensure your safe escape." As Yi Sheng hurriedly carried Chen Jiaying down to the lobby, an unsettling feeling enveloped her. She was acutely aware that Yi Sheng's swift departure would undoubtedly provoke the Longhu gang to mobilize their forces in pursuit, and they might have already stationed some skilled fighters at the hotel entrance, waiting for them to walk straight into a trap. Yi Sheng, perhaps you should set me down. I'm fine. I can escape on my own." In an effort to alleviate Yi Sheng's burden, Chen Jiaying clung to his neck, desperately pleading. "No, I will hold you like this," he retorted, "lest I inadvertently act and neglect your safety." It was evident that Yi Sheng relished the sensation of holding her so closely. The heat and allure of the moment captivated him profoundly. Moreover, in his view, cradling Chen Jiaying was far safer than allowing her to run alongside him. At that moment, several burly men in black had already besieged the entrance. "Where do you think you can escape to?" "Today, I shall." Yu Jian, consumed by thoughts of redeeming himself, was intent on regaining his lost dignity. Yet, when he abruptly looked up and recognized that the one who had taken Chen Jiaying was none other than the same Yi Sheng who had previously bested them, he was momentarily taken aback. "What the hell? How can be you again?" This was utterly unexpected for him. Thus, Before Sheng could reach them, Jian and his cohorts had already begun to falter. They thought, this is bad. Not only will I fail to redeem myself, but if Sheng doesn't knock out my teeth, I would consider myself fortunate. However, given the circumstances, blocking Sheng was a direct order from their leader, and Jian was tasked with carrying it out. If he failed to resist with all his might now, he would have no explanation to offer later. Damn it. Those who know what's good for them should get the hell out of the way. Otherwise, I will make sure to knock your teeth out again. Upon seeing Jian and his gang, Sheng felt no trepidation and bellowed back. Who do you think you are? Am I your lackey to be scolded by you? Jian shouted to his comrades, brothers, let's go. At this point, Jian had no retreat left. Even if he lacked confidence in defeating Sheng, he realized that if they did not fight back, the leader's wrath would surely spell their demise. Thus, he understood that even if they charged at Sheng with iron rods, they would likely be swiftly dispatched. Yet, they had no other choice now. With a resounding crack and a series of thuds, Sheng, now enraged, simultaneously held Chun Jiaying close while executing a sweeping kick that sent Jian and his companions sprawling to the ground. Their cries of anguish echoed as Jian and his gang found themselves enduring fresh injuries atop their old wounds, utterly humiliated. So engrossed was he in the urgency of the moment that he neglected to wipe the blood from his body, hastily retrieving his phone to call Meng. Hello, Mengu. How could it be that the one snatching people is that rascal Sheng? Boom. What? Upon hearing this, Meng was taken aback. He had witnessed Sheng's prowess firsthand. Even he doubted his own ability to subdue him in combat. It was evident that Jian and the others had undoubtedly been bested by Sheng. Without a moment's hesitation, he rallied a group of his men and rushed downstairs, determined to ensure that this young scoundrel would pay dearly for his actions. However, upon arriving in the lobby, he was met with the sight of Jian and his companions sprawled on the ground, bloodied and battered, while Sheng and Chun Jiaying had vanished without a trace. What the hell, brothers? We must pursue them. In an instant, Meng led his men, brandishing iron rods, in a frantic chase. Yet when they burst onto the street, engulfed by the vast darkness of the night, they found themselves utterly lost as to which direction Sheng and Chun Jiaying had fled. Damn it! Had I known it was that little rascal Sheng, I would have taken matters into my own hands right away. Search, hurry, and scour the area. We must unearth them, even if it means digging 3 feet into the ground. Otherwise, if the boss holds us accountable, we will bear the brunt of his wrath. Faced with this disheartening outcome, Meng, the foremost enforcer of the Longhu gang, found himself for the first time at a loss, erupting into a tirade akin to a shrew. Yes, boss. His men, disregarding everything else, immediately dispersed to search diligently. After all, in this moment, their resolve to rectify their mistake was paramount. Chapter 49. In the tumultuous woods huff. At this moment, Sheng was sprinting through the woods, carrying Chun Jiaying in his arms. Just moments after he had brought down Jian and the others, he realized that the Longhu gang would not let them off so easily. Thus, without a second thought, he dashed into the forest. The woods were shrouded in shadows. Without the glow of the streetlights, one might have mistaken it for a desolate wilderness. Please don't move. I'll set you down now, he said gently as he laid Chun Jiaying on a patch of grass. Then, he too collapsed beside her, seeking refuge and ensuring he could glimpse the pursuers from the Longhu gang through the gaps in the trees. All right. In an instant, Chun Jiaying complied, lying quietly on the grass. Her hands and feet were still tightly bound, yet upon catching sight of Sheng's handsome face, a wave of joy surged within her, prompting her to roll closer to him. This intimate proximity between a lone man and woman ignited a sudden warmth in both their hearts. Shoo! As they observed the men in black nearby, it seemed that 1 or 2 of the imposing figures were contemplating storming into the woods to search for them. Sheng and Chun Jiaying couldn't help but feel a jolt of alarm. Fortunately, just as their hearts raced, those men had already turned their attention towards the street, searching in that direction. Phew! It appeared we were safe. In light of this situation, both of them finally breathed a sigh of relief. Sheng, not daring to delay, quickly set about untying the bindings that restrained Chun Jiaying. How liberating. The sudden sensation of freedom exhilarated Chun Jiaying. Soon, she noticed the beads of sweat glistening on Sheng's forehead, a testament to the effort he had exerted while carrying her to safety. Unable to resist, she reached out her delicate hand and gently wiped the sweat from his brow. Sheng, I truly cannot thank you enough. If you hadn't appeared just in time, I shudder to think what might have happened to me, she said, recalling the unsettling encounter with Lu Bao. Oh, it's nothing. Don't be afraid. As long as I'm here, I will never allow them to bully you again. In that moment, Sheng suddenly took on the role of her protector, offering her comfort. Upon hearing his words, Chen Jiaying's heart leapt. For so many years, no man had ever shown her such consideration and care. She thought to herself, how wonderful it would be if he could truly be my man. Lost in her reverie, she gazed at Sheng with sparkling eyes, finding herself increasingly drawn to him. Hey, I have a question for you. Are you married? Chen Jiaying suddenly asked, unable to contain her curiosity. Sheng was taken aback, nearly dropping his jaw in surprise. Why do you ask this all of a sudden? In his subconscious, he recognized Chen Jiaying as the most exquisite socialite of the Longhu gang, typically admired and pursued by high-ranking officials and wealthy heirs. What could he possibly possess that would warrant her interest? Just answer me, don't worry about it. Chen Jiaying, now animated, flashed a playful smile and lightly touched Sheng's handsome cheek with her finger. Let us just say I'm in a complicated situation, he replied, recalling his entanglement with Du Shimi, leaving him unsure of how to address her inquiry. Indeed, when the alluring and graceful Chen Jiaying heard this response, she seemed momentarily taken aback. So, you're still in a state of limbo? It was evident that this was not the answer she had desired. Honestly, men like us, who lack both wealth and power, are hardly in a position to speak of complicated relationships. I fear she is merely contemplating how to extricate herself from me entirely. Faced with Chen Jiaying's probing questions, Sheng decided to be forthright, eager to see how she would react. Even though he constantly felt that the extraordinarily beautiful socialite before him was quite different from any he had encountered before, he remained hesitant to ascertain whether his actions tonight would genuinely touch her heart. It is often said that women of the world are inherently cold-hearted and ungrateful, and Sheng was undoubtedly influenced by such notions. However, no sooner had he spoken than Chen Jiaying suddenly lunged forward, wrapping her arms tightly around him. Who says you lack wealth and power? If you have my support, I firmly believe that it won't be long before you ascend the ranks, leaping over obstacles to become unparalleled. It was unclear whether her excitement stemmed from genuine belief in Sheng's potential or some other reason. Regardless, in that moment, Chen Jiaying wished fervently for him to climb atop her and passionately embrace her. Yet, Sheng seemed skeptical of her words. He thought to himself that had he not shown up in time, she might have been violated by that scoundrel from earlier, leaving her with no strength to support him. Nevertheless, faced with her impassioned declarations, he did not contradict her, but instead enveloped her in his strong embrace. What? Do you not believe me? Noticing Sheng's somewhat unnatural expression, Chen Jiaying grew anxious. No, it's not that. It's just that I haven't thought that far ahead. This was his honest sentiment. However, his response undeniably dampened the spirits of the esteemed socialite. Consequently, she pouted and smiled, her excitement bubbling over. It's not too far off. You must trust me. Just as she finished speaking, a dark creature slithered swiftly toward them, its contorted body moving with alarming speed. To her horror, it opened its mouth, revealing fangs stained with blood. Ah, a snake! She shrieked, her long legs kicking in panic. Shoo! Sheng was startled and attempted to cover her mouth, signaling her to remain still lest they provoke the black snake. Yet, before he could act, the serpent had already sunk its fangs into her delicate calf. With a cry of agony, Chen Jiaying's face turned pale as she hastily sought refuge in Sheng's embrace, nearly on the brink of tears. In that moment, Sheng had no time to hesitate. He swiftly grabbed a wooden stick and, without a second thought, struck the serpent dead. Immediately, he knelt by her side, gripping her smooth calf tightly with both hands, and without hesitation, he leaned down to her wound. He had to suck the venomous blood from her leg with urgency. Otherwise, her life would truly be at risk. Chapter 50. Taking advantage of the flames. It hurts. It hurts so much. Despite Sheng's efforts to extract the poison, Chen Jiaying still felt the piercing pain from the snake bite. Thus, she had to bite her teeth tightly, desperately restraining her movements. Oh, do not be afraid. Do not cry. I shall heal you. Sheng was also drenched in cold sweat. Had he not possessed a modicum of medical knowledge, he might have been utterly terrified by the scene before him. Consequently, he pressed firmly on Chen Jiaying's wound, striving to prevent the venomous blood from surging upwards. His lips dared not linger, as he fervently continued to draw out the toxic blood. Yet, the more he persisted, the more anxious Chun Jiaying became, ultimately disregarding her restraint and writhing in discomfort. Should anyone chance upon them in such a state, they would undoubtedly assume they were engaged in a rather peculiar endeavor. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. After what felt like an eternity, when Sheng finally extracted all the venomous blood from her wound, he exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. Without pausing to comfort Chun Jiaying, he hastily made his way towards a patch of wild grass, hoping to discover some herbal remedies for snake bites. Is this the heartleaf? And this purslane? It seems that purslane might be the more effective choice. Illuminated by the flashlight on his phone, Sheng successfully identified these two herbs renowned for treating snake bites amidst the overgrowth. Elated, he acted on his instincts, disregarding any potential cuts from the thorns as he grasped the purslane tightly in his palm. Fortune appeared to be smiling upon him. He swiftly brought the purslane to his mouth, intending to chew it into a paste to apply to Chun Jiaying's wound. However, as he bit down, he was struck by the overwhelming bitterness of the herb. With a grimace, he struggled to swallow, displaying a rather comical expression. "Miss Chun, please remain still. I am about to apply the medicine." With that, Sheng stepped back to her side, gently pressing down on her wound. He extracted the chewed herb from his mouth, mixing it with saliva, and promptly applied it to her injury. At last, it feels somewhat better. In an instant, Chun Jiaying sensed a significant alleviation of her pain, as though the throbbing had diminished considerably. The memory of Sheng's desperate effort to suck out the venom, his search for herbs, and his willingness to use the unwashed remedy directly from his mouth deeply moved her. Tears welled in her eyes as she gazed at Sheng with immense gratitude. "Thank you, Sheng. You have saved my life not once, but twice tonight." At her words, Sheng's heart trembled. He had never anticipated that someone like her, the foremost socialite of the Longhu gang, accustomed to the flattery of powerful officials and wealthy scions in lavish settings, could be so easily touched. It was merely a trifling effort, Miss Chun, he began to respond, but was swiftly interrupted by Chun Jiaying. "Oh dear, do you still call me Miss Chun? From now on, you may refer to me as Jiaying." As she spoke, Chun Jiaying deliberately moved her uninjured foot closer to Sheng. "My goodness, you." Upon witnessing this, Sheng was taken aback. After all, he was a grown and robust man, confronted with her alluring demeanor and actions. Could it be that I am to take advantage of this situation? No, that cannot be. With this thought, Sheng exerted all his will to restrain himself, and in a swift motion, he tore a strip from his reasonably good-looking shirt, hastily binding it around her calf along with the freshly applied herbs. Is this truly happening? In an instant, Chun Jiaying was profoundly moved. She had never anticipated that Sheng would so readily sacrifice a portion of his shirt for her. Overcome with emotion, she could no longer contain her tears and buried herself deeply in Sheng's embrace. The depth of her gratitude was immeasurable. He chuckled, "Let us go. I worry that these herbs may not be effective, so I shall escort you to the hospital for an anti-venom injection." Without waiting for Chun Jiaying's consent, he lifted her into his arms and began walking down the secluded path. He surmised that if the members of the Longhu gang could not locate them, they might venture into this very forest in search of them. "Sheng, you are truly wonderful. If only I could become your woman, how splendid that would be." As she observed the tender care with which Sheng held her, Chun Jiaying was utterly captivated. Though her adoptive father, Pan Liefu, had always been generous towards her. Reflecting on the events of the evening, she realized that Pan Liefu, with his beastly heart, had merely been using money to raise and buy her and the other adopted daughters for his own purposes within the Longhu gang. She finally comprehended why Pan Liefu had forcibly taken her from her biological parents at such a tender age. Perhaps she, like the other adopted daughters, had merely been a tool and plaything for the leader of the Longhu gang. In other words, since leaving her adoptive parents, she had felt no kinship whatsoever, not even knowing whether they were alive or dead, let alone the whereabouts of her biological parents. It was her pitiful plight that, upon receiving such meticulous care from Sheng, ignited a profound emotional response within her. It was gratitude. Perhaps it was also a form of love. At this, Sheng was momentarily taken aback as well. Recalling the earlier directives from Zhao Xinyan and the assignment from the police's fiery rose, Su Huimin, he realized that if he were to take action against Chun Jiaying tonight, it would be inevitable. Yet, he absolutely could not exploit her vulnerability. Thus, he half-jokingly, half-curiously addressed Chun Jiaying. He, After all, you're the foremost socialite of the dragon and tiger gang, so breathtakingly beautiful that surely a multitude of high-ranking officials, wealthy merchants, and affluent young masters are eagerly awaiting your attention. And here I am, so utterly ordinary. Would you truly be willing to become my woman? Moreover, I heard you have connections with Wu Lihong. Chapter 51. The Sudden Unspoken Love. Boom. What? At first, Chun Jiaying was unfazed by the initial two statements. However, it was precisely the third remark that rendered her momentarily speechless. You have known me for quite some time? Could it be that you were sent by Wu Lihong to approach me? As she uttered these words, Chun Jiaying could not help but feel a surge of caution. The threats and deceit directed at Wu Lihong, if discovered, could lead to dire consequences. No, that's not it. Yi Sheng had also spoken impulsively. Realizing he needed to retract his forthcoming words immediately, he hastily shifted the conversation, saying, "Let me take you to the hospital first." Without waiting for Chun Jiaying to respond, he tightly embraced her and hailed a taxi, heading straight for the hospital. The injury was not severe. Thus, after administering an anti-venom injection, the doctor allowed Yi Sheng to carry her once more, intending to find a safe haven. After all, given the nature of the dragon and tiger gang, the hospital was hardly a secure location. "Where are you planning to take me?" Upon exiting the hospital, Chun Jiaying asked softly, wrapping her arms around Yi Sheng's neck. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words, as he had not contemplated this question until now. Yet, he suddenly realized how delightful it was to embrace such an exquisite woman. Chun Jiaying seemed to have seen through his thoughts, giggling lightly. "Why don't you take me back to your home?" It was as if she intended to provoke Yi Sheng deliberately with her suggestion. However, this posed a dilemma for him. After all, his home was shared with his insufferable fiancée, Du Shimi, as well as her obnoxious parents. "How about we find a nearby hotel to stay in for now? Once you're healed, we can make further plans," he suggested, his mind racing for a solution. However, Chun Jiaying immediately shook her head in refusal. "Are you hoping for me to be captured by the dragon and tiger gang? You should know that after my escape tonight, they will surely search the entire city for me. If they find me, it could be disastrous." Upon hearing this, Yi Sheng was taken aback. Yet faced with the underground power of the dragon and tiger gang, he felt compelled to consider and worry for Chun Jiaying, the stunning socialite. However, at this juncture, he seemed to be devoid of any alternative. Anxiety gripped his heart. "Damn it, if they dare pursue you further, I will confront them head-on." However, before he could finish speaking, Chun Jiaying quickly extended a slender finger and gently pressed it against his lips. Silly. Do you think it's still those few fellows from the Longhu gang this time? If they find us again, we might very well meet our end." With that, her beautiful, large eyes blinked rapidly as she continued, "I secretly purchased an apartment in the Longfeng Mountain Villa community under my best friend's name, and she's been living there. If we stay there for a while, we should be safe from the Longhu gang's prying eyes." Upon hearing this, Yi Sheng was taken aback. After all, the Longfeng Mountain area was a wealthy district home to the affluent and elite. He never imagined Chun Jiaying could acquire property there clandestinely. What do you mean, I had originally planned to introduce my friend to you when the time was right, but I suppose you get to meet her early this time. It might be quite beneficial for you." Boom! With this revelation, Yi Sheng's anticipation surged. Without further ado, he hailed a taxi and sped towards the Longfeng Mountain Villa community. Upon arrival, he was truly astonished. It turned out that not only did the community feature high-rise residential buildings, but there was also an expansive villa area nestled on the hillside of Longfeng Mountain. From a distance, it appeared to be a scene of opulence and grandeur. No wonder it was referred to as the location of exorbitantly priced luxury homes in Hailing City. "Come, let me carry you." Upon exiting the taxi, Yi Sheng eagerly attempted to lift Chun Jiaying once more. "Aren't you tired? Perhaps you could just support me as we walk." Noticing the sweat glistening on Yi Sheng's brow, Chun Jiaying felt a pang of sympathy. However, before her words could settle, Yi Sheng had already swept her into his arms. "With a stunning beauty like you in my embrace, even if I were to tire, it would be worth it." This thought, which had been lingering in Yi Sheng's mind, inadvertently slipped out. He braced himself for Chun Jiaying's ire. To his surprise, she not only remained unperturbed but sweetly nestled closer into his embrace, her delicate hands wrapping around his neck. Perhaps she truly relished the warmth of Yi Sheng's embrace. "Let us go to room 1808 in Building 18. With this, Chun Jiaying took on the role of a guide, pointing the way ahead for Sheng to carry her. Puff puff. The enchanting scenery before them filled Sheng with an overwhelming sense of joy and excitement. He mused, no wonder people are drawn to dwell in such luxurious residences. Not only was the greenery meticulously maintained, but the air itself was sweet. The subtle fragrance of flowers, mingling with the alluring scent of Chun Jiaying in his arms, sent waves of exhilaration coursing through him. If not for the fact that the exquisite socialite Chun Jiaying had just been bitten by a venomous snake, he might have been unable to restrain himself and would have initiated a wild encounter. Huh, have you fallen for me? Suddenly sensing Sheng's racing heart, Chun Jiaying half-jokingly, half-seriously inquired. In that moment, the flustered Sheng found himself at a loss for words. Undoubtedly, in terms of romantic feelings, he had developed a fervent affection for her. Yet, the thought that she was not only the foremost socialite of the Longhu gang, but had also been involved with that scoundrel Wu Lihong, the general manager of his department, and was even carrying his child, rendered him speechless regarding his emotions. After all, love should be pure and devoid of complications. Oh, is it difficult to articulate? Sensing Sheng's hesitation, Chun Jiaying, whose heart had just soared with the thrill of newfound affection, felt as though it had plummeted into an icy abyss. She believed that by continuing to tempt and tease this handsome young man, he would inevitably fall deeply in love with her. However, she could not have anticipated how troubled Sheng appeared. No, that's not it. Of course I love you. Realizing that Chun Jiaying was perceptive of his inner turmoil, he reluctantly spoke words that contradicted his true feelings. Chapter 52. Is she your close friend? Oh, then I shall temporarily trust you. Chun Jiaying did not persist in her pursuit. After all, they had only known each other for a day, and despite her captivating charm, it was unlikely she could win over this striking young man so swiftly. Little did she know that Sheng's inability to express his love stemmed not only from the earlier incident with Wu Lihong, but also from the sudden recollection of the demands made by Zhao Xinyan and Su Huimin. They had asked him to sleep with her and provide evidence to Zhao Xinyan. Would Chun Jiaying remain oblivious to this? Would she not be enraged? Even if he managed to conceal his turmoil and continued to pursue Chun Jiaying as per the instructions of the fiery rose of the police force, Su Huimin, it was unlikely that genuine love would blossom. Their connection was destined to be merely a fleeting impulse, incapable of evolving into a heartfelt romance. Well then, let us continue on our way. With that, Sheng resumed carrying her and headed toward Building 18. Yet, as he approached, he sensed something peculiar. Curiosity got the better of him, and he asked, "Your house is quite auspicious. Why are there so many 8s? Upon hearing this, Chun Jiaying playfully tossed her hair and replied softly, "Perhaps, in my subconscious, my father had a fondness for the number 8 even before I could fully comprehend it." However, the mention of her biological father suddenly cast a shadow over her demeanor, revealing her deep-seated sadness. Even though she was certain that she had been separated from her biological parents at the tender age of 2 or 3, leaving her with scarcely any memories, a vague recollection of the number 8 lingered in her mind. Consequently, after she began to form memories around the age of 4 or 5, she frequently inquired about her birth parents to her adoptive parents, who, at that time, refrained from disclosing any information regarding her true lineage. It was not until the ruthless Pan Liefu and his gang forcibly took her from her adoptive parents that the truth began to unravel. Subsequently, she found herself unable to trace her adoptive parents at all. "Oh, your biological father?" Sheng interjected, feeling a sudden urge to engage. Yet he hesitated to delve too deeply into her past. "Yes, indeed. Let's continue our walk. My dear friend is likely still awake." Chun Jiaying seemed reluctant to reveal her tragic and pitiful background to Sheng at that moment, swiftly diverting the conversation. "All right then, let's be on our way." As he spoke, Sheng tightly embraced her and began ascending the stairs. Hud, hud, hud. Upon reaching room 1808, Chun Jiaying gently extricated herself from Sheng's embrace. With one delicate hand resting on his shoulder, she used her other hand to knock on the door, not wishing her friend to witness their closeness at this moment. After an extended period of knocking, footsteps finally echoed from within. Click-bang. As the door swung open, an exceptionally tall and voluptuous woman appeared. She appeared to be in her early 30s, clad in a sheer black nightgown that accentuated her curvaceous figure, radiating an ethereal beauty. As one gazed upward, they would notice her slightly melancholic yet stunning visage, clearly indicating that she had either been crying or was lost in sorrowful recollections. What astonished Sheng the most was that this woman bore a striking familiarity. He felt as if he had encountered her before in the city's company. Yet her identity eluded him. Jiang, what on earth has happened to you? The woman inside the room gasped upon seeing Chun Jiang arrive at such an hour, especially with a dashing young man by her side, leaving her utterly astonished. Oh, let's not discuss it now. Let's go inside. Without haste to introduce Sheng, Chun Jiang patted his shoulder, signaling him to assist her inside. Huff puff. Once Sheng had finally settled her onto the sofa, Chun Jiang began to breathe heavily, clearly overwhelmed by the oppressive heat and the harrowing ordeal they had just endured. In her urgent state, she disregarded the presence of her friend and reached out with her delicate hand to wipe the beads of sweat from Sheng's forehead, smiling warmly as she said, "You must be quite exhausted as well. How shall I properly compensate you tonight?" Unwillingly, her ambiguous words were overheard by her best friend, who was about to fetch water for them, leaving her momentarily stunned. For her friend, Chun Jiang, renowned as the social butterfly of the Longhu gang, had never expressed such sentiments towards any man before, rendering the situation all the more incredulous. "Oh, does your foot still hurt? Let me take another look," said Sheng, immediately squatting down to examine her delicate calf, which had been bitten by a venomous snake. However, Chun Jiang, with a beaming smile, promptly stopped him, saying, "There is no need to check. I already feel much better." Just then, her friend brought in 2 cups of boiling water. "Oh, what happened to you? You both look out of breath. Quickly, drink some water." Though she was unaware of the nature of Chun Jiang's relationship with Sheng, their demeanor suggested a closeness. "Sister Jiru, can't you discern who this handsome young man is? You both work in the same unit." At this, Chun Jiang's friend, Han Jiru, widened her reddened eyes, scrutinizing Sheng closely. "Which department are you from in our city company?" Clearly, she did not recognize Sheng and had never seen him before. However, Sheng suddenly recalled that she was likely Han Jiru, the Deputy Secretary General of the Presidential Affairs Office of their city company. He remembered glimpsing her from a distance during a meeting when he served as the Deputy Director of the Work Department. Thus, he replied, "I am from the Engineering Emergency Work Department of the Engineering Technology Division. My name is Sheng." "Oh, Engineering Technology Division? Engineering Emergency Work Department? Sheng?" Han Jiru appeared to be meticulously recalling any impressions of him. Yet, after thoroughly searching her memory, she could find no trace of him. "Oh, you two carry on. The master bedroom is still vacant. I shall retire to my room." With that, she suddenly assumed an elegant and dignified demeanor, swaying her alluring hips as she prepared to head to her room. Clearly, she seemed less interested in Sheng. However, when Sheng inadvertently caught a glimpse of her graceful and voluptuous figure, he felt a wave of breathlessness wash over him. After all, she was simply too beautiful, akin to a fully blossomed black rose in all its glory. Chapter 53. A turbulent moment, alas. "Sister Jiru, why must you leave?" Chun Jiang exclaimed. "I brought him here tonight, hoping you could assist him." As she saw her friend departing, Chun Jiang called out in frustration. However, before she could finish, Han Jiru had already slammed the door shut with a resounding thud. Consequently, both Chun Jiang and Sheng exchanged bewildered glances. My goodness. It seems I have once again touched upon her sore spot. She absolutely detests those who circumvent her. In an effort to alleviate the awkwardness, Chun Jiang hurriedly explained, "Haha, it's nothing." Sheng, however, remained unfazed. He mused that if he truly sought promotion and wealth, perhaps he could simply embrace her, capturing a few photos as evidence to present to Zhao Xinyan, thus securing her promise of ascension. "Oh, then carry me to the master bedroom." After Han Jiru departed, Chun Jiang appeared to grow bolder, directly reaching out her delicate hands to tease Sheng's neck, while playfully adding, without waiting for Sheng's consent, she suddenly plopped down onto his lap, her smooth hands tightly wrapping around his neck, leaving him with no possibility of resistance or refusal. "Well, all right then." Sheng showed no hesitation and swiftly lifted her in a princess carry, heading towards her master bedroom. With a click, the door to the master bedroom swung open. The lights illuminated not merely a cozy and tidy room, but also revealed a bathroom constructed entirely of floor-to-ceiling glass. It's not too messy, is it?" Noticing Sheng's wide-eyed gaze at the room, Chun Jiang could not help but chuckle. "Oh, it's not messy at all," Sheng stammered. As the moment a woman invites a man into such an intimate and warm, closed space, the air is instantly charged with their mutual attraction. Consequently, Yi Sheng's thoughts regarding Chen Jiaying began to wander into the realm of fantasy. Now put me down on the bed. Chen Jiaying signaled for Yi Sheng to place her on the large mattress. All right. At that moment, Yi Sheng felt as if his legs were about to stiffen. With every breath he took saturated with intense affection. Seeing you torn between thoughts, I must entice you further. Chen Jiaying, having just settled onto the bed, quickly changed into slippers and announced, I'll go take a shower first. I worked up quite a sweat today. She then stood up, intending to head to the bathroom alone. Oh no! Unexpectedly, she winced in pain, stumbling dangerously close to falling. Yet, Yi Sheng, quick as a flash, caught her securely in his arms. Your foot isn't healed yet. Let me assist you to the bathroom, he said, guiding her gently. As the sound of running water filled the bathroom, through the translucent floor-to-ceiling glass, Yi Sheng caught a glimpse of her exquisite form enveloped in steam. He pondered, why was she a social butterfly? Why was their relationship seemingly predestined to be so manipulated? He longed for her to be pure and untainted, devoid of any complex background. In that case, he would dare to profess his love and propose to her without hesitation. Alas, did she truly share the bed with that scoundrel Wu Lihong? And is she carrying his child? Moreover, is she audacious enough to use this as leverage against him? Furthermore, what monumental secret or grave matter does she harbor, compelling the fiery rose of the police force, Su Huimin, to insist on cohabitation with her? The former possibility incites nothing but anger and resentment within me. The latter, however, is utterly incomprehensible. If my sole intention is to share her bed, thus fulfilling the task assigned to me by Zhao Xinyan, how will I appease Chen Jiaying, who would undoubtedly be furious upon discovering this? How can I complete the mission entrusted to me by Su Huimin? These two inevitably conflicting assignments leave Yi Sheng in a state of bewilderment. He even contemplated relinquishing both tasks entirely. Time passed, though its measure eluded him. It was only when Chen Jiaying emerged unexpectedly from the bathroom that Yi Sheng awakened from his tumultuous thoughts. Well, do you find me beautiful? At this moment, Chen Jiaying appeared to deliberately entice Yi Sheng, sensuously twisting her alluring form. In an instant, her body, enveloped in a sheer red nightgown, exuded an overwhelming sensuality, especially as she tossed her damp hair back with a flourish. Her rosy, striking visage magnetically captured Yi Sheng's gaze. Then, with deliberate intent, she leaned against the doorframe, accentuating her curvaceous silhouette, igniting an exhilarating flutter within Yi Sheng's heart. This scene was such that even celestial beings would find it impossible to resist the profound allure she presented. Magnificent, absolutely magnificent. In that fleeting moment, Yi Sheng cast aside his earlier turmoil, consumed by the desire to rush forward and embrace her. After all, any task paled in comparison to the necessity of engaging with her earnestly. Why don't you come over? Chen Jiaying teased, extending a delicate finger towards Yi Sheng, beckoning him with an irresistible allure. This left him salivating, compelling him to boldly leap into action. Yet, just at that moment, the door swung open with a forceful bang. Huh? Chen Jiaying, what are you doing? I just heard that you were being pursued by the Longhu gang. The voice was unmistakably that of Han Jiru, who wasted no time in stepping forward, determined to escort Chen Jiaying away. Jiru, what are you doing? Chen Jiaying, though incensed, found herself unwilling to resist in the presence of her dear friend, who bore an elder sister's authority. Because Han Jiru, like her, was taken in at a young age by the leader of the Longhu gang, Pan Liefu, and raised as an orphan, she ultimately became a prominent socialite there. However, it is unclear how Han Jiru managed to completely extricate herself from the Longhu gang and subsequently secure a position at the Guoting Group's municipal company, where she ascended to the esteemed role of Deputy Secretary General of the Presidential Affairs Office, the core department of the firm. Consequently, even Pan Liefu's numerous foster daughters, including Chen Jiaying, held Han Jiru in considerable esteem and would never dare to confront her directly. Chapter 54. Spending the night with her. If I let you go, you should hurry and follow me. This is no jest. With that, without waiting for response, Han Jiru assisted Chen Jiaying away. However, at that moment, how could Chen Jiaying bear to leave Yi Sheng behind? She hastily turned back, desperately gazing at him. Oh, Jiru, even if you intend to take me away, you must at least bring him along too. Yes, he is also being pursued by the Longhu gang. In a bid to ensure she could be with Yi Sheng that night, Chen Jiaying hurriedly explained. Yet, Han Jiru seemed uninterested in Yi Sheng's fate coldly retorting, "Humph. You should leave first. I have my arrangements." Swiftly, she dragged Chen Jiaying away, leaving Yi Sheng momentarily stunned, uncertain of how to justify intervening for her. After quite a while, as Yi Sheng remained lost in thought, Han Jiru hurriedly re-entered. "Tonight, you shall sleep here. I will be in the room opposite yours." With that, she shut the door abruptly, not waiting for Yi Sheng's reply, and hastily departed. What is happening? Yi Sheng exclaimed in confusion. Had she hidden Chen Jiaying away so quickly, or could she possibly have concealed her within the house? Judging by the time she spent assisting Chen Jiaying, it was evident that she had stashed her somewhere within this dwelling. Thus, curiosity piqued, Yi Sheng began to speculate. However, given the current situation, he refrained from rushing out to search for her. Consequently, he decided to take a shower, then laid down on the soft, expansive mattress. How wonderful it would be to share this space with Chen Jiaying tonight, he mused, regret washing over him. Suddenly, this thought tangled his mind further, leading him to toss and turn restlessly, unable to find sleep. At that moment, while he was concerned for Chen Jiaying's safety, he also contemplated his own future. He wondered if he failed to comply with Zhao Xinyan's demands to entangle himself with Chen Jiaying and capture photographic and video evidence. Would he remain trapped in the depths of obscurity, continuing to lead such a pitiful existence? Perhaps so, despite Zhao Xinyan's evident affection for him. It was predicated solely on his ability to resolve crises for that scoundrel Wu Lihong. In the future, should he choose not to adhere to Su Huiman's insistence of living alongside Chen Jiaying and infiltrating the Longhu gang, what would become of him? Perhaps Su Huiman would no longer concern herself with him. Yet, who could predict the outcome? As he pondered, he found himself increasingly convinced that, even if Chen Jiaying were indeed entangled with Wu Lihong, he would likely find himself inexorably drawn to her. Whether he could continue to coexist with her was an entirely different matter. Time slipped by unmeasured. When Yi Sheng sensed that Han Jiru in the adjacent room had fallen asleep, he cautiously rose, opening the door with a soft click. Immediately, he retrieved his cell phone, activating the flashlight feature, and prepared to search for Chen Jiaying within the confines of the house. Suddenly, he was startled by the sound of a woman weeping. Could it be that Chen Jiaying was crying? Without a moment's hesitation, he followed the sound. To his astonishment, the unmistakable sobs originated from Han Jiru's room. Goodness! Was it possible that Chen Jiaying was confined in Han Jiru's room, unable to escape and reduced to tears? Although he found the notion absurd, his concern and curiosity compelled him to approach. With a soft click, he found the door surprisingly easy to open. For a fleeting moment, Yi Sheng was taken aback. Typically, a girl's room would be securely locked while she slept. The fact that he could simply push it open left him astonished. As he gently pushed the door and peered inside, he was met with the sight of the graceful and voluptuous Han Jiru, who was bent over on the bed, weeping softly with her back turned to him. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would scarcely have believed that the previously proud and icy Han Jiru could be so heartbroken. Who is it? Perhaps sensing his presence, Han Jiru hastily wiped her tears and turned to face him, her expression one of bewilderment. It's me. Yi Sheng, momentarily at a loss for words, was taken aback. You? Upon realizing it was Yi Sheng who had entered, Han Jiru appeared equally startled, her gaze fixed upon him in disbelief. Yes, it's me. I apologize. I heard a woman's cries and thought it was Chen Jiaying, so, in a flurry of urgency, Yi Sheng felt compelled to explain, fearing that Han Jiru might suddenly lash out at him. After all, a grown man suddenly barging into a woman's room transcends mere issues of politeness. It is akin to an act of brazen violation. However, what truly astonished Yi Sheng was that Han Jiru did not immediately confront him. In fact, from the flush on her cheeks, it seemed that aside from a hint of embarrassment, she had no intention of reproaching him at all. Rest assured, Jiaying is currently in a very safe place, and she won't be crying. With that, Han Jiru shifted slightly and reclined back onto the large bed. What was going on? Yi Sheng found himself utterly perplexed. Typically, if a woman were to have a stranger invade her private space in such a manner, she would undoubtedly be furious, perhaps even demanding his immediate departure. Even if she were not enraged, she would at least signal him to leave promptly. Yet, what was her current state? Was she inviting him to stay, or subtly suggesting he should take his leave? A flurry of questions swirled in Yi Sheng's mind, leaving him uncertain of how to proceed. If she did not wish for him to leave, why should he take the initiative to depart? Moreover, considering her alluring and mature beauty, The prospect of sharing a night with her was tempting indeed. Caught up in a surge of audacity, Sheng found himself approaching her bed, step by step. Chapter 55, they were simply mad thump, thump. At that moment, he could hear the rapid beating of his own heart. Sheng was acutely aware of the possibility that Han Jiru, the prominent female leader of the city company, might suddenly scold him and throw him out. Yet, as he was about to climb onto the bed, he noticed that Han Jiru, lying on her side, remained completely still. Her gentle, rhythmic breathing suggested she had fallen into a deep slumber. Could it be that she was tacitly permitting this? With this thought, and having already ascended the bed, Sheng disregarded his reservations and inched closer to her. As he noted her continued stillness, a great weight lifted from his heart. Thus, he boldly wrapped his arms around her. Thump, thump, thump. In the midst of the chaos, Sheng's mind was a blank slate. He could hardly comprehend why he had found himself on her bed. Was it her seductive allure that captivated him? Or was it the irresistible charm of her position as a leading figure in the company? Perhaps there existed an innate and inexplicable attraction between them. Regardless of the explanation, it was now far too late to decipher the motives behind his actions. Oh my, this sensation is truly delightful. Should I simply yield to the impulse and claim her? As my hands caressed her alluring and enchanting figure, a surge of fervor overwhelmed me, and an unusual desire took hold of my thoughts. No, I must not. Perhaps it is merely the aftermath of her tears, her sorrow yearning for my comfort. Should I overstep, I might find myself forcefully expelled. Such a consequence would be utterly unworthy of the endeavor. With this thought in mind, I relinquished the notion that had momentarily stirred within me. Instead, I continued to caress her gently, and soon drifted into a deep slumber. The sound of a phone ringing abruptly jolted me awake. I initially assumed it was Han Jiru's phone that had gone off. However, upon opening my eyes wide, I discovered to my astonishment that the once cozy room was now devoid of her presence. My own phone was emitting a cacophony of sound. What? I hastily unlocked my phone and answered the call. To my dismay, a woman's furious voice erupted from the other end. Hello, Sheng. Have you forgotten that after 2 days of rest, you were supposed to be at work? Just look at the time. Dazed, I was momentarily taken aback. My biological clock is usually impeccably on point. I rarely need an alarm to wake up at work time. How could it be that I had lost track of time today? I glanced at my phone and was met with an overwhelming realization. The clock read 10:30. What? It is already 10:30. In that instant, disbelief washed over me. Even after a night spent embracing the sensually alluring and mature Han Jiru, I could not fathom sleeping so deeply as to miss her departure, nor to overlook the multiple alarms that had gone off. Yet, the voice on the other end was not waiting for an explanation, continuing to scold me. Sheng, you are utterly reckless. Hurry back to work. Unmistakably, the caller was none other than my immediate superior, Lin Meiying, with whom I'd shared an intimate night just 2 evenings prior. What? Stunned and flustered, I could hardly respond. I won't go. I'm taking a day off. As a mere junior employee, I was accustomed to leniency regarding tardiness or even multiple absences. Yet today felt entirely different. Why was this alluring vixen suddenly so incensed? Oh, taking a day off? It seems you no longer wish to keep your job. Upon my arrival at the office this morning, I was met with a rather shocking sight. A termination notice had been delivered to me by Chao Yui, stating that it had been personally issued by Wu Lihong, the general manager of the major business division. What on earth? Sheng could scarcely believe his ears. The thought of the man, wrapped in a bath towel and bursting out of the room of his unfaithful fiancée, Du Shimi, came to mind. Undoubtedly, that man must be Wu Lihong. Otherwise, no matter how much Chao Yui despised him, she wouldn't he have so swiftly sought to have him dismissed. How outrageous! This band of shameless lunatics would not escape his wrath. Muttering to himself, Sheng disregarded everything else, abruptly ended the call, and hastily prepared himself. Without even pausing for breakfast, he stormed out of the house and quickly hailed a taxi at the entrance of the community. Soon enough, he arrived at the municipal office building. Standing there, amidst the commercial district adjacent to the municipal government, were the imposing structures of the city company, with each major business division boasting its own grand edifice, 7 or 8 magnificent office buildings towering majestically. Yet at that moment, Sheng felt no sense of awe. Lo and behold, Sheng had indeed succumbed to disgrace. Can you believe it? He arrived at work at 11 o'clock. And you heard? He had received a termination notice directly from the general manager of the major business division. Alas, a single rotten apple had spoiled the whole barrel. As Sheng rushed into the 11th floor of the engineering and technology building, he immediately noticed whispers and pointed fingers from his colleagues. It was evident that the gossip had spread like wildfire. Those who had always looked down upon him now regarded him with even greater disdain. How dare you? You wretched souls! Do you not recall how eager you were to curry favor with me when I was the first deputy director? Now that I have been cast aside and Chao Yue has usurped my position, you choose to look down upon me? I scoff at you. Throughout the corridor, Sheng remained indifferent to their contempt. In the realm of business, such is the nature of power, once a person falls from grace, a horde of onlookers revels in their misfortune, eager to cast stones. Truly, it is said that a beggar never envies the wealthy. Rather, they only harbor jealousy and contempt for their fellow beggars. Thus, with a determined stride, he made his way to Lin Meiying's office, intent on demanding an explanation for this predicament. However, as he forcefully swung open the door to her office, the scene before him nearly left him speechless. Chapter 56. Who fears whom? What is this? The sight that greeted him was blindingly bright. The once graceful and undeniably proud Lin Meiying is currently changing into her pair of black stockings. You scoundrel! Why did you barge in without even knocking? In an instant, Lin Meiying was genuinely startled. After all, in her domain, no one ever dared to intrude without prior notice. Otherwise, how could she have dared to change into such sensitive black stockings with the door ajar? I am infuriated. For a moment, Sheng seemed at a loss for a better excuse and hastily stepped inside, swiftly closing the door behind him. You are utterly shameless. Did you not see that I was changing my stockings? Do you not have the decency to avert your gaze? Lin Meiying was left speechless. Clearly, Sheng, that rogue, had seen her changing, yet he continued to stare unabashedly, which only fueled her anger further. What is there to fear? After all, I have seen more than that. Given that I have already been intimate with her, why should I shy away from looking now? Thus, Sheng did not avert his gaze, but instead boldly approached her. You scoundrel! In an instant, Lin Meiying was livid, hastily putting on her black stockings and tossing the discarded pair into her bag. Am I the scoundrel? It is you who lacks decorum, changing stockings in the office. Are you not intentionally trying to entice someone? Sheng was not intimidated. He deliberately scanned her alluring and voluptuous figure. Previously, he had worried that after their last encounter, she might report him, but now it seemed he had unnecessarily fretted. Especially upon seeing Lin Meiying's cheeks flush a deep crimson, he became even more convinced that she did not despise him as she once did. If he had dared to push her door open before and stumbled upon her changing stockings, she would have likely hurled her high heels at him in fury. However, he had evidently overestimated his confidence. Although Lin Meiying did not throw her heels at Sheng, she did hurl a folder at him, narrowly missing his head. You truly do not shed tears until faced with a coffin. Do you know that since our last separation, my prospective father-in-law, Lu Bao, immediately sought me out to demand a lengthy report on my work? Consequently, I had no time to procure any emergency contraceptive. Alas, you scoundrel! Do you have any idea how cunning Lu Bao is, straddling both the legitimate and underworld? He has likely already learned of our escapades at the Longfeng Hotel through his extensive network. As a result, he returned to the company early to have our general manager, Wu Lihong, issue a termination notice for you. This may well be her conclusion and suspicion. Before she could continue, Sheng found himself in disbelief. Are you suggesting that you have never taken the morning after pill, and that our affair has long been known to your future father-in-law? This seems implausible. Suddenly, Sheng recalled that last night, while rescuing Chun Jiaying at the Longhu Grand Hotel, it was indeed that scoundrel Lu Bao who had been kicked away. In other words, if the one I kicked out was truly that old rogue Lu Bao, then the reason for my dismissal must be linked to last night's incident. Moreover, Lin Meiying herself could not ascertain whether Lu Bao had instructed Wu Lihong to issue my termination notice, or if Wu Lihong had acted on his own accord. What? You strike me as someone who is oblivious to the consequences of their actions. Lin Meiying suddenly turned her beautiful eyes towards Sheng, glaring at him fiercely. Although she was reluctant to see him dismissed, his current demeanor infuriated her beyond measure. How dare he treat her with such flippancy upon hearing that she had not taken the morning after pill? Meanwhile, she was frantically trying to resolve this situation to prevent his outright dismissal. Yet he remained as unambitious as ever, a hopeless case indeed. Thus, she felt anger, frustration, and fury. She almost wanted to slap him across the face. However, Sheng merely smirked and replied, Don't be too anxious. If this predicament truly stems from your future father-in-law Lu Bao and that scoundrel Wu Li Hong, they will find themselves in a difficult position. Who is afraid of whom? What? Oh dear, you fool. Do you have any idea whom you're up against? Lu Bao, the chief of the city's Comprehensive Supervision Department, and Wu Li Hong, the general manager of the Engineering Technology Division, are both prominent figures in the city's corporation, and you dare to speak so recklessly? Are you looking to ruin your career? In that instant, Lin Meiying felt an overwhelming surge of anger, her voluptuous figure trembling with indignation. Without further ado, she stepped forward, grasped Yi Sheng's arm, and said sternly, "Come with me. Since you are under my command, I will take you to plead with Wu Li Hong and Lu Bao. Perhaps there is still a chance to turn things around. After all, I cannot simply stand by and let you face this alone." It is often said that a woman's first experience is unforgettable, and typically by the second time, thoughts of bearing children arise, a mysterious force driven by her biology, leading to a tumultuous state of mind, especially since both her first and second experiences had been with this very rogue before her. Yet, she never anticipated that Yi Sheng would remain motionless, looking down on her disdainfully. Haha, when it comes to pleading, it is those two scoundrels who dare to implore me. Reflecting on last night's events, that rascal Wu Li Hong actually had the audacity to make advances towards his own wretched fiancée, while the despicable Lu Bao sought to indulge with the top socialite, Chun Jiaying, from the Longhu gang. Should I expose their sordid dealings and escalate the matter to the city bureau, they would undoubtedly face disgrace and dismissal. Yet, Lin Meiying misinterpreted my intentions, believing I aimed to forsake her goodwill, which incited her fury. Alas, you scoundrel, do you truly wish to jeopardize your standing here? But do you realize? If you are indeed expelled, your career, as you know, would be utterly ruined. Not only would they blacklist you within the industry, but your resume would also bear a grievous stain. Consider where you could possibly advance thereafter. I, with no grudges held, am willing to assist you. Yet you remain so ungrateful. Do you genuinely believe I would hesitate to cast you out immediately? Chapter 57, The Venomous Tempest. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a loud rapping echoed from the door. Who is it? In an instant, Lin Meiying was taken aback. She hastily withdrew her delicate hand from Yesheng's arm and called out towards the door, genuinely concerned that it might be someone from the upper management pressuring her to dismiss him. "Director Lin, it's me." A woman's voice called from outside. Recognizing the voice as that of their department as first deputy director, Chao Yu-yi, Lin Meiying felt a wave of relief wash over her. "Oh, it's you?" Realizing it was her assistant, she relaxed slightly. She quickly adjusted her fitted skirt and the recently donned black stockings before striding toward the door. She was acutely aware that her first deputy was quite the gossip. Should she discover anything amiss between Lin Meiying and Yesheng, it would surely create a scandal. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by Chao Yu-yi's mischievous grin. "Director Lin, what is going on? Why is the door shut so tightly during the day?" However, her words only fueled Lin Meiying's irritation. "Deputy Director Chao, must I seek your permission to close the door?" Boom. At her response, Chao Yu-yi was momentarily taken aback. Their relationship had always been akin to that of close friends, and she anticipated that her jest would provoke Lin Meiying's ire. "No, that is not what I meant. I just thought," she began, but was interrupted as she noticed Yesheng standing there. Instantly, the frustration that had just dissipated surged back, and she directed her ire towards him. "What? Yesheng, you scoundrel! How dare you linger here?" It was evident that in her subconscious, she believed that once the notice for Yesheng's dismissal was issued, he should have vacated immediately. Yet, to her astonishment, he remained, staring intently at her. What a farce. "Where I am is none of your business," Laozi retorted sharply. Yet Yi Sheng did not indulge her, responding with equal bluntness. After all, Chao Yu-yi had previously been his subordinate. Had she not suddenly aligned herself with that scoundrel Wu Li Hong, the general manager of the major division? How could she have usurped his position and ascended to the role of first deputy director of their department? This had led to an enduring animosity between them. Gao Yue, in turn, harbored an intense disdain for Yi Sheng, relentlessly targeting him and inciting Lin Meiying to join in the relentless persecution of him. Otherwise, Yi Sheng would not have found himself in such dire straits for so long. "How dare you be so arrogant?" Chao Yue exclaimed, incensed by Yi Sheng's insolence. "Do you not comprehend that you have been dismissed? If you wish to leave with any semblance of dignity, I expect an immediate apology for your impertinence and for you to vacate the premises at once." Boom. At her words, Yi Sheng's temper flared. Although Chao Yui was undeniably alluring, possessing a voluptuous and captivating figure, and was in the prime of her life, her demeanor towards subordinates was as though they owed her a fortune, resorting to threats and abuse. As a result, she was universally feared and loathed, secretly dubbed a viper. Yi Sheng loathed her with a passion that burned fiercely within him. Thus, at that moment, he regarded her with utter contempt, glaring fiercely as he declared, "Damn it, what are you screeching about, you viper? If you have the guts, go ahead and expel me right now." He found it hard to believe that, as Lin Meiying's assistant, she would dare to dismiss him without her approval. You scoundrel, I'll make you pay." Chao Yui's fury reached a boiling point, and she lunged at Yi Sheng like a furious she-wolf, intending to strike him with her sharp stilettos. However, Lin Meiying swiftly intervened, halting her advance. "Yui, what are you doing? Calm down. You should step outside. I will handle Yi Sheng," Lin Meiying urged, keen to prevent the situation from escalating further. With Yi Sheng having so thoroughly enraged Chao Yui, she quickly pushed her out of the room. Panting with indignation, Chao Yui retorted, "Fine. Just wait, Yi Sheng. I will summon the higher-ups from the major division to have you expelled." With that, she stormed out in a huff. Seeing her leave, a cold smile crept onto Yi Sheng's lips. However, Lin Meiying swiftly slapped him across the face. "You fool, though she is my assistant. Do you not realize how close she is to Wu Lihong? If she goes to him to complain now, you will find yourself in grave trouble." Suddenly summoned by the enchanting Lin Meiying, Yi Sheng deftly reached out and firmly grasped her delicate hand. I cannot tolerate her attitude. She is nothing but a vixen. Yet she struts about with such arrogance. This is not slander. It is simply the truth as perceived by Yi Sheng. However, in Lin Meiying's eyes, Yi Sheng's actions only added fuel to the fire. You cannot stand me? Does that grant you the liberty to act so recklessly? The more I see you, the more I detest you. In that moment, Lin Meiying was thoroughly incensed by Yi Sheng. Had he not firmly seized her tender hand, she might have slapped him aside in a fit of rage. "Oh, is that so? But what does your disdain matter? Haven't you been overpowered by me on the bed twice?" Yet, the moment he mentioned this, it ignited Lin Meiying's fury even further. In a fit of passion, she disregarded all else and unleashed her other hand and feet in a flurry of slaps and kicks aimed at Yi Sheng. Had it not been for Yi Sheng's agility, he would have surely emerged with a bruised face. "Why, you bastard, do you always provoke me? Why can't you simply heed my words? Must you persist in your obstinate ways?" In an instant, Lin Meiying was overwhelmed with anger, her mind buzzing as she shouted loudly. The commotion drew the attention of those outside, who rushed over to the door, pressing their ears against it in hopes of uncovering some juicy gossip. "What? Is that fool Yi Sheng courting disaster? He dares to provoke our fiery director Lin. It seems he will surely face dire consequences this time. Alas, poor lad." Chapter 58. A forceful push against the wall. However, the current Yi Sheng was no longer the same as before. Thus, when Lin Meiying, his direct superior, relentlessly slapped and kicked him, he boldly stepped forward and enveloped her in an embrace. Have you had enough of this commotion? I can plead on behalf of anyone, but I will not intercede for those two scoundrels, Wu Lihong and Lu Bao." In response, Lin Meiying was no pushover. Without regard for Yi Sheng's embrace, she struggled fiercely to break free from him. "Fine, you reckless fool. Since you fear nothing, I shall simply dismiss you. Leave. Get out." Initially, she had intended to assist him out of goodwill, but the ungrateful wretch left her feeling humiliated. However, neither of them anticipated that the more she struggled, the tighter Yi Sheng held her. Suddenly, he forcefully pushed Lin Meiying against the wall. "What? The sharp sound of her scream left their eavesdropping colleagues outside momentarily stunned. Could it be? Oh my, that rascal Yi Sheng. Could he truly be entangled with that vixen? Do you hear that sound? It bears an uncanny resemblance to the intimate affairs between a man and a woman." At this moment, both Yi Sheng and Lin Meiying were acutely aware of the commotion outside the door. However, Lin Meiying, feeling quite aggrieved by his brazen actions, unleashed a torrent of reprimands upon Yi Sheng. "You scoundrel, release me at once. Otherwise, I shall summon aid." Yet, in the heat of the moment, Yi Sheng paid little heed to her words, forcefully pinning her against the wall once more. "Go on, shout. Call for help. I would relish the sight of our colleagues bursting in to find us in this predicament. How will you explain yourself then? I am indifferent, but what of you?" At his words, Lin Meiying was momentarily taken aback. Resistance seemed futile, yet acquiescence felt equally unbearable, and tears threatened to spill. Observing her distress, Sheng's heart softened, and he gradually released her. However, in that instant of liberation, her face was already streaked with tears. "You insufferable wretch! What torment do you wish to impose upon me? I am engaged, yet you treat me so. If they discover this, I fear for my very existence." She had once held a lofty demeanor in Sheng's presence, yet now she found herself utterly undone by his antics. After enduring his advances the previous night, she was now subjected to his audacity yet again in the office, leaving her utterly mortified. In a fit of indignation, she raised her delicate fists and struck at Sheng's sculpted abdomen. Yet, in a bid to provoke her further, he seized her fists tightly, retorting, "Ha! Does this distress you? You weep? Do you not recall how you once oppressed me? I am merely reclaiming a fraction of what is owed." What a shameless rogue! Lin Meiying fumed at his words, her anger swelling. Had he heeded her after their previous encounter, she might have overlooked it. Yet, despite her efforts to assist him in avoiding termination, he treated her in such a manner, leaving her feeling utterly wronged. "You may hurl insults as you wish. From this day forth, do not even think of bullying Sheng again. I shall keep my word." With that declaration, Sheng straightened himself, embodying the spirit of a warrior ready to face all challenges, and once more embraced her, intent on pinning her against the wall. Lin Meiying, in a fit of rage, seethed as her emotions surged. Alas, her cries went unheeded, and the heavens offered no response. Meanwhile, their colleagues, eavesdropping outside, began to sense something amiss. Oh my heavens! Wasn't Sheng on the verge of dismissal? How dare he treat Director Lin in such a manner? It seems this is his final act of defiance. Alas, it is only now that I comprehend the meaning of being impervious to adversity. In their eyes, Sheng's expulsion was an unequivocal certainty, and with his current provocation of Lin Meiying, his fate appears to be exceedingly precarious. However, just as they anticipated that Lin Meiying would retaliate against Sheng with fervor, she unexpectedly regained her composure. Gradually, she unclenched her fist and coldly remarked, "Oh, by the way, did you not claim to be terminally ill with merely 3 months to live? Might I inquire if you still possess your medical report? Perhaps I could present it to the higher authorities, and who knows, it might allow you to remain here." Despite her anger, it seemed that she did not genuinely wish to expel Sheng outright. Otherwise, she would not have personally summoned him back, but would have delegated the task to the HR department to dismiss him. Yet, just as her words hung in the air, Sheng straightened his posture and, with a smirk, replied, "Huh, do you truly wish for my demise? To be frank, I have undergone further examination, and I am not, in fact, terminally ill." "What? You scoundrel! You were indeed deceiving me." Lin Meiying's heart quivered at this revelation. For a moment, she was at a loss as to whether to feel joy or anger or something else entirely. Standing before Sheng, she was undeniably furious, yet somehow, she could not muster the rage she felt. One moment, she wished for his immediate demise, and the next, she longed for his well-being. This conflicting turmoil surged within her, leaving her mind in utter disarray. Could this be what one calls love? No, I mustn't entertain such thoughts. How could a dignified director like myself ever harbor feelings for a lackluster employee who constantly vexes me? Merely refraining from reporting him to the authorities and offering assistance in averting his dismissal should be considered a magnanimous gesture. With this in mind, Lin Meiying forcefully pushed him away, only to inadvertently provoke Sheng once more. Before she could react, he seized her in another fervent embrace, pinning her against the wall. "What? How dare you? Why must you infuriate me every time I contemplate letting you go? If you continue this reckless behavior, I shall not hesitate to have you dismissed entirely. Release me at once." "Huh? Dismiss me? Release you? You truly are quick to forget those who have aided you," Sheng retorted, having not intended to corner her in such a manner. Yet her overwhelming assertiveness compelled him to assert himself. "What? How dare you accuse me of ingratitude? If I were such a person, I would have reported you to the authorities long ago." At this moment, Lin Meiying's frustration was beyond measure. Having forgiven him time and again, she found herself infuriated by his incessant provocations. In a fit of rage, she impulsively aimed a kick at Sheng. "What? You?" Sheng exclaimed, taken aback, as he swiftly grasped her delicate calf. "Ah!" Lin Meiying shrieked in surprise. "Well, I didn't expect your temper to be so explosive." He taunted. "Very well. If that is the case, allow me to teach you a lesson." Without waiting for Lin Meiying to react, Yi Sheng suddenly seized her calf and spun her around, intending to render her dizzy. You scoundrel! You scoundrel! Lin Ming seethed, humiliated by her predicament, wishing she could strike him down on the spot. Yet, it was evident that this rascal no longer allowed himself to be bullied as before. Thus, she resorted to a threat. Yi Sheng, let me make myself clear. If you dare to act recklessly again, I will call for help. She knew there were many eavesdroppers outside, and a loud outcry would surely intimidate this rogue. However, as soon as her words left her lips, Yi Sheng smirked and replied, "Oh, go ahead and shout. If you wish for all our colleagues to be privy to our affairs, then by all means scream. And if that is not enough for you, I shall simply open the door, allowing everyone to witness how I, Yi Sheng, have tamed the once proud and aloof female superior." Stunned by his audacity, Lin Meiying's heart raced. Could it be that he had been feigning all along, revealing his true self now? The thought that he had taken advantage of her not once, but twice, filled her with despair. What if the truth of their encounters reached the ears of the Liu family's Liu Bao or her fiancé? The mere idea sent chills down her spine, leading her to soften her stance. You reckless fool. Have you had your fill? Put me down at once. I need to think of a way to resolve your dismissal. At her words, Yi Sheng finally broke into a grin, realizing that even the strongest of women could be brought to heel when faced with his assertiveness. Meanwhile, on the 18th floor, Chao Yui had already rushed to the top of the building, where the important leaders of the major departments held their offices. She quickly knocked on the door of General Manager Wu Lihong's office. "Who is it?" came a deep male voice from within, unmistakably Wu Lihong. "It's me, Gao Yue," she replied, lowering her voice and speaking sweetly, fearing anyone might witness her clandestine entrance into Wu Lihong's office. "Oh, haha, so it is you, my little temptress." As Wu Lihong swiftly opened the door, he immediately reached out with a powerful hand, embracing the alluring figure of Chao Yui. After all, he had intended to seize the opportunity with Du Shimi the previous night, only to have his plans thwarted by that meddlesome Yi Sheng. Now, with his pent-up desires seeking an outlet, he found himself unexpectedly presented with Chao Yui. "Ah, it's me," she exclaimed, leaning in to bring her sensuous lips closer to Wu Lihong's. "Oh, you daring little minx. Do you not recognize that this is an office?" Wu Lihong teased, noticing her urgency. Yet, with her request directed at him, Chao Yui was unconcerned about propriety. "Humph. Did you not say that Yi Sheng was surely to be dismissed this time? What, has Lin Meiying, that cunning vixen, managed to sway you?" At that moment, Chao Yui clearly understood the situation. If not for Lin Meiying's interference, Yi Sheng would likely have been ousted long ago. Do you not realize? Even though Lin Meiying is my subordinate, she is the future daughter-in-law of the Liu family. If I do not grant her some favor, who knows what may transpire?" Before Wu Lihong could elaborate, Chao Yui's temper flared. Am I unaware? Yet, if the esteemed head of the Comprehensive Supervision Office, Liu Bao, were to discover that his beloved future daughter-in-law was entangled with Yi Sheng, would he not erupt in fury? What? Wu Lihong's heart skipped a beat. As Lin Meiying was the most coveted flower of their City-S company, he had long harbored fantasies about her. Without Liu Bao as protection, he might have acted on those desires. Yet, he never anticipated that Yi Sheng, a mere lowly employee, would dare to pursue her so swiftly. Is there truly anything impossible? I have heard whispers that they may have already shared a bed, although she had not witnessed it firsthand. Her understanding of Lin Ming led her to believe that if there were not a deeper connection with Yi Sheng, she would not be so lenient or protective of him. Surely this is a jest? Wu Lihong still struggled to believe it. Lin Meiying, with her stunning beauty, had always been exceedingly proud. Even he doubted his chances with her. Yet Yi Sheng had somehow succeeded? Alas, I scarcely know how to convey this to you. If you remain skeptical, perhaps you should further investigate their relationship. With that, Chao Yui threw herself into Wu Lihong's embrace, intent on persuading him to eliminate Yi Sheng. For as long as Yi Sheng remained, her hard-earned position as the first vice director would be in jeopardy. "Oh, investigate? Are you suggesting that I should call Lin Meiying and demand her to expel Yi Sheng immediately? If she remains reluctant or continues to advocate for him, it would clearly indicate their complicity. As someone who has navigated the intricate world of business and politics for decades, Wu Lihong certainly comprehends the implications that Chao Yui has in mind. Indeed, you are astute, Mr. Wu." Upon realizing that he fully grasped her thoughts, Chao Yui was instantly filled with excitement. She quickly retrieved a piece of exquisite jade and draped it around Wu Lihong's neck, This jade is a treasure my husband cherishes dearly. It is the prized possession of his jewelry store. Yet I have secretly taken it to gift to you. I hope, Mr. Wu, startled. Wu Lihong felt a surge of exhilaration. Without waiting for Chao Yui to continue, he enveloped her tightly in his arms. Chapter 60. A difficult choice time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Just as Lin Meiying was being forcefully dragged closer by Yi Sheng, her phone rang unexpectedly. "Ah, you scoundrel. Will you not release me?" She initially thought someone might come to her aid. However, upon answering, she was met with the insufferable voice of Wu Lihong. "Hello, Director Lin. Have you acted on the notice to dismiss Yi Sheng?" Sighing, she replied, "As you know, I prefer not to interfere with my subordinates' matters directly. But this notice was conveyed to me by Comrade Liu Bao, the head of the Comprehensive Supervision Bureau. You wouldn't be withholding it, would you?" It was evident that Wu Lihong intended to use Liu Bao as leverage against Lin Meiying. After all, Liu Bao was not only the head of the bureau, but also Lin Meiying's prospective father-in-law. If Lin Meiying continued to defend Yi Sheng under such circumstances, it would align with Chao Yui's insinuations that she had a deeper connection with Yi Sheng. Oh, understood. As a formidable woman in the realm of politics and business, Lin Meiying was acutely aware of the complications this situation presented. Thus, she neither outright rejected the directive nor offered excessive pretense. She simply hung up the phone. Consequently, Wu Lihong was left pondering the ambiguity of Lin Meiying's response. Though Lin Meiying was technically under Wu Lihong's command, her status as Liu Bao's future daughter-in-law rendered him cautious. He merely shook his head at the disheveled Chao Yui, who lay sprawled on his office chair. What did she say? Noticing Wu Lihong's swift disconnection, she said she understood and then hung up. Wu Lihong replied, feeling a lingering frustration despite the earlier outburst. He mused that had Lin Meiying not had Liu Bao as her ally, he would have stormed in to confront her directly. Suddenly, Chao Yui appeared perplexed, unable to decipher the true meaning behind Lin Meiying's response. If Lin Meiying wished to absolve Yi Sheng, then this statement alone is evidently insufficient for such a judgment. However, deep within her subconscious, it is unmistakable that Lin Meiying and Yi Sheng must have already had an affair. Consequently, she could not help but play with her disheveled hair, swaying her alluring figure and draping her delicate hands around Wu Lihong's neck. "Mr. Wu, why don't we directly inform Liu Bao? We could say that Lin Meiying and Yi Sheng are likely involved, which is why the notice for Yi Sheng's dismissal has yet to be executed." Yet, before she could continue, she was promptly interrupted by Wu Lihong. "Alas, Chao Yui, please refrain from complicating matters further. If you could provide evidence of their affair, perhaps it would be feasible. However, without any proof, should I simply relay this to Liu Bao, I fear he may direct his ire towards me." Even within the municipal company, Wu Lihong's power and status are hardly inferior to that of Liu Bao. Yet, Liu Bao commands the core department responsible for discipline within the municipal company, and provoking him could yield disastrous consequences. Chao Yui felt a surge of resentment at his demeanor. After all, she had just bestowed upon him a precious jade and even allowed him liberties with her body, all in the hope that he would swiftly facilitate Yi Sheng's dismissal. Now, her wish had seemingly evaporated, leaving her feeling utterly humiliated. You previously asserted that as long as I frequently accompanied you to bed, you would continuously promote me. Yet here I am, occupying the position of first deputy director for an extended period, and you have yet to elevate me further. Now, even the request to have Yi Sheng, this thorn in the side, dismissed seems impossible. Her grievances, however, instantly ignited Wu Lihong's fury. Damn it! I have expended countless efforts to elevate you to the position of first deputy director, and you still dare to be so insatiable? Are you tired of living? He shouted, and before Chao Yui could react, Wu Lihong's hand struck her still flushed cheek with a resounding slap. Smack! Smack! In an instant, Chao Yui was left in stunned silence, even forgetting to cover her stinging face. "Mr. Wu, why did you hit me? I was just with you." As she spoke, her crimson lips quivered, and tears nearly spilled from her eyes. "Oh, enough. Calm down. I am the one truly agitated here. In truth, I am the one who desires Yi Sheng's dismissal the most." Realizing the inappropriateness of his actions, Wu Lihong quickly embraced Chao Yui, pulling her tightly against him. "Let us not proceed this way. You must go now. If you can capture photographic evidence of Lin Meiying and Yi Sheng's affair, I will immediately act as you suggest and inform Liu Bao. I refuse to believe that dismissing a mere subordinate could be so challenging." It seemed that in an effort to soothe Chao Yue, and perhaps out of a genuine necessity to rid himself of Yi Sheng, Wu Lihong clenched his teeth and hastily stated, now that is more like it. Well then, await my good news. At that moment, Chao Yue abruptly ceased her tears, resolutely setting her determination. Without further hesitation, she swiftly opened the door to Wu Lihong's office and hurried back to the Engineering Emergency Response Department, intent on exposing Yi Sheng and Lin Meiying for their true colors. Meanwhile, Lin Meiying continued to glare fiercely at Yi Sheng, standing before her. You scoundrel! Do you see this? Even if I wish to keep you, it seems I can no longer do so. Initially, she had considered absolving him, even contemplating that if all else failed, she might plead with her future father-in-law, Lu Bao. However, now that Yi Sheng had once again provoked her ire, how could she bring herself to show him affection again? What do you intend to do? Yi Sheng, feeling reckless, moved closer to the graceful and stunning Lin Meiying. He thought to himself, even if I were to be dismissed immediately, I must indulge in a passionate moment with you before I depart. What? You dare to act so brazenly with me? Let me go at once. Otherwise, I shall ensure you are dismissed. At this point, Lin Meiying was thoroughly exasperated by Yi Sheng's antics, and she threatened him once more. Very well. Before I leave here, I must have at least one more intimate encounter with you. After all, you are the crown jewel of our city's company. Indulging in your company, even briefly, would not be a loss. With that, Yi Sheng seemed to cast all caution aside, stepping forward and embracing the breathtakingly beautiful Lin Meiying, pinning her against the desk. Suddenly, just at that moment, Yi Sheng's phone rang. He hastily retrieved it, only to be taken aback. The call was from none other than Jiang Dehao, the first vice president of their major division. Oh, it seems he can no longer endure and seeks my assistance. Yi Sheng recalled that Jiang Dehao had previously urged him to gather evidence of Wu Lihong's misconduct and illegal activities, aiming to bring down the general manager and take his place. At that time, Yi Sheng had found it difficult to comply, as he did not wish to offend Wu Lihong. Now, however, his animosity towards Wu Lihong had reached a boiling point, leaving no room for further considerations. Moreover, Jiang Dehao had always regarded him as a younger brother, and since his second marriage to Du Shimi's close friend, they had maintained a close relationship. With these thoughts in mind, Yi Sheng answered the call without hesitation. Hello, my dear brother Yi. Why have you taken so long to come see me? I have heard that Du Shimi is causing quite a stir about a breakup, and I have been quite worried about you. How about you come over to my house tonight? I will have my sister-in-law prepare a sumptuous meal for you, and we can enjoy a few drinks together. Perhaps Jiang Dehao has already sensed the unusual atmosphere surrounding Yi Sheng, as his words were meticulously crafted. Only Yi Sheng could decipher the implication behind them, that he intended to take action against Wu Lihong. In that case, very well. Yi Sheng had no inclination to refuse. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, and Jiang Dehao had always maintained a cordial relationship with him, especially considering that his charming wife, Guan Yutong, possessed a beauty akin to that of a celestial being and had been secretly aiding him throughout this protracted ordeal. Splendid. We shall not miss each other tonight. With that, Jiang Dehao ended the call without further ado. At that moment, Lin Meiying was glaring intently at Yi Sheng, particularly upon witnessing his triumphant demeanor. Her frustration was palpable. What? Do you still seek a patron? Let me make it clear. You have successfully provoked my wrath. I will certainly have you dismissed. Enraged, Lin Meiying contemplated threatening Yi Sheng further. Very well. Go ahead and dismiss me. Despite her evident fury, Yi Sheng believed she could not be so heartless. After all, they had shared a close bond on several occasions, and based on her character, she would not be so callous. However, the outcome left him utterly stunned. San Ni, Gumin, quickly deliver this notice to dismiss Yi Sheng. Without waiting for Yi Sheng to respond, Lin Meiying called out loudly towards the door. Sang Mi, her secretary, would ensure that the dismissal of Yi Sheng was an irrevocable decision. What? Good heavens! At that moment, Yi Sheng finally awakened to the reality that this stunning vixen was indeed serious. Meanwhile, those eavesdropping outside exchanged incredulous glances, having anticipated that Lin Meiying would surely spare Yi Sheng this time. The sudden turn of events was unexpected. They quickly dispersed to avoid being caught by Lin Meiying. The formidable supervisor, should Zhang and I burst in. Director Lin, Zhang and I hurriedly knocked on the door, breathless. Lin Meiying seemed unamused, promptly striding over to open the door. Zhang and I proceed with delivering the notice to dismiss Yi Sheng immediately. I no longer wish to see him. With a resounding slam, The door was shut before Zhang and I could react. Lin Ming then elegantly shifted her alluring figure, crossing her arms and smiling at Yi Sheng, saying, "So, what do you think? If you wish to preserve your position, it would be wise to kneel and pay your respects to me." Her intention was to compel Yi Sheng into submission. At this moment, vivid images of Yi Sheng bowing before her and admitting his faults began to materialize in her mind. How laughable! I bow to heaven and earth and to my parents. How could I possibly kneel before a seductress like you? In a fit of indignation, Yi Sheng remained utterly unyielding and even dared to call Lin Ming by her infamous nickname. What? You? In that instant, Lin Ming was nearly rendered speechless. She had presumed that a mere threat would suffice to make Yi Sheng capitulate and prostrate himself in apology. If that were to occur, she would not hesitate to plead with her prospective father-in-law, Lu Bao, if it meant achieving her desires. Yet, Yi Sheng's obstinacy was astonishing. He was as unyielding as a stubborn pig, impervious to any threats. Listen well, the moment this termination notice leaves my hands, it will be an undeniable truth that your dismissal is imminent. I am granting you 3 more minutes. If you do not kneel and apologize, I shall. However, before she could finish her sentence, a frantic knock at the door interrupted her. Who is it? What do you want? Lin Ming replied with irritation, assuming it was Chao Yui delivering orders from Wu Lihong again. She thought that if Yi Sheng were to be dismissed, she would handle it personally, without the need for repeated reminders from others. To her surprise, a trembling voice from outside the door responded, "Director Lin, something terrible has happened. Just as I was about to submit the termination notice for Yi Sheng, I received a notification that it has been rendered void, and no one is permitted to alter Yi Sheng's personnel status." What? In an instant, both Lin Meiying and Yi Sheng were taken aback. Such a cancellation could not possibly have originated from Wu Lihong, nor could it have been orchestrated by Lu Bao. Who could be behind this? After a moment of contemplation, Yi Sheng suddenly recalled the call he had just received from Jiang Dehao. Yet, Jiang Dehao was merely the first vice president of their major department and Wu Lihong's subordinate. How could he possess the authority to nullify this notice? Who else could wield such influence and be willing to assist him? Chapter 62. Encountering her again. Who are you really allied with? Lin Meiying pondered this deeply. However, considering Yi Sheng's current predicament, who among the powerful would dare to oppose Wu Lihong and Lu Bao? It was evident that the person behind Yi Sheng was no ordinary individual. Oh, how would I know? I was just contemplating whether I should kneel and apologize to you. The sight of Lin Ming's defeated expression brought immense satisfaction to Yi Sheng. After all, he never even dreamed of such a thing. What? Oh my goodness, how outrageous. You scoundrel, how dare you mock me so brazenly? Get out. Suddenly subjected to Yi Sheng's scorn and ridicule, Lin Meiying was beside herself with anger. She immediately began to shout at him, thinking that she had intended to extend an olive branch. Yet now Yi Sheng disregarded her entirely and even dared to confront her head-on, seeking allies against her. Truly, there are limits to what one can tolerate. However, before she could act, a knock once again echoed at the door. What more do you want? Hurry and get back to your business. Lin Ming assumed it was Zhang and I knocking, and spoke dismissively. To her surprise, a melodious voice chimed from outside. What? Is Director Lin so haughty that even my personal visit cannot grant me entry for a moment's respite? Boom! At this, Lin Ming was momentarily taken aback. The voice was familiar, yet she could not quite place it. Who are you? She asked, hastily opening the door while continuing to inquire. I am Han Jiru. Boom! It felt as if a thunderclap had struck Lin Ming's mind. She realized that it was none other than Han Jiru, the Deputy Secretary General of the Presidential Affairs Office, who had come in person. But what could have brought her here? After all, even as a deputy, Han Jiru, being part of such a pivotal department, commanded respect. Lin Meiying, let alone Wu Lihong and Lu Bao, would undoubtedly show her deference. Ah, so, it is Deputy Secretary General Han. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. As Lin Ming flung open the door and beheld the dignified, yet stunningly beautiful Han Jiru standing before her, her demeanor instantly transformed into one of warmth. Yet she was perplexed. Why would such a high-ranking official suddenly visit her office? This was a matter of considerable hierarchical significance. Han Jiru, however, confidently swayed her alluring figure into the room, casting occasional glances at the standing Yi Sheng, and meaningfully remarked to Lin Ming, You need not trouble yourself with formalities. I merely came to seek out comrade Yi Sheng from your department. Boom! At that moment, Lin Meiying finally grasped the situation. Could it be that the notice to terminate Yi Sheng's employment that had just been issued from above was the doing of this strikingly authoritative woman before her? This was utterly astonishing. Nevertheless, she would not let herself be thrown off balance. Thus, she promptly addressed Han Jiru, Deputy Secretary General Han. Yi Sheng is merely a grassroots employee in our department. How could he possibly have drawn your attention? Conversations between women often unfold in a peculiar manner. At times, both parties are acutely aware of the underlying truths, yet they feign ignorance. Presently, Lin Meiying embodies this dynamic. A mere grassroots employee? Han Jiru, however, refrained from directly revealing her intentions, instead adopting a formal tone as she addressed Lin Meiying. I merely wish to inquire about certain matters, she stated, expressing a desire to summon him. It was evident that she deliberately intended to conceal her prior acquaintance with Yi Sheng, despite standing before him, feigning unawareness. In that fleeting moment, Lin Meiying found herself at a loss. She pondered, if Han Jiru were indeed the formidable ally behind Yi Sheng, how could she possibly not recognize him? Nevertheless, given Han Jiru's formal demeanor, Lin Meiying felt compelled to comply, promptly gesturing towards Yi Sheng. He is the comrade Yi Sheng. At that moment, Han Jiru exhibited a look of astonishment. Were Yi Sheng not present, one might have thought she had forgotten him overnight, despite having held him closely in her embrace just the previous night. Comrade Yi Sheng, shall we proceed? Without allowing Lin Meiying another word, Han Jiru promptly ushered Yi Sheng away. Although Lin Meiying felt a twinge of reluctance, the assertiveness of Han Jiru left her no choice but to acquiesce. Thus, after Yi Sheng adjusted his attire and was led away by Han Jiru, the typically proud Lin Meiying suddenly experienced a wave of helplessness, particularly when she beheld Yi Sheng. That rogue, merrily following behind the alluringly seductive Han Jiru. A surge of jealousy washed over her. Damn it, could it be that he has truly latched onto a prominent figure like Han Jiru? With this thought, Lin Meiying's agitation intensified. She found herself bewildered by her own emotions. Despite being infuriated by Yi Sheng, wishing to deliver him a biting reprimand, she felt an unexpected sense of loss at the thought of him being pursued by another woman. Was it because they had shared intimate moments on 2 occasions? As she contemplated, Lin Meiying instinctively placed a hand on her abdomen, unable to articulate her tumultuous feelings. Goodness. After those encounters, she hadn't taken any precautionary measures. Could it be that? Yet, regardless of her current state of mind, Yi Sheng, following Han Jiru's lead, felt his heart racing uncontrollably, especially as he walked behind her. Admiring her graceful and alluring figure, he experienced a sensation of breathlessness. Even though they had spent the previous night in a close embrace, the sight of her now stirred a confusion within him. It was akin to the unexpected encounter with one's first love, a sensation that defies adequate description. Regardless of how one attempts to articulate it, such feelings could never be overstated. What? Am I appealing? As Yi Sheng remained transfixed by her alluring form and ample hips. Han Jiru seemed to sense the intensity of his gaze and couldn't help but smirk, softly inquiring, This? In that instant, Yi Sheng was taken aback, startled to the core. Chapter 63. A tense yet ambiguous encounter. At that moment, should he declare her beautiful, it might be construed as lecherous and disrespectful. Conversely, to claim otherwise would be akin to inviting confrontation. Thus, Yi Sheng found himself oscillating between nodding and shaking his head, provoking a bout of playful laughter from Han Jiru. Beauty is beauty. If it's not, just say it's not. In light of this exchange, Han Jiru appeared determined not to let Yi Sheng off the hook. All right, she is indeed beautiful. How curious it is that just last night he could unreservedly climb onto that grand bed, embracing her tightly throughout the night. Yet, upon entering the corporate office, the weight of Han Jiru's position as the Deputy Secretary General of the President's office rendered Yi Sheng somewhat uneasy. Perhaps this discomfort stemmed from the peculiar atmosphere of the business realm. Nonetheless, his response aligned with Han Jiru's expectations, seemingly igniting a spark of encouragement within her, prompting her to sway her enchanting hips even more provocatively. Yi Sheng, trailing behind her, felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation wash over him. Time passed unmeasured until Han Jiru finally led him to the presidential building, a symbol of the city's core power. Yi Sheng was profoundly awestruck. The building not only exuded grandeur from the outside, but also enveloped one in a sense of opulence and authority upon entry. In society, there exist hierarchies, and within the city corporation, the chasms of position and influence are equally pronounced. For someone of Yi Sheng's lowly status, merely approaching this edifice felt both extravagant and daunting. Why had Han Jiru brought him here? This question lingered in Yi Sheng's mind, yet despite their flirtatious banter earlier, she maintained the solemnity characteristic of the business world. Thus, he followed her into the building, his anxiety palpable as they ascended the elevator. So, you've never been here before? In the confined space of the elevator, with just the two of them, Han Jiru observed Yi Sheng's tense demeanor and inquired, seemingly struck by a thought. Yes, indeed. How could employees like us ever have a chance to enter here? At that moment, Yi Sheng's thoughts were consumed by curiosity about why she had brought him to this place. His gaze was fixated intently on Han Jiru's graceful figure and pronounced hips. As she drew closer, the intoxicating fragrance that enveloped her had already left him utterly captivated. Oh! Upon hearing Yi Sheng's remark, Han Jiru momentarily paused, but she swiftly regained her composure and remarked gently, I never expected you to be so audacious last night, yet today you appear so hesitant. With that, she deliberately swayed her alluring form and hips, tossing her hair flirtatiously as she approached Yi Sheng. He was taken aback, nearly losing himself in the moment. It must be said that last night, clad in a delicate nightgown, Han Jiru exuded an enticing and seductive allure, almost with a hint of the worldly. Yet, inexplicably, when she donned the form-fitting black dress for work, she exhibited an unexpectedly proud and formidable demeanor. Perhaps it was just last night. As Yi Sheng contemplated his response, the elevator reached the top floor. Han Jiru promptly turned to him, hushing him with a finger to her lips, and said, Today, our Secretary General Zhou from the President's office wishes to see you. Make sure to perform well. Boom. What? Yi Sheng was instantly taken aback. If Han Jiru had come specifically to find him in Lin Meiying's office today, that would have made sense, but now she claimed that Secretary General Zhou wanted to see him, which felt exceedingly abrupt. After all, Zhou Kaiji, Secretary General of the President's office, not only held a pivotal position within the city's core leadership, but also served as an intellectual resource for the president, rarely making public appearances. Yi Sheng had hardly ever seen him, and even Lin Meiying, the head of the department, would be fortunate to encounter him. Yet, Han Jiru asserted that such a prominent figure wished to meet him. What could have prompted this? Do not be nervous. I am here with you. With that, disregarding Yi Sheng's reaction, Han Jiru led him through the winding corridors with an air of official business, making it impossible to discern that this striking young man had spent the night embracing her in a large bed. Knock, knock. After what felt like an eternity walking, Han Jiru finally arrived at a door marked Secretary General's office and paused. She raised her delicate hand and gently knocked on the door. At that moment, Yi Sheng's heart raced with anxiety. His throat felt parched, and his mind was utterly blank, leaving him uncertain of how to prepare. Perhaps this was entirely different from facing the likes of Liu Bao and Wu Lihong, the notorious leaders of the city company, for in Yi Sheng's subconscious, both Liu Bao and Wu Lihong were unequivocally villainous figures, and he naturally felt no fear. However, the Secretary General of the Presidential Affairs Office, Zhou Kaiji, whom I am about to face, is entirely different. It is said that he possesses an unwavering integrity, incapable of tolerating any deceit. Consequently, Yi Sheng finds himself overwhelmed with a sense of reverence, akin to that of an audience before sovereign. Please come in. Suddenly, a robust and resonant voice echoed from within the room. Upon hearing this, Han Jiru showed no hesitation, promptly opening the door and leading Yi Sheng inside. However, as they were about to enter, they were taken aback to discover that the spacious office housed two individuals, one seated and the other standing. The man seated was approximately in his 50s, adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles that accentuated his scholarly elegance. He was neither overweight nor underweight, yet exuded an undeniable air of authority. Instantly, Yi Sheng surmised that this must undoubtedly be Secretary General Zhou Kaiji. The woman standing was tall and alluring, radiating a captivating charm. Yet, upon catching sight of Han Jiru entering, she averted her gaze, hastily bidding farewell to Zhou Kaiji before striding out in her glamorous high heels. With a resounding thud, the door closed behind her, causing Yi Sheng's heart to leap in astonishment. He mused, could that woman truly be so formidable as to dare storm out in the presence of the Secretary General and Deputy Secretary General of the Presidential Affairs Office? Chapter 64. What is this scheme? Ah, you have finally arrived. Please take a seat. Zhou Kaiji did not dwell on the departure of the striking woman. Instead, he promptly rose to greet Hanjiru and Yi Sheng. Hanjiru, sensing the moment, gently remarked, "Secretary General Zhou, I have brought Yi Sheng with me," gesturing toward him. Upon seeing Yi Sheng, Zhou Kaiji's interest appeared piqued, as he approached and gestured toward the sofa. "Oh, a fine young man. Come, take a seat over there." He warmly invited Yi Sheng. "Secretary General Zhou, I have no further business, so I shall excuse myself," Hanjiru stated, her urgency palpable. Observing this, Zhou Kaiji showed no intention of detaining her, offering a reassuring smile. "Very well. However, regarding the matter of Zhengqiao," before Zhou Kaiji could elaborate, Hanjiru swiftly interjected, "Understood, Secretary General Zhou." With that, she gracefully swayed her alluring figure and hurriedly exited the office. In an instant, bereft of the familiar presence of Hanjiru, Yi Sheng was enveloped by an overwhelming sense of disorientation. Before him stood the Secretary General of the Presidential Affairs Office, whose stature, though just over 1.7 meters, emanated an aura of gravitas, much like a formidable mountain, instilling in Yi Sheng an undeniable sense of respect and awe. Perhaps this is the natural demeanor that emerges among the high-ranking leaders in the realm of politics and business. In an instant, Yi Sheng found himself at a loss regarding how to conduct himself in the presence of such a figure. Kolme, there is no need to be formal. Let us converse over there." At this moment, Zhou Kaiji seemed to sense Yi Sheng's unease and gently patted his shoulder, behaving as if they were old friends. Yet, the more casual Zhou appeared, the more uncertain Yi Sheng felt. For until this very moment, he remained bewildered as to why this esteemed Secretary General of the Presidential Office had summoned him. However, since he was already there, he decided to make himself comfortable. Besides, given the circumstances, it did not seem to bode ill. Thus, he hurriedly followed Zhou Kaiji and took a seat on the sofa nearby. "Young man, I have reviewed your work history, and the administrative organization's major project department has also reported on your situation. However, I find it perplexing that you, at such a young age, ascended to the position of first deputy director of your department, only to be unexpectedly demoted. Anyone who has navigated the political and business arena knows that a young individual who rises to a leadership position typically enjoys a trajectory of advancement. Such a sudden fall is quite uncommon. After all, the nation is advocating for the youthification of leadership, and this city company is no exception." As soon as Zhou Kaiji settled into the sofa, he posed this inquiry, leaving Yi Sheng momentarily speechless. He thought to himself, why would this Secretary General be scrutinizing my work history? And why would he ask such a challenging question? At that moment, Yi Sheng, just having taken a seat, was so tense that he nearly perched on the edge of the sofa, unable to relax. Do not be nervous. I merely asked out of curiosity." Noticing Yi Sheng's evident anxiety, Zhou Kaiji quickly reassured him. He then produced a pack of cigarettes, extracting two, one for himself and the other offered to Yi Sheng. It was clear that his earlier mood had not been entirely cheerful, necessitating a smoke to alleviate it. At that moment, Yi Sheng was inclined to decline the offer. Particularly in the political and business spheres, a junior employee would generally hesitate to accept a cigarette from a high-ranking official. On one hand, it could appear disrespectful, while on the other, it might seem overly frivolous. "Secretary Zhou, I do not smoke." In order to avoid an uncomfortable situation, Yi Sheng quickly fabricated this excuse. In truth, he did smoke, and he indulged quite heavily when alone. However, he had recently discovered his cancer diagnosis and had forcefully quit. "Oh, you truly do not smoke?" Zhou Kaiji's hand, still poised with the cigarette, paused in midair as he regarded Yi Sheng with a gentle glance. "I have quit recently." In a moment of urgency, Yi Sheng hurriedly cupped his hands in a gesture of respect, believing that perhaps this would spare the other party from embarrassment. "Oh, very well." Zhou Kaiji, seemingly unfazed, withdrew his hand that had offered a cigarette and promptly lit his own. He took a deep drag, slowly exhaling the smoke, as if releasing the burdens that weighed heavily upon his heart. "Young man, the reason you hesitated to disclose the truth about your sudden demotion was due to concerns about offending someone, wasn't it?" Returning to the crux of the matter, Zhou Kaiji pressed further. At this juncture, if Yi Sheng continued to withhold the truth, it would undoubtedly reflect a grave disrespect towards the esteemed Secretary General before him. Thus, after a brief moment of hesitation, he resolved to respond candidly. "To be honest, I am not entirely sure of the reasons behind it. When I ascended to the position of the first deputy director in our department, It was indeed due to my own capabilities and the commendations I received from our major division. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to me, after I conducted an extensive investigation and dared to report that the new development in Sheng County was alarmingly close to the mountain, posing significant challenges to our engineering emergency efforts, I found myself demoted. This moment truly tested Sheng's composure. Firstly, he could not elaborate excessively on his youthful rise to the position of first deputy director, which made him the youngest in the history of the municipal company, as that would come off as boastful. Secondly, he dared not mention that a considerable part of his demotion stemmed from Lin Meiying's sudden arrival. Nor could he disclose that Chao Yuwei had swiftly ascended to his former position by aligning herself with their major division's general manager, Wu Lihong. Who could predict how this esteemed Secretary General would react to such revelations? However, the outcome was entirely unforeseen by Sheng. Upon hearing his hesitant response, Zhou Kaiji burst into hearty laughter. "Ah, my young brother, do you really think that I summoned you here to investigate your past?" He chuckled heartily. Chapter 65. The promotion begins. Sheng was taken aback, unable to fathom why this esteemed Secretary General was so intent on questioning him. If he assumed that this meeting was to scrutinize the circumstances of his demotion and to influence the ongoing personnel reshuffling across the various major divisions, he would indeed be overestimating his own significance as a lower-tier employee in the organizational structure of the municipal company. Apart from the two core departments directly overseen by the board of directors, the Office of the President and the Comprehensive Supervision Department, there exist 7 major business divisions, along with the municipal hospital and schools for the children of employees. With such a plethora of significant departments coexisting, general affairs are typically managed by the heads of these divisions, except for matters of paramount importance to the municipal company. It is not merely the transfer or demotion of mid-level personnel that is dictated by the top leaders of these divisions. Even the appointments and optimizations of mid to high-level positions are determined by these authoritative figures. Otherwise, how could that scoundrel Wu Lihong have acted with impunity for so many years within their major division? "Do not worry," Zhou Kaiji said after taking a deep drag from a cigarette. "I am merely seeking to understand the situation. However, after our deliberations, we have officially decided to appoint you as the Deputy Director of the Presidential Project Secretariat." Boom! What? Upon hearing this, Sheng was momentarily stunned. The announcement was utterly unexpected. It was a position he had scarcely dared to dream of. Previously, his greatest aspiration had been to regain his former position, which would have been a cause for celebration. Yet now, he found himself not merely restored to his previous rank, but elevated several levels above, clearly surpassing Lin Meiying, the director of the operations department. Alas, could it be that fortune was finally smiling upon him? In this moment, it was impossible not to feel a surge of excitement and anxiety. Yet he could not fathom whether the stroke of luck was due to the 30-year legacy he had inherited or a reward for some good deed he had performed. Before Sheng could collect his thoughts, Zhou Kaiji interjected. "You have no objections to this, I trust?" "And no," Sheng quickly replied. He thought to himself that anyone would be foolish to object to such fortuitous news suddenly landing in their lap. Nevertheless, in an effort to maintain humility and avoid becoming overly self-satisfied, he added, "It's just that I have always been involved in emergency engineering work, and to suddenly be transferred to such an important position may." However, before he could continue, Zhou Kaiji scrutinized him closely, smiling as he said, "Ah, young brother, do not feel too much pressure. After all, I am now the chief secretary of the municipal company, and you are my assistant. We complement each other perfectly. Do we not?" Boom! Sheng felt an indescribable thrill. He had not expected that upon meeting the esteemed secretary, he would be entrusted with such significant responsibilities and even be treated as a brother. It left him both flattered and astonished. However, at this juncture, if he were to display excessive humility or hesitation, it might suggest a lack of confidence, which would certainly raise eyebrows among senior leadership. Thus, Sheng, devoid of any hesitation or doubt, stood up with utmost respect and saluted him with a military gesture, resolutely declaring, "I am grateful for the trust bestowed by the Secretary General. I shall endeavor to work diligently alongside you." Upon witnessing this, Zhou Kaiji's face broke into a broad smile. Although he had never encountered an employee who, upon receiving a promotion, expressed their determination in such a martial manner, he could not help but feel that Sheng was indeed a promising talent worthy of guidance. Consequently, he dispensed with further pleasantries and swiftly approached his grand desk, retrieving an official letter of appointment from one of its drawers. This is your formal appointment letter. Take a look. However, there's an exception in this case. Due to certain special circumstances, your appointment must remain confidential for about a month, as the entire municipal company is likely to undergo significant upheaval. As Zhou Kaiji handed the letter to Yi Sheng, he hurriedly added, "Ah?" While Yi Sheng was still exhilarated. He had not anticipated this particular stipulation. He wondered if there were hidden implications regarding this matter. Sensing the turmoil in Yi Sheng's emotions, Zhou Kaiji quickly continued, Upon your return, you must continue to work diligently. After a month, I will promptly issue the appointment through the administrative organization of the major business division." At these words, Yi Sheng felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. He then tremulously accepted the letter of appointment from Zhou Kaiji's hand. The document read, "In recognition of Comrade Yi Sheng's commendable work performance, he is hereby promoted to the position of Acting Director of the Presidential Affairs Office's Project Secretariat." Though it contained merely a few lines, for Yi Sheng, it was akin to a timely gift in the depths of winter, a refreshing rainfall after a prolonged drought. He recalled the disdain he had endured from colleagues since being dismissed from the position of Deputy Director of the Work Department, particularly the oppression from Lin Meiying and Chao Yuei, which had rendered him unable to hold his head high within the department. Simultaneously, his contemptible fiancée, Yi, and her parents treated him as a worthless failure, subjecting him to relentless scorn and abuse. Yet now, he had ascended to the position of Acting Director of the Presidential Affairs Office's Project Secretariat. Not only had he surpassed Lin Meiying and Chao Yuei, but even Wu Lihong, the General Manager of the Engineering Technology Major Business Division, would have to treat him with a degree of respect in the future. And let us not even mention roles like Jia Zhitong, the Special Assistant to the General Manager of the Engineering Technology Major Business Division. "So, is there any objection to the appointment letter?" Zhou Kaiji inquired once more. "No, none at all. I am deeply grateful for Secretary Zhou's nurturing." At this moment, Yi Sheng was at a loss for words to express his gratitude to the esteemed Secretary General, promptly affirming his appreciation. "Excellent. If there are no objections, please sign it." With that, Zhou Kaiji handed Yi Sheng a pen. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Sheng inscribed his name in the designated area, signifying his agreement. It is essential to understand that a mid-level position, such as the Deputy Director of the President's Office, serving as the Secretary to the President's Project, may require a decade or more of experience within the secretarial system to ascend to such heights. Furthermore, it is crucial to note that I do not hail from the relevant secretarial department. My goodness, just wait a month and witness my glory. The thought exhilarated Yi Sheng beyond measure. He promptly handed the signed appointment letter, along with the pen, back to Zhou Kaiji. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Kaiji signed his name on the document as well. Now this appointment letter is officially in effect. However, there remains a month before I commence my duties. I hope you can bear with it. With that, Zhou Kaiji swiftly returned the appointment letter to his drawer, treating it with great care as if fearing its sudden loss. Chapter 66. Farewell to Lin Meiying. Huff puff. Ha. I have been promoted. Upon reaching the ground floor, Yi Sheng felt an indescribable sense of elation. He could hardly recall how he bid farewell to Secretary Zhou Kaiji or how he received Han Jiru's congratulations and well wishes. All he remembered was striding down the 28th floor of the president's building with a proud gait, exhilarated by his triumph. Such a feeling, it seemed, could only be truly grasped by one who had risen from the depths. Like him. Damn it, Wu Lihong, Chao Yuei, and you Lin Meiying, how will you expel me now? The recollection of the dismissal notice they had previously issued ignited a spark of indignation within him. Consequently, he contemplated returning to the office to provoke Lin Meiying. However, just as the impulse struck him, he recalled the admonition from Secretary Zhou Kaiji and Deputy Secretary Han Jiru, urging him to maintain confidentiality regarding this matter during the month-long waiting period. Alas, it seems I can only share this news with my parents and sister. After all, sharing my joyous news with them feels most appropriate. He wasted no time and dialed his home phone. After a lengthy wait, someone finally picked up. "Hello, Mom and Dad?" Overwhelmed with excitement, Yi Sheng called out to his parents before they could respond. In the past, it was either his father or mother who answered his calls. However, to his surprise, a cold, indifferent female voice responded on the other end. Your parents are not home." With that, the call was abruptly disconnected, leaving him with a busy tone. Sister? It suddenly dawned on Yi Sheng that his sister was home on summer vacation. Previously, He had compelled his parents to deplete their savings and borrow money to fund his marriage to Du Shimi, even selling the family's old plow ox, which had been crucial for their farming. They had no choice but to postpone his sister Yi Yao's tuition fees to scrape together the necessary funds. Consequently, for quite some time, Yi Yao harbored significant grievances against her brother, Yi Sheng. When Yi Sheng became aware of her feelings, he repeatedly sought to explain and apologize to his sister. However, the obstinate Yi Yao remained resolute in her refusal to forgive him. She conveyed to him that had he acted thus for the sake of a commendable woman, perhaps she might have been inclined to pardon him. Yet, for someone like Du Shimi, she truly felt that her brother's actions were unworthy. Initially, Yi Sheng believed that his sister's prejudice against Du Shimi stemmed from their lack of acquaintance. However, it now appeared that his sister's discernment was indeed superior to his own. Without hesitation, Yi Sheng dialed the family phone once more, hoping to relay this matter to her. He thought to himself that once he assumed the position of deputy director in the CEO's project secretary office, he would surely extend a helping hand to his sister as a means of atonement. However, no matter how many times he called, the line remained unresponsive. Subsequently, he persistently attempted to reach her on her mobile phone, yet the outcome was the same. She did not answer. In a state of desperation, Yi Sheng resorted to sending several WeChat messages to his sister. Alas, sister, I hope you will cease to be angry with your brother. At that time, I truly had no idea that our parents would delay your tuition to help me purchase a house and a car. If you still recognize me as your brother, please answer the phone. Nevertheless, despite his anxious pleas, his sister remained unresponsive. Reluctantly, he sent another WeChat message. Sister, I have good news. I am about to receive a promotion to the position of deputy director in the CEO's project secretary office. I hope you can share this with our parents and bring them some joy. After sending the message, Yi Sheng assumed his sister would remain silent, so he set off toward his current office building. However, just after taking a few steps, his sister unexpectedly replied, Brother, I will certainly share this good news with Mom and Dad, but I still believe that Du Shimi is not the woman you should love. As long as you remain with her, I will not acknowledge you. It was evident that his sister's anger was not solely rooted in the delayed tuition, but rather in the fact that he had found himself in such a predicament for someone like Du Shimi. She firmly believed that Du Shimi could never be a suitable sister-in-law. At that moment, Yi Sheng longed to respond immediately, declaring that he had already broken up with Du Shimi and that his fortunes had since flourished, culminating in a sudden promotion. However, he hesitated, contemplating the potential distress this revelation might cause their parents. Thus, after some reflection, he hastily replied to his sister, Sister, I will be candid with you. I have indeed broken up with Du Shimi. It's just that some formalities are yet to be completed. I hope you keep this to yourself for now, as I worry our parents may not be able to bear the news. However, mere seconds after the message was sent, he received a reply from his younger sister. Haha, now that's my good brother. But you mustn't deceive me when I go back to school in a few days and pass by your place. If I find out you've lied, I won't let you off easily. Immediately following her words was an array of thumbs up and heart emojis, leaving Yi Sheng at a loss for words. Ah, indeed, joy brings a refreshing spirit, he mused to himself, feeling an overwhelming surge of excitement and happiness as he made his way to the office building he currently occupied. He thought to himself, who would have imagined that right after receiving a promotion, he would also mend the rift between himself and his sister? Truly, a double blessing. Haha, I am utterly elated. Lost in such thoughts, Yi Sheng returned to the emergency engineering department, his face breaking into a broad smile. What on earth has gotten into Yi Sheng? Has he lost his mind? Smiling so brightly, exclaimed his colleagues. Yes, it must be that he's gone insane after suffering the blows from Director Lin and Deputy Director Chow. Since Yi Sheng had been dismissed from his position as the first deputy director, his colleagues had not seen him smile even once. Now, witnessing his radiant smile, they all assumed something must be wrong with him. However, Yi Sheng had little interest in conversing with these colleagues who only delighted in his misfortune. Without hesitation, he strode to his rather inconspicuous workspace, intending to bury himself in work to stabilize his emotions. As he passed by Lin Meiying's office, she suddenly spotted him. Yi Sheng, come in here, she called out sharply. Yet, Yi Sheng languidly stood there, seemingly indifferent to her summons. He thought to himself, I am now the acting director of the president's project secretariat. I outrank you. So what authority do you have to order me around? Hey, I told you to come in. Why aren't you coming? Lin Meiying, now at the door, was fuming. She seized his arm and yanked him inside as if tossing aside a lifeless dog. The sound of their interaction prompted a wave of laughter from the onlookers. Ha! Yi Sheng is utterly clueless. How could he dare provoke our feisty director? They chuckled, unaware that Yi Sheng had lost his previous panic and trepidation in the face of Lin Meiying. Huh, you know nothing, he muttered under his breath. She's merely flirting with me. However, his comment was overheard by Lin Meiying, who stood beside him. What? What are you saying? Who's flirting with you? Immediately, disregarding the reactions of those around her, she sensuously swayed her ample hips and, with a swift turn, slammed the door shut with a resounding bang. What the hell? That rascal Yi Sheng is surely in for a thrashing from Director Lin. Sigh. Truly, while one may defy the heavens, one cannot escape the consequences of their own misdeeds. Haha. Soon after, a chorus of mocking laughter erupted from outside. To them, Yi Sheng remained the perennial underdog, perpetually bullied. How could he possibly evade the wrath of the formidable Lin Meiying? Even Lin Meiying, who was currently dragging Yi Sheng toward her desk, seemed to share this sentiment. My goodness, you scoundrel. Speak the truth. Have you become involved with that woman Han Jiero? It was evident that after much contemplation, Lin Meiying had concluded that Yi Sheng was most likely entangled with the alluring and strikingly beautiful Han Jiero, who held a high position in the core department of the municipal company. Otherwise, how could he have escaped dismissal so suddenly? Moreover, why was even his personnel relationship untouchable? What do you think? Yi Sheng recalled his recent promotion after accompanying Han Jiero, feeling as though he were in a dream. However, in the interest of discretion, he preferred not to divulge too much to Lin Meiying at this moment. After all, not only did she seem perplexed, but he himself was equally bewildered by the sudden influx of wealth and opportunity. Do you truly have an affair with her? At that moment, vivid images of Yi Sheng with Han Jiero flooded Lin Meiying's mind, causing her composure to waver. She thought to herself, having preserved her own chastity for 30 years, how could he now be involved with another woman? Was he not deliberately striking her where it hurt? With such thoughts, she forcefully pushed Yi Sheng into the chair. What are you doing? Do you intend to, right here in the office? Yi Sheng, witnessing her furious expression, found her both striking and rather endearing, and he teasingly responded. Yet, the more he jested, the more Lin Meiying's anger flared. Scoundrel, speak. Who exactly are you involved with? She resolved that unless she uncovered the truth, she would not bear the Lin surname any longer. Just as she seemed poised to pin Yi Sheng firmly in the chair, he suddenly exerted his strength, flipping her onto the large desk. Listen here, Lin Meiying, your days of bullying me are over. Who I associate with is none of your concern, but I intend to have my way with you once more. I trust you won't refuse, will you? Reflecting on how he had endured her oppression for so long, even after reclaiming a modicum of satisfaction, he felt it was still woefully inadequate. What do you intend to do? In an instant, Lin Meiying was thrown into a state of panic once more. In just a few short days, the once subservient and oppressed lower-tier employee dared to confront her superior with audacity. How could this not incite her wrath? Thus, in a state of both shock and anger, she immediately considered resistance. What she did not anticipate, however, was that Yi Sheng would retaliate with even more egregious actions. As she watched Yi Sheng's powerful hand inch toward her form-fitting skirt, Lin Meiying was engulfed by disbelief. Weren't you just inquiring about whom I was with? Allow me to demonstrate how I became involved with Han Jiero. Boom. What? You truly are a scoundrel. Upon hearing this, Lin Meiying's anger intensified, and she felt an overwhelming urge to kick Yi Sheng right where it would hurt the most. She had contemplated that, despite the overwhelming power of the Liu family compelling her to marry her fiancé, she had already been intimate with Yi Sheng on 2 occasions, and perhaps they could continue to see each other in the future. Yet, she never expected Yi Sheng to engage in such reckless behavior with her, while also entangling himself with other women. How could this not incite her fury? Indeed, while she had previously harbored disdain for Yi Sheng, it was only because he often provoked her ire. Had he exercised a modicum of restraint, given his strikingly handsome demeanor, how could she have brought herself to mistreat him? However, such subtle musings would certainly remain opaque to Yi Sheng. Just as she was about to unleash a torrent of vitriol upon him, Yi Sheng swiftly pinned her beneath him and began to kiss her fervently. Scoundrel, get off me. This is an office. Lin Meiying felt as though she might explode with rage. At that moment, Yi Sheng abruptly ceased his actions, leaving Lin Meiying stunned and momentarily unresponsive. What was he planning? Flushed with embarrassment, she stared at Yi Sheng, bewildered by his intentions. I just had a rendezvous with Han Jiaru, and I'm a bit fatigued. Boom. What? In an instant, Lin Meiying felt an urge to smash his head in. This was far more exasperating than if he had simply overpowered her directly. You beast. I swear I will kill you. Yet, before she could protest, Yi Sheng had once again pinned her down. His intention was not to seize the advantage recklessly, but rather to toy with her like a cat playing with a mouse, probing the feelings of the proud and stunning Lin Meiying to see if she harbored any sentiments for him. Chapter 68. In a state of desperation. It's over. That scoundrel. Lin Meiying couldn't help but curse under her breath. She feared she would be utterly humiliated by Yi Sheng in the office. She was nearly paralyzed with shock. Meanwhile, in Wu Lihong's office, Chao Yue remained in a state of dreamy anticipation as she embraced Wu Lihong, eagerly awaiting the news of Yi Sheng's imminent dismissal. What is the status, Mr. Wu? Perhaps you should make another call to Lin Meiying to urge her, lest she allows that scoundrel Yi Sheng to slip through her fingers. After all, Chao Yue had invested considerable resources to ensure Wu Lihong personally signed the documents for Yi Sheng's termination. She was determined to succeed. No need to rush. After all, I just employed a mix of soft and hard tactics against Lin Meiying. If she dares to favor Yi Sheng, even her prospective father-in-law, Lu Bao, would likely withdraw his support, he replied, seemingly feeling the effects of the medication he had just taken, suddenly pouncing on the alluring Chao Yue like a ravenous wolf. Just then, the phone on his desk rang unexpectedly. Damn it, who dares to interrupt my affairs? He exclaimed, panting as he held Chao Yue while reaching for the phone. Hello, old Wu, what is going on? I asked you to dismiss Yi Sheng, and you can't even manage that? The voice on the other end was none other than Lu Bao, the chief overseer of the Comprehensive Supervision Office. Despite Wu Lihong being the general manager of the Engineering Technology Division and a member of the City Company S board alongside Lu Bao, he ranked several positions below Lu Bao, who even commanded respect from the company president. Thus, faced with Lu Bao's inquiry, Wu Lihong nearly stumbled, let alone continue his entanglement with Chao Yue. I've already signed the dismissal notice and personally called Lin Meiying. Is it not resolved yet? He thought to himself that as the general manager of the Engineering Technology Division, if it weren't for Lin Meiying obstructing him, he could have dismissed Yi Sheng multiple times over. Oh, why are you asking me about this? Lu Bao responded, equally taken aback. Although he was unaware that the Presidential Affairs Office as Zhou Kaiji was secretly arranging for Yi Sheng to assume the role of acting director of the Presidential Project Secretariat. He had been closely monitoring Yi Sheng's situation since being unexpectedly thwarted by him the previous night, losing Chun Jiaying to him as well. Upon calling Lin Meiying for an inquiry, he discovered that not only had Yi Sheng not been dismissed, but his personnel status remained untouched. He initially suspected Wu Lihong was up to something. The fact that Wu Lihong was oblivious to these developments only added to his astonishment. Nonetheless, he had begun to surmise the forces at play behind Yi Sheng, and the purpose of his call was to exert some pressure on Wu Lihong, allowing him to feel the weight of the situation. As the significant restructuring of the major business division approached, he had already accepted a substantial sum of money from Jiang Deheo, the first vice president of the Engineering Technology Division. Naturally, he was contemplating seizing the opportunity to find fault with Wu Lihong. Alas, General Manager Lu, please wait a moment. I shall respond to you once I have gathered the necessary information. With that, he promptly ended the call. Meanwhile, Chao Yue remained oblivious to these developments, eagerly anticipating Wu Lihong's fervent advances. Oh, General Wu, what troubles you? Shall we continue? However, before she could further present her alluring figure, Wu Lihong, already in a foul mood, brusquely pushed her aside. Away with you. You want to see me replaced, don't you? Without waiting for Chao Yue to react, he immediately contacted the head of the administrative organization of his major division. The response he received, however, left him utterly astonished. What? You mean to say that from now on, only President Jin can alter Yi Sheng's personnel status? Good heavens! Does he possess such immense power? At that moment, Wu Lihong could hardly believe his ears and pressed for clarification. Indeed, yet, the administrative head of the Engineering Technology Division was equally perplexed, as it was unheard of for a low-level employee like Yi Sheng to draw the attention of senior management. Why had the situation suddenly escalated? Well then, very well. Realizing that he could not extract any further information, Wu Lihong slumped in his chair, akin to a deflated frog. General Wu, what is amiss? Chao Yue, sensing the unease, rushed to support him. Wu Lihong irritably shrugged off her hand. Oh, this Yi Sheng is becoming increasingly inscrutable. It seems that to teach him a lesson, I must seek another opportunity. Frustrated, he hastily retrieved a cigarette, smoking it with discontent. Initially, he had thought to take this chance to dismiss Yi Sheng and have his wife compel him to resolve the entanglements with the socialites of the Longhu gang, after which Yi Sheng's fate would be of no concern to him, thereby eliminating any potential threats to his own position. It was a plan that promised a clean and advantageous resolution. Yet, he never anticipated that even this seemingly simple task of reprimanding Yi Sheng would prove so challenging, leaving him feeling quite vexed. Consequently, he directed all his pent-up frustration towards Chao Yue, whom he deemed a source of irritation. In Lin Meiying's office, however, Yi Sheng wore a mischievous grin as he fixed his gaze on the disheveled Lin Meiying. What is this? Did your future father-in-law call just now? Did you overhear something? Is it that I have become as immovable as a fortress, impervious to any attempts to displace me? It is patently evident that, at this moment, I am acutely aware of the clandestine protection afforded to me by Zhou Kaiji of the Executive Affairs Office. Henceforth, not only would they refrain from dismissing me, but I suspect that even the slightest provocation against me would require approval from higher authorities. Alas, what a predicament! Yi Sheng, you rascal, whom have you enlisted as your benefactor? Even Liu Bao, the Grand Overseer, appears utterly astonished. Lin Meiying, gasping for breath, could hardly believe her eyes, as if confronted by a mysterious beast. Chapter 69. The Sister-in-law's Invitation. Thus, after a leisurely lunch, Yi Sheng meandered to a quieter corner of their office area, promptly laying down to rest. This unexpected behavior left his colleagues astounded. Previously, Yi Sheng would hardly dare to nap, even when fatigue weighed heavily upon him, for he had to remain vigilant to any summons from Director Lin Meiying. Goodness, what has come over Yi Sheng today? Is he perhaps a second-generation official or businessman, deliberately experiencing the rigors of life here? Upon learning that even their esteemed director could not touch Yi Sheng's personnel matters, Zhang Ni, the secretary, was struck with immense curiosity regarding his true identity. However, the others remained oblivious to this revelation, as they witnessed Yi Sheng audaciously drift off to sleep. They could not help but jest. Haha, Yi Sheng, do you not fear that our director Lin will come looking for you later? The speaker was Lu Kuan-hui, who had never been particularly fond of Yi Sheng. Indeed, since your tardiness this morning, our director Lin has remained irate. Moreover, you have incurred the wrath of that venomous Chao Yue. Should she discover your audacity in napping, she may very well unleash her fury upon you. Although Ma Hong's relationship with Yi Sheng was neither particularly close nor adversarial, he observed the unfolding events with concern, fearing that Yi Sheng's recklessness might inadvertently entangle them all. Yet there was Deng Boyong, a young man who typically adhered closely to Yi Sheng, who swiftly interjected, Haha, perhaps our brother Yi has already secured the favor of both the directors. Boom! What? Before he could finish, the room erupted into a chorus of laughter. Haha, that's an amusing thought. Even if he could win over Director Lin, I doubt he could manage the formidable Chao Yue. I suggest we clear a path for those two formidable women to come and deal with Yi Sheng. Meanwhile, Ban Mingrue, a college classmate and friend of Yi Sheng, sat in heavy contemplation, silent and withdrawn. Eventually, his phone buzzed with a message, prompting him to frown as he realized he had to make his way to Chao Yue's office. What are you all laughing about? In the face of the raucous laughter from the crowd, Yi Sheng appeared utterly indifferent. He was acutely aware that since he had been dismissed from the position of deputy director, none of his colleagues had treated him with any semblance of courtesy. Consequently, he had grown somewhat numb to their brazen whispers and ridicule. Haha, what is so funny? Go ahead and sleep as you please. Noticing Yi Sheng's nonchalant demeanor, Lu Kuan-hui and Ma Hong exchanged glances and opted to refrain from further comments. Sleep if you wish, who's afraid? Murmured Yi Sheng, wholly unperturbed by any disturbances, as he nestled down to sleep. Gurgle, gurgle. Perhaps this was the most restful nap he had enjoyed in a long time, to the extent that even when the office bell rang, he had no intention of waking up. Is it possible that Yi Sheng will face repercussions for this? Goodness, what if Lin Ming or Chao Yue suddenly appear and scold us too? Consequently, both Lu Kuan-hui and Ma Hong, along with Zhang and I, found themselves increasingly anxious. Hastily, they rapped on the desk, urging Yi Sheng, it's time to get back to work. You should wake up. However, to their utter astonishment, Yi Sheng didn't even flutter an eyelid, he lazily turned over and sank deeper into slumber. Goodness, is he defying authority? They felt it necessary to clarify their stance, suggesting that they should promptly report this to Director Lin and Deputy Director Chow, lest they be mistaken for accomplices when the two women inevitably discovered the situation. Having faced varying degrees of oppression from Lin Meiying and Chow Yue, particularly with Chow's tendency to resort to harsh reprimands for any mistakes, they felt compelled to remain vigilant. To their further amazement, at that moment, Lin Ming opened her office door and strode out with an air of arrogance. Goodness, it's as if we summoned her just by speaking of her. Under these circumstances, Lu Kuan-Hui and Ma Hong's hearts raced as they hurriedly attempted to rouse Yi Sheng once more. Strangely, Lin Meiying appeared oblivious to Yi Sheng's continued slumber, walking past him without a glance. What? This is utterly perplexing. They exchanged bewildered glances, pondering whether Lin Meiying had indeed been charmed by Yi Sheng. Was it possible that he could sleep during working hours without consequence? In the past, had he dared to do so, it would have been exceedingly courteous of Lin Meiying not to have severely punished him. Only Zhang Anai seemed to perceive something amiss. She shook her head and returned to her tasks, saying nothing further. Meanwhile, Chow Yue, upon receiving Lu Kuan-Hui and Ma Hong's report, was itching to storm out and confront Yi Sheng. Yet, she had been repeatedly cautioned by Wu Lihong not to act rashly against Yi Sheng, lest her minor indiscretions disrupt her greater ambitions. So intense was her frustration that she felt as if she could shatter her own teeth. Damn it, Yi Sheng, just wait. There will come a time when I will make you weep. I refuse to believe that you can openly defy General Manager Wu and still have a path forward. The ringing of the clock signaled the end of the workday, yet Yi Sheng remained in a deep slumber, utterly exhausted from the recent days. He intended to seize this opportunity to play a psychological game with Lin Meiying and Chow Yue to see how they would respond to him. Ultimately, he emerged victorious. Ha ha ha, what a thrill. I have finally made up for the year and more of afternoon naps I had missed. Pleased with this thought, Yi Sheng was about to leave with the others when, unexpectedly, his phone rang. He hastily pulled out his phone and looked, only to discover that the call was from the lovely wife of their esteemed Deputy General Manager, Jiang Dehao, Guan Yutong. Hello, dear Yi Sheng. I heard from old Jiang that you can come over to our house for dinner tonight. Is that true? Do you have any idea how long I've awaited this opportunity? You have taken so long to visit me. Just wait and see what sumptuous dishes I will prepare to capture your heart. Enough chatter. Hurry over. Once you finish work, make your way here. As soon as Yi Sheng answered the call, Guan Yutong's soft yet urgent voice filled his ears, igniting a surge of excitement within him. Chapter 70, Entwined. Immediately after hanging up, he dashed off, leaving Lin Meiying, who had intended to keep him back, to watch his retreating figure with a pang of jealousy. Oh dear, that scoundrel. Surely he's been lured away by some vixen. Beware, for I might just take matters into my own hands. Lost in her thoughts, Lin Meiying sat bewildered in her office, uncertain of what to do next. She unconsciously placed a hand on her abdomen, pondering whether this rogue might have truly planted some seed within her. Meanwhile, Yi Sheng had already reached the entrance of the municipal company and, without hesitation, hailed a taxi to head to Guan Yutong's home. After all, Guan Yutong was not only the second wife of their Deputy General Manager Jiang Dehao, but also a woman who had always shown him great concern. Had it not been for her continuous support and her occasional requests to Jiang Dehao to reinstate Yi Sheng, he might not have endured these challenging times. Thus, when Yi Sheng suddenly learned that in a month's time he could assume the position of Deputy Director of the President's Project Secretariat, the first person he wished to share this news with was Guan Yutong. Yi Sheng was also aware of some aspects of Guan Yutong's family life, not only because she was akin to a sister-in-law to him, but also because his conniving fiancée, Yi Du Shimi, was a close friend of hers. Ah, how peculiar indeed. Why have so many years passed without children for her and Jiang Dehao, despite the fact that Guan Yutong has been found to be in good health overall? For reasons unknown, she and Jiang Dehao have not been blessed with a child throughout these years. This has led the tall and imposing Jiang Dehao to harbor doubts about whether his daughter, born from his previous marriage, is truly his biological offspring. Curiously, Jiang Dehao has also confided in Yi Sheng that he secretly underwent a comprehensive medical examination, which yielded no issues. Consequently, whenever the enigma surrounding this matter comes to mind, thoughts of Guan Yutong inevitably stir in Yi Sheng's mind, and this instance is no exception. Soon enough, Yi Sheng arrived at their home, a row of elegant villas. Outside the villa, there lay a quaint little garden. In the past, upon hearing of Yi Sheng's impending visit, Guan Yutong would often stand in that very garden, eagerly awaiting his arrival. However, this time, something fell amiss. Sister-in-law, sister-in-law, open the door. Without further contemplation, Yi Sheng promptly knocked on the grand entrance of their villa. Bang, bang, bang. Oh, they are here. They are here. Before long, the stunningly beautiful Guan Yutong hurriedly emerged. Though she had already crossed into her 30s, her impeccable self-care made her appear no older than 27 or 28. At that moment, she was adorned in a flowing pink gown, and although she wore an apron, it could not conceal her alluring charm and sensuality. Her curvaceous figure, with its perfect proportions, epitomized the quintessential image of an elegant housewife. Looking up, her complexion was rosy and full, evoking a sense of desire, particularly with her prominent nose, expressive large eyes, and luscious, seductive red lips, an unforgettable visage. It could be said that even though Du Shimi also belonged to the realm of beauty, Guan Yutong exuded a captivating allure that was neither garish nor vulgar. The elegance and regal grace she possessed, refined through the passage of time, were truly delightful to behold. When she smiled, the effect was simply enchanting, possessing a remarkable healing quality. Hee, I didn't expect you to arrive so early. Come in quickly. I'm preparing some hearty dishes for you. With that, Guan Yutong eagerly swung open the villa's grand door, almost pulling Yi Sheng inside with her. Oh, sister-in-law, there's no need to go to such trouble. Yi Sheng observed the beads of sweat forming on her forehead and politely responded. Yet, Guan Yutong swiftly leaned closer, smiling as she said, You have no idea how long it has been since you last visited, and several times I offered you money, only to have you refuse it. That truly vexed me. At her words, Yi Sheng felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Indeed, ever since I was dismissed from my position as deputy director, life has swiftly plunged into turmoil. I often find myself identifying with Guan Yutong, the sister-in-law of Yi Sheng, and have secretly slipped money to him countless times. However, fearing the reproach of Jiang Dehao if he were to discover this, Yi Sheng has, more often than not, declined my offers. At this moment, Yi Sheng appeared at a loss for words. Yet, before he could elaborate, Guan Yutong interjected. It seems to me that you do not regard me as your sister-in-law at all. You have clearly had a falling out with Du Shimi, yet you chose not to confide in me. Moreover, I have heard whispers of an ailment afflicting you. Why would you keep such a significant matter hidden from me? I suspect you may lack the funds, even to seek proper treatment. As she spoke, her graceful figure trembled, unable to bear the weight of Yi Sheng's sudden illness. I am not in an instant. Yi Sheng felt compelled to clarify, to assure her that he was not suffering from any ailment. However, before he could utter a word, Guan Yutong hastily pulled him into the villa. Yi Sheng, why don't you take a seat on the sofa and watch some television? I will go upstairs to fetch you some money. This time, you must accept it so that you can seek medical attention. With a palpable sense of urgency, she dashed toward the second floor. Yet, just as she was about to retrieve the bag of money to hand it to Yi Sheng, a sudden commotion was heard from outside the door. Could it be that your brother Jiang has returned so soon? In a flurry, Guan Yutong quickly stashed the bag of money back into her wardrobe. With a loud click, the door swung open, and Jiang Deho's deep voice resonated. Hello, my dear. Is our brother Yi Sheng here? At this, both Yi Sheng and Guan Yutong involuntarily shuddered, realizing that he had indeed arrived. Guan Yutong hastily ran to the entrance. Addressing the newly arrived Jiang Dehao, he has come. He just arrived. Oh, haha, this fellow seems quite prompt. Jiang Dehao remarked with a sly grin as he stepped inside, exuding excitement and joy. To him, it appeared that Yi Sheng had unwittingly fallen into the trap he had set, and it was only a matter of time before he would be compelled to assist with some rather special tasks. Chapter 71, An Unexpected Arrival. Just then, a sudden knock echoed at the villa's front door. Who could that be? In an instant, Yi Sheng and Guan Yutong were left dumbfounded, exchanging bewildered glances. After all, they had invited Yi Sheng over for dinner to discuss something of great importance. Who could possibly arrive at such a time? Jiang Dehao, unable to suppress a mischievous smile, remarked, Oh, it so happens that I encountered Du Shimi when leaving the company, and I invited her to join us. Boom! Before he could finish, Yi Sheng's mind was flooded with a torrent of exasperation. If one were to contemplate the person they least wished to encounter at this moment, it would undoubtedly be Du Shimi. Yet, ironically, he is now compelled to confront her. How could this not evoke a surge of irritation within him? Consequently, He immediately rose to his feet, appearing ready to depart. However, he was swiftly obstructed by Jiang Deheo. Alas, my dear Yi, what are you attempting to do? After all, it is a rare occasion for our two families to gather for a meal, and you seem rather discontented, Jiang Deheo remarked. He was well aware that Yi Sheng was embroiled in a tumultuous breakup with Du Shimi, yet for Jiang Deheo, this was evidently not the most opportune moment for such a separation. Thus, he anxiously moved towards the door while furtively signaling to Guan Yutong. Understanding his intention, she hastened to Yi Sheng's side and softly implored, Indeed, indeed. Yi Sheng, Shimi is such a wonderful wife. Where do you think you're going? Isn't it normal for couples to have their quarrels? However, as soon as she finished speaking, Yi Sheng vehemently retorted, Humph, who said we are a couple? She is nothing but a wretched woman. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, Du Shimi had entered the room behind Jiang Deheo, and his words pierced her ears. She trembled slightly, her face falling into a mask of disappointment. Oh my, Yi Sheng, I never imagined you would still be unwilling to forgive me. But do you know, what happened last night at the Longhu Hotel was not by my own volition. Recalling how Yi Sheng nearly caught her in the act at the hotel, Du Shimi felt a pang of guilt. Yet, it was true that she had been coerced into that situation. Could Yi Sheng truly not see that? Before she could elaborate further, Yi Sheng shot her a frosty glare, his voice laced with anger. Do not presume to play the victim. What I am referring to is not the incident at the hotel, but rather what you have been up to since I left you. Thunderstruck by his words, Du Shimi's heart raced. Could it be that Yi Sheng had discovered when Jia Zhitong came in afterwards? No, that seemed improbable. With this thought, she resorted to deflection, retorting, Yi Sheng, I hope you do not slander me. If you wish to accuse me of infidelity, you had better present some evidence. Do not be so paranoid. I only considered continuing our relationship upon seeing your grave condition, knowing you have only 3 months left to live, and that child. Do not think that I cannot survive without you. If it were not in front of others, she would have mentioned the matter of the child she carried. What? At this moment, not only was Guan Yutong taken aback, but even Jiang Deheo, standing beside Du Shimi, was momentarily stunned. They had only vaguely heard about Yi Sheng's illness, but had never been informed of his terminal condition. Yi Sheng, what is going on? In a fleeting moment, Guan Yutong felt her heart constrict painfully within her throat, her voice trembling slightly. Jiang Deheo wore an expression of disbelief, swiftly followed by a peculiar smile. He cast a few glances at the alluring and sensual Du Shimi, then at Yi Sheng, before thoughtfully speaking. Alas, it's only been a short while since we last met, and look at you all. Enough of the troubles. Let's not dwell on them tonight. Come, Shimi, do sit down. Standing must be tiring. With that, he deliberately extended his large hand to gently pat Du Shimi's fair, alluring arm, his gaze imbued with a subtle hue that was difficult for others to discern. If only Yi Sheng possessed even half of Jiang De's perceptiveness and loyalty, she mused, she would surely be laughing through the night. It remained unclear whether Du Shimi intended her words for Yi Sheng or aimed to provoke Guan Yutong. Regardless, upon completing her statement, she sensuously swayed her hips and hurriedly made her way to the plush sofa. Witnessing this, Yi Sheng felt an indescribable rage, and even Guan Yutong found Du Shimi's behavior rather excessive that evening. However, as she observed the exchanged glances between Du Shimi and Jiang Deheo, Guan Yutong seemed to cast aside her reservations and quickly beckoned to Yi Sheng. Yi Sheng, dear brother, could you lend me a hand? At her words, Yi Sheng did not hesitate and followed Guan Yutong into the kitchen. In this context, he wished to avoid seeing Du Shimi flitting about under his very nose. Yi Sheng, come. You chop the vegetables while I wash them. As they entered the kitchen, Guan Yutong gracefully turned her strikingly sensual form to allow Yi Sheng to step inside. Oh, very well. Yi Sheng cast aside his inhibitions. Since witnessing the arrival of his ungrateful fiancée, Du Shimi, his mood had soured considerably. As he stepped inside, he inadvertently brushed against Guan Yutong's curvaceous form, causing his heart to skip a beat. Yi Sheng, tell me, have you truly fallen ill with some terminal disease? What ailment could this be? At that moment, Guan Yutong's heart raced with anxiety and confusion. Were it not for Jiang Deheo and Du Shimi's presence, she would have surely buried her face in Yi Sheng's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. No, it's nothing. Suddenly, Yi Sheng found himself at a loss for words. Unsure how to reassure her, he wished to spare his caring sister-in-law, Guan Yutong, from worry, yet he was reluctant to disclose that he was not, in fact, afflicted with a terminal illness. Revealing such news might alert Du Shimi and her associates, jeopardizing his investigation into who had poisoned him. Alas, I initially thought you were merely unwell. I never anticipated it could be something so grave. If you do not mind, I would like you to visit me every day for the next 3 months, with my sister-in-law accompanying you at all times. I cannot ascertain whether her emotional turmoil stems from grief or if she has always harbored such thoughts, but her sudden declaration stirred a deep excitement within Sheng. He felt an overwhelming urge to rush toward her and embrace her tightly. Chapter 72. The Passion of My Sister-in-Law. Sister Yutong, I am fine. Observing the distress and anxiety on Guan Yutong's face, Sheng hastily sought to reassure her, almost revealing that he did not suffer from a terminal illness at all. How can you say you are fine in such a state? She retorted. How about this? After we finish here, you should pour drinks for Brother Jiang and Shimmy until they are both intoxicated. I shall then hand over my entire bag of money to you, so you can rush to the hospital for treatment tomorrow. Sighing, she lamented her desire to be a miraculous healer. As she spoke, tears began to gently cascade down her cheeks. In an effort to conceal her sorrow from Sheng, she quickly lowered her head and busied herself with washing vegetables. The motion caused her alluring figure to bend slightly, accentuating her already voluptuous curves, reminiscent of a blooming rose, exuding an exquisite charm. Sheng found himself captivated, unable to divert his gaze. What a remarkable woman she is, willing to sacrifice not only her finances for my treatment, but also overflowing with fervent emotions. How could I not be moved? While lost in thought, Sheng reached out and gently rested his hand on her smooth, delicate shoulder, hoping to soothe her feelings. Meanwhile, seated on the living room sofa, Du Shimi seemed indifferent to the unfolding scene. Casting a fleeting glance at Jiang Deheo, she lowered her voice and inquired, Brother Jiang, what is going on? You invited Sheng over for dinner, yet you included me as well. To be frank, given our current circumstances, if he remains obstinate and refuses to concede, I doubt I can endure another 3 months with him. Upon hearing this, Jiang Deheo was momentarily taken aback. Nonetheless, he quickly reached out to gently pat Du Shimi's shoulder, a gesture that seemed both comforting and laden with unspoken meaning. Shimi, since you claim there are only 3 months left, why then do you insist on being so calculative? Did I not tell you before? As long as our affairs remain undisclosed to a third party, it matters not whether it be 3 months or longer. Thus, I advise you to mend your relationship with him, for I will need his substantial assistance to finally bring down that old fox, Wu Lihong. Such was Jiang Deheo's counsel, driven by his ambitions in the world of politics and business. However, in the face of his counsel, Du Shimi became increasingly vocal about her grievances. How easy it is for you to speak. Do you not realize that living with someone who constantly doubts and blames me is unbearable? Even a single day under such circumstances is excruciating. If you could train him to be as obedient as before, perhaps I could endure. But if he continues to treat me as he has these past few days, I cannot continue this relationship. Furthermore, did you not promise to promote me without delay? It has been so long, yet there is still no sign of progress on your end. Jiang Daha sighed deeply. He then fixed his gaze upon the graceful Du Shimi, with a longing that suggested he wished to embrace her tightly. Shimi, to be honest, I have wanted to promote you for quite some time. But you know, at the slightest hint of trouble on my part, the spies Wu Lihong has placed beside me would seize upon it instantly. Therefore, if you can endure and remain with Sheng for another 3 months, allowing him to assist in toppling Wu Lihong, I shall grant you any position you desire. Does that sound agreeable? In an attempt to persuade Du Shimi to comply with his plan, Jiang Daha seemed desperate. Moreover, if you still doubt my intentions, I can write a guarantee in your presence next time. Would that suffice? At this juncture, Jiang Daha cast a quick glance at the kitchen where Guan Yutong and Sheng were, appearing quite anxious. Meanwhile, Guan Yutong had positioned herself to obscure Sheng from view, preventing anyone outside from discerning the happenings within. Inside, as Sheng skillfully chopped vegetables, he eyed the alluring Guan Yutong with curiosity. Sister-in-law, it seems Jiang Gu treats you quite well, does he not? His words were uttered with an air of probing, as if seeking clarity on certain matters. However, Guan Yutong merely chuckled coldly. I am aware that Jiang Gu summoned you here with the intention of enlisting your help to bring down Wu Lihong. But let me advise you, regardless of the circumstances, if you have no desire to assist him, do not acquiesce. Furthermore, tonight, I will ensure he helps you regain your former position. And if you find yourself in need of money, do not hesitate to ask me. I would gladly give you all I possess without complaint. Do you understand? It was evident that Guan Yutong had grasped Jiang Daha's intentions and had laid everything bare before Yi Sheng. He stood there, momentarily stunned, overwhelmed with gratitude toward her. It seemed that the only way he could express his appreciation was through an embrace. Unable to restrain himself, he set down the knife and pulled the mature and alluring Guan Yutong into his arms. Sister-in-law, if only Du Shimi possessed half of your qualities, I would be the happiest man alive. Upon hearing this, Guan Yutong was instantly filled with a wave of joy and excitement. Hee, you must be merely trying to cheer me up, she exclaimed. Du Shimi has both an enviable figure and a beautiful face, and she is even younger than I am. However, before she could continue, Yi Sheng promptly interrupted her, stating, why do you consistently belittle yourself? If we were to speak of beauty, how could Du Shimi possibly compare to you? Moreover, your grace and demeanor surpass hers in every respect. At that moment, Guan Yutong seemed to notice Jiang Daheo casting his gaze in their direction, prompting her to retreat slightly. With a swift motion, Yi Sheng seized the opportunity to move closer. Thinking to himself how wonderful it would be to have a stunning woman like Guan Yutong as his wife, he feared he could never love her enough in a lifetime. Time slipped by unnoticed, and soon the dishes were served as the four of them took their seats at the dining table. Yi Sheng, you've truly outdone yourself. I never imagined not only could you chop vegetables, but also cook so exquisitely, Guan Yutong remarked while serving them. Look at these dishes, their colors, aromas, and flavors are truly the work of a master chef. However, Du Shimi smirked, her lips curling in disdain. Perhaps only Sister Yutong possesses the ability to persuade him to cook. I hardly ever see him step into the kitchen at home. Upon hearing this, Yi Sheng shot her a glare, thinking, I would love to enter the kitchen, but your insufferable parents won't allow me. They either complain about my cooking being too oily or insist I lack culinary skills, practically barring me from the kitchen altogether. Nevertheless, he decided against arguing further with her. Having long since resigned himself to despair, were it not for being in someone else's home, he would have surely expelled that insufferable woman, Du Shimi. It's only because you care for him that you prevent him from entering the kitchen. I assent to it. Guan Yutong shot a glance at Du Shimi, then exchanged a knowing look with Yi Sheng. Just then, Jiang Daheo seemed to sense the tension and quickly interjected. Oh, let us eat swiftly. Our primary goal tonight is to reconcile Du Shimi and Yi Sheng, allowing him to focus more on the upcoming tasks. As the first deputy general manager of the major department, he felt compelled to extend his hospitality to Yi Sheng, saying, Brother Yi, what would you like to drink? White wine or beer? What? Guan Yutong quickly interjected. Oh, Jiang, Yi Sheng is unwell. He shouldn't drink any alcohol. Here, Yi Sheng, you should have more soup instead. This is a winter insect and summer grass duck soup. This one is goji berry and lamb soup, and this is beef tendon stewed with chicken kidneys. Which soup would you like to have first? Before Yi Sheng could respond, Du Shimi immediately discerned that these several soups were indeed potent aphrodisiacs. What could possibly be amiss with Guan Yutong tonight? Upon seeing Yi Sheng's arrival, she had prepared such an array of stimulating soups. Could it be that she intended to seduce him? With this thought in mind, she couldn't help but secretly monitor the interactions between Yi Sheng and Guan Yutong. However, given Guan Yutong's profound understanding of Du Shimi, how could she not perceive the latter's hidden motives? Thus, Guan Yutong decided to let her enthusiasm shine through, warmly welcoming Yi Sheng. Meanwhile, Jiang Daheo felt a surge of discontent. Typically, as the first deputy general manager of the major department, he held a dominant position at home. Yet, he was taken aback to witness his dear wife treating Yi Sheng with such fervor. Nonetheless, the thought of enlisting Yi Sheng's help to topple his rival, Wu Lihong, compelled him to suppress his irritation. Well then, since we seldom gather, let's enjoy this meal together, he declared, picking up his chopsticks first. Observing that Yi Sheng had not partaken in any alcohol, he took a deep sip of his own Mao Dai. Seizing the opportunity, Guan Yutong promptly interjected, I say, Lao Jiang, didn't you mention wanting to reinstate Yi Sheng to his former position? Why has there been no progress after all this time? In her desire to ensure Yi Sheng's well-being, she spoke candidly. At that moment, one could only imagine the ire bubbling within Jiang Daheo. After all, he had long wished for Yi Sheng to remain at the bottom, allowing himself to appear more authoritative. How could he have anticipated that the very topic he had been dodging would resurface? Internally, he thought, damn it, Guan Yutong, are you my woman or Yi Sheng's? Why are you so eager to speak up? However, since his original intention was to leverage Yi Sheng's assistance, he reluctantly played along. saying, "Ah, dear Yi Sheng, I always believed that you should rise through your own merits from the grassroots level. Such a path would provide a true sense of accomplishment for a man. Yet, in today's world, clawing back to one's former position from the bottom is no easy feat. Therefore, in the interest of rekindling your bond with Du Shimi and instilling hope, I shall utilize my influence to give you a little push." As he spoke, he cast a complex glance at Du Shimi, as if he had something to convey to her, but refrained from doing so in public. However, sensing a shift in mood, Du Shimi pouted and retorted, "Humph, Jiang Deji, you'd best not assist him. If he manages to become the first deputy director again, who knows how insufferably proud he would become. I tell you, he has been acting like a madman these past few days, not only hitting me, but even daring to defy my parents." Perhaps Jiang Deheo had already shared some matters with her beforehand. Otherwise, she would likely be even more arrogant in disparaging Yi Sheng. For it is only in this manner that Du Shimi could firmly grasp Yi Sheng once again. However, they remained oblivious to the fact that the current Yi Sheng, having merely regained his former position as the first deputy director, was no longer within her sphere of influence. He thought to himself, "Damn it, I am now the acting director of the Presidential Project Office. Were it not for the need for confidentiality, he might have immediately revealed his new position to showcase his prowess." Thus, he sternly admonished the contemptible Du Shimi, "Do not slander me. Are you not aware of your own actions?" Upon hearing this, not only did Du Shimi freeze momentarily, but even Jiang Deheo and Guan Yutong were taken aback. In the past, Yi Sheng would never have dared to address Du Shimi with such audacity. Nonetheless, Guan Yutong was the first to regain her composure and quickly interjected. "Yi Sheng, my dear brother, your health is fragile. Do not let anger consume you. Be careful." However, before she could continue, Du Shimi suddenly stood up, infuriated, and exclaimed, "Yi Sheng, how am I slandering you? If you continue this nonsense, I will ensure that Brother Jiang never involve himself in your reinstatement again." In her view, Jiang Deheo's willingness to assist Yi Sheng in regaining his position was solely due to her influence over him. Without her, she believed Yi Sheng would never have the chance to restore his standing. Chapter 74. To seduce his wife? Get lost. Yi Sheng no longer wished to engage in futile conversation with her and shouted decisively. Had this been the past, he might have been able to forgive her. Yet, ever since he overheard the unsettling sounds emanating from her room at the Longhu Hotel the previous night, he found it increasingly difficult to suppress his rising fury. It appeared that between them, apart from uncovering who had poisoned him and ensuring she left empty-handed, there were no further ties. "What? You dare to yell at me? You scoundrel! I never want to see you again." After only a brief moment of seating herself, Du Shimi, having barely touched her meal, stood up in a huff, ready to leave. Although she had initially intended to reconcile with Yi Sheng at Jiang Deheo's urging, now that he regarded her with such disdain, her indignation was palpable. "Oh, you too," Guan Yutong interjected, attempting to mediate the growing tension. "Shimi, Yi Sheng is unwell. Please try to be more accommodating." Yet, in this heated moment, Du Shimi was in no mood to heed her words. With a swift motion, she retorted, "Sister Yutong, it is not that I do not wish to mend our relationship, but he is simply too arrogant and foul-tempered. I never want to see him again." With that, Du Shimi angrily gathered her belongings, ready to storm out. At this moment, she fervently wished that Yi Sheng could recognize his own errors and promptly offer her an apology. Perhaps then, she might find it within herself to forgive him. However, to her dismay, as she stepped forward to open the door, ready to leave, Yi Sheng exhibited no semblance of longing for her presence. Consequently, even Jiang Deheo found himself at a loss regarding how to proceed. For so long, he and Du Shimi had maintained an extraordinarily unique and enigmatic relationship. This time, he had reluctantly taken it upon himself to reconcile Du Shimi with Yi Sheng, hoping to enlist Yi Sheng's allegiance. Yet, unexpectedly, Yi Sheng was wholly unappreciative of his efforts. "Ah, Shimi, just a moment." As Du Shimi stormed towards the door, Guan Yutong swiftly rushed ahead, intent on persuading Yi Sheng to reconsider. Simultaneously, she desperately signaled Yi Sheng to hastily pursue Du Shimi, urging him to utter some kind words to retain her. At that moment, her concern was not about rekindling the intimacy between Yi Sheng and Du Shimi, but rather about preventing their conflict from escalating too severely, as it might adversely affect Yi Sheng's fragile health. I no longer wish to see him. Let him perish." Du Shimi continued her furious exit without pausing. Meanwhile, Yi Sheng felt a cold smirk curl within him. Previously, perhaps due to their connections with Jiang Dehao and Guan Yutong, he had overlooked the subtleties of Du Shimi's interactions with Jiang Dehao. However, ever since she entered, he had suddenly recognized the flirtatious exchanges and whispered conversations between Du Shimi and Jiang Dehao, which likely fueled his current rage. Could it be that the relationship between Du Shimi and Jiang Dehao was not as innocent as it appeared? With this thought, Yi Sheng cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Dehao, who sat across from him, drinking deeply from his Mao Dai. Jiang Dehao, seasoned by many years in the business and political arenas, was shrewd enough to maintain a veneer of indifference in the current situation. Otherwise, the intricacies of his relationship with Du Shimi might reveal some cracks. Instantly, he donned a complex smile and beckoned to Yi Sheng. "Come, my brother Yi Sheng. Let's toast with soup instead of wine." As he lifted his bowl of soup, he aimed to clink it with Yi Sheng's. However, in the throes of anger, Yi Sheng lacked the patience to temper his emotions and merely tapped his bowl against Jiang Dehao's before gulping down the fragrant soup. "Brother Jiang, speak plainly. What exactly do you wish for me to assist you with regarding Wu Lihong?" Yi Sheng sought clarity, eager to understand Jiang Dehao's intentions. After all, his impression of Jiang Dehao was far from favorable, yet his animosity towards Wu Lihong was profound. Yi Sheng hoped to forge some agreement with Jiang Dehao that would ultimately lead to Wu Lihong's downfall. However, in an instant, even Jiang Dehao felt a sense of abruptness. He truly did not anticipate that Yi Sheng could so swiftly discern the genuine intention behind his seemingly benevolent invitation for dinner. "Haha, dear brother Yi Sheng, since you are so forthright, I shall not conceal my thoughts any longer. After all, you are aware that, despite both being core leaders of the major business division, the domineering nature of Wu Lihong is quite evident. If he continues to dominate the division in this upcoming reshuffle, it is likely that we shall reap no rewards whatsoever. Thus, I devised a scheme aiming to ensnare him. However, persuading him to willingly leap into this trap may prove to be quite challenging. Therefore, it is imperative that you seduce his wife. To put it bluntly, my plan is to have you entice his wife and then deliberately allow him to catch you in the act, ensuring he becomes utterly disillusioned with her. Subsequently, I would arrange for him to be tempted into participating in a sordid escapade with her. Do you comprehend my intentions now?" Boom. What? Upon hearing this, Yi Sheng was taken aback. He had considered that Jiang Dehao would go to great lengths to undermine Wu Lihong, but he never imagined that Jiang would resort to such a sordid and ruthless method. This plan not only had the potential to bring Wu Lihong down through charges of public misconduct, but also aimed to ruin his reputation entirely, dragging his wife into the scandal as well. In truth, you need not exert yourself too much. Merely seduce his wife and allow him to discover it, and he will inevitably come to despise her. At that point, I can further entice him into participating in such unsavory activities, and he shall not refuse. Observing Yi Sheng's astonishment, Jiang Dehao hastily offered explanations. In fact, he was also contemplating providing Lu Bao with additional funds to ensure that the enchanting socialite Han Juru would continue to threaten Wu Lihong, creating an atmosphere of relentless pursuit until Wu was utterly destroyed. "Sigh, dear brother Yi Sheng, you are well aware that if I fail to topple Wu Lihong in this reshuffle, he will undoubtedly seek to bring me down instead. And should I fall, it would not only spell disaster for me, but your sister-in-law, Yutong, would suffer as well. You may not be aware, but Wu Lihong has been continuously plotting against me and your sister-in-law." To secure Yi Sheng's agreement, Jiang Dehao felt compelled to disclose Guan Yutong's precarious situation. After all, Guan Yutong had always treated Yi Sheng with kindness, and he was certain that Yi Sheng would not abandon her in her time of need. Chapter 75. Sister-in-law's urgency. At this moment, Guan Yutong chased after Du Shimi, reaching the door. "Shimi, please stop for a moment and listen to me, all right?" Anxious for Yi Sheng's well-being, Guan Yutong hurriedly pursued her, grasping Du Shimi's arm. I have never encountered such an oblivious man. Who does he think he is to treat me in such a manner? If it weren't for his desire to reclaim his position, do you think I would willingly meet him here?" It is evident that Du Shimi has indeed been deeply angered. She thought to herself that by setting aside past grievances and heeding Jiang Dehao's advice to visit and meet Yi Sheng tonight, the intention was to ease their relationship. However, she did not anticipate that Yi Sheng would treat her with such blatant disrespect and disdain. Alas, Shimi, given Yi Sheng's fragile health, it would be prudent to be a bit more understanding. Oh, but wait, Yi Sheng appears so robust. How could he possibly be afflicted by a terminal illness? This must be the pressing concern for Guan Yutong at this moment. She mused that regardless of her financial situation, she would do everything within her power to ensure Yi Sheng received the necessary treatment. But what was this? Cancer, specifically late-stage pancreatic cancer. It seems he has only 3 months left to live. Thunderstruck. What? Before Du Shimi could elaborate further, Guan Yutong's mind went blank. She had contemplated the severity of Yi Sheng's condition, but could hardly believe that it had escalated to such a critical state. Pancreatic cancer, in its advanced stage? What on earth should be done? The abrupt turn of events caused Guan Yutong to tremble uncontrollably, nearly succumbing to faintness. So, where had you taken him for treatment before? How could it have become so severe without hospitalization? Guan Yutong managed to hold back her tears as she anxiously pressed for answers. And no, all our assets are with my mother, but Yi Sheng has never been kind to my parents. My mother believes that with such a dire illness, even if they attempt treatment, it may ultimately lead to financial ruin and no hope of recovery. What? So, you're simply allowing him to suffer? Guan Yutong could no longer contain her outrage and questioned loudly. This is a matter of life and death, regardless of the past between Yi Sheng and the Du family. In light of his grave condition, it is imperative to gather funds swiftly for his treatment. Yet, it seems that not only do Du Shimi's parents remain indifferent, but even Du Shimi herself appears to be jesting about Yi Sheng's life, leaving Guan Yutong utterly astonished and bewildered. Consequently, she decided to cease her entanglement with Du Shimi, releasing her grip and preparing to leave immediately. She must devise a plan to contribute all her resources to Yi Sheng and, if possible, persuade Zhang Dehao to provide additional funds to ensure Yi Sheng receives care at the nation's finest hospital. Meanwhile, within the villa, Yi Sheng and Zhang Dehao sat in silence, each absorbed in their meal. After all, Zhang Dehao had laid out his directives and expectations, now awaiting Yi Sheng's acquiescence. Should Yi Sheng consent, the subsequent endeavor to undermine Wu Lihong would stand a considerable chance of success. Conversely, if Yi Sheng declined, Zhang Dehao would not hesitate to expel him from the organization and seek ways to usurp Du Shimi, ensuring that Yi Sheng's final 3 months would be anything but peaceful. After all, the concept of mercy held no place in Zhang Dehao's lexicon. At that moment, Guan Yutong rushed back in a flurry of urgency. As she pushed open the door, she noticed Zhang Dehao was about to say something further to Yi Sheng. Unable to contain her anxiety, she interjected, "Old Zhang, Yi Sheng is suffering from cancer. While you seek his assistance, I hope you can provide him with some financial support for timely treatment." At that moment, she wished to reveal her intention of giving Yi Sheng all her savings accumulated over the years, so he could focus on receiving treatment without worry. However, her urgency made it seem as if Yi Sheng were her husband, which irked Zhang Dehao. We're discussing important matters here. Why are you interrupting? He then slammed his glass down on the table without courtesy. Why shouldn't I interject? Since you expect Yi Sheng to assist you while he is battling cancer, do you truly resent me for speaking on his behalf? She continued, "Let me put it this way. I understand Yi Sheng may find it difficult to negotiate terms with you, so I will do it for him. If he helps you take down Wu Lihong, you must reinstate him and provide an additional 1 million. How does that sound?" At this point, Guan Yutong decided not to offer Zhang Dehao any more leniency. Although she had previously heard about Zhang Dehao seeking Yi Sheng's help to bring down Wu Lihong and had not paid much attention, now that he wanted Yi Sheng's assistance, she had to seize the opportunity to advocate for Yi Sheng's interests. After all, once this opportunity passed, it might never return. All right, let us proceed, as your sister-in-law suggested. Zhang Dehao, noticing Yi Sheng's hesitation, begrudgingly conceded. After all, he reasoned that he had already spent 10 million on hiring Lu Bao to leverage the Longhu gang to entice Wu Lihong. If Yi Sheng followed his strategy to topple Wu Lihong, surely, once he ascended to the position of general manager of the major project department, he would recoup that money in no time. Really? Is that true? Suddenly receiving Zhang Dehao's assurance, Guan Yutong felt a surge of excitement. If Zhang Dehao truly intended to give Yi Sheng 1 million, combined with her own 400,000, they would have over 500,000, surely enough to treat Yi Sheng's illness. Of course it's true. As long as he helps me bring down that scoundrel Wu Lihong, I promise to reinstate Yi Sheng and immediately reward him with 1 million. Zhang Dehao declared, raising his glass and drinking with an air of nonchalance, while his peripheral vision kept glancing at Yi Sheng, eager to see his reaction. At that moment, Yi Sheng desperately wished to inform his sister-in-law Guan Yutong that he did not have cancer and was in perfect health. Moreover, recalling the sordid scenes he witnessed that night at the Longhu Gang, he pondered how he could ever bring Wu Lihong's wife, Zhao Xinyan, to such a desperate situation. Moreover, he has already ascended to the position of Deputy Director of the Presidential Project Office, so how could he possibly regard the mere reinstatement of a subordinate as significant? Thus, he found himself plunged into deep contemplation, questioning whether he should indeed take that step. Chapter 76. The Depth of Loyalty. No, Zhao Xinyan has been exceedingly kind to him. How could he bring harm upon her? This was the first question that suddenly emerged in Yi Sheng's mind. However, upon further reflection, merely enticing Zhao Xinyan did not seem to constitute harm. Moreover, since their acquaintance, she had always harbored a fondness for him. Perhaps this very task provided him with an opportunity to deepen their relationship. The crux of the matter lay in ensuring that, once a certain intimacy was established with Zhao Xinyan, he must prevent Wu Lihong from coercing her into participating in any unsavory arrangements. With this thought, Yi Sheng felt a slight easing of his internal conflict. Yet, including the promises made by that scoundrel Jiang Dehao, he was compelled to ponder the true purpose and benefits of this endeavor. Besides acquiring Jiang Dehao's 1 million, was there any other objective? Perhaps it was also about toppling Wu Lihong. It seemed somewhat advantageous to utilize funds from someone he did not particularly favor to eliminate someone he despised. Furthermore, if Wu Lihong was not brought down, it would not only jeopardize Jiang Dehao, but also his sister-in-law, Guan Yutong. Thus, the question arose, was Zhao Xinyan more important or was Guan Yutong? As Yi Sheng continued to interrogate himself, this question appeared to be at the heart of the matter. Logically, Zhao Xinyan was merely a fleeting encounter. Had she not sought his assistance in enticing Chen Jiaying to resolve Wu Lihong's issues, they might have never interacted at all. In contrast, Guan Yutong was different. They had known each other for many years, and she had always treated him with kindness, even offering all her wealth for his medical treatment upon hearing of his illness. Such profound affection was indeed remarkable. Consequently, Yi Sheng's internal scale had already tipped in favor of Guan Yutong. Damn it, it was time to act. First, he would bring down that scoundrel Wu Lihong. And as long as he swiftly intervened to prevent Zhao Xinyan from being coerced into those unsavory games, it would be a win-win situation. With this resolve, Yi Sheng bit his lip and responded to Jiang Dehao, all right. However, if we prevent Wu Lihong from forcing Zhao Xinyan into those games, can we still manage to topple him? This was perhaps the only uncertainty that troubled him at present. You know Zhao Xinyan? Jiang Dehao inquired, noticing Yi Sheng's focus on that point. Yes, indeed. After all, she is a good person, and I do not wish to cause her any harm, Yi Sheng replied candidly. Oh, upon hearing this, Jiang Dehao was filled with perplexity. He mused to himself, how could Yi Sheng possibly know Zhao Xinyan? Could it be? Yet, in an instant, he decided against delving deeper. As long as Yi Sheng was willing to comply with his request, he was certain he could find alternative means to navigate the situation. Therefore, he coldly chuckled, unless you can ensure that Wu Lihong brings his mistress along, I doubt Zhao Xinyan can be spared from his coercion. As for arranging this mistress, I can certainly facilitate that. Really? Yi Sheng exclaimed, suddenly invigorated. If such an arrangement were feasible, he would indeed have no worries in executing this task. Meanwhile, Guan Yutong was preoccupied with the thought of inebriating Jiang Dehao. Thus, upon hearing Yi Sheng's affirmative response, she seized the opportunity to urge Jiang Dehao, old Jiang, since Yi Sheng has agreed, why not indulge in a few more drinks to celebrate? At that moment, although Jiang Dehao felt a twinge of apprehension, he was already intoxicated by Yi Sheng's agreement. Without a second thought, he joyously downed several more glasses of Mao Dai. Before long, he appeared dazed and teetering on the brink of drunkenness. Witnessing this, Yi Sheng recalled Guan Yutong's earlier instruction to hasten Jiang Dehao's intoxication. Seizing the moment, he poured several more drinks down Jiang Dehao's throat, swiftly rendering him unconscious on the ground. He has finally succumbed to drunkenness. Yi Sheng, are you all right? Cool me. Follow me to my room. With that, Guan Yutong eagerly grasped Yi Sheng's arm, intent on leading him to the room on the second floor. Though Yi Sheng was aware of her intentions, he felt a surge of concern that Jiang Dehao might suddenly awaken at any moment. There is no need to worry. Once he is drunk, he'll find it difficult to awaken. As she spoke, Guan Yutong impatiently tugged at Yi Sheng, urging him forward. Soon, they entered her room. A rush of intoxicating fragrance enveloped them, nearly causing Yi Sheng to succumb to the allure of her embrace. Yi Sheng, wait for me. I'll fetch all my money immediately. Once you have it, please ensure you find the best hospital for treatment. I cannot bear the thought of losing you." As she spoke, Guan Yutong tenderly embraced Yi Sheng, wishing to convey all her affection to him. In response, Yi Sheng chuckled lightly. "Ha, silly sister-in-law, I assure you, I am not ill." Sighing, he continued, "To be honest, I was merely afflicted by a slow-acting poison. I am not sick, nor do I have any cancerous ailments." However, before he could elaborate further, Guan Yutong, believing he was rejecting her goodwill, swiftly covered his mouth. "Fool, why are you being so polite with me? Please do not refuse my goodwill any longer. I shall withdraw all my savings to give to you right now." With that, she quickly bent down, intending to retrieve the money she had painstakingly saved over the years from her safe for Yi Sheng. After all, given his affluent family background, she dared not mix her private funds with those of Jiang Dehao, and had discreetly stored her savings in her safe for emergencies. Yet, she never anticipated that this time it was to help Yi Sheng with his medical expenses. "Oh, really, there's no need. Sister-in-law, I truly have no ailments." Seeing that Guan Yutong was genuinely about to hand over all her money, Yi Sheng, in a moment of urgency, swiftly embraced her from behind, continuing to persuade her. After all, that money was her hard-earned savings. He could not take advantage of the situation to seize it. However, Guan Yutong misconstrued his refusal as a denial of her kindness, and with a sudden turn, she anxiously exclaimed, "Yi Sheng, do you know, if I were to never see you again in this lifetime, I fear I would no longer wish to live." Chapter 77, Sister-in-Law, a heartfelt revelation. At that moment, Yi Sheng was taken aback. Though he understood that Guan Yutong had always held him in high regard and cared for him deeply, he never fathomed the extent of her affection. What could be the reason for such profound feelings? His heart was struck with astonishment. Thus, he instinctively tightened his embrace around Guan Yutong, asking Sister Yutong, "What troubles you?" Guan Yutong, with reddened eyes, gazed at Yi Sheng with tender emotion and softly replied, "Yi Sheng, do you know, I have truly been very unhappy all these years." Boom! At her words, Yi Sheng was momentarily stunned. What? Since Yi Sheng had come to know her through Du Shimi, Jiang Dehao had always treated her well. He was attentive and generous, often providing her with money and gifts, and had no intention of allowing her to continue working, instead wishing for her to be a devoted housewife. If one were to argue that their life had its shortcomings, it might be the fact that they had not had children over the years. Thus, when Guan Yutong suddenly declared her unhappiness, Yi Sheng immediately thought of this matter and quietly inquired, "Oh, is it because you have yet to have children?" This, in an instant, Guan Yutong was at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. After a moment, she shook her head, saying, "I suppose that is somewhat the reason, but what?" Noticing her sudden melancholy and sorrowful demeanor, Yi Sheng felt a pang of empathy, as it was the first time he had witnessed such disquiet in her. "However, what I have endured in silence over the years extends far beyond this singular incident. Allow me to elucidate. That scoundrel Jiang Dehao has resorted to every conceivable tactic in his relentless ascent within the corridors of power and commerce. Do you understand? The reason I became entangled with him was that he had fixated on me the moment I joined the municipal company. At that time, he employed various stratagems to draw near, undermine me, and ultimately coercively sought to establish a relationship. As you are aware, in such realms of power and commerce, it is not uncommon for those wielding influence to exploit their authority for such sordid purposes. It was only after I could no longer bear his actions and contemplated resigning that he vehemently promised to cease his coercion, even going so far as to invite me to dinner as an apology. Yet that very night, he had the audacity to drug my drink. Alas, the sorrow I felt at that moment was indescribable. As she recounted this, Guan Yutong was unable to contain her tears, her voice quivering, choked with emotion, rendering her speechless. Hearing this, Yi Sheng felt a profound heaviness in his heart. Despite knowing Guan Yutong for so long, he had never fathomed the depths of her suffering at Jiang Dehao's hands. "Are you implying that your initial involvement with him was a result of his coercion?" As Yi Sheng spoke, he instinctively embraced her tightly, offering her comfort. At that moment, Guan Yutong trembled violently. Had it not been for Yi Sheng's supportive hold, she might have collapsed. After all, no woman can remain unaffected by such coercion from a man. Indeed, yet, there were numerous occasions when I wished to leave him. However, each time I contemplated escape, he would threaten my family, while simultaneously showering me with benefits, causing me to hesitate in my resolve. Although I regarded his gifts with disdain, The threats against my family instilled a deep sense of worry and turmoil within me. Hence, every nightfall, I often found myself weeping alone, yearning for this torment to conclude swiftly. With that, she couldn't help but nibble on her alluring crimson lips, once more burying her head deeply into Yi Sheng's embrace. However, since encountering you, I have found a flicker of solace and hope in my heart, anticipating the day when you might ascend to a higher position and supplant that scoundrel Jiang Dehao. At that point, I could liberate myself from his grasp and be with you, for I am acutely aware that a woman like Du Shimi, who has undergone such a drastic transformation in pursuit of power, will not last long with you. Hearing this, Yi Sheng was momentarily taken aback. It dawned on him that all along, Guan Yutong had been silently supporting him from behind, not only aiding him financially through his tribulations, but also orchestrating Jiang Dehao's assistance in restoring him to his rightful place, all while envisioning a future with him. He swiftly cupped the delicate face of Guan Yutong, gently wiping away her tears before passionately kissing her. Meanwhile, downstairs at the dining table, Jiang Dehao, inebriated, began to regain some sense of awareness. He rolled about, mistaking Guan Yutong's presence beside him, desperately mumbling, "Water? Yutong, water," being thoroughly parched from his drunken state. His faint murmurs went unnoticed by the ardently entwined Yi Sheng and Guan Yutong. At that moment, Yi Sheng was utterly captivated by Guan Yutong's tenderness and fervor. Particularly drawn to her alluring, undulating figure, her heartfelt anticipation, and her intoxicating fragrance. "Yi Sheng, you must promise me to take all this money and ensure you get well again, all right? If by any chance you were to leave this world, my life would be utterly over." Overcome by the intense pain within her heart, Guan Yutong resolutely reiterated her plea to Yi Sheng. Without hesitation, she bent down to hand him a large bundle of crimson bills, fully aware of Jiang Dehao's drunken temperament. Once he regained his senses, he would undoubtedly shout at her. Thus, she paused their intimate moment, determined to give all the money to Yi Sheng, hoping fervently that he would recover. For even if she had to endure further suffering, at least she had Yi Sheng as her beacon of hope. Otherwise, continuing her life with Jiang Dehao would lead her to a dead end. Chapter 78. Witnessing the passion unfold. Suddenly, an uproar erupted from downstairs. "What are you two doing?" The thunderous voice startled Yi Sheng and Guan Yutong immensely. Undoubtedly, the voice belonged to the inebriated Jiang Dehao, who had just collapsed moments ago. Yi Sheng found himself torn, unsure whether to reject the large bag of money Guan Yutong had offered, when unexpectedly, Jiang Dehao's drunken state was disturbed. "Shoo!" Guan Yutong quickly pressed her slender finger against Yi Sheng's lips, fully aware that this might merely be Jiang Dehao's drunken mumblings. Yet, she misjudged the situation. As footsteps approached from downstairs, it became clear that Jiang Dehao was not speaking in his sleep, but had truly awakened. Yi Sheng, quickly hide in that wardrobe." Without a second thought, she urged, her enticing figure swaying as she forcefully pushed Yi Sheng into the large wardrobe, hoping that when Jiang Dehao came upstairs, he would remain oblivious to their secret. As for myself, I could explain that Yi Sheng, upon witnessing Jiang Dehao, inebriated, returned home early, while I merely ascended to tidy up a few belongings. With this thought in mind, I hesitated not a moment, swiftly stowing away the large sack of cash into the wardrobe, ensuring it concealed Yi Sheng's presence. Oh, what? In an instant, Yi Sheng, akin to a caught rogue, felt an urge to reject this concealment, yet was at a loss for a more effective means of escape. Thus, he complied with Guan Yutong's directive, promptly taking refuge within the dark confines of the wardrobe. The sound of footsteps grew ever nearer. In her frantic state, Guan Yutong felt her heart lodged firmly in her throat, for she was uncertain whether Jiang Dehao had overheard their conversation when she handed the money to Yi Sheng. It was even possible that Jiang Dehao was feigning drunkenness, deliberately testing the nature of her relationship with Yi Sheng. Consequently, she resolved to grasp at straws, hastily wiping the beads of sweat from her brow with her delicate hand, adjusting her disheveled dress, and taking several deep breaths to steady her anxious demeanor. Suddenly, the door creaked open. Upon seeing that the intruder was indeed Jiang Dehao, Guan Yutong, already fraught with anxiety, began to stammer. He just left a moment ago. He saw you were drunk, so he departed." In that moment, she feigned calmness in her response. Yet, she could not shake the uncertainty of whether Jiang Dehao was also pretending to be oblivious, as he might soon start rummaging about in search of Yi Sheng's whereabouts. Thus, Her expression remained fraught with trepidation. Oh, he truly left? Jiang Dehao appeared skeptical of Guan Yutong's words, scrutinizing her with a discerning gaze while casting quick glances around the room, as if he had already caught wind of something amiss. In such a tense atmosphere, not only did Guan Yutong feel a rush of anxiety, but even Yi Sheng, concealed within the wardrobe, could not maintain his composure, his heart racing uncontrollably. He could hardly fathom that he was hiding in a pitch-black wardrobe with a hefty bag of money. If Jiang Dehao were to discover him, there would be no explanation that could suffice. He would be accused of betraying Jiang Dehao and swindling Guan Yutong, leaving him to ponder how he might meet his demise. Moreover, his primary concern was for Guan Yutong's safety. Yes, indeed, I saw you were intoxicated and was just about to fetch you an antidote for your inebriation. Once Guan Yutong regained her composure, she finally conjured a logical reason and promptly spoke up. Simultaneously, she bent down, her alluring and voluptuous figure evident as she frantically rummaged through the drawer, genuinely appearing to search for a hangover remedy. Really? The already intoxicated Jiang Dehao, upon catching sight of Guan Yutong's enticing form, felt an impulsive surge and was about to pounce on her. Suddenly reminded of Yi Sheng hiding in the wardrobe, Guan Yutong became flustered. She could not allow Yi Sheng to witness such a scene with Jiang Dehao. Her love for Yi Sheng was profound. She envisioned a lifetime together with him, making it impossible for her to let him see her engage in such acts with another man. What is the matter? Could it be that Yi Sheng is still here? Or have you been hiding a lover from me? As Jiang Dehao embraced Guan Yutong's enticing waist, he immediately noticed her anxious demeanor. With a playful grin, he remarked, "What drunken nonsense are you spouting?" Despite her evident distress, Guan Yutong, in an effort to mask her panic, approached Jiang Dehao, hoping to deflect the risk of him discovering Yi Sheng's presence. I'm not speaking in drunken jest." Jiang Dehao suddenly swayed slightly, adopting a more serious tone. "Let me inform you, that scoundrel Yi Sheng seems to be getting rather close to Wu Lihong's wife. Be careful. He might be a pawn sent by Wu Lihong to entrap you." "What?" Guan Yutong gasped in shock. Although she found it hard to believe that Yi Sheng could have any connection with Wu Lihong's wife, Jiang Dehao's words stirred a sense of turmoil within her. "What? You don't believe me?" You women always act on instinct, thinking Yi Sheng is so honest and innocent. But let me tell you, that rascal is cunning. Otherwise, why would I have pushed him to seduce Wu Lihong's wife? I wanted Wu Lihong to witness firsthand how Yi Sheng attempts to charm his wife, leading to their mutual destruction. What? Oh my God, you actually... Guan Yutong felt utterly devastated. It suddenly made sense why she found Jiang Dehao's previous suggestion so peculiar. There were countless ways to deal with Wu Lihong, so why resort to having Yi Sheng seduce his wife? It became clear that Jiang Dehao, that rogue, intended not only to undermine Wu Lihong, but also to ensnare Yi Sheng in the process. Chapter 79, A Direct Punch to Knock Him Out. Damn it, Jiang Dehao, you beast. I have always respected you as an elder brother, and yet you contemplate such treachery against me? You are nothing but a duplicitous, insidious scoundrel. At that moment, Yi Sheng had also overheard Jiang Dehao's words, fueling his desire to burst forth and deliver a punch to this despicable man. Yet, Jiang Dehao remained blissfully unaware of the turmoil he was causing and continued to smugly address Guan Yutong, saying, what is this? You feel it's unfair for Yi Sheng, don't you? But let me be frank. In the realm of politics and business, one cannot achieve anything significant without incurring some cost. This time, I am precisely aiming to expedite Yi Sheng's growth. This may have been his genuine sentiment, or perhaps it stemmed from other motives. Upon hearing this, Guan Yutong found herself at a loss for words. Previously, she had believed Jiang Dehao's refusal to restore Yi Sheng's official position and his insistence on having Yi Sheng assist him were merely manifestations of selfishness. She had never anticipated that Jiang Dehao was not only self-serving, but also ruthlessly cunning. Old Jiang, don't you think this is excessive? Yi Sheng is not only in poor health, but is also entangled in conflicts with Du Shimi. However, before Guan Yutong could continue, Jiang Dehao had already forcefully pushed the alluringly seductive Guan Yutong onto the bed. Let's indulge ourselves first, shall we? The sudden fall startled Guan Yutong, prompting her to cry out. She attempted to resist, but each time she tried to rise, Jiang Dehao, fueled by alcohol, would push her down again. Frustration began to bubble within Guan Yutong. Old Jiang, You repeatedly claim that Yi Sheng is your little brother and that he resembles your younger self. Why must you treat him this way? The thought of continuing to live with someone like you terrifies me. Do you comprehend? Boom. What the hell? Are you my woman or Yi Sheng's? If you keep protecting him, I swear I'll make you pay. Jiang Deheo, under the influence of strong liquor, erupted in fury, his hands reaching to tightly grasp Guan Yutong's neck. Damn it, we've been together for so long. Why haven't you borne me a child? Speak. Is it because I haven't been diligent enough? Whenever Jiang Deheo became inebriated, he would descend into a frenzy. Yet, he had never dared to truly harm Guan Yutong. To her astonishment, this time he had crossed a line. Consequently, she fought back with all her might. Jiang Deheo, what do you want? I don't want to be with you any longer. Suddenly, a thunderous sound struck Jiang Deheo's head. At that moment, the most enraged of all was Yi Sheng. Hidden within the wardrobe, unable to tolerate Jiang Deheo's malicious intentions toward himself and his audacity to bully Guan Yutong. Damn it, just because the tiger doesn't roar. You think I'm a sick cat? I'll kill you. With a thunderous shout, Yi Sheng kicked open the wardrobe door and charged toward Jiang Deheo with fierce determination. Suddenly, he struck Jiang Deheo from behind with a powerful punch, rendering him unconscious. The sound echoed, startling Guan Yutong, who was still in a state of chaotic resistance, causing her to scream in shock. She had anticipated Yi Sheng's audacity, yet she never imagined he would disregard everything and leap from the wardrobe to knock Jiang Deheo out cold. Sister-in-law, no, Yutong, are you all right? At that moment, Yi Sheng paid no mind to anything else as he dragged the unconscious Jiang Deheo off the bed like a lifeless dog. He then lunged towards Guan Yutong, intent on embracing her tightly. However, Guan Yutong, gasping for breath, was overwhelmed upon seeing Yi Sheng appear in such a manner and instinctively pulled him into her arms. Beginning to sob softly, Yi Sheng, perhaps you shouldn't assist him in taking down Wu Lihong. Jiang Deheo is nothing but a despicable scoundrel. If you truly help him, it may bring harm to yourself. In an instant, these words gushed forth like a spring, fervent yet sweet, for all she wished was for Yi Sheng's well-being. No, Jutong. No matter how cunning he is, I shall not fear him. Moreover, since we are aware of his plans and schemes, there is no way we will allow him to succeed. We will reap the benefits while ensuring our own safety. With this resolve, Yi Sheng was determined to seize the opportunity to teach the despicable Jiang Deheo a lesson. He held the alluring and mature Guan Yutong close and whispered, Yutong, how about we go out tonight and sleep together? Upon hearing this, Guan Yutong's heart, which had just regained some tranquility, surged with excitement once more. That sounds wonderful. However, let us just move to the next room. That should suffice. Now that Yi Sheng had incapacitated Jiang Deheo, this was the perfect moment for her to take action with him, and she could not let it slip away. All right, Yi Sheng, eager to seize the moment, immediately swept the captivating Guan Yutong into his arms, intending to take her to the neighboring room for a passionate encounter. With heavy breaths, he strode toward the adjacent room, and as he swiftly opened the door, his heart raced with exhilaration. Initially, he had hesitated due to Guan Yutong being Jiang Deheo's wife, often refraining from crossing that boundary. Yet, little did he know that Jiang Deheo had secretly plotted against him. Thus, there was no reason for him to hold back any longer. At that moment, Guan Yutong, as alluring and graceful as a blooming rose, appeared more impatient than Yi Sheng, as if she could hardly wait any longer. She swiftly pressed her voluptuous curves into his embrace. The sound of their hearts echoed as they moved closer together. However, at that moment, an urgent knock echoed from outside the door. Who could it possibly be at such a late hour? Just as Guan Yutong was about to immerse herself in the passionate embrace of Sheng, she was suddenly startled. She could hardly fathom who would be knocking at her door at this hour. Could it be that someone had discovered the events unfolding within? Chapter 80. The Arrival of Zhao Xinyan. With this thought, Guan Yutong had to hastily abandon her fervent musings, quickly straightening her disheveled attire, and prepared to descend to open the door. Yet, Sheng remained reluctant to release her, holding her tightly. What if we simply ignore it? Shall we continue? After finally breaking through the barriers of their relationship, Sheng was naturally reluctant to halt their intimate moment. But what if it were Jiang Deheo's close associates? If they were to cause a disturbance, it could spell trouble. In that moment, Guan Yutong felt a wave of uncertainty wash over her. Although she held little regard for Jiang Deheo, he nonetheless posed a potential threat to her family, and she had to tread carefully. This precarious balance was all too clear to her. Oh, what does it matter? I already knocked him out. As long as they refrained from opening the door. Who would know there was someone inside? Sheng, breathing heavily, continued to embrace the alluring and mature woman before him, unwilling to let the moment slip away. Bang! 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 Suddenly, the door was knocked upon with even greater urgency. Shoo! Guan Yutong quickly placed a delicate finger against her ruby lips, signaling Sheng to remain silent. However, to their utter astonishment, along with the frantic knocking came the ring of Sheng's phone. Sheng, are you there? The realization struck both Sheng and Guan Yutong with disbelief. This was her home, yet the visitor was seeking Sheng? Even more astonishing was that it was a woman. Oh dear! Just as Guan Yutong was at a loss, Sheng suddenly recognized the voice calling out from outside. None other than Zhao Xinyan, the wife of Wu Lihan. What? Why is she here so late? How does she know I am here? The more Sheng pondered, the more perplexed he became by the unexpected turn of events. Wait, did you recognize her? Is she really Wu Lihan's wife, Zhao Xinyan? Guan Yutong seemed to have picked up on the identity of the person knocking and calling for Sheng. After all, their husbands were both key leaders in the same large division. While they seldom interacted, they were nonetheless familiar with one another. Oh dear, how did she just barge in here? Moreover, how could she possibly know you were here? A sudden barrage of questions left Guan Yutong feeling flustered. If Zhao Xinyan had merely knocked at the door, perhaps she would not have been so enraged. Yet now, the other party was so brazenly banging on the door and relentlessly calling Sheng. Wasn't this an overt display of challenge? All right, Sheng, don't show your face just yet. Allow me to step outside and see what is going on, she declared, her irritation boiling over as she stormed out, leaving Sheng behind. Very well then. Sheng promptly silenced his phone, neither answering nor hanging up, allowing it to ring incessantly. He mused that had she not interrupted so abruptly, perhaps he and Guan Yutong could have ignited a profound connection, breaking through the barriers of their relationship. Meanwhile, Guan Yutong, with her alluring figure, angrily marched outside. Oh, who is it? At this moment, in an effort to conceal any signs of her agitation from Zhao Xinyan, she strained to maintain her composure and feigned calmness as she inquired. It's me, Zhao Xinyan, sister-in-law. I hope you're not asleep. I'm here to find Sheng. Boom. Upon hearing this, Guan Yutong felt her heartstrings tighten. She forced a smile, attempting to maintain a pleasant demeanor while responding, Sister Zhao, if you're looking for Sheng, why come my home? Do you think he is part of my family? Despite her words being gentle, Zhao Xinyan had already discerned the underlying ire in her tone. However, as the wife of Wu Lihan, the general manager of their major division, and the deputy director of the city hospital, Zhao Xinyan possessed a clear superiority in both power and status over Guan Yutong. Thus, even at this juncture, she remained unfazed by the anger she sensed in Guan Yutong. Had I arrived any later, I fear you too would have been rather cozy. Alas, I heard from my cousin that Sheng was dining here tonight, so I came directly to find him. Where is he? I have urgent matters to discuss. In her moment of desperation, Zhao Xinyan nearly revealed the true source of her knowledge, but quickly adjusted her words, feigning that her cousin had informed her. At that moment, Guan Yutong failed to detect any significant discrepancy in her statement. Yet for Sheng, who was listening to their exchange from within, it was abundantly clear that Zhao Xinyan was indeed fabricating story. After all, he had not disclosed to anyone that he was dining with Guan Yutong. And how could Zhao Xinyan's cousin, Lu Yueying, possibly know? Since their last parting, he had not been in touch with Lu Yueying at all. Oh, I see you have urgent matters. However, he left shortly after dining with us. If you need to talk to him, it's best to just give him a call. In that moment, in order to prevent Zhao Xinyan from finding Sheng, Guan Yutong deliberately softened her tone and feigned nonchalance. She thought to herself that as long as she did not admit that Sheng was still in her home, even if Zhao Xinyan barged in, she would probably not dare to search for him too recklessly. Thus, she opened the grand door of the villa. Alas, in an instant, a wave of distinctly feminine fragrance enveloped her senses. Upon a closer look, Guan Yutong suddenly realized that the usually dignified Vice Dean Zhao was dressed in such revealing attire. If it were not for their comparable beauty, she would certainly feel overshadowed by Zhao Xinyan. My goodness, is this how she came to find Sheng? What on earth does she intend to do? A heavy sensation settled in Guan Yutong's heart as her intuition as a woman alerted her to a subtle threat emanating from Zhao Xinyan. However, Zhao Xinyan seemed unfazed by her deliberate calmness and instead advanced toward Guan Yutong, surveying her from head to toe before saying with a knowing smirk, Guan Yutong, You wouldn't be hiding Yi Sheng, would you? Let me remind you, we are somewhat acquainted. If this gets exposed, it could end poorly for you. In Zhao Xinyan's view, she was determined to seize Yi Sheng from Guan Yutong tonight, no matter what. Despite Guan Yutong's reluctance to admit anything, she felt a twinge of insecurity under Zhao Xinyan's imposing presence. What is the matter? You don't want to admit it, do you? Zhao Xinyan seemed to perceive Guan Yutong's lingering hope. She boldly strutted into the room, her alluring figure commanding attention. Now, do you dare let me search your home? If Yi Sheng is indeed inside, I will not let this matter rest easily. I will ensure it becomes public knowledge. This could tarnish your reputation, and even Jiang Deheo's wouldn't escape unscathed. Guan Yutong was taken aback by her words. She understood all too well that if Zhao Xinyan charged in a search, she would undoubtedly find Yi Sheng. Moreover, considering Yi Sheng had just knocked Jiang Deheo unconscious, even if Zhao Xinyan refrained from spreading the news, Jiang Deheo would certainly not let her or Yi Sheng off the hook upon learning the truth. With this thought, her anxiety intensified. She did not wish for Zhao Xinyan to enter, yet in that moment, she could not devise a better way to refuse her. Meanwhile, Yi Sheng had already overheard their conversation. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped out. Yi Sheng. In that instant, both stunning and sensual mature women exclaimed in unison. Haha, I told you Yi Sheng must be inside. Now, Guan Yutong, you can't deny it any longer. As Zhao Xinyan stood before Yi Sheng, her entire being radiated excitement, adopting an expression akin to that of a conqueror as she playfully blinked at Guan Yutong. Yet, how could Yi Sheng possibly remain indifferent to such a scene? Thus, he promptly addressed Zhao Xinyan, stating, Sister Xinyan, this matter has nothing to do with Sister Yutong. I hope you refrain from revealing what transpired tonight. What? Zhao Xinyan was taken aback. You actually called her Sister Yutong? She believed herself to be the sole recipient of such affectionate appellations from Yi Sheng, unaware of the ambiguity that accompanied his utterance of those words. It seemed that women, regardless of their age, were prone to feelings of jealousy. At that moment, Zhao Xinyan appeared to be quite envious of Guan Yutong. What is this? Do you think you alone deserve to have Yi Sheng address you as sister? After having been suddenly attacked by Zhao Xinyan, Guan Yutong was determined to assert her presence. Thus, before Zhao Xinyan could react, she swiftly approached Yi Sheng, wrapping her arms around him in a decidedly intimate manner. Yi Sheng, you must tell her whether you intend to spend the night with me. Given the circumstances, if she could elicit Yi Sheng's own admission of his desire to stay the night, then no matter Zhao Xinyan's capabilities, it would be futile against her. In that instant, she seemed to revert to her youthful days, exuding a mixture of deep affection and slight bashfulness. What? Witnessing Guan Yutong's bold embrace of Yi Sheng, Zhao Xinyan's displeasure intensified. Without hesitation, she stepped forward and took hold of Yi Sheng's other arm. Yi Sheng, do you know? I urgently need to discuss something with you tonight. Please come with me. It was evident that Zhao Xinyan had meticulously prepared for this moment, determined to take Yi Sheng away. Oh, what urgent matter? Pray tell. Before Yi Sheng could respond, Guan Yutong interjected, eager to discern the rationale behind Zhao Xinyan's attempt to whisk Yi Sheng away from her. Do my affairs with Yi Sheng require your oversight? In any case, let me be clear. If you do not willingly relinquish Yi Sheng to me tonight, you may find yourself regretting it. At this juncture, Zhao Xinyan seemed unconcerned about concealing her intentions. After all, her husband, Wu Lihong, and Guan Yutong's husband, Jiang Deheo, had reached an irreconcilable state. Though both women treated their respective husbands as mere formalities devoid of genuine affection, the impending reshuffle of the core leadership within their major department would compel them to align with their own interests, leading to a fierce competition for survival. You, Zhao Xinyan, do not friend me. I, Guan Yutong, am not easily intimidated. If you dare to act in such a manner again, beware that I shall expose your dark secrets, leading us both to a ruinous end. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Xinyan was taken aback. She never anticipated that Guan Yutong would be so audacious as to go to such lengths to reclaim Yi Sheng. This predicament, however, left Yi Sheng in an awkward position. To him, it seemed that spending the night with either of these two stunning and alluring women would be a delight. Yet, he could not have foreseen that a fierce argument would erupt between them at this moment. Consequently, he quickly shook his arms, which were firmly encircled by both women, and said, Please, let us not quarrel any further. Since you, Sister Xinyan, have come to find me at this late hour, would you kindly enlighten me as to the purpose of your visit? His inquiry was not intended to favor Guan Yutong. Rather, He suspected that Zhao Xinyan's urgent visit must pertain to a matter of significance. If she could persuade him, perhaps she could also convince Guan Yutong. However, at that moment, Zhao Xinyan was already seething with indignation. Well, I shall tell you without fear. Just now, Wu Lihong informed me that he wishes to meet you tonight. Is that reason not sufficient? The revelation stunned not only Yi Sheng, but also caught Guan Yutong off guard. If Zhao Xinyan had come to see Yi Sheng for her own reasons, she believed she could counter any justification presented. Yet, she never expected Zhao Xinyan to invoke the name of Wu Lihong, the general manager of their major department, which left her momentarily speechless. After all, Wu Lihong held a higher position than Jiang Deheo. If he truly wished to see Yi Sheng, what grounds could there be to refuse? It is often said that a higher authority can easily suppress others, and until Wu Lihong was unseated, he remained an undeniable figure within their major department. Guan Yutong's resistance would clearly yield no advantage. Unless, of course, Zhao Xinyan merely mentioned Wu Lihong's name without any imminent desire from him to meet Yi Sheng. With this thought, Guan Yutong felt invigorated and quickly probed. Well, Sister Zhao, since you assert that Wu Lihong wishes to see Yi Sheng, could he not simply call him directly? If he personally confirms his urgent desire to meet Yi Sheng, I, Guan Yutong, will have no objections and will immediately let him accompany you. However, if that is not the case, what then shall we do? At this moment, it appeared that Guan Yutong was resolute and willing to take a gamble. Chapter 82, A Decisive Showdown. What? You? Suddenly, Zhao Xinyan found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Nevertheless, as a woman of authority navigating the realms of politics and commerce, she quickly regained her composure and smiled. Guan Yutong, do you truly believe that as the esteemed wife of the general manager and the vice president of our city's hospital, I would have any reason to deceive you? It was evident that she was now wielding her identity and influence. However, Guan Yutong remained unfazed, resolutely asserting, Sister Zhao, your status and identity cannot suppress me. You are a woman, as am I. What exactly do you intend to do behind Wu Lihong's back? Am I truly so oblivious? At this juncture, we are evenly matched. If you wish to distance yourself from Wu Lihong, I, too, have no desire to remain with Jiang Deheo. In short, if you dare to spread rumors about me, I will retaliate in kind. In her fervor to secure Yi Sheng's company for the night, Guan Yutong was prepared to risk everything, even if it meant engaging in a destructive confrontation with Zhao Xinyan. What? You? At these words, Zhao Xinyan was momentarily taken aback. She had never anticipated that Guan Yutong would dare to defy her in such a manner for the sake of competing for Yi Sheng. What do you mean by that? Since I have made my intentions clear, what grounds do you have to take Yi Sheng from me? Moreover, how long have I known Yi Sheng compared to you? If you doubt me, let Yi Sheng decide for himself and see with whom he truly wishes to be. At this point, it was evident that Guan Yutong was fully committed to her relationship with Yi Sheng, and she was convinced that if given the choice, Yi Sheng would unhesitatingly choose her. What? At that moment, Zhao Xinyan was infuriated. She understood all too well that the bond between Yi Sheng and Guan Yutong was far stronger than that between herself and Yi Sheng. If she did not coerce Yi Sheng and allowed him to choose freely, she would undoubtedly lose to Guan Yutong, the vixen. Thus, she retorted defiantly, very well. Since you have laid your cards on the table, I would like to ask Yi Sheng, tonight, does he wish to be with you or to leave with me? Yi Sheng, the choice is yours. However, if you choose her, then you shall never again have any connection with me. I shall even spread the news of your affair, ensuring not only your disgrace, but also that of your Guan Yutong. Having spoken, she gazed intently at Yi Sheng, seemingly desperate for him to choose to walk away with her. What are you two doing? At that moment, Yi Sheng's heart was in turmoil. If he chose Guan Yutong, Zhao Xinyan would certainly follow through on her threats. In that case, he would not only harm himself, but also jeopardize Guan Yutong. Yet, if he sided with Zhao Xinyan, Guan Yutong would undoubtedly be heartbroken. Even if she held back from exposing their affair out of consideration for their history, it would still cause her considerable pain. Alas, in this tumultuous situation, he wished he could be in two places at once, one alongside Zhao Xinyan and the other with Guan Yutong, reveling in their company. Ultimately, no matter whom he chose, it seemed a potential misstep, leaving him in a state of profound indecision. Considering this, he felt compelled to express his idea. How about you both play rock, paper, scissors, best 2 out of 3? Whoever wins, I shall accompany. At last, this seemed the most equitable solution. Boom! What? Upon hearing his suggestion, Zhao Xinyan and Guan Yutong were momentarily at a loss. caught between laughter and tears. They never anticipated that a game they had played in their childhood would now serve as a means to vie for a man, leaving them utterly astonished. Alas, yet, in the present circumstances, it appeared there was no better alternative to such a fair contest. Thus, while both found the method somewhat ludicrous, they swiftly acquiesced. However, I must insist that regardless of tonight's outcome, neither of you may maliciously attack the other, understood? To ensure peace between them, Sheng felt it necessary to remind them promptly. All right, fine. Let's commence. They both seemed eager, resolutely affirming their readiness. Each believed fervently that fate favored them, and thus victory was assured. Consequently, they were ready to begin their game of chance. Cough. Just then, a series of coughs echoed from within the villa, sending a chill of trepidation through Upon. She recognized those coughs belonged to that scoundrel, Jiang Dehao. Given your current state, it might be wiser to concede. Otherwise, when Jiang Dehao awakens, he will undoubtedly interrogate you. Seeing Upon flustered, Zhao Xinyan sought to reassure her. Yet, with her resolve to seize this golden opportunity to win over Sheng, Upon was not easily dissuaded. She gestured to Zhao Xinyan, saying, "Please stop frightening me. Let's move over there for a fair contest." She promptly walked towards the illuminated entrance of the villa, intent on challenging Zhao Xinyan to a game of rock, paper, scissors. Very well. I am eager to see how you intend to defeat me. At that moment, Zhao Xinyan seemed to regard Upon with complete indifference, playfully adjusting her delicate dress, exuding an air of authority as she extended her slender hand. 3, 2, 1. Rock, paper, scissors. As these two exquisite and alluring women shouted, Sheng was nearly rendered speechless. Although the idea had originated from him, witnessing them actually engage in the game was both absurd and comical. Yet, just as he was about to utter something, Upon's laughter erupted. I chose scissors and you chose paper. Zhao Xinyan, you have lost. You have lost. In an instant, Upon, having finally won the first round, erupted with childlike exuberance, as if she had just acquired a kilogram of gold. The exhilaration she felt was beyond words. Chapter 83. The Unexpected. You. At that moment, Zhao Xinyan, who had just lost, was momentarily taken aback. She quickly composed herself, adopting a haughty demeanor, and remarked, "It's just one round lost. There are still 2 rounds remaining. The outcome is still uncertain." Perhaps in an effort to bolster her own spirits and to psychologically undermine Upon, Zhao Xinyan immediately resumed her stance, determined to challenge her once more. I am unsure who will ultimately emerge victorious, but you did lose that last round. If you lose again, you will be thoroughly defeated. How does that make you feel? Are you anxious? Upon was well aware of Zhao Xinyan's intent to intimidate her through words and actions. Thus, she responded without reservation, using her initial victory to counter Zhao Xinyan's pressure. Enough with the chatter. Let us get on with it. Realizing that her attempts to dishearten Upon were futile, Zhao Xinyan decided to cast aside her reservations. After all, this was merely a gamble, and whether they won or lost, it was best to be decisive. 3, 2, 1. Rock, paper, scissors. As they shouted in unison, Zhao Xinyan's chilling scream filled the air. I won. I chose scissors, and you chose paper. It was now Zhao Xinyan's turn to laugh unabashedly, and she seemed to take it a step further, pulling Sheng over to plant a kiss on him. Upon, did you ever expect this? Just as you defeated me before, I have now triumphed over you. At this moment, Upon was seething with indignation. Just moments ago, she had cut Zhao Xinyan's paper with her scissors, and now, astonishingly, she had fallen victim to Zhao Xinyan's scissors cutting her own paper. It was utterly unbelievable. What do you mean? It seems I will definitely win this time. Zhao Xinyan, who had been worried about losing, suddenly regained her confidence with this victory. Indeed, until the very last moment, one could never truly know who would prevail and who would falter. Seeing this turn of events, Upon refused to be outdone. She seized Sheng's arm and took the opportunity to kiss him as well. As the object of their playful rivalry, Sheng found himself blushing furiously, unsure of how to navigate the situation. After all, in moments of decisive victory, any secret schemes he might have held were rendered irrelevant. Thus, he chose to ignore the escalating antics of these 2 stunning women as they continued their exhilarating duel. However, unbeknownst to them, just then, several coughs from Jiang Dehao echoed through the villa. Cough. Yutong, he murmured, seemingly regaining a flicker of consciousness. Damn it, Who could have been that suddenly rendered me unconscious? Could it be Sheng? He actually left, but had hidden himself in that large wardrobe. Despite Sheng's swift movements, Jiang Dehao still possessed a modicum of awareness, allowing him to vividly recall the preceding events. However, due to his inebriation, the fleeting images began to blur once more, leaving him utterly perplexed as to whether he was ensnared in a dream or confronting reality. Yutong, you scoundrel. It must have been that rascal Yi Sheng who knocked me out. In an instant, Jiang Dehao, seemingly in a stupor, began to mumble incessantly. Huh? Could it be that Jiang Dehao has awakened? With heightened auditory sensitivity, Yi Sheng ultimately detected the commotion within the villa. Damn it, no. He absolutely cannot regain consciousness at this moment. With this thought, Yi Sheng disregarded all else, pivoting sharply and hastening into the villa. Yay. Just as Jiang Dehao appeared to have discerned Yi Sheng's presence, Yi Sheng's fist struck with lightning speed, rendering him unconscious once again. Crack! Bang! With a muffled thud, Jiang Dehao succumbed to darkness once more. Haha, I have triumphed. At long last, victory is mine. Haha. Meanwhile, outside the villa, an unabashed laughter erupted. It was unmistakable that Zhao Xinyan had prevailed in the final round. You. Guan Yutong stared incredulously at her own hand. Alas, how did I end up choosing scissors, only to be struck by her hammer? Much like gamblers who, upon losing, not only question their own hands, but even ponder whether it is fate itself. At this moment, Guan Yutong seemed to embody this very mindset, unable to quell her turmoil. What is this? Do you intend to cheat? Observing the scene, Zhao Xinyan, the ultimate victor, couldn't help but smirk, promptly rushing towards Yi Sheng, who had just exited the villa. Without waiting for Yi Sheng to react, she seized his arm and triumphantly taunted Guan Yutong, declaring, "It seems that fate has conspired for me to be with Yi Sheng tonight." Upon hearing this, Guan Yutong, though still unwilling to concede, found herself powerless against the reality of the situation. Regrettably, she had yet to hand over that substantial bag of money to Yi Sheng. With this thought, she hurried back towards the villa, determined to seize the opportunity to deliver the money to Yi Sheng. After all, losing was one thing, but it would not deter her resolve to ensure that Yi Sheng received timely treatment. Thus, she called out to Yi Sheng and Zhao Xinyan, saying, "Yi Sheng, wait for me. I'll be right back." However, her actions immediately aroused a sense of imminent danger in Zhao Xinyan, who wasted no time in pulling Yi Sheng away and rushing outside. You too, Zhao Xinyan, you scoundrel. In this poignant moment, Guan Yutong watched in despair as Yi Sheng was ultimately taken away by Zhao Xinyan. The sight of Yi Sheng being led away, shrouded in the hazy darkness of the night, stirred a deep sense of sorrow within her heart. How ridiculous, she thought, that Zhao Xinyan would dare to vie for his affection. It seemed even fate itself acknowledged that Zhao Xinyan was the one destined to be with him. In stark contrast to Guan Yutong's feelings, Zhao Xinyan, while pulling Yi Sheng along, couldn't resist taunting Guan Yutong repeatedly. Yi Sheng, caught in the middle, found himself at a loss for words. Alas, both women were remarkable in their own right, yet he could only choose one, leaving him in a predicament. Sister Yutong, I hope you won't hold this against me, he mused. Chapter 84. An invitation from her husband? Thus, Yi Sheng had no choice but to enter Zhao Xinyan's car, heading straight to her home. What? You were telling the truth? That scoundrel Wu Lihong is actually looking for me? At that moment, Yi Sheng finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Wu Lihong, the general manager of their major department, had indeed sent his wife, Zhao Xinyan, to find him. Do you really think I would lie to you? Zhao Xinyan retorted, irritation evident in her tone. If it weren't for Wu Lihong insisting I seek you out, do you think you would have the chance to be with that vixen Guan Yutong tonight? Even now, Zhao Xinyan seemed unable to shake off the earlier tension, her foot pressing down hard on the accelerator as she vented her frustration. Why do you keep bringing that up? When you see your husband Wu Lihong later, make sure not to reveal anything. Yi Sheng cautioned Zhao Xinyan, subtly urging her to move past the earlier incident. Fine, I won't mention it again, all right? She conceded. However, I must inform you that Wu Lihong appears to be aware of your connection with Jiang Dehao and his wife. You best be cautious not to give him any ammunition. After all, Yi Sheng mused. He was perplexed as to why Wu Lihong had chosen to meet him personally at such a late hour. With that, Zhao Xinyan's lips curled into a mischievous smile, almost longing to reach out and embrace Yi Sheng, showering him with affectionate kisses. It is said that women at 30 are as fierce as tigers and at 40 like wolves. and Zhao Xinyan was indeed in the throes of such fervor. The allure of the youthful and handsome Yi Sheng ignited a restless desire within her. Had it not been for Wu Lihong's personal summons, she might have already whisked Yi Sheng away to a hotel for a night of passion. Yi Sheng, too, was not entirely composed, particularly as he found himself in the presence of this captivating and alluringly mature woman, clad in a delicate dress that accentuated her voluptuous curves, inciting a torrent of emotions within him. Meanwhile, in Zhang Deheo's villa, Guan Yutong returned with a face full of bitterness. "Damn it, Guan Yutong. What on earth were you doing?" she thought, just as she stepped into the bedroom, only to be met with Zhang Deheo's furious outburst. "What? You?" Guan Yutong gasped in shock. She had thought that after Zhang Deheo endured 2 fierce blows from Yi Sheng, it would be impossible for him to awaken tonight. However, she could hardly believe her eyes when Zhang Deheo stood sternly before her, his gaze ablaze with fury. "Ah, did you not expect me to recover so swiftly? Pray tell, what transpired while I was inebriated? Did you conspire with Yi Sheng to conspire against me? And why does my head throb so painfully? Did you instruct Yi Sheng to strike me?" In an instant, a barrage of questions overwhelmed Guan Yutong, leaving her breathless. Yet upon hearing Zhang Deheo's inquiries, she suddenly realized that despite his suspicions, he could not possibly grasp the entirety of what had transpired. Therefore, Guan Yutong feigned confusion and replied, "Oh, perhaps when you stumbled to the bed, you accidentally knocked your head. I had gone downstairs to close the door." What? Could it be that even now Zhang Deheo harbored substantial doubts? However, due to his intoxication, his memories were fragmented, making it impossible for him to recall the events that had unfolded. Damn it, that is not right. Even if he lacked direct evidence to substantiate his suspicions, how could someone of his stature, the first vice president of a major department, be so easily deceived? He composed himself and probed further. "Then tell me, after I became intoxicated, did Yi Sheng truly leave? What were his final words to you?" Simultaneously, he fixed his gaze intently on Guan Yutong, knowing that even the slightest hint of unease from her would lead him to conclude that his wife was deceiving him. However, recognizing the gravity of the matter, Guan Yutong understood his thoughts all too well. Thus, despite her inner turmoil, she answered decisively. "He said he hopes that after helping you bring down Wu Lihong, you will indeed fulfill the 2 promises you made him." Boom! At her words, Zhang Deheo seemed to accept her statement, for he was acutely aware of Yi Sheng's predicament. And those 2 promises were indeed a lifeline for him. If Yi Sheng was concerned about these matters, it would mean that Guan Yutong was lying, and he would not hesitate to confront her. "Then, let us hasten to create a family," he exclaimed, his eyes darkening as he lunged toward Guan Yutong's enchanting figure. Meanwhile, Yi Sheng was entering his house's villa alongside Zhao Xinyan, uncertain whether it was his own anxiety or an instinctive sense of the situation with Guan Yutong. He felt a tremor of unease. What is it?" Zhao Xinyan inquired, noticing his unnatural demeanor and quickly offering her support. Were it not for the fact that she was nearly at her doorstep, she might have recklessly flung herself into Yi Sheng's embrace, engaging in a fervent kiss. "Oh, never mind. Let's proceed." With that, Yi Sheng straightened his posture and, following Zhao Xinyan, strode purposefully into the resplendent villa. Click! Bang! What? Good heavens! This villa is astonishingly opulent. Upon being ushered into the grand abode, Yi Sheng was momentarily dazzled, as if he had traversed from a slum straight into a royal palace, leaving him profoundly astounded. At that moment, Zhao Xinyan was already swaying her alluring hips, leading Yi Sheng inside, while calling out loudly to the upper floor's old Wu, "I've brought Yi Sheng. Come down and have a chat with him." It was only then that Yi Sheng suddenly recalled the event of that night at the Longhu Hotel. If the man who had burst forth from his fiancée, Yidu Shimi's room, wrapped in a bath towel, truly was Wu Lihong, then he would certainly not let him off the hook tonight. "Ahem, you've arrived?" In an instant, a robust voice resonated, and a man clad in a bathrobe descended from the 2nd floor of the villa. Undoubtedly, this individual was none other than their esteemed general manager, Wu Lihong. "Yi Sheng, do not hold it against me for summoning you at such a late hour. If you have indeed embarked on the treacherous ship of Zhang Deheo, extricating yourself will be quite the challenge." Wu Lihong, noticing Yi Sheng's unwavering gaze, decided to drop the pretense and directly issued his threat. Chapter 85. Intricate Schemes Unfold. Wu Lihong was a towering figure, his countenance grave, exuding an aura of deep cunning. However, Faced with such a despicable superior, Yi Sheng felt no trepidation whatsoever. Instead, he was determined to ascertain whether the figure who had emerged from Du Shimi's room that night at the Longhu Hotel was indeed Wu Lihong. This left Wu Lihong somewhat taken aback, for it was ingrained in his subconscious that subordinates typically adopted a submissive demeanor when encountering their superiors, especially in their own homes. Yet, Yi Sheng appeared remarkably composed, even locking him with an intense gaze. Could it be that he had discovered his intentions towards Du Shimi that night at the Longhu Hotel? However, upon reflection, Wu Lihong deemed it improbable. After all, he had been wrapped in a bath towel. Even if Yi Sheng had keen eyes, it was unlikely he could have discerned his features so clearly. Thus, he feigned calmness and settled onto the luxurious sofa, puffing on a cigar while adopting an authoritative posture. Yi Sheng, please take a seat. I wish to discuss a matter with you. He then waved Zhao Xinyan away, signaling her to exit swiftly. Without resistance, Zhao Xinyan swayed her enticing figure and replied, I shall go prepare a room for Yi Sheng to stay here tonight. Though she remained oblivious to the forthcoming conversation between Wu Lihong and Yi Sheng, she was utterly convinced that Wu Lihong would surely invite Yi Sheng to stay the night. After all, his intention was to draw Yi Sheng away from Jiang Deheo's camp, and it would be challenging to accomplish this without offering him some enticing incentives. This might exemplify the intricate relationships within the realm of politics and commerce. Once in a position of power, high-ranking officials often disregard the lower-tier employees. However, when it comes time for reappointment or to utilize these very employees to eliminate political adversaries, it becomes imperative to treat them with great consideration. A man like Wu Lihong, who has navigated such complexities for decades, would undoubtedly be aware of this dynamic. Indeed, when Wu Lihong heard his wife, Zhao Xinyan, make this suggestion, he felt a twinge of discomfort, yet still readily acquiesced. Oh, very well. Please hasten to prepare the room next door. It is equipped with a private bathroom and all amenities. He drew deeply from his cigar, maintaining an air of calm. Little did he realize the profound ripples his words created in Zhao Xinyan's heart. She thought to herself, there are numerous vacant rooms in their home, any of which would suffice. Yet Wu Lihong specifically insisted that Yi Sheng occupy the adjacent room. What could this intention possibly signify? In a flurry of astonishment and confusion, Zhao Xinyan dared not delve deeper into her thoughts and quickly ascended to the second floor. As she reached the balcony, she seemingly made a deliberate gesture, playfully lifting the hem of her delicate dress towards Yi Sheng, inadvertently catching his attention. Goodness, was she really so audacious? Tempting him in her own home, right before her husband Wu Lihong? Yi Sheng could scarcely believe his eyes. In that instant, an overwhelming rush of desire surged through him, leaving him almost breathless. However, at that moment, the cunning Wu Lihong could hardly have failed to notice their covert exchange. Ha, please, take a seat, Yi Sheng, he said languidly, gesturing toward the sofa beside him and tossing a cigarette in Yi Sheng's direction. Do you smoke? It was evident that, despite his current need for Yi Sheng, his ingrained superiority made it difficult for him to exhibit overt courtesy. Yi Sheng, unfazed by Wu Lihong's demeanor, understood that simply being able to converse calmly with such a powerful figure was commendable in itself. Sure, he replied, confidently picking up the cigarette from the table, settling into the seat, and lighting it with a swift motion. He was acutely aware that the next few minutes would unfold as a psychological duel between himself and the wily Wu Lihong. Should he show any sign of trepidation or impatience, he would likely concede defeat. Thus, he remained silent, gazing intently at his counterpart while leisurely inhaling the smoke. As Yi Sheng appeared remarkably composed, Wu Lihong found it hard to believe. He had assumed that his esteemed position and commanding presence would deter his counterpart from brazenly sitting across from him, even if there were suspicions regarding his intentions towards his fiancée. Consequently, he felt compelled to extinguish the cigar he had just finished in the ashtray, swiftly replacing it with another cigarette, which he lit and began to smoke. Yi Sheng, do you know why I sought you out at this late hour? Noticing Yi Sheng's reluctance to initiate conversation, Wu Lihong took the lead. I'm not sure, Wu Zong, Yi Sheng replied, forcing himself to remain calm and suppressing his emotions, shaking his head with a smile. In truth, he could guess the reason. Wu Lihong had probably received yet another threatening call from the captivating socialite Chen Jiaying of the Longhu gang, prompting his urgent visit. Really, you have no inkling? Wu Lihong smirked, a hint of malice in his tone. Let me put it this way. Last time, Your sister-in-law indeed mentioned that you should assist me in dealing with the situation involving that socialite from the Longhu gang, but the outcome was far from satisfactory. She called me again last night. Boom! Despite having mentally prepared himself, Sheng felt a surge of unease upon hearing this revelation. He could hardly believe that Chen Jiaying, who had been relentlessly pursued by the Longhu gang that night, would continue to work for them and threaten Wu Lihong once more. Or perhaps the call Wu Lihong received last night was not from Chen Jiaying at all? Seizing the opportunity, he cautiously probed, "Are you referring to Chen Jiaying?" "Oh, I didn't expect you to already know her name." Wu Lihong observed Yi Sheng's slight disarray, convinced that Yi Sheng was indeed under his influence, which brought him a sense of satisfaction. "However, I didn't summon you tonight for that matter." Boom! What? Yi Sheng was immediately struck again by this revelation. Apart from this issue, he could hardly fathom what else Wu Lihong might require his assistance with. Could it be that he sought Yi Sheng's help to bring down Jiang Dehao together? Suddenly, this thought sparked a flicker of realization in Yi Sheng. Chapter 86, His Depraved Madness. To be frank with you, Wu Lihong paused momentarily, taking a deep drag from his cigarette before continuing. "I actually called you here tonight with the intention of having you assist me in dealing with my wife. You understand what I mean, don't you?" Boom! Before he could finish, Yi Sheng's mind was already in turmoil. If he were to be blamed for not promptly resolving the situation with Chen Jiaying, he was unsure how to respond to such an accusation. He contemplated the idea of enlisting his assistance to bring down Jiang Dehao, thus securing his position as the general manager of the large division, and he felt it was not too abrupt. Yet now, he found himself grappling with the notion of resolving matters concerning his wife, Zhao Xinyan. How could this even be conceivable? It was not that he was unwilling. Rather, he was utterly perplexed by Wu Lihong's outrageous proposition. What man would expect another to engage with his own wife? Moreover, Wu Lihong was a high-ranking official. In this bewildering circumstance, Yi Sheng could hardly believe his ears. Could it be that Wu Lihong was intoxicated and speaking nonsense? However, his demeanor did not suggest drunkenness at all. "What's the matter, unwilling?" Wu Lihong seemed unfazed, perhaps having prepared himself for this very idea. Yi Sheng's heart raced uncontrollably, pounding fiercely as he recalled the moment when Zhao Xinyan had dared to tempt him under such circumstances. She must have known Wu Lihong's intentions. But how could this be possible? Do not be so astonished. At that moment, Wu Lihong leaned closer to Yi Sheng and whispered, "I must tell you, your sister-in-law is truly extraordinary. If you are willing, I believe it will be immensely pleasurable for you." In an instant, Wu Lihong appeared almost beastly, grinning and boasting as though he were marketing a product. But Zhao Xinyan was his wife. How could he? Before Yi Sheng could utter another word, a resolute Wu Lihong continued, "Yi Sheng, I am already aware of Jiang Dehao's intention for you to engage with my wife. But little does he know that I am not only willing to go through with it, but I have plans he would never anticipate." It was unclear how he had come to know of Jiang Dehao's scheme, but given the current situation, it was evident that Jiang Dehao's strategy had failed miserably. "Let me put it this way. I have contemplated that if I were to divorce your sister-in-law, it would not only have negative repercussions, but also her family would certainly disapprove. After all these years together, we have yet to have a child. Ever since I received that threatening call from that socialite from the Longhu gang, who claimed to have been intimate with me and is now pregnant with my child, I have been pondering this matter incessantly." At that moment, Yi Sheng finally grasped the situation. It was precisely because Zhao Xinyan had failed to bear him son or daughter over the years that Wu Lihong was agitated, fearing that his wealth and power would be left without an heir. Furthermore, Zhao Xinyan had always been rather indifferent towards him, even bordering on disdain. In contrast, that socialite, Chen Jiaying, was not only extraordinarily beautiful, but also significantly younger than Zhao Xinyan, and now it was rumored that she was carrying Wu Lihong's child. Wu Lihong's inclination to part ways with Zhao Xinyan and instead pursue a relationship with Chen Jiaying seemed almost inevitable. However, given this turn of events, one must ponder why he had previously encouraged his sister-in-law to approach him and persuade him to placate Chen Jiaying. At this juncture, Yi Sheng could no longer contain his genuine curiosity. In a sudden fit of sinister laughter, Wu Lihong responded, "Ha ha, how amusing that you still consider yourself a man. If I hadn't first instructed your sister-in-law to act, she and her family would have created chaos long ago. Yet, I have come to a realization. Rather than remain ensnared in this endless entanglement, it is far more prudent to take direct action and allow you to engage with her. Thus, once I possess irrefutable evidence, even if her family resists, They will have no choice but to acquiesce to my arrangements. As he spoke, Wu Lihong bit his lip. Though he recognized that this approach would indeed benefit Yi Sheng, he pondered how else he could extricate himself from the clutches of Zhao Xinyan's family. He was acutely aware that from the moment he had wed Zhao Xinyan, he had irrevocably forfeited his escape routes. Any attempt to alter the course of events would incite the Zhao family's wrath, as they would fiercely defend their interests within the municipal corporation. Yi Sheng, meanwhile, felt a chill of derision wash over him. He found it perplexing that someone like Wu Lihong, who had ascended to such heights in the realms of politics and business, could become utterly unhinged in pursuit of personal gain, disregarding even the most shameful aspects of masculinity. Nevertheless, Wu Lihong continued, I must make it unequivocally clear that if your sister-in-law were to discover my intentions, she would not so readily engage with you. Therefore, tonight, you must comply with my plan and clandestinely share a bed with her. Once the deed is done, she will have no grounds to retract her commitment, and the Zhao family will lack the justification to prevent my divorce from Zhao Xinyan, allowing me to marry Chun Jiaying. With a sense of relief, Wu Lihong reclined on the sofa, indulging in a smoke, for from Yi Sheng's expression, he perceived that this young man could not resist the overwhelming allure of Zhao Xinyan. However, suddenly struck by a thought, Wu Lihong leaned closer to Yi Sheng and added, moreover, to ensure fairness, once you have been with Zhao Xinyan, you must summon your fiancée, Du Shimi, as well. Boom! What? Yi Sheng erupted in anger. It became unmistakably clear to him that the man who had burst forth from Du Shimi's room that night at the Longhu Hotel, clad only in a towel, was none other than the despicable Wu Lihong before him. In a fit of rage, he sprang to his feet, ready to seize Wu Lihong by the collar to confront him. Yet, Wu Lihong merely chuckled coldly and warned, Ha! Yi Sheng, do you dare to defy your superior? I am contemplating relinquishing my wife to you. Yet are you still clinging to that fiancé, Du Shimi, whom you no longer love? To speak candidly, even if I do not pursue Du Shimi, it is likely that the scoundrel Jia Zhiqiao will take the initiative. Suddenly, a thunderous realization struck Yi Sheng. He had not anticipated that his entire situation seemed to be at the mercy of the vile Wu Lihong. Meanwhile, upstairs, Zhao Xinyan had just finished tidying the room and called down, Yi Sheng, why not come up and see if you're satisfied with my arrangement? Hearing her call, Yi Sheng hesitated, pondering whether he should ascend at this moment. However, Wu Lihong appeared resolute, signaling for him to go up. Seize the opportunity, he urged. After all, he had installed a camera in that very room. The instant Yi Sheng and Zhao Xinyan became intimate, he would possess undeniable evidence. His intention was to secure this evidence to manage the Zhao family, preventing any disruptions during this critical transitional period. Very well then, realizing that Wu Lihong was indifferent, Yi Sheng dismissed any concern for his feelings. Ultimately, his wife belonged to him, and if Wu Lihong wanted to humiliate him, what was there to fear? He promptly stood and ascended the stairs. Observing Yi Sheng's retreating figure, Wu Lihong felt a twinge of displeasure, thinking, you've gotten lucky this time. However, I must ensure that I pursue his fiancée, Du Shimi. Ah, Yi Sheng, you've arrived. Zhao Xinyan exclaimed with excitement as he entered the room. Thank you for your hard work, Xinyan. Yi Sheng found himself at a loss for how to interact with her, especially recalling Wu Lihong's insinuation that he should take advantage of her. Although previously their mutual attraction may have led to some ambiguity, he now understood that any relationship with Zhao Xinyan would serve as potent evidence for Wu Lihong. With such evidence, Wu Lihong could easily leverage it against the Zhao family, who had already suffered losses in their business dealings. Would they spare Zhao Xinyan and her family amid such turmoil? Yi Sheng was not the type to forsake loyalty for lust. He had contemplated this when Wu Lihong first uttered those words. Oh, what is the matter? Am I thorny in your presence? Why are you avoiding me? Zhao Xinyan, a mature and alluring woman, sensed the distance Yi Sheng was putting between them. No, it's not that. It's just. Suddenly confronted by her question, Yi Sheng found himself at a loss for words. Should she divulge the truth to him? That her husband was simply intending for her to engage with him? What a thought. Zhao Xinyan believed that Yi Sheng would refrain from acting indiscreetly in her home, especially with Wu Lihong in the hall below. Thus, disregarding her reservations, she swiftly pulled Yi Sheng into the bathroom. Yi Sheng, please check the water temperature. It shouldn't be too hot, she said, squatting down to turn on the shower head, allowing the water to flow. With her delicate hand, she grasped Yi Sheng's larger hand, encouraging him to test the water's warmth. In that moment, however, Yi Sheng instinctively jerked his hand away, causing the spray from the showerhead to drench Zhao Xinyan. Ah! She squealed as her dress became instantly soaked, accentuating her alluring curves in a captivating manner. Were it not for the setting, were it not for the circumstances, Sheng might have succumbed to his desires and lunged at her. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to," he stammered, frantically holding onto the showerhead while hastily explaining himself, his flustered demeanor eliciting a chuckle from Zhao Xinyan. "Why are you so nervous? Does this make me look even more enticing?" she teased, soothingly yet playfully holding onto Sheng's hand. However, for Sheng, the thought of becoming intimate with Zhao Xinyan filled him with dread, prompting him to withdraw his hand. "Oh, are you afraid?" Zhao Xinyan queried upon experiencing his sudden rejection. Yet she remained undeterred, attempting once more to grasp his hand. "No, it's not that. I just don't want to put you in harm's way," he confessed, urgency coloring his words. Little did Zhao Xinyan know that her husband had long planned to exploit the entanglement between her and Sheng as leverage against the Zhao family. "Harm you? What do you mean?" Disappointed by Sheng's lack of boldness, Zhao Xinyan pondered. After all, this was her home, and her husband was just downstairs. Despite Sheng's apparent attraction, he would likely refrain from pursuing anything inappropriate at this moment. Thus, she decided against further playful banter and stood up, saying, "Look, the water temperature is fine, right? If so, please check the bed. I prepared the finest sheets for you." With that, she gracefully sat on the edge of the large mattress. In an instant, Sheng was overwhelmed with excitement and anticipation. Especially when he beheld Zhao Xinyan's stunning beauty and graceful figure. He was utterly captivated. It was hard to believe the saying that women in their prime are the most enchanting was indeed true. In that fleeting moment, Sheng found himself on the brink of losing his composure, yet he was swiftly reminded of the consequences of such actions. He thought to himself, "Oh, Xinyan, how breathtaking you are. If it weren't for the potential harm it could cause you, I might have recklessly surrendered myself to passion." With a teasing smile, he recalled how, even when Wu Lihong had sent someone to follow them, she had dared to kiss him so boldly. Yet now, in this moment, she hesitated. "Do not dally. Come closer, my dear," Zhao Xinyan urged, as she observed Sheng's conflicted expression and his reluctance to approach her. She could hardly believe that, despite her intense allure, this spirited young man could restrain himself any longer. In truth, how could Sheng maintain his self-control in such an intoxicating atmosphere? He longed to indulge in a moment, but a fleeting whisper of reason held him back from giving in to his desires. "Oh, spare me your self-recrimination. Now that we've reached this juncture, are you truly fearful of Wu Lihong?" Zhao Xinyan employed a provocative tactic to coax him. "No, it is not fear of him. It's that I cannot bear to endanger you." Sheng confessed, desperate for Zhao Xinyan to understand his plight. He yearned to divulge all that Wu Lihong had plotted, to convince her that his reluctance was not born of disdain. Yet, just as he was about to speak, he hesitated. He feared that if Zhao Xinyan learned of these matters, she might confront Wu Lihong head-on. "Alas, it seems you possess desire without courage. Very well then, you should take a bath and rest. I shall return shortly," Zhao Xinyan remarked, swaying her alluring hips as she reluctantly exited the room. At that moment, Sheng's heart raced uncontrollably. It was hard to fathom how he had managed to restrain himself just moments ago. He hurriedly dashed into the bathroom, turning on the hot water in a desperate attempt to calm the tumult within him. Perhaps only through this means could he quell the storm of emotions that had already been stirred. As the warm water cascaded over him, he found himself increasingly agitated, especially as the image of Zhao Xinyan's voluptuous and seductive form resurfaced in his mind. Tranquility seemed utterly unattainable. He pondered, what if I had indeed succumbed to temptation just now? What would our situation be now? After all, Wu Lihong, that old scoundrel, was willing to sacrifice his own wife, which undoubtedly indicates that the conspiracy and the benefits behind it are substantial, given the magnitude of his gains. It also implies that Zhao Xinyan must endure even greater losses and sufferings. With this in mind, Sheng found himself increasingly hesitant to pursue a deeper relationship with Zhao Xinyan. Alas, who would have thought that matters would evolve in such a manner? Had it not been for Wu Lihong's direct revelations earlier, he might have unwittingly found himself entangled with Zhao Xinyan, leaving him with a sense of unease. As Sheng lay on his bed after a shower, he could not help but reflect on the preceding events and the intricate web of interests involved. His thoughts soon drifted to the top socialite of the Longhu gang, Chun Jiaying, He wondered what her current circumstances might be. Ever since that night when her friend Hanjuru had hidden her away, he had been unable to reach her, nor had she made any effort to contact him. After some contemplation, he decided to send her a message on WeChat. Hey, what is going on over there? Although his tone appeared calm, internally, Sheng was consumed with concern for her. It was truly difficult for him to accept that such a stunningly beautiful woman had been intimate with that old rogue Wu Li Hong and was now carrying his child. Sheng, is that you? Why haven't you contacted me since that night? I'm fine now. Ever since I went missing, the leader of the Longhu gang, Pan Liefu, has been relentlessly calling me, begging for my return. He promised that if I ceased to go missing, he would forgive me this time and wouldn't force me as he did before. Receiving Sheng's message seemed to stir a wave of excitement in Chun Jiaying, prompting her to send a flurry of voice messages instead of merely text. Oh, that's good. Please take care of yourself. Her response confirmed that she had indeed contacted Wu Li Hong the night before, which was the most intolerable reality for him. He could not bear the thought of the woman he cared for having been with that scoundrel Wu Li Hong, and now expecting his child. Thus, he maintained a calm demeanor and replied with a few composed words, intending to sever all ties with Chun Jiaying. However, just as he was about to turn off his phone, she could no longer contain her impatience and called him back via voice message. Hey, Sheng, where are you? I know my words about threatening Wu Li Hong must have influenced you, but the truth is those statements were forced upon me by Pan Liefu. I never had any intimate contact with Wu Li Hong. Her voice grew increasingly agitated. Yet, the more fervently she spoke, the more Sheng sensed that she was deceiving him. Perhaps Sheng could believe that Chun Jiaying's threats were indeed influenced by the Longhu gang's coercion. However, she had clearly escaped last night. Why would she continue to serve them? Moreover, what kind of person was Pan Liefu, the leader of the Longhu gang? Did she still place her faith in his words? This left Sheng feeling a surge of frustration. Furthermore, how much of her current justifications held truth, and how much was mere deception? Sheng found himself unable to discern the difference. Consequently, he paid little heed to her words, hastily responding with a few sentences before abruptly ending the call. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a gentle knock echoed against the door. Who could it be? Sheng's heart skipped a beat, suspecting it might be Zhao Xinyan again. To his surprise, it was Wu Li Hong's voice that rang out from the other side. Open the door quickly. Upon hearing this, Sheng hesitated no longer. He swiftly got out of bed and approached the door, flinging it open. Shoo! At that instant, Wu Li Hong appeared like a thief, urgently placing a finger to his lips, signaling Sheng to remain silent. Then, in a hushed tone, he urged, Sheng, come with me. I need to tell you, shortly, I will be engaging in that sort of activity with Zhao Xinyan. Midway through, I will have her wear a blindfold, and while she cannot see, you must quickly step in and take my place. That way, tonight, you can be with her. Boom! What? Upon hearing this, Sheng's composure shattered. He had anticipated Wu Li Hong would go to great lengths to achieve his goals, but he never imagined he would sink so low. Huh? Do you think she isn't beautiful enough? I assure you, once you've been with her, you'll be over the moon. Hurry, wait for my signal, and then go to her. Seemingly anxious about Sheng's cooperation, Wu Li Hong pressed him urgently. Chapter 89. The Struggle on the Bed. In that moment, Sheng was overwhelmed with excitement, yet riddled with hesitation. He knew all too well that if he followed Wu Li Hong's plan and truly acted upon Zhao Xinyan, the outcome would be painfully obvious. Wu, do you truly not care for her anymore? What you're proposing could. Before Sheng could finish, Wu Li Hong grew impatient, interrupting him. Come on, you brat. I'm offering you the chance to be with her, and you still hesitate? Are you even a man? Even if I want to gather evidence to pressure the Zhao family, what does that have to do with you? Just focus on your own pleasure. Having spoken, Wu Li Hong seemed disinclined to engage in further conversation and turned to enter the room. Midway, he contemplated how to persuade Zhao Xinyan to don a blindfold. With this, subsequent matters would become far more manageable. Upon this realization, he left the door slightly ajar, intentionally allowing a sliver of space for Sheng. Alas, this wretch! It appeared he was indeed serious. Sheng murmured to himself, burdened with thoughts as he stood there. He had considered simply retreating to his own room, closing the door behind him, and sinking into slumber. In doing so, no matter how much Wu Li Hong and Zhao Xinyan might fuss, he would likely remain oblivious to any commotion. However, what if Wu Li Hong rushed over to knock on his door? What then? In that instant, he found himself at a loss, uncertain of the best course of action. At that moment, Wu Li Hong had already approached the expansive mattress. There lay a woman of extraordinary allure, exuding an intoxicating charm, reminiscent of a blooming rose. "Xinyan, are you asleep?" Wu Lihong inquired softly, a hint of anxiety threading through his voice. What do you think?" Zhao Xinyan responded, her demeanor tinged with concern as she turned away. Her voluptuous figure, ensconced in a delicate nightgown, appeared even more tantalizing and enchanting. At this juncture, she was far from slumbering, especially with her thoughts consumed by the young man Sheng, who resided in the adjacent room. The tumult in her heart was indescribable. How she wished, at this very moment, that this old scoundrel Wu Lihong were not present, allowing her the freedom to dash into Sheng's room and throw herself upon him. Surely, he would be instantly captivated by her allure. Then again, should we embark on something extraordinary tonight? The sight of Zhao Xinyan's sensual and captivating curves stirred Wu Lihong's desires. After all, having been married to her for so long, their intimate encounters could be counted on one hand. It was no wonder that, throughout this time, Wu Lihong had dallied with countless women outside. "What do you intend to do?" Suddenly, Zhao Xinyan, as if affronted, hastily draped the blanket over herself. "I have told you before, I am cold. Engaging with a man leads to complications the very next day." In her efforts to deter Wu Lihong's wandering thoughts, Zhao Xinyan had always employed such excuses. However, under normal circumstances, Wu Lihong could have easily summoned another woman to share his bed. Yet this occasion was entirely different. His intentions were not mere frivolity, but rather to ensure that Sheng would take his place and provide evidence of their liaison. Thus, Wu Lihong's expression turned sharp as he coldly chuckled. "Ha! Spare me your excuses. This evening, Sheng happened to be next door. Surely, you would not want to provoke me directly, would you?" In an instant, he cast aside any concern for Zhao Xinyan's feelings and boldly reached out to embrace her. "You! Get away from me!" Zhao Xinyan reacted instinctively, attempting to shake off his grasp. Typically, such a response from her would infuriate Wu Lihong, prompting him to hastily call upon his various mistresses for companionship and solace. Thus, despite his frequent indignation, whenever he could flaunt those enchanting women before Zhao Xinyan, he felt a measure of relief. Consequently, even though their relationship often unfolded in this contentious manner, it rarely escalated into significant quarrels. After all, Wu Lihong's swift ascent to the position of general manager of this substantial department owed much to the support of the Zhao family. Conversely, Zhao Xinyan's audacity in treating Wu Lihong in such a manner was undeniably linked to this dynamic. Yet precisely because of this, Wu Lihong often dreamed of severing ties with the Zhao family, as he felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, particularly in the realm of politics and business. Attaining a high position does not grant one the freedom to act without restraint. The intricate web of relationships and interests often complicates matters, leading to their discontent. You dare tell me to get lost? Zhao Xinyan, do not forget that if it were not for my arduous efforts on behalf of your family, do you think I could have endured you for so long? Don't think for a moment that I am oblivious to your claims of being cold and aloof. They are nothing but deceitful fabrications. The last time I had someone follow you and that young man Sheng, you have no idea how unbearable it was for you. Be wise and allow me to take my pleasure this evening. With that, Wu Lihong, no longer restrained, erupted in fury. No, you scoundrel Wu Lihong. I will not let this go unchallenged. At that moment, Zhao Xinyan was consumed by a tumult of emotions. Damn it! Seeing her distress only fueled Wu Lihong's anger further. He pondered whether to use Sheng to test her resolve. Suddenly invigorated by the thought, he whispered, "Hey, little vixen, are you thinking of Sheng? If so, I will summon him immediately." Boom! At his words, Zhao Xinyan's heart skipped a beat. She understood that Wu Lihong's statement was likely born of anger. Yet the mere mention of that handsome young man stirred something deep within her. The fluttering of her heart was a sensation only she could truly comprehend. Chapter 90, A Moment of Intensity. Huh? What did you say? At this moment, Zhao Xinyan dared not admit that her heart had already begun to harbor feelings for Sheng. She was acutely aware of Wu Lihong's character. Should she express even the slightest discontent or refuse his demands, he might still let her off. However, if she truly became involved with Sheng, thereby betraying him, that old rogue might very well resort to violence. How much clearer could she possibly be? In any case, this evening, if he did not allow her to indulge, she would still seek to do so. Even if she knew Sheng would ultimately deceive her, she felt compelled to pursue her desires first. This represented Wu Lihong's most genuine thoughts at that moment. Moreover, he envisioned this night as their final encounter, hoping Zhao Xinyan would willingly surrender herself to him. Otherwise, why would he go to such lengths? He could easily incapacitate her or drug her drink, ensuring she remained unaware as he took what he desired, thus sparing himself further trouble with Yisheng. Ignoring Zhao Xinyan's desperate struggles, he relentlessly pursued his intentions. Wu Lihong, stop. I cannot do this with a man. In this desperate moment, Zhao Xinyan seemed to have no other recourse than to cry out. However, unbeknownst to them, their tumultuous scene had already caught Yisheng's attention. The commotion they created was so loud that even a monk could not resist the urge to investigate. Thus, he peered through the crack of the door, eager to discern what was transpiring within. Damn it, Wu Lihong, you scoundrel, get out of the way. Let me handle this. As he observed the unfolding drama, Yisheng could not help but murmur to himself. Despite knowing that if he barged in, Zhao Xinyan might instinctively flee into his arms, allowing Wu Lihong to yield. He understood that crossing that threshold would undoubtedly push her into a perilous situation. Consequently, he had to exert immense self-control to avoid acting on impulse. Yet, Wu Lihong had already caught a glimpse of Yisheng's furtive spying. This only intensified Wu Lihong's frenzy, as he appeared utterly indifferent to Zhao Xinyan's well-being. Damn you, I am treating you with respect. If you continue to struggle, I will make you suffer. Wu Lihong, in a low growl, no longer considered Zhao Xinyan's desperate resistance and lunged at her. At that moment, Zhao Xinyan seemed to lose her sanity, rolling on the ground as if trying to escape from a demon, crying out, "Help! Someone please! Save me!" For a moment, had it not been known that they were married, one might have thought she was enduring a violation. Yisheng was left momentarily speechless, utterly astonished. He could never have imagined that after so many years of marriage, their intimate life could be so utterly unsatisfactory. From his interactions with Zhao Xinyan, it seemed that her so-called indifference was merely selective. If it were he, rather than that scoundrel Wu Lihong, pursuing her affection, Zhao Xinyan would have likely transformed into a wildcat by now. At this thought, Yisheng suddenly felt like a hero, ready to defend the oppressed, poised to strike Wu Lihong down with a single blow. Go ahead, scream. The more you shout, the more I will relish this. In such a scenario, how could the already despicable Wu Lihong ever consider letting Zhao Xinyan go? Especially since, in his mind, he was determined to claim her tonight, lest he appear utterly humiliated before Yisheng. No, he was resolute in his intention to possess her first. He could not fathom that this little vixen would dare defy him further. As Wu Lihong, consumed by his dark thoughts, lunged forward, Zhao Xinyan's heart sank in despair. They often speak of love and desire as either mutual affection or wild passion. Yet between her and Wu Lihong, there was neither love nor madness. She felt as though she were a deeply insulted servant, at the mercy of this self-proclaimed master, who continued to berate her. Damn it, I will fight back. With a fierce cry, Zhao Xinyan could no longer contain her fury and aimed a kick at Wu Lihong. However, he was not to be underestimated. Seeing her struggle and resist, he decided to escalate matters, intending to knock her unconscious before taking what he desired. Just then, unable to contain his own rage any longer, Yisheng charged forward. "You're asking for death," he roared, and before Wu Lihong could react, he landed a powerful punch aimed at his head. With a resounding crack, the towering Wu Lihong collapsed, rendered unconscious like a lifeless dog upon the bed. Yisheng, is it really you?" In her panic, Zhao Xinyan was taken aback to find that the one who had come to her aid was none other than the handsome young man she had been longing for. She was perplexed as to why Wu Lihong had not locked the door upon entering. More astonishing was the fact that, in her moment of desperation, Yisheng had dared to confront Wu Lihong head-on, knocking him out with a single blow. "Oh no, you little rascal, why did you take so long to arrive? If you had been even a moment later, I might have been violated by him." In a moment of sheer desperation, Zhao Xinyan felt as if she were being rescued by her beloved in the midst of an assault, unable to contain herself as she lunged forward. The overwhelming sense of grievance, the sting of humiliation, and the indescribable pain surged within her, igniting a tumult of emotions that brought her to tears. On the other hand, Yisheng appeared unable to restrain his own fervent emotions, enveloping her tightly in his embrace. Chapter 91. Desire. Passion. "Sister Xinyan, shall we leave?" he suggested eagerly, assisting Zhao Xinyan to her feet. He thought to himself that as long as they departed from this place, even if their wildness knew no bounds. It was unlikely that Wu Lihong could capture any evidence against them. Very well, if Wu Lihong could show no mercy, then Zhao Xinyan would not be bound by loyalty. They would venture out for a night of reckless abandon and see what he could do to them. Zhao Xinyan, seemingly driven to madness, stood up instantly, ready to dress and leave with Yi Sheng. As they finally entered the car and sped towards a nearby hotel, their excitement was palpable, akin to a pair of untamed stallions, liberated from all constraints, racing freely. "Ah, Yi Sheng, we are finally out," she exclaimed, breathless with exhilaration. "I am truly ecstatic. Do you know?" In that instant, Zhao Xinyan felt an unparalleled joy. Perhaps the first time in a long while that she felt utterly liberated from the confines of her past with Wu Lihong. In her fervor, she pressed the accelerator to the floor, driving as fast as she could. "Oh, as long as Sister Xinyan is happy, I will ensure you have a delightful experience." Yi Sheng, sitting in the passenger seat, shared her enthusiasm. Earlier, while in Wu Lihong's home, he had hesitated to act on his desires, fearing that any passionate encounter would be recorded by hidden cameras to be used against Zhao Xinyan and her family. However, now that they had escaped the villa, all such concerns dissipated, allowing him to unleash his passions. "Ah, splendid. Look, there is a 24-hour motel. Shall we go there?" Without waiting for Yi Sheng's response, Zhao Xinyan swiftly maneuvered the car towards it. Perhaps, after years of repression with Wu Lihong, or perhaps due to Yi Sheng's sudden appearance, she felt rejuvenated, bursting forth with the vitality and fervor of youth. Little did they know, at that very moment, Wu Lihong, who had been knocked unconscious by Yi Sheng, had begun to stir, awakening with a sense of fury. "What the hell? Yi Sheng, Zhao Xinyan, you two scoundrels dare to strike me down and run off to indulge in debauchery? I will not let this go unpunished." Originally, his willingness to part with his wife for Yi Sheng was solely to capture evidence against them, thereby undermining Zhao Xinyan and the Zhao family, facilitating a smooth divorce, and subsequently marrying Chen Jiaying, who claimed to be carrying his child. However, now they were not at home, but rather intent on indulging outside. Could I possibly allow their plans to come to fruition? With a roar, Wu Lihong, in a fit of rage, sprang to his feet and stormed out of the house. As he hastily entered his luxury vehicle, ready to charge out, he suddenly discovered that one of his tires had been stealthily deflated. He barely managed to avoid crashing into a wall. Damn it, this must be the work of that cunning Yi Sheng. Who would have thought this kid could be so sly? Dare to play tricks in front of me? They are likely unaware of the consequences they face. Cursing under his breath, Wu Lihong realized he had no time to change the tire and sped towards the entrance of the villa district, intending to hail a taxi to pursue Yi Sheng and Zhao Xinyan. Soon enough, he caught up with Zhao Xinyan's car. Damn, my suspicions were indeed correct. They were actually heading into that hotel. Just as Zhao Xinyan's vehicle came to a halt, she eagerly embraced Yi Sheng's arm, heading toward the hotel. Although he had initially thought to confront Yi Sheng at home, there was a prerequisite. He needed evidence of their sordid rendezvous to better execute his plan. Little did he expect that Yi Sheng would knock him out and whisk Zhao Xinyan away, allowing them to indulge freely. Yet, did that not render his efforts futile? With this realization, Wu Lihong's eyes widened in fury, wishing he could eliminate both of them on the spot. Meanwhile, the bond between Zhao Xinyan and Yi Sheng seemed to shed all restraint, as they embraced each other like fish in water. "Sister Xinyan, don't be in such a rush. Let us head to the room first," Yi Sheng hastily reminded her, noticing her sudden fervor. "Why worry? Here, we are free to do as we please." Zhao Xinyan, breathless with excitement, was oblivious to the presence of someone following behind, completely unaware that the scoundrel Wu Lihong had trailed them. Thus, she lost all control over her passion, attempting to seize Yi Sheng's lips, yearning to take things further. "No, I think someone is behind us." Yi Sheng, possessing keen hearing, suddenly sensed the presence of a pursuer. He quickly scanned the surroundings, cautiously alerting Zhao Xinyan. Yet, in her heightened state of desire, Zhao Xinyan paid no heed and lunged once more towards Yi Sheng's embrace. "Huh, what are you so suspicious about? Is there anyone else here besides the two of us?" She exudes confidence, believing that even if Wu Lihong were to suddenly awaken, he would be unable to catch up with them. Yet, little does she know that Wu Lihong has already set his informants in place. Should he desire to uncover their whereabouts, he would undoubtedly succeed. "Damn it, Zhao Xinyan, you deceitful woman. Did you not claim to be frigid? Did you not insist that you could not be intimate with a man? Did you not assert that engaging with a man would lead to illness? How outrageous. It turns out these were merely your excuses to reject my advances. And now, with Sheng, you are so proactive. It infuriates me. Just wait. I shall bring ruin upon you both. In that moment, he suddenly drew a handgun from his waist, filled with a surge of hatred. Though he did not possess a permit like the members of the Comprehensive Monitoring Office. A figure of his stature in a municipal company typically discreetly carried a firearm for unforeseen circumstances. To his surprise, this time, it was put to immediate use. Click. In an instant, the previously silent air was pierced by the ominous sound of the gun's safety being disengaged, an eerie and chilling echo